The cycle of 9 lives. In each of your lifetimes, you ascend to the pinnacle, achieving the status of a great emperor. Yet, despite the exhaustion of your lifespan across 9 lifetimes, you have always been unable to ascend to the celestial realm. Until the final moments of your 9th life, you finally discovered the grand staircase to the celestial gate of ascension. Thus, in the 10th cycle of reincarnation, you shall confine yourself within a coffin in this accursed graveyard, quietly awaiting the opportunity for ascension. As a result, you have waited for a full billion years. Only through the efforts of a fated individual can the coffin be unearthed, yet it remains beyond your power to open it independently. Just when you believe that you are destined to remain disconnected from the celestial realm in this lifetime, the sound of the coffin being dug up from outside instantly fills you with joy. Finally, my destined one has arrived. As the sunlight gradually permeates, the enchanting silhouette of Dao manifests vividly before your eyes. The woman is named Lung Wushuang. In her previous life, she was a renowned and captivating empress of the Beidou Star region. Yet, during her ascension to the status of the Grand Emperor, she encountered her inner demons, leading to her subsequent downfall. Now that she has returned from her rebirth, the very first thing she does is to unearth your grave. She vividly recalls that her ancestral coffin holds an abundance of invaluable treasures. If she can acquire these treasures, she is destined to ascend to the Grand Hall in this lifetime. As expected, as she dug deeper, a sudden glimmer of violet light burst forth from the grave. This is the Zixia Skynet sword. Cold Wufrist was overjoyed upon seeing it. This is indeed the legendary weapon of extreme theft that accompanied her in her previous life, as she fought valiantly for a century across the south and north. With this sword in hand, she possesses a greater assurance for the impending tribulation of the sect on the morrow. A crisp metallic sound resonated once more, bringing great delight to Lung Wushuang's expression. 5 feet 3 inches, the dragon pattern of the heavens. There could be no mistake. The coffin that buried countless treasures in a past life has once again been unearthed by her. Without a moment's hesitation, Lung Wushuang cast aside the hoe and approached directly, using his hands to dig a pit for the coffin, utterly indifferent to the image of the Empress. At this moment, within the coffin, you observe Lung Wushuang's swift actions, executed with an unerring precision that leaves no room for hesitation, deepening your admiration for her. After a billion years, I am finally poised to embrace my 10th existence. Thus, in the frigid and frostless excavation for the coffin, a faint glimmer of light swiftly illuminated the interior of the sarcophagus. In the realm of time, the radiance ascends, soaring towards the heavens. Countless extraordinary phenomena manifest above the ancient stars of the Big Dipper, astonishing the world. What on earth has transpired in the northern reaches? Why are there so many terrifying phenomena? Is it towards the endless abyss of demons located south of the eastern wilderness? Could it be that something has awakened within the abyssa primordial demon of such terrifying existence? The incessant cacophony that obscures the sun has profoundly reshaped their perceptions and worldviews. The time has come for the sacred land to send forth its emissaries. The chaotic sacred land, along with numerous forces from the apex of the eastern wilderness pyramid, are all dispatching representatives to the abyss of demons. At this moment, while the world is in a frenzy, you, the cause of it all, close your frost-laden eyes, greedily inhaling the fresh air that surrounds you. After an eternity has passed, I once again behold the light of day. My spirits are lifted, so let us raise our cultivation to enhance the occasion. As your thoughts stir, the aura surrounding you surges dramatically, reaching the first level of chi refinement, approaching the realm of the sage. In but an instant, countless profound truths encircle you. You gain the recognition of heaven and earth, and attain sanctity in a single moment. Witnessing this scene, Lung Wushuang was utterly stunned. I must still be dreaming, for I have just seen a mere mortal ascend to sainthood with but a single breath of air. Moreover, this individual appears to have awakened directly from a coffin. What on earth is happening? However, what left Liao Wushuang even more astounded was yet to come. As you inhaled deeply, you instantly attained sainthood, only to furrow your brow in contemplation. Drawing upon the profound essence of 9 lifetimes, you transcended the realm of saints in the blink of an eye. Though your cultivation was as solid as a fortress, it was insufficient for entering the celestial realm. You pondered for a moment, then stretched languidly, resolutely investing in your own cultivation as a saint. After all, should you desire to return to the state of sainthood, a mere breath would suffice to restore your prowess. Yet, no amount of air can bestow upon you the perfect realm of ultimate transcendence. The ancient heart of the Northern Dipper cultivates a long-lost extreme state, one that remains unshakable by any force. Yet in this lifetime, you are destined to embody reality, perfecting every realm into tangible existence. At that time, the culmination of the tangible reality will undoubtedly transcend the realm of saints and reach profound depths, which is certainly intriguing. Who exactly are you? Lung Wushuang gazed at the boy before her, who appeared almost divine, and exclaimed in astonishment. Inhale a breath of air. Become a sage. How many long for this, yet dare not even dream of it? You, however, are hastily investing in your own ascetic cultivation. Are you not a fool? However, you did not respond to her subsequent inquiries, but instead began to introduce yourself. I am called Changsheng. And you, young lady, what is your name? Your smile remains unwavering, as Lung Wushuang helps herself to live out her 10th life. This is a gesture of profound gratitude. She is called the Dead Woman. As Lung Wushuang regained her senses, she intended to utter something, but an exceedingly ancient voice resonated in this realm. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth erupted with a deafening roar. As soon as the words left his lips, an elder clad in black robes descended from the sky, directly arriving at the abyss of demons. Upon witnessing the scene, the sage Lung Wushuang contemplated the sweetness of life. Although she had just been reborn and her cultivation was currently feeble, in her past life as an esteemed empress, she possessed the insight to perceive the realm of the elder before her. How could one achieve such rapid advancement? Lung Wushuang found herself perplexed, for the only passage into the abyss of demons was the boundless realm of fire. Within the boundless domain of flames, there resides a fire demon of the great sage realm. This fire demon, throughout its existence, revels in the suffering of sentient beings. Should any being dare to venture into the abyss of demons, they shall inevitably be thwarted by the fire demon's formidable presence. Logically speaking, it is improbable for a sage to arrive so swiftly. Her effortless entry into the abyss of demons is attributed to a pact forged with the fire demon. In her previous life, as an esteemed empress, she undoubtedly recognized the deceit inherent in the fire demon's missive. Untainted by the essence of flames, not hailing from the boundless realm of fire, this mirror embodies the supreme Dao of the Emperor Bin. The void-breaking mirror is already an ancient family of the Southern Ridge, the Ji clan's enduring legacy. He, little one, I did not expect you to be so young, yet your knowledge is quite profound. Indeed, what I hold in my hands is none other than the renowned Ji Dao Dipping, an illustrious treasure of the esteemed Ji family from the southern region. The old man of the Void Realm spoke these words with an unmistakable air of pride. The path of the extreme is to shatter the confines of space, enabling one to transcend any spatial laws. In the blink of an eye, one can arrive at any desired destination, even within the ancient and forbidden realms of life, where existence itself is a perilous venture. The head of the Chujiao family instructed her to wield the void mirror, allowing her to arrive at the abyss of magic ahead of everyone else. The elderly man remained remarkably composed. After all, it is rumored that ancient deities and demons reside here. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's life being forfeited. However, upon witnessing the two individuals before her, she nearly succumbed to laughter on the spot. One was a mere mortal, while the other had reached the 5th level of chi refinement. And yet, this little child dared to demand the supreme weapon in your possession. Surrender it, and I might contemplate sparing your life. Such is the essence of the matter. The old man did not conceal his murderous intent towards Lung Wushuang. Murder and plunder are the most commonplace occurrences in this Northern Dipper. As a revered sage, one can naturally discern that the longsword held by Lung Wushuang is an extraordinary imperial weapon of unparalleled worth. Although the identity of the individual responsible for the terrifying and ominous phenomenon that obscures the heavens remains unknown, acquiring a supreme weapon of unparalleled might would render this journey worthwhile. Damn it, facing the oppressive old man, Lung Wushuang gritted his teeth in silence. She understands that even if she surrenders the mundane ice of the mortal realm, she is still doomed to her fate. Such is the reality of the North Star cultivation world. Weakness is the original sin. Lung Wushuang took a deep breath, gripping the Zixia Tiandao sword tightly in her hand. Even in a battle where death was certain, she would not passively await her fate. Yet suddenly, a voice more audacious than that of the elderly man before me resounded in this eerie graveyard. Old man, do you not realize that you interrupt my speech? I see you tilting your head, casually picking your nose with your fingers, nostrils pointed toward the sky, your demeanor unchanged and unabashed. The consequences are dire. Ha, little one, are you truly intent on bringing about my demise through laughter? I must confess, I am utterly unaware of how a mere mortal like you could interrupt my words. As a sage, what serious repercussions could I possibly face? Perhaps you would enlighten me. Yet, as the elder chuckled twice, his laughter abruptly ceased. It was not that he had truly died from laughter, but rather that his mouth served another, more sinister purpose. Endless streams of blood erupted from the elder's lips, staining the graveyard crimson. I have heard that you wish to witness something extraordinary. You casually retract the ancient coffin, tilting your head while still picking your nose, exuding an undeniable aura of arrogance. It is impossible. How could it be? The old man's pupils tremble, his eyes filled with disbelief. Unbeknownst to you, at some moment, the ancient dragon-patterned coffin beneath your feet unexpectedly struck forth, inflicting grievous harm upon her with a force akin to thunder. Moreover, it is evident that this coffin is being manipulated and activated by the youth before us. But why? Why can an ordinary mortal, devoid of any cultivation, manipulate the ancient coffin? Moreover, this coffin is exceedingly ordinary, devoid of any extraordinary features. Yet, it has inflicted harm upon a revered sage. The elder is utterly perplexed, filled with questions and unable to comprehend the situation. Equally cold and frost-free, she finds herself utterly perplexed. In her previous life as an empress, she was unable to discern your tactics. However, the dignity of the sage must not be insulted. Curse you, Lil Bei. You have utterly provoked my wrath. The elder's gaze gradually turned icy. She, a revered sage of great stature, was unexpectedly wounded by a mere mortal. This is truly an unparalleled disgrace in her lifetime. The cycle of annihilation palm. The elder clasped his frosty hands together, letting out a resounding roar. An overwhelming aura of death surged forth. In the next moment, countless cunning thieves of reincarnation erupted from the elder's palm, descending directly upon you and Lung Wushuang. Confronted by this ceaseless surge of triumph, Lung Wushuang yearns to impede its flow, yet finds herself powerless to do so. Even though she was a revered empress in her past life, possessing numerous strategies, everything else pales into insignificance in the face of absolute power. Moreover, she is but a mere practitioner of qi cultivation. How could she possibly contend with the techniques of a sage? Could it be that my rebirth was merely to serve as a wedding garment for another? Just as despair enveloped Lung Wushuang, a figure clad in white appeared before her. Do not worry, for as long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger upon you. I, Changsheng, have never struck down the tempestuous rain. Your tone is calm though you are, but a mortal, you instill in Lung Wushuang an inexplicable sense of reliability. A thunderous roar, accompanied by an endless triumph, is relentlessly obliterating the graveyard. Yet, Lung Wushuang had long since closed her frost-laden eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. However, a minute has elapsed, yet the anticipated demise has not arrived. Cold and frostbitten, there is a sense of bewilderment, and only then does one slowly open their eyes. What caught the eye was a visage reminiscent of an ethereal fairy, silently gazing upon her. Upon witnessing this scene, Lung Wushuang was utterly astounded. Here stood a mere mortal, one who had only attained the 5th level of qi refinement, yet stood unscathed in the face of the unparalleled prowess of a saint. How could this be possible? Yet, at the moment of Cold's bewilderment and confusion, a piercing scream captured Cold Wushuang's attention. Then, following the sound, one beheld a remarkably pitiful-looking old man being mercilessly beaten by a youth wielding a dragon-patterned ancient coffin. As soon as the level was cleared, a piercing wail echoed through the air, rendering the scene exceedingly bizarre. Ah, this cold, frostless figure gazes blankly at everything before her, pondering her past life. As the unparalleled Empress, she finds herself momentarily at a loss. A mere mortal besting a sage, dare I assert it. Would you dare to believe it? Young hero, spare my life in this tranquil yet eerie graveyard, filled with the lamentations of the aged, crying out for mercy. Saint Ji and Tian Ji yearn to resist. They are firmly suppressed by the ancient coffin, unable to summon even a fraction of victory. Subsequently, accompanied by pleas for mercy, there ensued an incessant cacophony of slaps. I have encountered many despicable individuals, yet none as contemptible as you. I, Lu Changsheng, have truly never stooped so low as to beseech others to inflict harm upon me. As you spoke, a series of sharp claps echoed through the air, continuing until Ji Tianji completely lost consciousness. Only then did you cease your actions. This is the end. Lung Wushuang gazes at you with effortless grace. The road is mercilessly beaten. Ji Tianji, in shock, is rendered speechless. In this moment and scene, she can conjure no adjectives to aptly describe the current state. When did mortals become so dreadfully terrifying? This ancient coffin bears the embossed markings of the Nine Heavens dragon. Yet, the origins of the Nine Heavens dragon remain a mystery to you. As you speak, you tuck the void mirror into your bosom, nonchalantly kicking the already fainted Ji Tianji aside, and address Lung Wushuang. Wen Yin, cold and devoid of frost, merely shook her head. Though in her previous life she held the esteemed title of Empress, she remained largely indifferent to the Nine Heavens dragon pattern. Yet, she was aware that this was a symbol of the primordial dragon clan. The Nine Heavens dragon pattern originated in the primordial chaos, transformed into the true dragon by the essence of primordial life, with a subtle explanation. Yet these brief words stirred tumultuous waves within the heart of Lung Wushuang. Are you implying that this is the ancestor of the primordial dragon clan? That was indeed the dawn of the dragon, a time when the dragon clan flourished in its utmost glory. Before the rise of humanity, they once commanded a myriad of races, an existence at the pinnacle of all beings across the realms. No wonder, to suppress victory. A mere sage, before the primordial dragon at the pinnacle, is but a child drinking milk. Yet it is you, capable of commanding the Nine Heavens dragon pattern valley, who embodies a far more terrifying existence. One must understand that taming the primordial dragon is more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Why do you say these things to me? Lung Wushuang gazes at you with an inexplicable look in his eyes. When circumstances deviate from a norm, one must suspect the presence of something sinister. You are entirely justified in refraining from providing her with an explanation. In fact, it would be entirely reasonable to eliminate her, to silence her. Because I believe you require her, you smile faintly. Upon hearing these words, Lung Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the other party to utter such a statement. You do not wish to rescue your brother from the Tomorrow Mutual sect after 5 years? The 9-day dragon pattern is already in an activated state. It can indeed provide you with significant assistance. Your words ensnare with temptation, reminiscent of a villain luring an innocent young girl. Upon hearing these words, Lung Wushuang felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. How could this young man possess such knowledge? A possible thought crossed Lung Wushuang's mind. Had you delved into the depths of my soul? Her expression darkened. For after all, no one would feel at ease being subjected to the scrutiny of another's innermost thoughts. Upon hearing your words, your smile remains undiminished. Do not speak in such a lascivious manner. How could I possibly be that kind of person? I merely chanced upon a glimpse of your past. Your fated companion is indeed intriguing in a past life. She was a peerless empress. In a previous life, it appears that you were also a traveler through time, hailing from the Blue Star. This is quite intriguing, is it not? Could this be considered a reunion with an old acquaintance? Have you come to a conclusion? Would you care to accept my humble gift? You may continue to entice her. Cold and frost-free, I gazed at you for an extended period. Ultimately, I took a deep breath and declared my desire. though she remained unaware of the price she would pay and the consequences she would bear after acquiring the 9-day dragon markings. Yet she understood that Guangping's urgent journey to the imperial army Xia Heaven to seek an opportunity for mutual assistance with the sect of tomorrow remained exceedingly bleak. This is not what she envisioned upon her rebirth. In order to enhance the leverage of tomorrow's mutual sect, she must seize this opportunity. In the days to come, you shall surely find solace in the wisdom of your choices made today. A smile escapes your lips. Indeed, the laughter of Lung Wushuang carries a hint of emptiness. After all, the deeds you have committed before my very eyes, stripped of that unrivaled beauty, appear strikingly akin to those of a nefarious villain. Yet, at this moment, within this eerie graveyard, an uninvited guest has arrived. In this eerie graveyard, a young couple exchanges affectionate banter, pledging their eternal love. Is this truly advisable? Above them, ethereal and enchanting figures loom amidst the tombstones, gazing down from the void. The rain falls cold, devoid of frost. 9 heavens dragon pattern. The primordial dragon clan is indeed a remarkable entity. Young one, may I borrow this ancient official before me for a moment? Rest assured, I shall return it to you in my next life. As he spoke, a man clad in golden battle armor emerged from the rear. The melody resonating, the void appeared as if a war god had descended. The atmosphere here is vibrant and lively. It should be complemented by my flawless presence. Another individual emerges, wielding a folding fan, adorned in scholarly attire. Yet, there's an unsettling sensation, as if one is being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, inducing a profound discomfort throughout one's being. 3 great saints. Lung Wushuang gazed at the 3 ethereal figures standing in the void, his eyes vacant and lost. The great sage is indeed a being of unparalleled strength, surpassing even that of the saints. Moreover, these 3 individuals have not been tainted by the essence of flames, indicating that they have seamlessly bypassed the endless fire domain and ventured directly into the abyss of demons. Yet, how could this possibly be? Then comes the previous life. Lung Wushuang, as a near-emperor power, seeks to enter the abyss of demons, and the boundless fire domain is an indispensable path. Previously, the sage, Ji Tianji, relied on the void mirror. What, then, do the 3 individuals before us depend upon? Nevertheless, it must be said that the void mirror of the Ji family is indeed remarkably effective, seemingly in response to Lung Wushuang's words, providing her with a clear understanding of her fate. Bai Wuqing deliberately retrieved an ancient mirror from his bosom, identical to the void mirror previously held by Ji Tianji, which now rests in your possession. In this world, it is inconceivable that there could exist 2 identical shattered mirrors. Cold and unfeeling, Wushuang exclaimed in astonishment. Even granting her the grace of having once been an empress in a previous life, such an occurrence remains utterly unheard of. You are indeed not as simple as you appear on the surface, capable of defeating Ji Tianji. The golden armored man cast a glance at the unconscious Ji Tianji not far away. After a profound look exchanged with Lung Wushuang and yourself, he retrieved a mirror identical to the void mirror from within his bosom. Such a handsome mirror, of course, must be possessed by everyone. The enchanting woman is equally determined, as she retrieves the void mirror from her abdomen. At this point, the ice-breaking mirror of the extreme path astonishingly manifested 4 entities. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Lung Wushuang was utterly bewildered. Everything that was transpiring had transcended her understanding and control. The icy realm of the underworld is indeed a creation of the earth, unique and irreplaceable, impossible to mass-produce. Yet, everything lies before us in that fleeting moment. Lung Wushuang felt as though she had squandered a century of her past life. However, shortly thereafter, a new group of cultivators arrived at the Graveyard 10 Saints. The formidable power of the 100 certainty pervades the entirety of the Northern Dipper, intricate and convoluted. Yet, these individuals are all driven by the ambition to vie for supremacy against the 3 esteemed saints who arrived before them, testing their mettle in battle. Before them, each held a shattered mirror, silently narrating the treasures of ancient families, the heirlooms that once safeguarded their legacy. Yet the empty vigor they exuded was commonplace. The cold has rendered me utterly numb. What on earth is happening? Only you gaze upon these commonplace weapons of the underworld, seemingly lost in contemplation. I see. It seems that something has come to mind. You let out a sigh. Wu Daod, you truly are a prodigy of nature, for you have indeed achieved success. In the final year of the Ninth Era, the foolish Supreme being excitedly rushed before you, unabashedly declaring his intention to elevate the supreme weapons of the extreme path to the status of the primordial sovereign of the Northern Dipper. At that time, although you did not dismiss it outright, you also held little optimism. In your eyes, the Emperor's weapon of the extreme path was hardly distinguishable from an ordinary jade stone. Yet, as a precious jade, it is exceedingly rare. How could one possibly transform jade into mere stone? However, it appears that at that time, you were indeed rather naive. Who is Wu Daod? Have you heard of him? A mere mortal, on the brink of demise, dares to indulge in the pretense of the supernatural, as if victory is assured. The name Wu Daod is truly remarkable. They have never even heard of it. Even the three great saints and the former Empress, Lung Wushuang, are unfamiliar with it. Only a corpulent figure hiding deep within the graveyard trembled profoundly upon hearing the name Wu Daod. She is indeed an ancestor of the Wu family, a legendary figure of the Big Dipper. It is said that she subsequently followed a being known as Lu He, the Supreme Gateway, and ventured into the ancient path of the stars in search of the portal to the celestial realm. Wu never anticipated that this would be the case. The legend of the Wu family, separated by countless years, is seldom mentioned by anyone. Yet today, it is on the lips of an ordinary young man. Moreover, it seems that this mortal youth is still reminiscing about her ancestors, as if he were a long-time friend. How could this be possible? If her ancestors were alive today, they would be nearly 50 million years old. The young lad before me is merely 18 years old. How could there possibly be any intersection between the two of them? I must have misread. It is merely a coincidence that the names align. Indeed, that is correct. Such is the manner of self-justification devoid of virtue. Holding her masterpiece, yet never having heard her name. How truly lamentable. You shook your head at this motley assembly, then retrieved a willow branch from the ancient coffin. The willow branches, seemingly unremarkable, evoke a furrow in the gaze of Lung Wushuang, who has encountered them in a past life. This is a name of immorality that you have never encountered. But have you ever heard of an ancient willow in the primordial era, whose roots could penetrate the heavens and the earth? You bear the frost upon your hands, gazing serenely at the pitiful beings above you. Upon hearing these words, the three great sages erupted into hearty laughter. You, my dear fellow, must be so terrified that you are speaking nonsense. To perish in such a manner would indeed bring no pain. With that, the three sages simultaneously waved their hands forward. Suddenly, all the cultivators present surged towards your location in a throng. These three youthful sages, each less than 5,000 years old, are by no means ordinary individuals. You must be cautious of the icy and frostless demeanor they possess. However, what ensues next leaves both Lung Wushuang and everyone present utterly astonished. The seemingly unremarkable ancient willow effortlessly deflected the enchanting assault of the ethereal melody from Qian Wushang. It is impossible, and the pupils' constrict disbelief fills the eyes. What is there that is impossible? Lu Changsheng gazed calmly at He Qian, as if observing a lifeless corpse. Subsequently, his eyes fell upon the ancient willow tree. Growing robustly at a pace visible to the naked eye, it takes time to evolve into a towering tree that casts a vast shadow upon the earth. Every branch is enveloped by countless profound truths. Every limb is accompanied by innumerable principles of the way. And Jia stands there. The roots delve into the unfathomable depths of the abyss above, penetrating the pinnacle of the heavens, where the eternal duality of yin and yang resides. The progressive law of the cycle of life emanates. What is this entity? The ancient nuclear potential is profoundly perfect. In the presence of all, the cold and unfeeling gazes of those gathered are fixed upon the ancient willow, which seems to stretch into infinity, resembling a miraculous sight. Their expressions are utterly vacant, as the immense vitality emanating from this venerable tree appears capable of birthing its own realm. Even the Beidou principle cannot elucidate its essence. Before this ancient willow, they felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. As vast as the chasm between the cosmos and mere dust, the ancient willow embodies the universe, while they, merely a trivial speck of dust during this interval, entirely subject to a dimensional reduction assault. It is worth noting that among them, there are three eminent saints, standing atop the myriad of lives under the North Star. Yet in the presence of this ancient willow, I find not a flicker of fighting spirit within me. This is the overwhelming force of life's hierarchy. If one were to regard the great sage as a five-dimensional entity, then ancient willow would undoubtedly be a 12-dimensional being, completely on a different level. Is this the utmost you can achieve? Lu Changsheng gazed upon the plant before him. In the eyes of all, the ancient willow appeared extraordinarily formidable. With a sigh, he, as the sixth incarnation of the true body, the timeless ancient willow, contemplated. Once its size was but a mere fraction of this colossal entity before me, a billion times smaller. Yet, I shall let it be. Dealing with your swarm of ants is ample enough. Lu Changsheng commands the ancient willow. From beginning to end, his gaze remained tranquil, his expression devoid of any turmoil, as if within his eyes. The magnificent ancient willow before us is merely a rather large, ordinary tree. What pretense is this? And you, mere mortal, how dare you address me, the great sage, as an ant? Bai Wuqing stood before the ancient willow, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. How can this be possible? Without a trace of hesitation, Bai Wuqing directly addressed Lu Changsheng, unleashing the most formidable technique of the Bai family, the celestial yin-yang rotation divine seal. With the left hand pointing towards a moon, the right hand represents the sun. When the two unite, the distinction between yin and yang is obliterated. Bai Wuqing is exceptionally astute, understanding that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king, and thus refrains from assaulting Gu Lu. Instead, he headed straight for Lu Changsheng. However, it is a pity that he has mistaken his opponent. In those days when I indulged in the game of yin and yang, your ancestors were likely still engaged in the simple pleasures of playing with mud. Who, may I ask, is Lu Changsheng? The fifth division is indeed the progenitor of yin and yang. In this northern dipper, within this vast cosmos, Lu Changsheng claimed that he ranks second in the realm of yin and yang. Who dares to assert otherwise? Endless beings. No one comprehends the intricacies of yin and yang better than Lu Changsheng. With a mere gesture of his hand, the ancient willow tree was deftly and precisely imbued into the cosmic balance of yin and yang. The wheel of divine seal, striking directly through the soul vulnerability, pierced effortlessly through the body of Bai Wuqing. A torrent of endless holy snow erupted from the lips of the immaculate figure, cascading upon the eerie graveyard. In the blink of an eye, an abundance of wild grass sprouted forth, a vivid manifestation of the saint's overwhelming vitality. Even when afflicted with mortal wounds, death does not seize them instantly. However, Bai Wuqing grasped the willow branch that pierced through his body, crying out like the wind. For countless paths of governance upon this willow branch are gradually eroding his life. Yet no matter how fiercely Bai Wuqing struggles, no means can perturb the willow branch in the slightest. Soon, the blood of Bai Wuqing will drain completely, transformed into a lifeless husk. Thus, the extraordinary prodigy, the great Saint Bai Wuqing, finds himself ensconced beneath the weeping willows of the abyssal grave of demons. In a moment of sheer disbelief, the flawless Bai Wuqing met an untimely demise. All transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in a state of utter bewilderment. Merely standing there, frozen in place, dumbfounded, they gazed at Bai Wuqing, once vibrant and full of life, now silenced. Transformed into a lifeless husk, in the next moment, fear permeated the hearts of all present. What is the matter with this mortal youth before me? How is it that he possesses such extraordinary strength? Dear brother, what meaning does life hold for you? You ought to depart from this world swiftly and seek solace in my embrace. The demise of the flawless Bai Wuqing utterly shattered the defenses of those besieging Lu Changsheng and his companions. At this moment, He Qian appears almost mad, barking wildly with flushed cheeks, recording a captivating melody from the heavens. Desperately, Chao Lu Kang struck out, consumed by the singular desire to survive. Gu Xian's expression was equally grave, reflecting the weight of the situation. Originally thought to be an ant, unexpectedly revealed as a colossal elephant. Without a moment's hesitation, directly unleash upon Lu Changsheng the signature skill of the Haotian sacred land, the Golden Horse Fist. A golden fist, almost transcending time, strikes towards Lu Changsheng, freezing the very essence of time itself. Wherever it passes, weeds grow wildly. This punch surprisingly harbors the essence of time, the supreme force of time that accelerates the aging of life. The governance of time, interwoven with a hint of temporal principle, possesses a certain intrigue. In the face of this boundless and terrifying multitude, Lu Changsheng spoke eloquently, following which came the unparalleled achievements of countless saints and quasi-saints, striving to seek the divine will of the heavens amidst the vast wilderness. Heavenly calamity seal, severing the lineage leg, annihilating existence hammer. In this eerie graveyard, a kaleidoscope of colors flickers, accompanied by the rising and falling sounds of explosions. The relentless sound of bombings echoes, each reverberation narrating the epic battle unfolding within this graveyard. Bystanders, please refrain from approaching. However, in reality, this is merely a one-sided and absolute domination. Only the ancient willow envelopes Lu Changsheng. Melodies resonate in the void, illuminating the nights with their brilliance. Surroundings all around, exhaustion sets in as one encounters the principles of the Dao emanating from the ancient willow's branches. The protective barrier created is immediately absorbed, rendering it ineffective on the spot. "This is impossible," the crowd exclaimed. Directly rendered ineffective. 2 revered saints, the 10 sacred figures. 100 supreme techniques of the quasi-saints. Even the high-ranking beings of unparalleled power are not exempt. The principles of the way, which are more sophisticated than the governance of the Great Path, cannot achieve this level of protection. Moreover, the mere mortal before them, the events unfolding at this moment, utterly subvert their understanding of cultivation. What on earth is happening with this mortal? How could things have become so absurd? Yet their nightmare is only just beginning. It appears that your turn has come to an end. Now it is my turn. Lu Changsheng cast a beguiling smile at the crowd. All felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. As slender willow branches, emerald tendrils, emerged, the crimson branches emerge, accompanied by an endless lament, and phrases cascading from the heavens like fallen rulers, as if one were crafting dumplings, each one following the other. In the blink of an eye, the sages and quasi-sages emerge from the void, completely eradicated by the willow branches to such an extent. Only the great sage He Qian from the Beast God Mountain and the holy son De Shanggu Xiantao from the Haotian Holy Land remain. At this moment, in He Qian's eyes, Lu Changsheng embodies an unparalleled deity of demonic prowess. He has completely lost the battle, and now all he desires is to flee, exploiting the shattered void mirror. They endeavor to wield the supreme power of the imperial weapon to breach the fabric of the void, yearning to escape this cursed realm. Yet He Qian suddenly realized with a jolt his triumph. His profound principles were utterly inapplicable. How could her shallow pupils constrict? Then she slowly raised her head, only to behold an unknown moment. The 9 heavens dragon pattern bone coffin silently hovers above his head, a harbinger of tranquility associated with death. A scream escapes, yet the resounding sound of the coffin reverberates. It was as if he had lost the delicate balance with gravity, floating in a state of suspension. Then he pressed down on the nuclear submarine, his entire being plummeting swiftly. A profoundly muffled sound shattered the defenses of all those present. The crowd gazed as the valley coffin gradually shifted aside, revealing beneath it a nuclear submarine that had been crushed into a mere semblance of a meat patty. Yet, due to the indomitable vitality of the great sage, the nuclear potential did not perish on the spot. One could see him, constricted within his flattened, pancake-like form, striving bit by bit to crawl outward towards death. He yearned to flee, which is indeed a poignant tragedy. Suddenly, a golden trident pierced through the fabric of time, as a thief plunged it into He Qian's heart. He Qian's body trembled slightly as he extended his hand, as if yearning to grasp the dawn of life. However, his body was rapidly wasting away, the blood nearly drained from his veins, as expected. I have likewise become one of the inhabitants of this abyssal grave. This venomous woman, I have long yearned to eliminate her. Gu Xian spoke with an indifferent gaze. He then discarded the golden trident and approached Lu Changsheng. In the face of insurmountable odds, he understood that escape was futile. Thus, he resolved to embrace death instead. Why not display some resolve? Lu Changsheng's gaze was enigmatic. Before he was presented with an ancient willow. With no mercy shown, the ancient willow plunged directly into Gu Xian's body. What a decisive and ruthless youth. As my pupils constrict, this enigmatic youth, a fusion of divine and demonic, instills an overwhelming sense of dread, even from a distance. The power that emanates from a soul must never be confronted by this individual. Subsequently, would utilize their ancestral prodigious talent, the golden destiny divine eye, to explore the past of Lu Changsheng. Such an extraordinary youth undoubtedly harbors a profound secret. The golden destiny divine eye has the ability to perceive the intricate fates of individuals. The concept of fate, elusive yet profoundly real, lingers in the air. But what precisely is this phenomenon? Upon casting a glance at Lu Changsheng, Yud was suddenly seized by anguish, letting out a piercing cry before hastily covering his eyes with his hands. Yet, the blood continues to uncontrollably pour forth from the traces of tears. Yud, in a frenzy, engages in a soliloquy, rendered speechless by the overwhelming shock. Little did I anticipate that after half a lifetime of battles in the eastern wilderness, I, Gu Xian, would meet such a tragic fate. Gu Xian feels the inexorable passage of his own life. Neither joy nor sorrow, skill inferior to others. Being countered by others is merely a consequence of one's own actions. His life, though marked by regrets, was not abundant in them yet. He departed in this manner. Perhaps it is also a commendable choice. In the future, there will be no need to toil endlessly for the supreme. Gu Xian pondered in her mind. A shadow, cloaked in darkness, emerged. It gradually closed its eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. However, when Gu Xian's life descended to a critical point of death, a profoundly majestic, accompanying progressive law suddenly emerged. The magnificent life energy of the laws of existence infused into Gu Xian's being, accompanied by a crisp sound. A certain magical lock within Gu Xian seemed to shatter. It was the trunk of Gu Lu that had struck. Why did Gu Xian sense the intertwining of her own magical lock and the curse? The lifted anomaly, a carefree body. In moments of joy, there exists a profound perplexity. The youth before me, though not extensively acquainted with the world, exudes an unmistakable aura of decisiveness and ruthlessness. There is no justification for sparing him. Similarly, the unyielding nature of the cold is incomprehensible. It exhibits mercy towards adversaries, yet harbors cruelty towards oneself. Your successful allure has captivated my interest. Lu Changsheng smiled with a wicked charm. Gu Xian remained cold and unyielding. Without virtue henceforth, Lu Changsheng pinched his finger joints. Gu Xian writhed in agony upon the ground, lamenting. With a gentle grin, I tenderly embraced you, your appearance undeniably charming. I have bestowed upon you the sacred artifact of master and servant. Your future existence lies solely within the contemplation of Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng spoke with a serene demeanor. Subsequently, she lowered her fingers, and the pain experienced by Gu Xian began to gradually dissipate. Master Gu Xian shall henceforth be dedicated to Master Han, serving tirelessly until the end of his days. Gu Xian promptly responded in agreement, adapting swiftly, as if one has a history of transgressions, yet capable of enduring through adversity. Who would willingly embrace death? For in death, all is lost. Yet, you seem to understand quite well. Lu Changsheng's gaze fell upon Gu Xian's form, subsequently shifting towards her silhouette. His eyes narrowed with intrigue. Remove your trousers and turn your back towards me, Lu Changsheng said indifferently. Gu Xian, cold and devoid of duality, observed by Lu Changsheng, who possessed no virtue, remained indifferent, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Gu Xian blushed, her cheeks aflame, contemplating how the illustrious son of the celestial heaven, a paragon of strength and virtue, had never before been subjected to such an intimate gaze. Cold Wu Shuang turned her face away, with mouth gaped wide open, intently fixated on the scene. Unwilling to overlook even the slightest detail, the scene became increasingly enigmatic and intriguing. It was truly captivating. Lu Changsheng fixed his gaze, narrowing his eyes, and then produced a stick to strike the ground soldier. Wood exclaimed, "First, the bronze ancient coffin of the victorious band was sealed, with the dragon patterns of the 9 heavens. Then there are the magnificent and unparalleled willow branches. At this moment, the text strikes before the eyes of the earthly soldiers. This mortal youth, what is truly happening? How can there be such an impressive array of remarkable things, even from a great distance? I can hardly believe that I can sense the immense competitive energy contained within it, as if it harbors an unparalleled primordial force deep within. At any moment, it may erupt, cascading forth like an immense torrent, resulting in unparalleled and earth-shattering divine techniques." Utterly astonished, Lung Wushuang found herself in a state of disbelief. It was evident that she had encountered this situation in her past life. However, just as the crowd was lost in their wild imaginations, Lu Changsheng had already brought down his stick. Although he had his back turned to Lu Changsheng, even the Grim Reaper can perceive the unparalleled energy of the Supreme Emperor's weapon. He originally believed that he would meet his demise beneath this staff, but little did he know. The stick, however, did not inflict any harm upon him. Gu Xian was perplexed, bewildered by the deceptive and unscrupulous illusion. It should not be so. The Taoist, Lung Wushuang, appeared to be deep in thought. At this very moment, as the crowd engaged in their speculations, a figure emerged from within the depths of Gu Xian, its form colossal, nearly enveloping the entire graveyard. A crimson cloak conceals its visage. A dark scythe instills a sense of dread. This figure radiates an aura of peril, constantly proclaiming to others, "I am formidable. Do not provoke me." As the Grim Reaper covers their eyes and mouth in astonishment, with their eyes wide open in disbelief. Eyes filled with disbelief. This cursed appearance, this damned sense of oppression. The Grim Reaper, as whispered among the masses, bears a striking resemblance to him. Yet, he alone is aware of the Reaper's true existence. One of the supreme powers belonging to the underworld, an unparalleled stronghold at the quasi-emperor realm. Yet why? Why would such immense power emerge from the humble body of a mere saint's son within the vast expanse of the holy heavens? Could it be that there exists a peculiar penchant? Would sense the presence of an earth-shattering secret, one that was none other than the cold and unyielding specter of death. In a previous life, he was revered as a powerful empress and a formidable sovereign, ruling over countless beings of the human race. Naturally, he had dealings with the abyssal imperial court. Once, he ventured alone to the abyssal emperor's manor, seeking the fragmented soul of his brother, yet he was met with obstruction. Before us stands the Grim Reaper. In that battle, the heavens wept and the gods trembled, as the deity of the river of oblivion and the parched realm were engaged in strife. The cycle of reincarnation has shattered the divine platform of rebirth. Amidst the chaos of a darkened sky and earth, the underworld laments its tragic transformation. Ultimately, 6 months later, Cold Wushuang ultimately triumphed over the Grim Reaper, albeit suffering considerable injuries himself, resulting in a scenario of mutual devastation. The journey to the netherworld concluded abruptly. Subsequently, an incident occurred at the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, where it was foretold that his brother's soul had been irretrievably lost. Let him emulate the great Time Emperor of ancient days, reversing the flow of time, thus ensuring that the realm of the underworld has never been revisited. However, it was that journey to the netherworld that made him realize the unfathomable depths of the underworld. It can undoubtedly be regarded as an ancient star of the Big Dipper, a force at the pinnacle of the pyramid, yet this has only unfolded over the course of nearly 1 billion years. The realm of the underworld remains remarkably discreet, rendering it unknown to the majority of contemporary society. Over time, he became a legend in the mouths of the people. Yet, this very being, akin to his past life's pinnacle, was nearly evenly matched with the Grim Reaper. Unexpectedly, it emerged from the body of the Holy Sun in the humble land of Wu Tian. What on earth is happening? The Grim Reaper, Lu Changsheng, gazed upon the towering figure of the cloaked man before him and offered a faint smile. He pondered upon a particularly intriguing matter, while the Grim Reaper loomed high above, surveying the multitude below. The disdainful gaze upon the abyss of demons, utterly disregarding the graveyard of the infernal realm, is truly remarkable. He might as well carve those two characters onto his own face. After putting on his facade, he no longer conceals his true essence. The essence of time, the boundless and magnificent power of the principles of the Great Way emanates. This surpasses even the governance wielded by saints and great sages. A power that is both profound and exalted. This death deity is undoubtedly an unparalleled being in the realm of slaying the void. Confronted by the supreme pressure of the great Dao's laws, the holy son of the celestial realm, Gu Xian, was the first to kneel. Gu Xian felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He, the illustrious saint of the celestial realm, stands resolutely above countless multitudes, commanding reverence, for it has always been he who compels others to bow in submission. Never have I ever bowed to others as I do today, and in such a manner that I am twice humbled. Yet, confronted with the principles of the great path, I remain steadfast. His governance of the grand Dao is akin to an infant confronting an adult, utterly powerless to resist. What can he do? He is equally filled with despair. The Taoist, Lung Wushuang, dares to gaze directly at the Grim Reaper. He did not yield at the first moment, though he felt his body nearly tearing apart. Yet his pride remained unbroken. Her will does not permit her to kneel before anyone. She is, after all, the unparalleled Empress who reigns over 1 billion souls of the human race. Though reborn, this pride has long been etched into his very essence. He would rather perish standing than kneel, surviving by any means necessary. Well done. Lu Changsheng offered a faint smile to the indifferent Wu Shuang. He deemed it an acknowledgement. Subsequently, he cradled Lung Wushuang in his embrace while using his other hand to raise the 9 heavens dragon-patterned bone coffin as a shield before him. In an instant, during Lu Changsheng's holiday, the overwhelming might of the death god's profound laws emanated from the 9-day dragon-patterned bone barrier, suddenly vanished without a trace, utterly non-existent. In my previous life, how could I have failed to perceive the divine significance of the 9 heavens dragon-patterned bone barrier? Upon encountering this 9 heavens dragon-patterned bone barrier, how could it possibly obstruct the arrival of the new mustering forces? The formidable principles of the Great Way can be unleashed, and Lung Wushuang feels a twinge of frustration. He initially believed it to be an unremarkable bone coffin. However, further investigation revealed that it merely showcased the ancient dragon lineage with a 9-day dragon pattern. Yet it was once believed to be the primordial dragon clan. Nevertheless, even the primordial dragon clan, before its emergence, could withstand the oppressive force of the great Daoist principles. The pinnacle era of the ancestors of the Hongmeng dragon clan was indeed immensely formidable. If, in his previous life, he possessed the perspective of a young man in white before him. At that moment, as his brother was suddenly lost in a reverie, Lung Wushuang was enveloped in contemplation. Hold me tight and do not let go, for otherwise, I shall be crushed into a mere pancake. I assure you, I would genuinely devour every last bit. In this moment, Lu Changsheng, remarkably, does not forget to tease the unyielding Wushuang, bestowing upon him a wickedly charming smile. As Lung Wushuang regained her senses, she instinctively tightened her embrace around Lu Changsheng, her entire being melting into his arms. In such dire circumstances, confronted by the specter of death, one can only express profound dismay. You, an ordinary mortal, a mere practitioner of the 5th layer of qi cultivation, dare to flaunt your affection so boldly. What has succumbed, even through the thick layers of earth? He is ensnared by the profound laws of mortality emanating from the grasp of death. Pressed to the ground, would yearn to flee, yet found himself utterly immobilized. At that moment, would found himself cursing under his breath, thoroughly greeting the ancestral lineage of Lu Changsheng with disdain. What a transformation this perverse youth had undergone. You are quite the troublemaker. First, it was the Monkey King, and now it is the Grim Reaper. Young one, you are but a mere mortal, not a force of nature. Might you come to a clearer understanding of your own identity? Could you perhaps refrain from such audacity? Might you consider your actions more thoughtfully? Your boldness is quite striking. Does your mother know? Wood felt a sense of despair. If it were the great sage, he possesses the confidence to flee, yet when confronted by the specter of death, even though this embodiment of mortality merely exudes the essence of the grand principles rather than the progressive laws, his legs have already betrayed him, refusing to heed his command. How can one possibly escape? It truly feels as though I have encountered a lifetime of misfortune, having crossed paths with such a disturbed youth, a truly aberrant boy. Wood transforms into a lamenting figure, while Lu Changsheng remains at ease beneath the very gaze of the Grim Reaper. Teasing the aloof and enigmatic Lung Wushuang, being showered with affection by others. Any solitary soul will invariably feel the sting. Even the Grim Reaper is not exempt. One can witness the Reaper's scythe descending, as if to validate the existence of the solitary souls. Eradicate all the scoundrels of the world. Endless is the law of death's marauders, entwined with the scythe. With a force that could shatter the very essence of existence, it surged towards Lu Changsheng. Before Lu Changsheng lay the formidable Nine Heavens Dragon Pattern Valley Gate. Confronted with the immense and magnificent achievement, he could not help but emit a faint, trembling heartbeat. Though fear gripped him, it was understandable. After all, when considered through the lens of human existence, such feelings are only natural. At present, he remains merely an embryo, yet he fearlessly confronts the sages. Achieving victory in battle is already an extraordinary feat beyond the heavens. Yet, when confronted with the daunting abyss, there remained a certain inadequacy. However, it was precisely in this moment of life and death that a single phrase from Lu Changsheng emerged. Yet it has caused the actions of the Grim Reaper to come to a standstill in midair, unable to be purified. The Grim Reaper. How is it that after several million years of absence, you have forgotten me? Offer me a hint. Before the hall of the underworld, the broken void immortal staff. Lu Changsheng reminisced about his encounter with the Grim Reaper, lifting the staff in his hand, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Chapter 12. This formidable staff is indeed a collaborative masterpiece of ours, a testament to an unbreakable bond of friendship. Before the Hall of Shadows, the void-breaking immortal staff stands, its essence seemingly hollowed out. The words reverberate in the ears of the Grim Reaper, imbued with an inexhaustible enchantment, causing his assault to abruptly cease. Wu De, Lung Wushuang, Guxian. Ignoring the bewilderment of those present, the Grim Reaper fervently murmurs this phrase in the void. It feels so familiar, as if it conjures an exceedingly terrifying memory, sending shivers throughout his being. Yet, just as he is on the verge of recollection, it vanishes, as if ensnared by some forbidden curse. This agony torments him. However, upon locking eyes with Lu Changsheng, or rather, his very soul, the Grim Reaper's entire form quakes violently. You are. The Grim Reaper points at Lu Changsheng, observing his handsome yet sinister visage, his once pupil-less eyes now focused, human-like, narrowing with intensity. You are Lu. Boom. At that moment, the shackles of the forbidden shattered within the Grim Reaper's mind. Waves of memory surged into his consciousness from all directions. Gazing at Lu Changsheng before him, tears of bittersweet nostalgia streamed down his face, pouring forth. This visage, even turned to ash, is indelibly etched in his memory. That day, a peerless youth arrived at the Hall of Shadows, and his nightmare commenced from that very moment. Without uttering a word, he effortlessly sent the king of the underworld, a being on the brink of the Emperor realm, flying with a mere slap. Astounding in the cosmos, all present, including the Grim Reaper, were left utterly astonished. That was the king of the underworld, the sovereign of the netherworld, a formidable being on the cusp of the Emperor's domain, destined to bear the celestial mandate. Not some trivial creature, yet this supreme entity was sent hurtling through the air by this seemingly innocuous youth, leaving his fate uncertain. This is absurd. Everyone trembled. They fervently hoped this extraordinary youth was not here to seek vengeance. The Grim Reaper felt the same. Unfortunately, he was singled out by this formidable youth capable of sending the king of the underworld flying. Initially, the Grim Reaper was filled with trepidation. He was not ready to embrace death. However, he witnessed the remarkable youth seated upon the throne of the king of the underworld, offering him a gentle smile. Grim Reaper? A lineage that has been passed down since the primordial era? Excellent. I have some connections with your kind. Thus, let me grant you a stroke of fortune. His warm smile was like a gentle spring breeze. Such a charming and radiant youth. This reassured the innocent and benevolent Grim Reaper. As long as he wasn't there for revenge, it was all good. Yet, could it be true that this impressive youth had ties to his kind? Just as the Grim Reaper pondered, a transcendent elixir, imbued with celestial essence, was tossed into his being. Boom! The shackles of his realm quietly shattered after the elixir entered his body. The Grim Reaper broke through his physical limits, transcending from the unified realm, where he had lingered for 5 million years, into the threshold of the Emperor realm. The Grim Reaper was elated. Am I truly becoming an emperor? Those gathered before the Hall of Shadows were equally envious. This Grim Reaper must have accumulated virtues over 18 lifetimes to achieve such fortune. The Emperor realm, just one step further, and he could bear the celestial mandate, attain the Emperor's path, and dominate the ages. Who wouldn't desire to be the one who holds the sun and moon, plucking stars from the sky? After being stuck at this realm for 5 million years, the Grim Reaper expressed boundless gratitude to the youth. No need for thanks, it's just a small matter. The youth waved his hand, then shifted the conversation to a seemingly harmless proposal. Given your enthusiastic demeanor, I wouldn't want to offend you. How about I give you a bath? The youth continued to smile, warm as the spring sun. Grim Reaper. Centuries of experience told him that he should flee at this moment. Yet, as the prey of this youth, how could he possibly escape? Crash! A colossal cauldron materialized before the Hall of Shadows. This cauldron was large enough to contain the river of oblivion. Fear not, you will simply soak in it for a few months. Don't be afraid. Kulme, be a good boy and step in for your bath. The youth's smile sent shivers down the Grim Reaper's spine. He wanted to escape, but was kicked right into the cauldron. Grim Reaper. Truly, I only meant to give him a bath, nothing more. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. The youth earnestly explained to the others present at the Hall of Shadows. With that, he ignited the 9 nether hellfire, a flame said to be able to incinerate emperors. He then tossed in the bones of a Qilin, the blood of a true dragon, the essence of a phoenix, and an array of divine and immortal herbs. Everyone, is this a bath? Using flames that could burn an emperor to cleanse? What kind of bath is this? Though our knowledge may be limited, we are not entirely ignorant. Just as the crowd pondered Lu Changsheng's intentions, an ordinary staff appeared before them, swiftly plunging into the cauldron. A heart-wrenching wail erupted from within, tearing at the soul. With each stir of the staff, anguished cries followed, as if it were a game. Look, the youth was grinning from ear to ear. How delightful. Instantly, those present felt a chill run down their spines, their legs instinctively tightening, hands guarding their backs. The rhythmic cries of agony were unmistakable to any man, revealing the horrors unfolding within. In an instant, the envy that once filled the crowd was replaced with boundless sympathy. Poor Grim Reaper. This horrific scene within the Hall of Shadows persisted for 6 long months. The assistants brought along by Lu Changsheng to bathe the Grim Reaper eventually became numb to the ordeal. If the assistants were desensitized, what of the Grim Reaper himself? Who bore the brunt of it all? How could one encapsulate the bitter tears and bloodshed of such a harrowing experience? It was akin to an 18-layered purgatory. Lost in thought, the harmless youth and the present white-clad youth merged into one. The wails abruptly echoed. A woof, ribbit, howls, barks, and cries of all kinds erupted from the Grim Reaper's mouth, resonating with the laws of the great Dao, astonishing all within the abyss of demons. Wu Da, Lung Wushuang, Guxian. The 3 were filled with questions. What utterance from Lu Changsheng could have driven the Grim Reaper to the brink of madness? The crowd was utterly perplexed. Just as everyone stood in confusion, after venting his pent-up grievances, the Grim Reaper cast a piercing glance at Lu Changsheng, then turned and fled. This was no innocent youth. He was a veritable demon, a fiend, a god of mischief. Run, I must run. The Grim Reaper declared he never wished to lay eyes on Lu Changsheng again. No, eternally, for all eternity, he desired no connection. However, before the Grim Reaper could harness the laws of the great Dao to flee, the void-breaking immortal staff barred his path. Grim Reaper, my old friend, shall we not reminisce about old times? Have you forgotten this staff? It is a testament to our once unwavering friendship. Lu Changsheng smiled, his demeanor harmless and gentle, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. The Grim Reaper exclaimed, "Please do not approach me." Chapter 13. The Killing Intent of Lu Changsheng, the Breakthrough Void Immortal Rod. A supreme imperial weapon far surpassing the ordinary. Forged from 108 varieties of unparalleled divine herbs and sacred medicines, blended with the dark, deathly waters of the underworld, it took 180 days to refine. Its defense is invincible, devoid of offensive capabilities, yet can shatter all worldly restrictions, making it an essential weapon for secret realm explorations and grave excavations. Initially, a rod with no offensive power could not possibly impede a transcendent being of the void-slaying realm. However, this rod, like Lu Changsheng's visage, had left an indelible shadow in the mind of the Grim Reaper. Gazing upon it, the Grim Reaper felt an inexplicable tightening in his chest. Stumbling and plummeting directly from the void, onlookers were left speechless. After such a long absence, you remain ever so charming. Lu Changsheng approached the Grim Reaper with measured steps, looking down at him. At that moment, the Grim Reaper had transformed into a harmless child with rosy lips and white teeth, a typical form of his existence. "Great One, my belly is empty. Not a drop of the underworld water remains. I plead for mercy." The Grim Reaper lamented, tears streaming down his face. Coupled with his innocent appearance, he evoked profound sorrow in those who witnessed him, as if Lu Changsheng had committed an unforgivable act against this pitiful child. The underworld water? The three individuals present were taken aback. They were well aware of the legendary status of the underworld water, said to rival the immortal divine medicine and sacred herbs. It was rumored that a single drop could grant someone the chance to live a second life. However, such divine medicine was exceedingly rare throughout the ancient stars of the Northern Dipper, nearly extinct. Even in the most ancient forbidden zones, no one had heard of such a substance emerging from the depths of the earth. But what had they just heard? "My belly is empty. Not a drop of underworld water remains." Did this mean that the Grim Reaper had previously harbored underworld water within him? And, judging by his tone, it seemed he had possessed quite a substantial amount. More astonishingly, it appeared that Lu Changsheng had extracted all the underworld water from the Grim Reaper's body. As this realization dawned upon them, they turned to the seemingly harmless Lu Changsheng, their minds swirling in confusion. The Grim Reaper must have once been a quasi-emperor, and the fact that Lu Changsheng could have emptied the body of such a being left them in a state of disbelief. Could it be that this extraordinarily peculiar yet immensely powerful youth was, in fact, an ancient entity who had lived a second life? If that were true, everything they had witnessed would suddenly make sense. Yet, the notion of living a second life existed solely within the realm of legend, as the trials of ancient forbidden zones and life-threatening places indicated that achieving such a feat was nearly impossible. After all, if it were so easy to attain a second life, who would be content to languish in those forbidden zones, ultimately transforming into monstrous beings that consumed the life force of others merely to sustain their own existence? It should be noted that those supreme beings who once wielded immense power, revered by millions, chose to descend into such depravity solely for the sake of survival, waiting for a fleeting chance at immortality. How tragic was this existence? How ruthless was this path? Yet their tales served to illustrate that the pursuit of a second life was almost an ethereal dream. Yet now, someone had dared to claim that there existed a being who had indeed lived a second life, and this very individual stood before them. As they beheld the seemingly innocent Lu Changsheng, their hearts raced uncontrollably, especially for Lung Wushuang, who had unwittingly unearthed such a remarkable existence. Do not be afraid. This time, I am merely reminiscing. Look, I am but a mere mortal, ready to be slaughtered. Lu Changsheng continued to smile, sending chills through the Grim Reaper's entire being. I trust you, not at all. That smile, it's the smile of a demon. The Grim Reaper felt a profound sense of despair, pondering the vastness of the world. Grim Reaper, did you enjoy your bath back then? I ensured you were thoroughly cleansed inside and out. Not only did I remove your external filth, but I also purified your very soul. Such a comprehensive service, free of charge, is a privilege even the greatest emperors would envy. Lu Changsheng spoke with exaggerated seriousness, as though he had suffered a monumental loss while the Grim Reaper had gained immeasurably. The Grim Reaper, in disbelief, retorted, "Comfort? What comfort? Should I thank your entire family for this?" The Grim Reaper found himself in a state of utter exasperation. Purifying the soul? If I jabbed into your brain, would that cleanse your thoughts and soul as well? You old rascal. With newfound courage, the Grim Reaper seized the opportunity to ask a question he had long kept buried in his heart. Why were there two holes and not one? Changsheng raised his hands in mock innocence. "Oh, about that. You see, in the cauldron it was pitch black. How could I distinguish between the top and bottom?" The Grim Reaper felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. For millions of years, why has this anomaly not been dealt with? How has this anomaly managed to live a second life? Where is the fairness in this world? Is it true what they say? Good men do not live long, while calamities endure for millennia. Despair washed over the Grim Reaper as he concluded that Changsheng had indeed lived a second life. Now, enough reminiscing. Let us return to the matter at hand. How did you, a mere quasi-emperor, fall so low? And why have you developed such a grotesque obsession? Changsheng pointed at the ancient figure, his expression suddenly grave. His eyes shifted from their previous allure to an empty gaze, one that seemed to disregard life and all existence. The Grim Reaper felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. It seemed that a single glance from Changsheng could render him utterly devoid of existence. Shivering, the Grim Reaper recognized he must tread carefully in the presence of such a formidable Changsheng. Yet, the memory of his own decline filled him with indignation and frustration. On that day, Changsheng had left joyfully with the refined breakthrough void immortal rod, while the Grim Reaper had been left in dire straits. The underworld water was a symbiotic essence of their clan, cultivated over millennia. This essence, unlike wild varieties, was intrinsically linked to the Grim Reaper. Once separated from his body, it would instantly wither. Due to this characteristic and the Grim Reaper's inherent strength, few had dared to target the underworld water within him. Over time, the world had forgotten the Grim Reaper, let alone the underworld water. However, once this essence was extracted, the Grim Reaper would find himself exceptionally weakened and empty. Akin to a human having a kidney removed or overusing it, his body would deteriorate day by day. As time passed, the Grim Reaper's health waned, and his realm gradually fell, plummeting from quasi-emperor to a mere shadow of his former self. Thus, it was revealed that his physical decline had led to his current state. Changsheng gazed down at the Grim Reaper, an expression of peculiar curiosity gracing his features. It seemed to say, to become so weak from a single soul purification, you truly are lacking. The Grim Reaper, meeting Changsheng's gaze, felt a surge of fury, even in the face of impending doom. Before him stood a man who had not only drained his physical strength, but was now audaciously challenging his capabilities. The Grim Reaper yearned, with an overwhelming desire, to strike down Changsheng with a single blow. Yet, reason cautioned him that such an act would likely prevent him from witnessing the dawn of another day. A being capable of effortlessly banishing the king of the underworld, even in a state of reincarnation with their powers rendered null, was far beyond what he, a mere trifling figure in the realm of virtual slaying, could contend with. Since your decline in stature stems from a weakened physique, why then do you inhabit the body of the mere saint son of Hao Yin? Why have you been ensnared by a seal? As Changsheng spoke, a sense of detachment enveloped him, more pronounced than before. A subtle yet palpable aura of murderous intent surrounded him, cloaking the entire graveyard in a suffocating atmosphere that rendered all present breathless. Chapter 14. The Grim Reaper, only I, Changsheng, can torment. Others, even immortals, must pay the price. From the very moment Changsheng encountered Guxian, he discerned that the latter was ensnared by multiple layers of seals. Each seal appeared to be remarkably complex, seemingly not of this realm's making. This revelation ignited an insatiable curiosity within Changsheng. A mere son of the Hao Yin sacred land, a waste of a great sage, what merit or ability could he possibly possess to warrant such high-tier sealing restrictions? Thus, Changsheng first employed the laws of the Emperor's realm to dismantle one layer of the seal within Guxian's body. Subsequently, he utilized the Break Void Extreme Immortal Staff to obliterate the second layer of the seal imprinted upon Guxian's rear. However, to his astonishment, upon the destruction of the second layer, a grim reaper emerged. This grim reaper, too, was bound by seals, akin to an infinite nesting doll. The implications were chilling. When confronted with Lu Changsheng's inquiries, the grim reaper seemed bewildered. I do not recall who imposed this upon me. I only remember being sealed. The recollection of that fateful day in the underworld, filled with wails of despair and cries for help, clenched his fist instinctively. The underworld was his home, where he had dwelled for countless eons, a bond he could not sever. Hatred burgeoned within him. He yearned for vengeance. Had his memories been obliterated? Lu Changsheng regarded the Grim Reaper, stroking his chin, realizing someone was orchestrating an immensely grand scheme. Master, I possess some knowledge. At that moment, the inconspicuous great sage Gu Xian interjected. Speak, Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly. A figure clad in black robes, codenamed Taishang. This is both the name of an organization and its leader. On that day, he approached me, promising the position of future sacred master of the sacred land in exchange for accepting a curse and obeying him. Yet I, Gu Xian, am proud. I required no assistance from others. I vehemently refused, even spitting at him and calling him trash, demanding he depart. Little did I know he was a despicable coward who, when my guard was down, stabbed me in the back, forcefully implanting a curse within me, and I became a mere puppet at his beck and call. Gu Xian expressed his indignation, recounting the morally reprehensible deeds that Taishang had coerced him into committing over the years. By heaven's conscience, these were never my intentions. It was that wretched Taishang who forced me. He recounted the numerous young girls he had captured, the inappropriate touches, and the many walls he had defiled. Every detail laid bare with clarity. The assembly gasped. According to your account, this Taishang organization has nearly infiltrated all of the eastern wilderness. Even the divine mountains and the ancient aristocratic families have been significantly affected. Lu Changsheng observed Gu Xian, narrowing his eyes. What a grand chess game. They intend to use the entire North Dipper ancient star as their board. Lu Changsheng mused, a smile breaking forth, laughter spilling from his lips. In this lifetime, perhaps he would not endure the same solitude as in his previous existence. Suddenly, amidst Gu Xian's words, in a flash, a willow branch pierced through Gu Xian's body. Gu Xian exclaimed. He felt as though his essence had been hollowed out once more. Master, my lord. Gu Xian gazed at Lu Changsheng, confusion evident in his eyes. Did you not lift my curse? How could it return so soon? This is not how one plays the game. Yet Lu Changsheng paid him no mind, instead focusing on the willow branch, inscribing a series of intricate characters and symbols using the 9 heavens dragon pattern. It transformed, resembling constellations and a dragon soaring through the heavens, appearing complex yet profoundly powerful. This is the inquiring immortal array? Lung Wushuang gasped in astonishment. She had been fortunate enough to witness it once in her previous life. It was a formation capable of communicating with any location beyond the immortal realm. It was a genuinely supreme, imperial-level formation. Lung Wushuang never anticipated that such a formidable array, one that even emperors would hesitate to approach, was now being crafted by a mere mortal. It was utterly absurd, surpassing all her understanding. Meanwhile, Wu De and the Grim Reaper, lacking Lung Wushuang's insight and fortune, were oblivious to the array's significance, merely sensing its extraordinary power. As the crowd pondered, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Boom! Countless principles of the great Dao converged from all directions, forming a dazzling closed loop around the array. This loop enveloped Lu Changsheng, and under the resplendent radiance, he resembled a divine being returned to the mortal realm, sacred and inviolable. The onlookers were rendered speechless by this transformation. Before they could process their astonishment, crack. It was as though a barrier had been shattered, and the surroundings morphed wildly. Mountains, rivers, volcanoes, forests, the heavens, and the earth. Ultimately, the scene crystallized upon a celestial mountain, one belonging to the 33 heavens beyond the 9 heavens. A man stood with his back to the crowd, yet his mere silhouette plunged them into an abyss of awe. Even the Grim Reaper and Lung Wushuang, once formidable beings of quasi-imperial power, felt an instinctual urge to kneel and worship. How powerful! They marveled. To find this place, one must possess remarkable skill. The man spoke, accompanied by a multitude of imperial laws surging toward the crowd. Changsheng waved his hand, and the imperial laws dissipated instantly. Utilizing the primordial energy accumulated from my previous life? How intriguing. You speak. You have expended your soul to inscribe the inquiring immortal emperor array and recklessly consumed primordial energy to seek me. Taishang Wujia. What is your purpose? The man turned, his features obscured, yet he bore an uncanny resemblance to the black-robed figure described by Gu Xian. What purpose? Lu Changsheng replied, a domineering smile gracing his lips. Taishang Wujia? What a ludicrous name. You have bullied my little brother, the Grim Reaper, imposed seals upon him, and obliterated his memories. You inquire about my intentions? Allow me to enlighten you, fool. The Grim Reaper can only be tormented by me, Lu Changsheng. Anyone else, even if they are an immortal, who dares to bully him shall pay a steep price. Lu Changsheng regarded Taishang Wujia with the disdain of a sovereign, exuding an unrestrained dominance. With a thunderous voice, he declared, enough of this banter. Let us engage in battle. A celestial chessboard enveloped the crowd. Everyone was left bewildered, questioning, is this truly worth the immense cost just to restore dignity to my little brother? The Grim Reaper pondered. Why does this sentiment evoke both profound gratitude and immeasurable sorrow within me? However, the thoughts of the assembly paled in comparison to the imminent clash. Lu Changsheng versus Taishang Wujia. Chapter 15. Lu Changsheng versus Taishang Wujia. A battle of wits. Taishang Wujia is enraged. Star chessboard. Heaven and earth as the board, all beings as pieces. Constructed by the supreme prohibitions of the Emperor's laws, forming the unparalleled realm of divine powers. Those ensnared can only escape by defeating the caster, or if the caster voluntarily leaves the confines of the star chessboard. It is a supreme technique for collective control and assault at the imperial level. You, a mere mortal, dare to challenge me, Taishang Wujia? How amusing, truly amusing. It has been many years since I have encountered someone so audacious. Aha! Taishang Wujia laughed maniacally, revealing a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. A mortal wielding the primordial force to execute imperial techniques. Clearly, this mortal has lived a second life. To possess a second life, one must have been an extraordinary being in their past. If this were the complete reincarnation, Taishang Wujia would indeed be wary. However, a mere newly awakened second incarnation. Attempting to challenge Taishang Wujia, does one truly think they still possess the might of their former heavenly self? Who is Taishang Wujia? In this realm, he is a deity, the sovereign of all beings. To dare to disregard such a god, one must be courting death. Human lad, you shall pay with your life for your arrogance. At this moment, Taishang Wujia stood in a corner of the star chessboard, his left hand crackling with thunder, his right hand sparking with lightning, his head ablaze like the sun, his feet resembling the flowing river. He seemed to become the brightest star within the star chessboard, radiating brilliance. Countless natural imperial laws congregated around Taishang Wujia, saturating every corner of the star chessboard. In an instant, the supreme natural energies of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning swept across the board, wreaking havoc and annihilating everything in their path. The Grim Reaper and Lung Wushuang were directly blown to the farthest corner of the star chessboard, rendered completely immobile. Were it not for the celestial guardians of the star chessboard, the mere aftermath of this natural energy would have been sufficient to obliterate them 100 million times over. This was the result of a dimensional strike due to the disparity in life levels. This was the Battle of Emperors. Lung Wushuang and the Grim Reaper's pupils constricted. This boundless energy could only be wielded by an emperor. The Taishang Wujia before them was indeed an emperor. But why? At present, the heavenly mandate has yet to manifest, and the great path remains incomplete. How could one attain the imperial status? Could it be that other methods of ascension exist, ones that do not require the burden of destiny? Or perhaps this individual is an ancient supreme being from a forbidden domain. Lung Wushuang and the Grim Reaper were filled with dread. Yet, At the center of the star chessboard, Lu Changsheng faced this overwhelming imperial natural energy without flinching. A crystalline droplet of water slid down from Lu Changsheng's forehead. This is... Lung Wushuang's eyes widened in shock. What? It is the primordial life essence? Taishang Wujia was equally shaken by the sight of the droplet. His eyes gleamed with greed as he could not conceal his desire. The primordial life essence, the original substance born from the disintegration of the heavenly path during the primordial era. No one knows why the primordial heavenly path collapsed, but it is well known that primordial life essence holds great fortune. It is said to contain the secrets to immortality. Immortality. No being in existence can resist the allure of these two words. Not even the Grim Reaper, nor Taishang Wujia. Taishang Wujia had not anticipated that the nearly extinct primordial life essence would manifest in the hands of this mortal youth. Indeed, very intriguing. Young man, you have successfully piqued my interest. Taishang Wujia fixated his gaze on Lu Changsheng's forehead, his desire palpable. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, directing the raging natural imperial energy to strike at Lu Changsheng. Under Taishang Wujia's control, the speed of these natural imperial laws surged to 1,000,000 times faster than before. Even though the star chessboard was vast and boundless, in an instant, these world-destroying imperial laws appeared before Lu Changsheng at the center of the board. However, in the face of this terrifying torrent of energy, Lu Changsheng remained unperturbed, allowing the primordial life essence to drip onto a willow branch. In that moment, a colossal ancient willow, seemingly piercing through the heavens and earth, enveloped the entire star chessboard. The massive trunk of the ancient willow shielded Lu Changsheng, preventing the supreme assault of the natural imperial laws from encroaching even a single inch. It is indeed the ancient life willow. Taishang Wujia gazed in horrified disbelief at the willow that obscured the sky. How could this ancient willow, thought to have vanished through the passage of time, reappear in the hands of this boy? Could it be? But Taishang Wujia had no time to ponder further, as the towering ancient willow, having withstood Taishang Wujia's assault, swiftly launched a counterattack. Endless, overwhelming energy of the life imperial laws, propelled by the cosmic forces of the star chessboard, surged toward Taishang Wujia. Annihilating all in its path, it swept across the graveyards for thousands of miles. Observing this, Taishang Wujia scoffed. Indeed, at its peak, this ancient willow rooted in the heavens and earth was formidable, with no being able to rival it. Even now, facing it would spell doom for him. Yet, the power of this ancient willow before him was evidently far weaker than that of the primordial times. It was but a fraction of its former glory, and the truth was that this ancient willow was not its true form, but merely a branch transformed after countless ages. Taishang Wujia's body dissolved into the soil, surrounded by numerous earth imperial laws that effortlessly defended him against this supreme life assault. Is this your strongest technique, boy? Just this? As he dispersed his earthly form, Taishang Wujia mocked. However, Lu Changsheng also smiled, his grin radiant. Taishang Wujia frowned. What are you laughing at? Just as Taishang Wujia's words fell, a thunderous roar erupted. Countless death imperial laws manifested beneath Taishang Wujia's feet, instantly engulfing him. This was, in fact, Lu Changsheng's true assault, the realm of life and death. He released the purest life energy to its utmost, transforming it into the purest death energy. The extreme of the positive is the utmost of the negative. The supremely pure death imperial laws transformed into endless black flames, engulfing Taishang Wujia in flames that scorched him. The black flames raged with increasing intensity, as if they would not relent until their target was obliterated, rendering them eternally indestructible. Lu Changsheng named this technique after a popular term from his past life on Blue Star, Amaterasu. However, Lu Changsheng, being immortal, found that the effects of the Amaterasu black flames released through primordial energy were ultimately lacking. A brilliant white light erupted around Taishang Wujia, a dazzling, purifying light. This light could cleanse all things, rendering all long-range assaults impotent. In the words of Lu Changsheng's former life on Blue Star, It was akin to a magical immunity. "You shall die, boy." Taishang Wujie crawled out from the Amaterasu black flames, glaring at Lu Changsheng, fury boiling within him. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, his visage unrecognizable. Almost, one could glimpse his true appearance. What a pity! Seeing Taishang Wujie in such a disheveled state, Lu Changsheng sighed at the quality of his cloak. Instantly, Taishang Wujie's body trembled in fury. How had he, once a supreme being, been reduced to such a pitiful state by a mere mortal? And to be mocked so brazenly? "You shall die." With a thunderous roar, the Supreme Infinite transformed instantaneously. Countless fragments of stone clung to his form, and in the blink of an eye, he became a colossal figure rivaling the sun and moon. Abandoning ranged attacks, the Supreme Infinite engaged in close combat. Each strike reverberated through the endless abyss of demons, sending tremors across the entire eastern wilderness, as if heralding the apocalypse. What calamity had befallen the abyss of demons? The myriad beings of the eastern wilderness were engulfed in terror. Why had He Qian's life token shattered? And why had the investigation yet to yield answers? What? The young master of the Bai family, Bai Wuxia, had perished in the abyss of demons? What those Bai family disciples who had entered the abyss? Why had they not returned with news? Why had the revered sages of the sect not reached out to us? The deity of the divine mountain of Beiyuan, the patriarch of the ancient family of Nanling, and countless elders and leaders from the sacred places of the eastern wilderness inquired of their subordinates. They had become lost in the endless realm of flames, hence the delay. The deity of the mountain, the patriarch of the ancient family, and the elders of the sacred places fell silent. In the graveyard of the abyss of demons, facing the overwhelming onslaught of physical attacks, Lu Changsheng braced himself against an ancient willow branch. Yet, with each strike, the branch splintered further. Soon, Lu Changsheng found himself at a disadvantage, cornered by the Supreme Infinite. Brat, perish. The Supreme Infinite's gaze sharpened, his hand morphing into an endless hammer of the cosmos, brimming with lethal intent as it descended upon Lu Changsheng. With the Supreme Infinite's murderous intent locked on him, in this corner, beneath the relentless strikes of the cosmic hammer, Lu Changsheng, along with Lung Wushuang and the Grim Reaper, found themselves with no means of escape. However, in this moment of life and death, Lu Changsheng smiled. In an instant, the Supreme Infinite felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 16. The Abyssal Gate, the Plan of the Supreme Infinite. Who has disturbed my long slumber? Thank you for helping me open the Abyssal Gate. You are truly a good person. With a slight smile, Lu Changsheng addressed the Supreme Infinite. As he spoke, he dismissed the star chessboard and leaped into the boundless abyss behind him. Cold Wushuang, the Reaper, and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. To leap may invite death, yet to remain would surely lead to demise beneath the overwhelming force of the universe. The Abyssal Gate, the Abyssal Gate. The Supreme Infinite gazed at this portal, murmuring to himself. As the immense hammer of the universe descended, countless graveyards were obliterated, and the eastern wasteland trembled, unable to cease its quaking. It could not shake the Abyssal Gate even slightly. Cursed be it, I have been outmaneuvered. As the star chessboard faded, the Supreme Infinite returned to the heavens above, visibly enraged. My lord, just now, at that moment, a woman approached, ethereal and translucent, yet devoid of any presence, resembling a specter. No worries, take your rest. The previously irate Supreme Infinite surprisingly tempered his demeanor, addressing the woman with rare gentleness. However, my lord, the life pearl you cultivated. The woman pointed to the area over his heart. It was then that the Supreme Infinite belatedly realized that the life pearl he had painstakingly formed over 2 million years, a vital part of his essence, had vanished. Ah, despicable mortals! I, the Supreme Infinite, curse your entire lineage. A resounding voice echoed through the 9 heavens, striking terror into the hearts of countless beings. Dispatch a decree. Should this person be encountered, execute without exception. No, dismember them, and subject them to the most excruciating death. Portraits of Lu Changsheng were disseminated throughout the 9 heavens. The myriad beings exchanged bewildered glances. unable to comprehend what this youthful visage had done to provoke such wrath from the Supreme Infinite. Furthermore, activate the piece from the primordial sacred land, and according to our original plan, eradicate the Xintian sect tomorrow. The Supreme Infinite commanded his subordinates, gritting his teeth as he gazed upon the ancient star of the Northern Dipper, murderous intent palpable. Yes. Ah, what a monumental clash, akin to a battle among emperors. I, Wuda, am fortunate enough to witness such an event in my lifetime. Wuda stared in astonishment at the dissipating star chessboard. He felt that this battle could be recounted for millennia. However, it was all over now. Wuda collected his thoughts and turned his gaze to the ancient tomb not far away, a smile creeping upon his lips. There lay the tomb of an emperor, filled with countless treasures, supreme imperial weapons, immortality herbs. I, Wuda, am coming. Free from any oppressive restraints, he finally utilized his unique physique to enter the abyssal gate, which had remained sealed for eons. Yet, before he could indulge in laughter and celebration, a loud clang echoed, accompanied by the sound of bones, a fracturing, and cries of agony. Gude exclaimed. He felt as if his kidneys had been dislocated. But before he could regain his composure, another crack resounded, this time striking his forehead. Then, the cycle continued. Clang, clang. Lu Changsheng and his companions began playing a game of sit in a row. Unfortunately, Wuda became the human cushion in this game. Gude. The soil of the abyss is surprisingly soft. Falling from such a height, I felt nothing. At this moment, Lu Changsheng expressed his astonishment. Gude, I seriously suspect you did this on purpose. You treacherous scoundrel. Gude kerst inwardly. He then gritted his teeth and declared, You down there, someone, Hearing this exclamation, the others finally came to their senses. No wonder they felt something soft. It turned out they had landed on a person. Who are you? The Reaper, having witnessed many grand events, quickly regained composure after narrowly escaping death, adopting a serious demeanor and inquiring. After all, he recognized that they were now within the Abyssal Gate. The Abyssal Gate, reputedly the tomb of emperors. Here, throughout the endless river of time, at least 10 emperors have been interred, a place far more perilous than a mere forbidden zone. To escape alive from here, without relying on Lu Changsheng, one would likely perish without knowing how. Quite the realization. It seems we enjoyed ourselves during that half-year. Lu Changsheng smiled at the Reaper, reminiscing fondly, wishing for a repeat. The Reaper, a cultivator of the Dao Palace realm? How did you enter? Kolbuswang scrutinized Gude, Fronin. The Abyssal Gate is notoriously difficult to open, even for emperors. Yet a mere Dao Palace cultivator has managed to enter. This is indeed exceedingly strange. A Dao Palace cultivator? Upon hearing this, Wuda rolled his eyes internally. You yourself are just a mere 5th-tier Qi refinement cultivator. What right do you have to speak of me? However, in front of Lu Changsheng, Wuda dared not act recklessly. Although their powers were suppressed in this place filled with restrictions, he remained confident he could escape before the Reaper, a formidable being of the void-cutting realm. Yet, in the presence of a seemingly harmless Lu Changsheng, Wuda felt a wave of helplessness. A person capable of confronting beings nearly as powerful as emperors and retreating unscathed. How could he resist? I possess a unique physique. Wuda silently cursed Lu Changsheng's ancestors for his misfortune. How could he encounter this in a place that had remained sealed for countless years? Nevertheless, he forced a smile, one more grotesque than a frown. But under the eaves, one must bow their head. Enduring temporary humiliation is the path to greatness. Wuda understood this well. Extreme destruction of the void body. Are you surnamed Wu? Lu Changsheng glanced at Wuda, offering him a faint smile. However, after observing Lu Changsheng for a time, Wuda felt his hair stand on end in response to that smile. Surely, the exceedingly cunning youth before him did not take a liking to him. If so, should he yield? Or should he yield? He had a nagging suspicion that his previous peeping had been discovered and resented by this boy. Yes. Wuda was about to formulate a response, hoping to deflect the situation when suddenly, who dares disturb my long slumber? A voice resonated through the pitch-black abyss, piercing the very soul. A chilling wind swept through as countless spectral crows flew past, and endless bones piled high. Coffins opened on their own, revealing a headless armored figure, bloodied and standing slowly. In that instant, the very heavens and earth seemed to flip. The sun and moon appeared to be overturned. The scene was utterly enigmatic. Chapter 17. For the sake of humanity, he fought valiantly, even with his head severed. Who dares to disturb my eternal slumber? This statement, devoid of any imperial laws or profound truths, was remarkably ordinary, yet pierced the souls of all present. An abrupt chill enveloped the crowd, plunging them into an icy abyss. In the face of this utterance, their bodies, minds, and spirits quivered uncontrollably. Even the formidable figure of death was not immune. The voice's owner seemed reminiscent of a reincarnated demon lord, instilling an instinctive dread and terror in all living beings of the future. Cold Wushuang gazed upon the headless corpse of the man before her pupils constricting in shock. For there, embedded in the body of the headless figure, were numerous long swords, piercing through various parts: heart, lungs, thighs, knees, and calves, each one a testament to his violent demise. Despite the eons that had passed, these swords still radiated an aura of imperial law that sent shivers down the spine. They were all supreme imperial weapons. The realization struck: this headless man had perished at the hands of these very weapons. The crowd was taken aback. If this was indeed true, how powerful had he been in life? An ancient emperor? A legendary warrior? Just as they pondered further, suddenly, an enormous hand descended upon them, carrying with it an overwhelming aura of death and chaos. As it swept through the air, even space itself seemed to dissolve into nothingness. Faced with this colossal hand, the onlookers found themselves rooted to the spot, paralyzed by an inescapable sense of doom. In their helplessness, they instinctively turned their gazes towards Changsheng. If anyone could save them from this seemingly inevitable demise, it would be this extraordinary youth who dared to challenge the emperor with mere mortal flesh. Changsheng blinked, perplexed by their attention. "Why are you all looking at me?" He shrugged innocently. "My source energy from my past life has been completely depleted. Now, I am merely immortal, susceptible to any slaughter." The crowd reacted with dismay. "I haven't even experienced the pleasures of life yet. I don't want to die." At that moment, Wu De cried out in despair. He was still so young. He had yet to indulge in the vibrant world, and he was unwilling to meet his end without savoring its myriad flavors. Just as the crowd resigned themselves to their fates, a voice resonated, halting the massive hand in midair, obliterating the surrounding void. "With swords in hand, I have battled through the ages, my blood staining the heavens. Beheaded yet unyielding against 10,000 foes, all for the sake of humanity. You have done enough for your kin." Changsheng's voice echoed with a profound weight, embodying an experience and perspective far beyond his years. His words were imbued with a sense of sorrow and nostalgia, transporting all present to the battlefield. Horses galloped swiftly, bows twanged like thunder, and warriors fought valiantly, refusing to surrender, all to protect what they held dear. In that instant, the headless corpse trembled, pausing its descent. The ancient verses awakened long-buried memories within him. On that fateful day, beneath the luminous moon, amidst the chaos of countless tribes, he stood alone, his head severed, his body pierced by numerous blades, his essence nearly extinguished. Yet he did not fall. He continued to fight on, for the sake of humanity and its lands, until his very last breath. All that he had experienced flooded back to him. Despite the loss of his head, the spirit of the man radiated a fervor for justice. He had undoubtedly been a great hero, a valiant champion. You are. The headless figure's memories faded as he turned to Changsheng, his voice trembling with disbelief as he beheld the youth's striking visage, one that could overshadow the very heavens. The battles of the myriad tribes had transpired in the midst of the ancient epic, yet this young man before him seemed scarcely older than a mere child. It dawned upon him. If this truly was the case, then he had lived on. "You have not erred, nor have you misjudged. It is indeed I. I have survived until now." Changsheng replied nonchalantly. The headless figure inquired, "How is this possible?" After a prolonged silence, he spoke again. "My passive ability," Changsheng responded, as if discussing something trivial. You truly are the one foretold, the most likely to enter that portal. He did not misjudge you. The headless figure lamented, his words tinged with envy and nostalgia. Perhaps so. However, these before you are my friends. Grant us passage, will you? Changsheng gestured toward the ancient coffin beneath the headless figure. It became clear that the true abyssal gate lay within that ancient sarcophagus. Changsheng had previously expended his source energy to confront the supreme Wujing, not merely to aid death, but primarily to enter this abyssal gate. The outer entrance required a powerful surge of imperial law to unlock, and from the onset, Supreme Wujing had been outmaneuvered by Changsheng. The unexpected treasure, the life pearl that stored source energy, was a fortunate find. Yet, Changsheng's purpose was not to reminisce with the ancient emperor, but to seek something critical within the abyss. Since it is you, I shall grant you this favor. However, that rotund man must not enter through the outer gate. His death is imperative. As the headless figure's words fell, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped Wuda, and with a mere thought, he could be reduced to mere flesh and blood. In an instant, Wuda was paralyzed with fear. Changsheng, observing the scene, stroked his chin, glancing at the terrified Wuda, and after a moment of contemplation, nodded deal. Please no. Brother, dear brother. No, father, you are my true father. Save me. Don't abandon me. Wuda cried out, desperately acknowledging Changsheng as his father, his survival instincts surging. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Changsheng remained unfazed. The headless figure could only watch in disbelief. Chapter 18. The Ancient Stars of the Big Dipper, the Forsaken Land of the Immortals. And the origin of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, his physique, the extreme madness-breaking void body, is of great use to me. Thus, consider him merely an ornament upon my being. Turn a blind eye and a watching eye. Once I, Changsheng, unlock that door in this lifetime, I shall grant you a position. What say you? Changsheng declared with an imposing demeanor. Beside him, Wuda, though unaware of the meaning behind the door and the position, skillfully followed the lead. Indeed, Great One, think of me as merely a hair from my father's body, be it from his leg or elsewhere. Spare my life. I am still young, yet to savor the joys of existence. I do not wish to perish. Wuda lamented, tears streaming down his face. The crowd. The extreme madness-breaking void body? The headless corpse assessed Wuda with great scrutiny. Naturally, due to the absence of a head, he employed his hands for the appraisal. A cacophony of peculiar sounds erupted from the scene. With an extraordinary physique, he truly possesses the extreme madness-breaking void body. After his examination, the headless corpse nodded in approval. Wuda, witnessing this, rejoiced. I won't have to die. Then, he knelt. A wave of inexorable malice enveloped him. Gude? Enough of this. Let us depart. Changsheng said nonchalantly. He then waved his hand, took hold of Lung Wushuang's delicate hand, and leaped into the ancient coffin, which was in truth the gateway to the abyss. At this moment, the Grim Reaper and Gu Xian exchanged glances and followed suit. Jumping in as well, Wuda had only met them by chance. His fate mattered little to them. Gude? Father, do not leave me. Father, father. His desperate cries echoed in vain, no matter how he wept and wailed. The only response he received was his own echo and the sound of the headless corpse's fingers cracking like dry twigs. Though lacking a head, Wuda fleetingly perceived a sinister, smiling visage, a look akin to the charming grin Changsheng had once bestowed upon him. Gude? No, please, do not approach. My lord, is that rotund fellow not of use to you? Why? Inquired Gu Xian, perplexed within the abyss. Fear not, he shall come to no harm. Changsheng replied with a devilish smile. Just as his words fell, a heart-wrenching wail resonated throughout the abyss. Look, how merrily they frolic above. The crowd. Very well, let us disregard him. He has his own destiny to fulfill. You must stay close to me. Should you perish, it is said you will become a corpse, eternally trapped in this lightless abyss, a mere walking dead. Changsheng chuckled as he grasped Lung Wushuang's hand and led the way forward. The Grim Reaper and Gu Xian observed the two, hand in hand, reminiscent of childhood companions. Filled with envy, how they longed to replace that girl, to be held and cherished in such a manner. Grim Reaper, what should I call the master's wife? Mistress? Or perhaps Lady Master? Gu Xian asked innocently, pondering if capturing the girl might elevate him to master himself. Grim Reaper. How could such a supreme being take on such a simpleton as a servant? Without further ado, the Grim Reaper hastened to follow. He had no desire to linger here, forever barred from reincarnation. Alas, wait for me. Throughout their journey, no significant events transpired, merely the sounds of their banter. Perhaps it was due to Lu Changsheng's peculiar gait. He advanced 5 steps, retreated 3, leaped left once, then right twice, perpetually shifting without rhythm. Though the others could not comprehend his movements, they placed their faith solely in Lu Changsheng, as this abyss was reputed to be the final resting place of numerous emperors. Their meager cultivation and vision were of no consequence here, their survival a mere fantasy, unless they were the fabled chosen ones, the children of fortune. Yet, such tales were but ethereal myths, unworthy of belief. Soon, they arrived at a burial mound. An ancient sword stood erect atop the mound. As they surveyed their surroundings, they found themselves amidst a sea of shattered remnants and broken blades. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered into a sword grave. Nay, rather than a mere sword grave. This resembled a battlefield of deities and demons, a resting place for the fallen. Suddenly, Lung Wushuang gasped in shock. As expected of one who can unearth my fated companion, my fellow townsman, somewhat perceptive. Lu Changsheng praised. Fellow townsman? Lung Wushuang queried, puzzled. The beings of the ancient star of the Big Dipper are all my kin. Lu Changsheng flashed a devilish smile at her, then grew serious. Now you all step back. It is time for me to warm up. The crowd? They were bewildered. Warm up? For what purpose? Nevertheless, they retreated, for Lu Changsheng was someone they would never dare defy in their lifetimes. Without exception, the earlier battle of emperors had already left them in awe. Soon, the open expanse of the sword grave was left with only Lu Changsheng. He inhaled deeply, murmuring, "It has been several epochs since I last set foot here. Has it not? That should have matured by now, yes?" With that, his voice crescendoed, proclaiming to the heavens, "Once, this was the flourishing domain of humankind. Yet now it lies in such a state. The city of the human sovereign ought not to have fallen into decline. The human race should not confine itself to this forsaken land of immortals. The 9 heavens and 10 earths. Therein lies the ancestral homeland of humanity. Only there can humanity truly call home." As Lu Changsheng's resonant declarations echoed, Lung Wushuang, the Grim Reaper, and Gu Xian felt their hearts quiver with trepidation. They had heard whispers of the past. In the tumultuous era of chaos, humanity thrived, yet was ultimately driven to retreat by a cataclysmic battle and conspiracy, relegating them to a mere existence on the ancient star of the Big Dipper. It was said that beyond the Big Dipper, other life-bearing ancient stars, such as the Ziwei star and the Taibai star, existed. According to ancient texts, these life-bearing ancient stars were collectively known as the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet the ancient star of the Big Dipper was excluded, deemed the forsaken land of the immortals, life-bearing stars cast aside by the celestial beings. The great path was incomplete, and destiny had yet to manifest, preventing one from attaining the status of emperor. Even if one defied the heavens to become an emperor, they could not attain immortality. The ancient star of the Big Dipper harbored no celestial methods. As the crowd reflected on these matters, suddenly, centered around Lu Changsheng, resounding celestial sounds erupted. Countless imperial laws, accompanied by intricate patterns unseen by Lung Wushuang, the Grim Reaper, and others, swirled around Lu Changsheng. It was as if his words had garnered some form of acknowledgement and response. Boom! In that moment, Lu Changsheng's very essence underwent a profound transcendence. Chapter 19. The art of reaping rewards in a moment of blissful indulgence. Lu Changsheng found himself enveloped by an endless, resplendent aurora. The boundless sacred waters and miraculous herbs were aiding him in shedding his mortal form. Countless imperial laws and semi-immortal inscriptions forged an unparalleled foundation for his ascension. Could this be the legendary celestial embryo? As Lu Changsheng was wrapped in divine light, gradually returning to his true essence. Lung Wushuang stood in astonishment. A celestial embryo? Both the Grim Reaper and Gu Xian gasped in disbelief. A celestial embryo, by its very name, signifies the offspring of a celestial being. Only such progeny is born with a celestial embryo that accompanies its growth, assisting it in transcending realms. It could be said that the offspring of the celestial beings are free from any barriers to cultivation before their ascension. With the infinite accumulation of resources, even if a celestial being were to give birth to a mere pig, that pig could cultivate into a celestial swine, defying fate. Moreover, once the offspring ascends to become a celestial being, the celestial embryo transforms into an unparalleled divine weapon, continuing to accompany its progeny in conquering the realms. This is an object of desire that countless beings yearn for yet can hardly attain. In ancient times, a celestial embryo appeared, causing bloodshed among innumerable beings. It was not merely the quest for the embryo that led to mountains of corpses, but rather, beings took their own lives in hopes of being reborn with a celestial embryo. Among them were even 3 formidable quasi-emperors. How absurd! How extraordinary! Yet, this is a true account recorded in ancient texts. One can only imagine the allure of the celestial embryo, who, beneath the celestial realm, would not covet it. Even at this moment, Gu Xian and the Grim Reaper contemplated seizing it. However, this fleeting thought was quickly extinguished. They understood that success in such an endeavor was impossible. To be human is to be greedy, but one must also recognize their limitations and adhere to their principles. Lu Changsheng, feeling the nurturing essence of the celestial embryo and experiencing the transformation of his body, furrowed his brow instead of reveling in the moment. Why was the effect so superficial? To his surprise, he was dissatisfied with the service of the celestial embryo. Was it due to his previous battle that severed its essence? Lu Changsheng pondered deeply. Then, raising his voice, he declared, I, Lu Changsheng, vow here and now, in this lifetime, I shall lead the Beidou human race back to its homeland. He shouted toward the heavens. Soon, the sky responded with a gentle rain of semi-immortal dew. Just a drop? Lu Changsheng frowned. Grim Reaper, did you notice the displeasure on our master's face just now? Gu Xian pointed at Lu Changsheng, still enveloped in divine light. Surely you jest? With a single utterance, a drop of boundless life-giving essence descends. Who would be dissatisfied? The Grim Reaper spoke, revealing boundless envy. Yet, Lung Wushuang seemed contemplative. Lu Changsheng's actions mirrored the ancient texts regarding prayer and sacrifice. However, his offering was not a tangible item, but rather his solemn oath. A single drop of semi-immortal dew is of little use. Lu Changsheng swallowed it with a grimace. He then cleared his throat and proclaimed, I, Lu Changsheng, in this lifetime, shall lead the human race to become the masters of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, standing above myriad races. As his words fell, a tempest arose, and a cloud drifted toward Lu Changsheng. Semi-immortal holy cloud? Now this was more like it. Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction and devoured the cloud. Then, clearing his throat once more, he declared, I, Lu Changsheng, in this lifetime, shall ensure that every member of the Beidou ancient star human race becomes as mighty as dragons. In an instant, semi-immortal rain began to fall around Lu Changsheng. Excellent. Lu Changsheng reveled in the rain, thoroughly pleased. I, Lu Changsheng, shall inherit the supreme teachings to usher in peace for all eternity. I, Lu Changsheng, in this lifetime, if the heavens do not give birth to me, Lu Changsheng, then humanity shall endure an endless night. I, Lu Changsheng, in this lifetime, come forth with my sword. Countless grand aspirations and oaths exchanged for innumerable semi-immortal treasures. Without any hesitation, Lu Changsheng consumed them one by one. The onlooking Lung Wushuang, the Grim Reaper, and Gu Xian were left in stunned silence. Just now was the master reaping rewards? Gu Xian exclaimed dumbfoundedly. It seems. So, the Grim Reaper replied, equally astonished. He too was left speechless by Lu Changsheng's audacious actions. This was an elaborate masterclass in reaping rewards. Only Lung Wushuang appeared concerned for Lu Changsheng. Gu Xian and the Grim Reaper, lacking experience, were oblivious to the dangers of such grand gestures of prayer and sacrifice, especially when executed with such recklessness. For the promises Lu Changsheng made held significant weight. Should he fail to fulfill them in the future, the consequences would be dire. Ancient texts recount a quasi-emperor who, in pursuit of ascension, inadvertently entered a sacred realm for prayer and made grand vows. Subsequently, a millennium later, his remains were discovered in a pit, stinking of decay. A tragic fate. Therefore, prayer and sacrifice are fraught with peril. Lu Changsheng's actions resembled those of a gambler, recklessly reaping rewards, a highly dangerous endeavor. Yet, with such risks come boundless benefits. This world is fair. Risk and reward are inextricably linked. At this moment, Lu Changsheng surprisingly found himself gathering a celestial pearl within. It is known that the Emperor Pearl can only be accumulated by those of the Supreme Unity Realm. As for the Celestial Pearl, the essence of the Celestial, even quasi-emperors and emperors cannot condense it. Celestial. The mere mention of this word signifies the supreme. Mere mortals beneath the celestial realm could never touch celestial treasures. Yet now, Lu Changsheng, a mere mortal, no, just at the beginning of his cultivation journey, was astonishingly condensing a celestial pearl, something only a celestial could achieve. How extraordinary, how earth-shattering. It can be said that Lu Changsheng's current accomplishments are unprecedented and will remain unmatched. The timing, the location, and the harmony of all elements contributed to his current achievements. Each element indispensable. The celestial pearl? Lu Changsheng gazed within, where the brilliant pearl shone radiantly, a spectacle of brilliance, and smiled. Indeed, a splendid beginning. Lu Changsheng felt quite satisfied with this initial reward. This journey into the abyss was well worth it. Turning to his companions, he called out, "Hey, why are you all standing there? Come join me in reaping rewards. It's exhilarating." The three of them responded in confusion. "We can join too?" Chapter 20. The Emperor of Humanity, Frostfall, the unparalleled beauty, and the fusion of the primordial divine weapon of Lung Wushuang upon hearing the words. The three individuals were filled with eager anticipation, particularly Lung Wushuang, who had an undeniable resolve to seize any opportunity to grow stronger. However, at that very moment, the sword tomb trembled violently, as if some ancient deity had awakened. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them, rendering everyone present nearly breathless. Indeed, within the abyss, danger lurked at every step. Lung Wushuang's gaze turned icy as the group craned their necks to the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, the ancient sword that had once been embedded in the sword tomb was now standing majestically at the zenith of the sky, radiating an exquisite brilliance that illuminated the entire abyss. In an instant, the ancient sword emitted a blinding white light, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet drastically. Within the sword tomb, the remnants of bones and shattered blades were swiftly enveloped in thick layers of frost, transforming the landscape into a realm of ice, where 1,000 miles lay encased in frozen stillness, and snowflakes danced in the air. Suddenly, a graceful and enchanting woman emerged from the ancient sword, ethereal and unblemished, suspended in the void, exuding an aura of sanctity that was beyond reproach. Even Lung Wushuang, an unparalleled empress, found herself momentarily entranced by the woman's breathtaking beauty, which rivaled that of Lu Changsheng himself. "You have finally arrived?" The woman appeared to reminisce, casting her gaze over the crowd. Yet, her eyes were imbued with a chilling indifference, revealing her as a true ice queen. "Do you still stand by the oath you swore to the Emperor of Humanity?" She directed her gaze at Lu Changsheng, her eyes fixed upon him with an intensity that suggested any sign of dissent would result in dire consequences. "You know me. I am a man of my word," Lu Changsheng replied with a slight smile, his heart unperturbed. He had indeed spoken boldly, but the specifics had slipped his mind. However, he was unfazed. The will of the Big Dipper and its laws posed no threat to him, nor did he fear the trifling retribution of a mere blessing ritual. In truth, the concept of blessing and rituals had not existed in the early epochs of the chaotic era. It was only after a cataclysmic war among the celestial races during the mid-chaotic era that such practices emerged. After the fall of the Emperor of Humanity, the formidable Guy Luoshang within the depths of the abyss, the rites of blessing began to take shape. Though the world remained oblivious to the underlying secrets, Lu Changsheng understood them clearly. This was the legacy of the first and last Emperor of Humanity, Guy Luoshang, who, through the means of blessing and ritual, sought to bestow fortune upon humanity by channeling the vast fortune accumulated over countless millennia. Having once been a mighty emperor, she bore the weight of the fortunes of the world, unrivaled in her grandeur. With sufficient ambition, even transcendent beings could be summoned through her unparalleled means, defying the laws of existence. Such was the magnificence of the one and only Emperor of Humanity, Guy Luoshang, who was once hailed as possessing the grace of a celestial being. Alas, she had merely shared a single night with him before vanishing. Lu Changsheng mused over the past, reflecting on the fierce yet tender spirit of that woman, feeling a twinge of regret. The Emperor of Humanity, Guy Luoshang, even compelled the invincible Lu Changsheng to acknowledge her as a remarkable woman of her time. Yet, this extraordinary beauty ultimately met a tragic fate, sacrificing herself for the greater good of humanity. How lamentable, how sorrowful. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Did you say she vanished after just one night? That's quite a revelation. However, as the spirit of the sword stood before him, it seemed that she bore an increasingly striking resemblance to the captivating Guy Luoshang. Lu Changsheng regarded the sword's spirit with intrigue, but she remained undeterred, recounting the historical events with precision. In the year 137890 of the chaotic era, humanity suffered defeat and retreated to the Big Dipper. You borrowed the unparalleled sky-overturning seal from the Central Continent's divine dynasty, and even after several epochs, it remains unreturned. In the year 124567, humanity struggled to rebuild while various celestial races harassed us once more. You took the supreme imperial weapon, the heavenly breaking staff, from the ancient Jiang clan, leading to their struggle against foreign invaders, and yet you have not returned it even after several epochs. In the year 78907, you emptied the divine mansion of the Kanglin Mountain in the northern plains. In the year 46797, you brazenly seized the 12 supreme relics from the western desert. As the Buddha, who once forbade such actions, had long since departed to the underworld. The sword spirit meticulously detailed each of Lu Changsheng's past transgressions, leaving Lung Wushuang and the others utterly flabbergasted. If what this woman claimed was true, then, Master, is it possible you could be so ruthless? The spirit of the sword, ancient Xian, was taken aback, contemplating the implications of his master's character. Focus on the main point. Death interjected. This woman just implied that Lu Daolao hails from the chaotic era. Isn't that astonishing? We're talking about 6 or 7 epochs ago, nearly 600 to 700 million years. Could it be that Lu Daolao is a reincarnation of such an ancient being? Death scrutinized the seemingly harmless Lu Changsheng, his mind in turmoil. No wonder he could slap the king of the underworld away with ease. The latter's millions of years of age were insignificant compared to Lu Changsheng, who had lived through such extensive epochs. Meanwhile, Lung Wushuang was equally astounded. She felt that her prior century of existence barely scratched the surface of this world, as if she had only glimpsed the edges of a vast reality. However, amidst this shock, the woman suddenly dove toward Lung Wushuang without a sound, catching everyone off guard. With a swift motion, a spray of blood rained down upon the sword tomb, leaving ancient Xian and death in shock. Yet, Lu Changsheng appeared entirely unfazed, watching quietly as if he had anticipated this turn of events. I will never believe someone like you, the woman declared. This girl is important to you, isn't she? I have now become this girl's primordial sword spirit. Should you dare to breach your promise and deny the vows made today, I shall self-destruct, taking this girl with me. Her words resonated as Lung Wushuang's sword, the purple mist celestial sword, fused with the ancient sword of the Emperor of Humanity, becoming imprinted upon her forehead, thus solidifying her connection to her divine weapon. Alas, you've already done so much for Luoshang. Why go through this hardship? Lu Changsheng sighed. Luoshang's original intent was for you to let go of your grievances and live for yourself. And yet, you do not trust a man like me, who is steadfast in his promises and never betrays. How lacking in vision you are, right? What do you all think? He turned to ancient Xian and death, who could only respond with silence. Chapter 21. The transformation of cold Wushuang from the celestial realm emerges the divine tree, the ancient god's Fusong tree. The fusion with the sword spirit of the human emperor's frostfall sword is fleeting, lasting, but a mere breath. In an instant, cold Wushuang seems to have undergone an entire metamorphosis, emanating an aura that repels all who dare approach. The extreme ice chaos body. Lu Changsheng gazes upon cold Wushuang's transformation, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This chaos body, now elevated to the extreme ice chaos body, undoubtedly ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 physiques. Moreover, it is not merely a transformation of physique. Cold Wushuang's realm is also surging upwards. From Qi training to Dao Palace, to the four extremes, to the void, to dragon transformation. Thunderous booms. Some profound principles of the Dao swirl around cold Wushuang, as she swiftly ascends from the most basic Qi training to the formidable realm of a quasi-saint. Gasp! Her realm is solid, devoid of any superficiality. My goodness! Is she defying the heavens? Gu Xian inhales sharply. The aura exuding from cold Wushuang even instills a hint of trepidation in him. A great saint, a truly absurd phenomenon. It is known that the Northern Dipper has 9 prohibitions, yet he finds himself wary of a quasi-saint. Such a thing seems implausible. After all, there exists a vast chasm between a great saint and a quasi-saint. Could it be that she possesses the power to break the constraints of the 9 prohibitions? The thought flickers in Gu Xian's mind, only to be vehemently dismissed. Throughout history, no one has ever shattered them. This is the will of the Northern Dipper, and no one can defy it. And indeed, even at this moment, although cold Wushuang has fused with the sword spirit of the human emperor's frostfall sword, and her realm has rapidly ascended to that of a quasi-saint, solid as a rock, the 9 prohibitions remain an insurmountable divide for any creature of the Northern Dipper. What Gu Xian fears is not cold Wushuang herself, but rather the sword spirit of the human emperor's frostfall sword. Moreover, there is another crucial reason. The fortune that once engulfed the chaotic ancient era, sealed within the sword spirit after Frostfall's demise, now resides within cold Wushuang, who has merged with it. In essence, she now wields the boundless fortune of the 9 heavens and 10 earths from the era of chaos. At this moment, to call cold Wushuang the child of destiny, the favored of heaven and earth, would not be an overstatement. Frostfall Sword, having chosen this path, it seems we are now but grasshoppers on the same string. Lu Changsheng chuckles at cold Wushuang's brow. Then, his expression suddenly turns serious. Tell me, where is that object? That object? Are you certain you can handle it in this lifetime? The Frostfall Sword, about to mock this cunning and slippery man, pauses. After all, her master had spent the night with such a person. What could she possibly see in him? However, when she meets Lu Changsheng's gaze, filled with the brilliance of countless stars, she finds herself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, she realizes she can comprehend some of her master's previous choices and thoughts. This young man is earnest. He seeks to eradicate the immortals. It lies beneath the ancient god's Fusong tree, but that is something only immortals can touch. Should you perish, I will not collect your corpse. The Frostfall Sword scoffs. To safeguard it beneath the ancient god's Fusong tree? That seems reasonable. Lu Changsheng strokes his chin, then takes cold Wushuang's hand, turning to depart. Gu Xian and the god of death. Master, aren't we supposed to pray and offer sacrifices? Pledging grand ambitions to dye the heavens with my demonic blood when the yin and yang are inverted? Gu Xian asks, bewildered. He had anticipated a chance for ascension through his connection to Gu Xian, not wanting to let such a golden opportunity slip away. Yet, all he receives in response is Lu Changsheng's retreating figure. Fool! It was obvious that the great Lu was the one praying and offering sacrifices, and it was the sword spirit, radiating boundless fortune, orchestrating it all, with the sword spirit accompanying Lu's wife, What fortune remains for your prayers? The god of death rolls his eyes at Gu Xian. Yet, he too feels a twinge of regret. Wishing to lay claim to a grand ambition that would suppress all enemies throughout time and space, curious to see what rewards it might bring him. The journey to the Sword Tomb is swift, both in arrival and departure. However, at this moment, in the shadows of Lu Changsheng's departure, a pair of eyes suddenly open wide. As if able to pierce through the past, present, and future, they gaze into the river of time, where all that is seen fades into nothingness. He has lived yet another life. This must be the 10th. An aged voice echoes. In that direction, towards the ancient god's Fusang tree, he is finally set to move that object. A voice expresses excitement. Let's hope he succeeds in this life. My great blade is already parched with thirst, eager to defy the immortals. Just the thought sends shivers of excitement through me. The ancient god's Fusang tree, a divine tree with a history that surpasses even the ancient willows rooted in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It is said to be a celestial tree, a tree of the immortal realm. During the primordial era, when the gates of the immortal realm swung wide open, it was the ancient tree of the immortals left behind in the mortal world. Traveling through this abyss, guided by the experienced Lu Changsheng and the enlightened Frostfall sword, the group traverses the depths as if wandering through their own backyard, leisurely and at ease. The sight of some quasi-emperors struggling in this abyss causes their eyes to turn crimson with envy. As a quasi-emperor, I stagger with difficulty. Why can this ragtag group stroll leisurely? It is utterly intolerable. One elderly quasi-emperor attempts to strip Lu Changsheng of his guise, only to be incinerated to ashes by the blazing flames of heaven. Another, captivated by cold Wushuang's beauty, is frozen for miles. In summary, Lu Changsheng and cold Wushuang seem to have activated some form of cheat, rampaging through this abyss with impunity, wielding the strength of quasi-emperors. Gu Xian trembles in fear. Meanwhile, the god of death ponders thoughtfully. He senses the Dao of the great emperor aiding Lu Changsheng, as if urging him towards a certain goal. Thus, swiftly and without hindrance, Lu Changsheng and his companions arrive at a mountain city. The mountain city is vast, stretching for billions of miles, with no end in sight. Master, did you not say you were seeking the ancient god's Fusang tree? Why come to this desolate mountain city? Could it be that the Fusang tree lies here? Gu Xian questions, perplexed. If it is a divine tree, should it not reside in a place of great grandeur? A desolate mountain city? Lu Changsheng chuckles at this. At this very moment, we stand at the foot of the ancient god's Fusang tree. He declares. Before Gu Xian can respond, Lu Changsheng stamps his foot and calls out, Old Fusang, I have arrived. As his words echo, the colossal mountain city, standing resolute for billions of miles, suddenly begins to tremble violently. Chapter 22. The Pact with the Ancient God of the Fusang Tree, journeying through the river of time to seek the relics of the immortal king. A face, seemingly woven through the fabric of time, suddenly emerged before the crowd. A visage that blended the extremes of age and youth, harmoniously coalescing upon this ancient countenance. The onlookers were taken aback. Young one, what summons me from the river of time? The voice, frail yet ethereal, resonated like the divine tones of a celestial being, captivating the audience and enveloping them in a sense of serene healing. It was as if they were adrift in the ocean of life, experiencing its rhythmic pulse. From birth to decay, each flower a world, each leaf a bodhi. I shall slay the immortals. Lu Changsheng's proclamation was startling and resolute. Boom! The moment Lu Changsheng uttered the words, slay immortals, an unparalleled thunderclap descended from the heavens. It pierced the river of time, breached the endless abyss of demons, and struck down mercilessly upon Lu Changsheng, its essence locking onto him. The overwhelming aura of destruction sent tremors through the mightiest of beings in the northern dipper. In the primordial sacred land, an elder clad in a purple dragon robe gazed towards the abyss with a series of cold chuckles. How audacious to provoke the majesty of the immortals. This man truly seeks his demise. Do you recall what I just said? Opposite him stood a figure clad in black robes, obscuring his visage. At 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the Xiantian sect shall be obliterated. Retrieve the essence of the divine altar. Open the ancient gates of gods and demons, and unleash the extraterrestrial fiends. I shall remember all this, rest assured, envoy. The purple-robed elder's laughter echoed. Yet the space around him felt eerily vacant, as though he had been conversing with himself. The Xiantian sect, an elderly figure in white robes, looked anxiously towards the abyss. In his youth, he had fortuitously mastered a rare art of divination from the Tiangong sect, granting him the ability to glimpse the future. However, this foresight was limited to a mere day, often fluctuating between accuracy and inaccuracy, a half-baked skill at best. Could it be that the Xiantian sect will face annihilation tomorrow? The elder was incredulous, unable to fathom such a prophecy. He hoped fervently that it was false. Yet if it were true, could he escape? Perhaps he could flee. But what of the disciples? Abandoning the sect was impractical. Shaking his head, the elder lamented their status as a lesser sect, a congregation of those lacking in talent, seeking warmth and unity. Within a single day, even if they attempted to escape, where could they possibly go with such feeble strength? But where had Shuang'er disappeared to? He gazed longingly towards the abyss. He hoped that Lung Wushuang would not return before tomorrow. Lung Wushuang, whom he had rescued from a pack of wolves in her youth, possessed the rare 7 stars talent. She was the hope of the Xiantian sect. No, even if every member of the Xiantian sect perishes, Shuang'er must not come to harm. The elder quickly took action, constructing a grand formation to prepare for the worst. Should Lung Wushuang return unexpectedly before the sect's destruction, he would ensure her safety. She, Lung Wushuang, was the legacy of the Xiantian sect and must not meet with any misfortune. In a past life, the elder had already paved a path for Lung Wushuang's escape. Meanwhile, countless beings in the northern Dipper gazed again towards the abyss, astonished at the prospect of witnessing heavenly retribution in their lifetimes. The rare 9 heavens divine thunder, a punishment feared even by those of imperial might. Almost everyone in the northern Dipper mocked the fool who dared to provoke the immortals. The 9 heavens divine thunder, as history recorded, always struck down those who defied the immortals. Immortals? How could mere mortals like us dare to provoke? Immortals are exalted, inviolable. They are unconquerable. Such thoughts had deeply rooted themselves in the hearts of countless beings in the northern Dipper. No one ever considered rebelling against the immortals, nor did they dream of leading the realms to seize the immortal domain. After all, how could one overthrow that which had already been dominated? Yet there was one exception. That individual was presently sharing laughter with the ancient god of the Fusang tree, oblivious to the 9 heavens divine thunder looming overhead. Are you truly prepared? This may result in death. Even if you possess near-immortal resilience, the chances of survival are less than 1 in 10. Should your essence be obliterated, you would truly become naught. The voice of the ancient god of the Fusang tree was warm and gentle, akin to that of a kindly neighbor. With a casual flick of its leaf, the 9 heavens divine thunder was rendered as inconsequential as a child's play, its booming voice diminished to mere whispers, instantly dissipating into nothingness. My arrival here speaks volumes, does it not? Lu Changsheng chuckled, lowering his voice so that only the ancient god of the Fusang tree could hear. He said, "Should any misfortune befall me, please safeguard this young girl behind me for a lifetime. After all, she unearthed me, allowing me to live my 10th life. She has intertwined her fate with mine, and having been forsaken by the Northern Dipper's heavenly path, her ascension to Emperor has become exceedingly arduous. I cannot let her down. You possess such a long lifespan. This small task should pose no challenge, yes?" Lu Changsheng's expression was grave. The ancient god of the Fusang tree, upon hearing this, glanced at Lung Wushuang and nodded. "Very well, I promise you." The ancient god of the Fusang tree had long since made a pact with Lu Changsheng to open the gateway to the immortal realm. He must accompany him. The ancient tree's immense size rendered it impossible for any ordinary emperor to shift even an inch of its being, let alone transport it. Only Lu Changsheng, with his extraordinary abilities and unparalleled techniques, could effortlessly carry it along. After countless eons, the ancient god of the Fusang tree's desire to return to the immortal realm had only intensified, transforming into an obsession. He yearned to confront that individual, demanding to know why he had been abandoned, whether he was deemed a worthless being. However, just as Changsheng was about to embark on his journey through the ancient god of the Fusang tree and into the river of time, Lung Wushuang halted him. Changsheng, I have something for you. Without hesitation, she produced a set of hanfu from her storage ring. This particular attire she had sewn herself in the 5th year after her brother's departure, yearning for their reunion, hoping to adorn him with it once again. For he was the most significant person in her life. Yet now, another equally important individual had entered her heart. From a moment she unearthed the ancient coffin and laid eyes upon Changsheng, her heart had fluttered. Through numerous experiences, Changsheng had cared for her with such tenderness. Though he was cunning, his warmth was undeniable. This stirred her heart once more, awakening feelings she had thought long buried. I understand you are about to undertake a perilous endeavor. I know that with my current cultivation, accompanying you would only hinder you. But I hope, Changsheng, that you will wear this as a token of my faith, will you? Her plea was succinct and earnest. She wished not to squander Changsheng's precious time. The white hanfu? Changsheng squinted, then nodded, donning the garment. As the white hanfu draped over Changsheng, he appeared ethereal, as if a celestial being descended from the heavens, radiating an aura that overshadowed the skies. The ancient god of the Fusang tree trembled slightly at the sight. Promise me, you must return alive. Lung Wushuang called out to Changsheng's retreating figure. In response, Changsheng turned back with a wicked smile, and then leapt directly into the river of time. Chapter 23. How dare a mere immortal aspire? I am destined to become the sovereign of all immortals, the ruler of existence. The river of time has no beginning and no end. Perhaps a source exists, yet remains elusive. What Changsheng seeks to reach is the false origin of the river of time, the illusory beginning of all things. Nihility. You heard correctly. It is indeed nihility. Formless and shapeless, it embodies endless transformations while genuinely existing. The explosion of nihility, a reversal of two extremes, gives rise to matter and begets life. Young one, I shall employ supreme pseudo-immortal power to draw forth the essence of nihility. From this point onward, everything will depend on you. The ancient god, the Fusang tree, declared as it unleashed boundless, tempestuous energy in the upper reaches of the river of time. This formidable force, surpassing the laws of the Emperor realm, began to wreak havoc, distorting a segment of the lower reaches of the time river. The ancient god, the Fusang tree, demonstrated such strength that it could manipulate and reverse the course of the river of time. Those who disrupt the order of time shall perish. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed. On the riverbank of the upper reaches of the time river, an absolute black sphere of energy materialized. It was one of the manifestations of nihility, simultaneously serving as the guardian of the order within the river of time. The ancient god, the Fusang tree, had previously spoken of attraction, which was in fact a means to disrupt the order of the river of time, to summon the guardian, nihility. Now, the ancient god bellowed, a surge of pseudo-immortal energy enveloping Changsheng as it surged toward nihility. Nihility attempted to resist, yet Changsheng was prepared. He summoned a bracelet crafted from 12 relics of the Western Desert Buddhist sect, originating from the era of chaotic antiquity. After numerous trials, he discovered that the light of the Emperor realm as Buddha had a restraining effect on nihility. Although he did not comprehend the underlying principle, the effectiveness was sufficient. As anticipated, the bracelet emanated an infinite radiance of the Emperor realm as Buddha light, causing nihility to momentarily falter. In that fleeting moment, Changsheng, propelled by the pseudo-immortal power, plunged into the depths of nihility. Boom! Nihility trembled violently, shaking the entire river of time. Countless epochs quivered as if the world were facing its end. Young one, persevere. You must not perish. Upon witnessing Changsheng's successful entry, the ancient god, the Fusang tree, retracted the pseudo-immortal power, silently guarding him from the sidelines. Rooted in the river of time, the ancient god nearly lost track of time itself, yet amidst this prolonged wait, a youth approached him. "Hey, old Fusong, are you interested in joining me to invade the immortal realm, to trample immortals underfoot and contend against the immortal kings, becoming the supreme sovereign of the nine heavens?" The ancient god, the Fusong tree, was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. The youth before him, merely a vessel of destiny, dared to boast of becoming the king of all immortals. Truly, a case of a naive youth fearing no tiger. He knew nothing of what it meant to be an immortal, yet aspired to be their ruler. The ancient god intended to refuse outright. However, upon meeting the youth's gaze, he saw within it the brilliance of countless shining stars. The youth was earnest. His journey was one of cosmic exploration. Indeed, as I suspected, within nihility lies the void. Everything surrounding him was intangible, devoid of direction, substance, nothingness. Yet, Lu Changsheng had long been prepared. He retrieved a willow twig to enhance his vision, and then scattered the essence of 8 generations upon the void. The essence gradually dissipated, yet Lu Changsheng felt no regret. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an hour, it was unclear how much time had elapsed. Just as Lu Changsheng's 8 generations of essence was nearing depletion, a shadow suddenly emerged from the void. Like a greedy puppy, it sniffed and scurried about. Observing this, Lu Changsheng smiled slyly. He had taken a bait. "Heavenly Book of Creation, I have prepared 9 lives for you. In this life, you shall not escape my grasp." Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and lunged for the Heavenly Book of Creation. The book, startled like a frightened rabbit, attempted to flee. Yet, it was indeed as helpless as a rabbit, lacking any cultivation. With just a few strides, Lu Changsheng captured it. Holding the Heavenly Book of Creation, everything seemed to proceed smoothly, as if devoid of danger. His earlier concerns appeared unwarranted. But suddenly, the Heavenly Book erupted in boundless divine radiance. Lu Changsheng inhaled deeply, "Bring it on." In an instant, divine light flooded the entire void, manifesting matter within this emptiness. Mountains, rivers, life. The scene transformed. A youth trod upon the corpses, declaring himself king. "I, Lu Changsheng, fear neither gods nor immortals." The youth bellowed to the heavens, summoning divine retribution that struck him dead. The scene shifted once more. A youth, amidst shattered walls and severed limbs, remained unyielding to fate, refusing to kneel before the immortals. He was consumed by flames. The scenes continued to change. Sometimes a beggar, sometimes a prince, sometimes a merchant or a maiden. Countless transformations wore down Lu Changsheng's will. This was indeed a cycle, whether of 100 lives or 1,000. Endless and without conclusion. Was the most terrifying is the cycle and the unknown. No endpoint, infinite repetition, with no knowledge of when it will culminate or when it will cease. It was uncertain how long the cycle endured. A youth walked along a garden path, accompanied by the gentle sound of rain. "Young one, if you ride upon this cloud, you shall achieve immortality, liberating yourself from the cycle of rebirth, attaining eternal life, and wandering freely through the world." A soft voice, visage obscured, extended a delicate hand. At this moment, the youth possessed no memory. Since the dawn of recollection, he had lived in poverty. "Will being an immortal allow me to eat my fill?" the youth innocently inquired. "Of course, my dear child." The hand gently patted the youth's head. "Will I be well fed?" "That will be splendid." "Then I shall be an immortal." The hand's owner smiled with satisfaction. But suddenly, thunder rumbled. "An immortal? How dare you?" The previously innocent youth seemed to undergo a drastic transformation, dismissing the hand with a scoff. The hand's owner was momentarily bewildered, utterly perplexed. "Huh! A mere immortal dares to claim worthiness before me. Lu Changsheng? You must be dreaming." Lu Changsheng sneered, then continued. "The reason immortals can achieve eternal life is that they cultivate life from ancient stars, drawing upon their vitality. What significance does such a superficial existence hold? In this life, I am destined to become the sovereign of all immortals, the master of all creation, achieving true self-sufficiency and immortality. The hand's owner remained speechless. Chapter 24. The Relic of the Immortal King and Lu Changsheng's Ambitions. Lu Changsheng, in this life, aspire to become the sovereign of all immortals, the master of all creation, achieving true self-sufficiency and an existence of eternal life. Lu Changsheng gazed into the vast sky, his eyes shimmering with determination, boldly confronting the heavens with an indomitable spirit. In an instant, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. The gentle rain transformed into a torrential blood rain, and the world turned into a hellish inferno. Countless flames scorched the earth, and innumerable monsters ravaged the land. Yet Lu Changsheng stood resolute, for with unwavering faith, he became unassailable. Once again, life after life, 100 lifetimes. Lu Changsheng's conviction radiated like a blazing sun, emanating endless brilliance, growing more resplendent with each cycle of reincarnation. In the 9,999th life, I, Lu Changsheng, shall forge my own path, leaving no avenue for the immortals. With the body of a mere mortal, Lu Changsheng disregarded the overwhelming pressure of the immortals, issuing a declaration of war with every word he spoke. Boom! In an instant, thunder roared. The world crumbled. The belief within Lu Changsheng's heart had transformed into a blazing sun, scorching everything around him. It seemed as though the essence of reality was being restored, and all things in the world faded into nothingness. A grand dream of 3,000 realms. An endless cycle of reincarnation felt like an autumn dream. Only the radiant tome in Lu Changsheng's hand recounted the recent events, confirming that it was not merely a dream. Lu Changsheng exhaled, gazing at the book in his hand. In truth, during that cycle of reincarnation, his will had nearly been obliterated, yet he had left behind a safeguard. It was the memory from the blue star. Brother, do not grieve for me, nor feel sorrow. Aging, illness, and death are the norms of life. The joys and sorrows of love and separation are experiences all must endure. You must live on with strength, carrying forth my spirit bravely. In this life, I succumbed to disease, leaving many regrets. If possible, brother, please seek the meaning of existence on my behalf. The memory abruptly ceased, the voice of his sister echoing in his ears. Lu Changsheng shook his head, his gaze at the book resolute. Young man of humanity, you possess great strength and extraordinary fortune, having escaped the cycle of reincarnation. Very well, I shall wield the tome of creation, which existed before the river of time was even formed. It has been far too long. It will be quite intriguing to witness the new world outside. At that moment, the tome of creation in Lu Changsheng's hand dissipated, replaced by a small old man, no larger than a palm, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With nostrils flared, he regarded everything with indifference. He was the relic of the immortal king, or rather, a divine artifact that had existed since the dawn of creation. The Tome of Creation, as its name suggests, the Tome of Creation records all that has transpired since the world began. It is the supreme scripture for the cultivation of paths and laws. It is infinitely more precious than any method of attaining immortality. Gulme, accompany me and witness this splendid and magnificent world, Lu Changsheng remarked, casting a glance at the impressive Tome of Creation with a nonchalant tone, as if before him lay not an object coveted by even the immortal king, but merely a common book. Ah, young lad, your disposition is commendable before a divine artifact. You remain humble and composed. No wonder you have triumphed over the cycles of reincarnation. You indeed possess some skill. Young human, your name is Lu Changsheng? Very well. I shall henceforth refer to you as Little Lu. The Tome of Creation smiled slightly, filled with contentment, pleased with its own naming prowess. Then, Lu Changsheng turned to leave, taking not a single cloud with him. The Tome of Creation exclaimed, "Wait, Little Lu, if you find Little Lu unsatisfactory, we can change it. Little Changsheng, little son. Brother Lu, Lu bro, all of these are acceptable. Don't leave. We can negotiate everything amicably." The energy of annihilation grew increasingly unstable. Had this been a failure? The ancient god Fusong tree furrowed his brow. He gazed at the ever-twisting downstream of the river of time, his anxiety etched upon his face. At that moment, he involuntarily recalled the young man from long ago. Old Fusang, you are quite lonely, are you not? Why not join me in storming the immortal realm, trampling upon all immortals and confronting them directly? You regard mortals as mere fodder. Have you ever considered their will? The words of that youth resonated vividly. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Changsheng had long since embedded himself within the heart of this ancient tree from the immortal realm, which had taken root in the river of time for countless eons, leaving an indelible mark. It turned out that he had subconsciously acknowledged Lu Changsheng and felt concern for him. Lu Changsheng, if you succeed, I, the ancient god Fusang, would recognize you as my master. In this life, I shall accompany you in your madness, together pushing open that door and defying the immortals. The ancient god Fusang tree silently vowed, and at that very moment, boom, the orb of annihilation erupted violently. The river of time trembled, sending forth countless waves. The flow altered, the river branched into myriad paths, and space stacked upon itself, opening countless parallel realms. In short, chaos reigned supreme. Oh no! The ancient god Fusang tree thought to himself, realizing the grim situation. Had it truly failed? He furrowed his brow, then summoned boundless pseudo-immortal power in an attempt to stabilize the river of time. Yet his strength was inadequate. A single tear involuntarily slipped from his eye. He was unsure why he wept at such a moment. As a timeless tree, he should not possess emotions. Boom, boom. The river of time continued to tremble violently. At this moment, the ancient god Fusang tree's meager power was unable to stabilize the river of time. Was this the end? Just as despair began to creep into the ancient god Fusang tree's heart, a figure appeared before him. Though seemingly insignificant, this presence exuded immense grandeur. Though possessing low cultivation, it felt exceedingly reliable. Could the ancient god Fusang tree truly shed tears? Was it real? Lu Changsheng blinked, offering a slight smile. Nonsense, little Changsheng. This is merely the waves obscuring my vision. The ancient god Fusang tree huffed in indignation. Oh, that is a relief, Lu Changsheng replied casually, then raised his hand, and the tome of creation hovered in the void. An infinite radiance erupted from the tome of creation, calming the river of time. It had resided here since the inception of the river of time. Although it bore no offensive capabilities, it acted as a father, while the river of time was its offspring. When the offspring met the father, how could it possibly disobey? Thus, the flow gradually stabilized, tributaries merged once more, stacked spaces shattered, and all order resumed its subtle motion. Is this the tome of creation? It possesses such unparalleled power? The ancient god Fusang tree, witnessing the tome of creation's grand display of might for the first time, was left in awe. Lu Changsheng, I lack strength. I am dying. At that moment, the tome of creation suddenly appeared feeble, resembling a decaying tree. Both the ancient god Fusang tree and Lu Changsheng were taken aback. Stop feigning death. I did not summon you merely to engage in theatrics. Tell me how to achieve the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. The tome of creation fell silent. Chapter 25. Allow me, Lu Changsheng, to guide you through the majestic mountains and flowing waters, to behold the myriad forms of the mundane world, and to witness the diverse tapestry of human existence. The essence of the divine altar, the heart of demons and gods, the eye of primordial creation. Lu Changsheng gazed contemplatively at the images conjured by the book of creation as they unfolded before him. This is the formula. As long as the materials are complete, theoretically, one can attempt to break through to an unprecedented realm. However, since this is the first attempt, the materials are relatively complex. In truth, each subsequent breakthrough becomes increasingly effortless. After all, there's an ancient saying among humans: a towering building begins with a solid foundation, with a firm base. It is equivalent to snap. Lu Changsheng abruptly closed the book. The book of creation. Goodness, do today's youth lack respect for martial virtues? Do they not understand the importance of honoring the old and cherishing the young? The book of creation transformed into an elderly figure, questioning Lu Changsheng on the spot. Yet, he He was swiftly sent flying by Lu Changsheng's palm, the ancient god Fusang tree. Who would have thought that even the coveted book of creation, sought after by celestial kings, would turn out to be such a chatterbox in reality? The corners of the ancient god Fusang tree's mouth twitched. Never mind him. He is already connected with my ideals and cannot disrupt the order. As for you, I have obtained the book of creation. Here, I shall ask you once more. Lu Changsheng's tone shifted, becoming serious as he inquired. In this life, are you willing to join me in defying the celestial beings? The ancient god Fusang tree, seemingly prepared, smiled slightly. Of course. The two exchanged smiles once again. Why isn't he emerging? Surely, the master 1T. Before Gu Xian could finish his sentence, he was met with a resounding slap from the Grim Reaper. If the esteemed Lu were to perish in this endless abyss, how could either of us survive? Such a cursed mouth. The Grim Reaper glared at Gu Xian, yet beneath his stern demeanor lay an undercurrent of anxiety and unease. The truth behind the burning of the underworld had yet to be unveiled, and he was unaware of what had become of his homeland. His adversaries remained unvanquished. How could he allow himself to die here? In the midst of it all, only Lung Wushuang stood quietly, gazing into the distance, as if time had come to a standstill. Suddenly, just as everyone was engulfed in anxiety, the space began to distort, revealing a visage so handsome that it rendered the heavens and earth pale in comparison, appearing before them, clad in flowing robes, exuding an ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Who else could it be but Lu Changsheng? Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in joy. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Changsheng had already become their cornerstone, commanding genuine respect. The spirit of the Frostfall sword, nestled in the brow of Lung Wushuang, reappeared. She gazed into the distance at the youth in white robes, observing the elderly man perched on his shoulder, her eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be that he truly succeeded? Legend has it that during the primordial chaos when the universe was born, a celestial war of catastrophic proportions once erupted, sparked by none other than the supreme book of creation. This artifact is coveted by celestial beings and countless deities alike, for it encapsulates the essence of all laws and truths in existence, serving as the ultimate source of divine power. Could it be that in this lifetime he truly can achieve it? The sword spirit felt a momentary daze, as if she glimpsed the future of humanity, the hope for all living beings. You have returned. Lung Wushuang offered a slight smile, her worries dissipating in that instant, leaving no trace behind. Come, allow me, Lu Changsheng, to guide you through the majestic mountains and flowing waters, to behold the myriad forms of the mundane world, and to witness the diverse tapestry of human existence. Lu Changsheng spoke little, merely smiling. The two souls who once inhabited Blue Star now clasped hands, stepping forth towards the North Dipper, towards the entirety of the world. In Lu Changsheng's eyes, he was the sovereign of the mortal realm, and this vast expanse of the North Dipper and the world itself was merely his private garden. Gu Xian and the Grim Reaper. How awe-inspiring. Why do they always seem to contemplate replacing the master, Sister Lu, after Lu Changsheng utters such formidable declarations? Oh no, stop, God. Strange sounds echoed from beneath the abyss, above the entrance of the abyss. A rotund figure emerged, wearing an expression of utter despair. At this moment, he resembled a toy, being manipulated and tormented by a headless man. Blood and sweat soaked the ground. Why must I endure this? Why? Why? I am but a child. Wu Da attempted to escape, only to be yanked back by the headless man. Then, rhythmic clattering resonated through the space, melodious and haunting, akin to celestial music, inaudible to the human ear. Wu Da, enough! Your technique of precisely aligning the bones has successfully opened the rotund man's meridians, expelling impurities from his body. You may cease. At that moment, a voice emerged, akin to a lifeline, prompting Wu Da to shed tears of relief. Father, you have finally come. Father, please save me. This headless man is not human. Upon seeing Lu Changsheng, Wu Da broke down, resembling a child who had been bullied. Only he knew the torment he had endured during that time. What he experienced was nothing short of a hellish ordeal. The The headless man turned to face Lu Changsheng. Upon seeing the irritable old man resting on Lu Changsheng's shoulder, his body trembled violently. Subsequently, a fit of wild laughter echoed throughout the space. Ha ha ha! How many years has it been? How many years? You have finally succeeded. Ha ha! In that instant, the headless man appeared as a child, exuberantly dancing with joy. Unable to contain himself, they had awaited this moment for far too long. So long that they had almost forgotten who they were and why they had endured. And now, they finally glimpsed the light of hope. How could they not be thrilled? How could they not rejoice? All right, is this excitement enough? This is merely the beginning. Prepare yourselves. I have already informed the beings below and the ancient God Fusang tree. In no less than a year, and at most a decade, I shall deliver to you a world of clarity and justice. Lu Changsheng declared, disregarding the headless man's reaction, before turning to Wu De with a grin. In this brief time, you have certainly refined this rotund fellow quite well. His cultivation is entirely depleted, as pure as a blank slate, ready for artistry. Quite commendable indeed. Lu Changsheng regarded the rotund man with a bewitching glance, repeating his praise thrice. He was exceedingly pleased, looking at Wu De as one would gaze upon an innocent, unblemished lamb awaiting sacrifice. Wu De, why do I suddenly feel as though I have just escaped a den of thieves, only to walk straight into a pack of wolves? Out of nowhere, as he beheld Lu Changsheng's sinister smile, Wu De felt an icy chill creep through him. Chapter 26. The Primordial Conference, Master Brother of Xintian Sect. Shangguan Fengyun in the vast expanse of East Wilderness. A colossal serpent preys upon a mouse, oblivious to the hawk that has set its sights upon it. This epitomizes the law of the Baidu cultivation realm. The weak are devoured by the strong, and the powerful reign supreme. The golden-winged rock, the glazed fairy of Yaoqi, the little Buddha of the western desert, and Yi Jiuqian of the divine mountain. Who would have thought that this edition of the Primordial Conference would gather such a multitude of exceptional talents from the younger generation of Baidu? At the foot of the primordial sacred land, a sea of humanity buzzes with excitement. What a wonder, one person muses. What allure does this primordial conference possess that has drawn so many prodigies from thousands of miles away, all vying to attend? Another replies with curiosity, you may not know, but my sister's elder cousin's second uncle is a figure from the primordial sacred land. It is said that the victor of this conference shall receive a single tear from the primordial eye, which has been nurtured for countless millennia. A whisper circulates, laden with intrigue, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Are you referring to the primordial eye, the mystical artifact that perceives past, present, and future, and has inherited endless epochs from the primordial sacred land? Exclaims a startled listener. Indeed, the primordial eye is a distant dream for us mere mortals. However, it is said that a single drop of its tear can eradicate all past karmic burdens and purify infinite causal ties, an unparalleled divine treasure. One voice expresses envy. To be able to cleanse karma is a coveted boon for many. In this realm where strength reigns supreme, how many dare claim to be untainted by bloodshed since birth? For every act of violence binds one to karmic retribution, a rule upheld even by the mightiest of semi-emperors. In a previous life, Lung Wushuang fell victim to grievous bloodshed, resulting in a descent into madness, consumed by the flames of karma. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. This is the law of Baidu. Yet, within this framework of Baidu's will, it is astonishing that divine entities exist which can cleanse such burdens. Truly, the sages who established the primordial sacred land, especially the illustrious Zhuai Emperor, are unmatched in genius. Indeed, the former Zhuai Emperor was truly magnificent. Someone begins to extol, but suddenly, Saint Sun, I implore you, please meet with me, just for a day at our sect, that is all I ask. A youth clad in ragged garments kneels, wailing, as a group of 10 or so people pummels him. Who is this person? Queries an onlooker. It seems to be Shangguan Fengyun, the master brother of Xintian Sect. A passerby identifies him. Xuantian Sect. Shangguan Fengyun? I've never heard of them. What is he doing? Another expresses curiosity. It appears he is trying to invite the saint son of the primordial sacred land to visit his sect But beyond that, who knows his true intentions? Amidst the murmurs, many point fingers at Shangwan Fengyun, yet none extend a helping hand to uphold justice. They maintain a detached demeanor, merely spectating. This is the nature of Beidou. The weak must endure the tyranny of the strong. Seeking aid from others is a futile endeavor. Better to light a few incense sticks in prayer. Saint Sun, I beseech you, please see me. Just for a day at Xiantian's sect. Do you not remember our sect leader, Xiao Tianke? He once saved your life when you were young. Despite his own injuries, Shangwan Fengyun cries out desperately. Not long before, his master, the current sect leader Xiao Tianke, had foreseen calamity befalling Xiantian's sect and instructed him to seek the aid of the saint son of the primordial sacred land, Yao Jiuzhou. However, he never anticipated being intercepted by these outer disciples of the primordial sacred land at the foot of the mountain, unable to gain entry. Thus, in a bid to save his sect and honor his master's expectations, he resorted to shouting for attention, resulting in the current scene of being beaten by the outer disciples. Xuantian sect. Xiao Tianke. Never heard of them. What a pathetic sect and a pathetic leader. It's laughable to claim that they saved our saint's son's life. Indeed, as if such a dilapidated sect deserves the presence of our saint's son, this clown dares to act so brazenly at the foot of our primordial sacred land. Utterly oblivious to his own mortality, mockery and cruel blows ensue. Shangwan Fengyun's vision blurs, and his consciousness begins to fade. Enough. We've had our fun. Today is the primordial conference. Do not let it end in bloodshed. Throw this clown out, commands a black-robed elder descending from the mountain. Understood, Elder Fa. The outer disciples respond, lifting Shangwan Fengyun and casting him down the mountain. I'm sorry, master. I have failed your expectations. Shangwan Fengyun's eyes brim with tears. He yearns to speak, but lacks the strength to utter a word. At this moment, he remains oblivious to the fact that the letter in his hand is a forgery. Merely an excuse crafted by Xiao Tianke to rid him of Xiantian's sect. Xiao Tianke had long resolved to meet his demise. Yet, just as despair consumes Shangwan Fengyun, a delicate hand reaches from the air, catching him. A beautiful visage comes into his view. Master, junior sister. Chapter 27, How could the trifling Tai Chu Holy Land possibly be worthy of my cold Wushuang's allegiance? They are not even fit to hold my shoes. Brother, please rest for a while. The next part shall be entrusted to me. Cold Wushuang smiled gently. In her previous life, her senior brother, Shangwan Fengyun, although possessing mediocre talent and low cultivation, had taken great care of her during her childhood, proving to be a rare gem of a senior brother. Sister, you must leave quickly. To the Tai Chu Holy Land, Shangwan Fengyun's voice was weak, yet filled with urgency as he attempted to warn cold Wushuang of impending danger to the sect and urge her to distance herself from the Tai Chu Holy Land as far as possible. However, cold Wushuang interrupted him. Enough, brother. Do not speak. Just lie back and watch me. With that, she summoned Wu De and coldly declared, Fatty, if anything happens to my brother, you shall not live. Cold Wushuang's voice was icy, and combined with her ethereal beauty, it immediately drew the attention of countless onlookers. Wu De thought to himself, how is it that I, the heir of the illustrious ancient Wu family, am now being ordered about by a mere quasi-saint girl? Instinctively, he wanted to resist, but upon seeing the man beside cold Wushuang, he immediately shrank back, obediently nodding his head. Wu De's first lesson, women are not to be feared. It is the smiling men who are truly deadly. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Tai Chu Holy Land? Do you wish to shorten your own life? An outer sect disciple shouted angrily. Then he was instantly transformed into a stunning ice sculpture. His mundane existence elevated to a moment of brilliance. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. They were not shocked by cold Wushuang's prowess, but rather by her audacity to act against a disciple of the Tai Chu Holy Land right at its foot. After all, the Tai Chu Holy Land was notoriously protective of its own. It was said that a powerful saint had once accidentally killed an outer sect disciple and was relentlessly pursued by the Tai Chu Holy Land's formidable experts until he met a gruesome end. Since then, the saying in the East Wilderness has been, Better to provoke the king of hell than to offend the Tai Chu. It was clear how fiercely protective the people of Tai Chu Holy Land were. Yet, who would have thought someone would dare to challenge the Tai Chu Holy Land? And, right in front of everyone, this woman seemed to completely disregard the Tai Chu Holy Land. Based on her earlier aura and pressure, she appeared to only be a quasi-saint, and while that was beyond our reach, it was certainly inadequate against the Tai Chu Holy Land. Indeed, freezing a disciple of the Tai Chu Holy Land was tantamount to slapping the entire sect in the face. Could it be that this woman hailed from some grand power, emboldened by her formidable backing? Upon closer inspection, her demeanor and appearance did suggest the possibility. The crowd murmured among themselves, their interest piqued, some even retrieving stools and snacks from their storage rings to enjoy the unfolding drama. They eagerly anticipated a spectacle, hoping it would escalate into something extraordinary. Meanwhile, the elder in the black robe observing from the mountain gate felt a deep sense of foreboding. How many years had it been since anyone dared to act so recklessly on the soil of the Tai Chu Holy Land? Child, reveal your origins and explain why you have taken such actions against my disciple. If you fail to provide a satisfactory answer today, I assure you, even to the ends of the earth, the Tai Chu Holy Land will pursue you relentlessly. The elder's gaze was icy, a formidable pressure emanating from him that rendered all present breathless, as if suffocating. This elder was indeed a saint. Origins? I come from the Xuantiangong. And as for why I've frozen your disciple, he struck my brother. What do you think? Cold Wushuang replied with a cold laugh. Her cultivation at the quasi-saint level, coupled with the protection of the supreme ice chaos body and the Emperor's frostblade spirit, rendered the pressure of a mere saint no more than a gentle breeze to her, failing to even ruffle a strand of her hair. Brother? Xuantiangong? The black-robed elder furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He then glanced at Lu Changsheng and his companions, his murderous intent no longer concealed. A mere quasi-saint from a worthless sect dares to act so brazenly before the Tai Chu Holy Land? They truly do not know the meaning of death. Suddenly, the elder bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming attack that swept toward Cold Wushuang, distorting the very fabric of space around it. In response, Cold Wushuang merely chuckled, activating the Emperor's frostblade and her supreme ice chaos body. A blade of sword chi, forged from supreme cold ice, coalesced upon the frostblade. Freeze for 1,000 miles, Cold Wushuang shouted. Then, an endless, dazzling blade of icy energy, a mesmerizing blend of blue and green, erupted from her sword, as brilliant as a collapsing galaxy. Boom! The collision of two profound forces ignited a tempest of sparks in the void. Bang! An explosion ensued, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, both figures emerged unscathed. They had fought to a standstill. Impossible, the black-robed elder gasped. Disbelief etched across his face. That last attack had been executed with all his strength. Yet Cold Wushuang stood there, effortlessly conversing with the young man beside her. Clearly, she had not exerted her full power. This woman is astonishing, the black-robed elder thought. He was a 5th-level saint, while this young woman had not even reached the saint level. Yet she had managed to withstand his strongest attack without defeat, and it was evident she had held back. She is at the pinnacle of the 9th level of quasi-saint cultivation, facing an established saint, a difference of 6 realms, yet she emerged unscathed. Could she be a prodigy of the 6 Forbidden? The crowd was left in shock. To be sure, the prodigies of the 6 Forbidden were a rarity even in the vast East Wilderness. Such a being, cultivated by a sect they had never even heard of? How? Astonishingly exceptional. At that moment, the term astonishingly exceptional flickered in everyone's minds, as only such a phrase could encapsulate the brilliance of the woman before them. 6 Forbidden. The black-robed elder regarded Cold Wushuang with an inscrutable expression. Child, the Tai Chu Holy Land is a place of reason. Perhaps this was all a misunderstanding. If you join our ranks, we can wipe the slate clean. What say you? The elder clearly harbored an admiration for her talent. It was understandable. After all, a prodigy of the 6 Forbidden was a rare find. I suddenly see the entire plot unfold. Someone exclaimed. The girl pushed her brother forward, deliberately inciting the crowd to attack, only to then defend her brother, gaining both a good reputation and showcasing her prowess. All to catch the attention of the Tai Chu Holy Land, and thereby secure her place within. By heavens, my friend, what a brilliant insight. You speak with such logic and evidence. I nearly believed you. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, joining the primordial sacred land as a distinguished talent among the 6 prohibitions would undoubtedly propel one to great heights. With mere acceptance, one could easily vie for the esteemed position of the Holy Maiden. Such allure is hardly something one would reject, is it? The crowd buzzed with speculation, unanimously believing that Lung Wufrist would surely acquiesce. After all, if any of them were in her position, they would accept without hesitation. For the primordial sacred land is an exceptionally protective sect. Who wouldn't wish to be part of it? However, what took everyone by surprise was Lung Wufrist's subsequent declaration, leaving all present in a state of bewilderment, questioning their own hearing. Join the primordial sacred land? Such a trivial sect does not merit my association. Let me make it clear, the meager primordial sacred land is not even worthy to carry the shoes of my Xintian sect. Lung Wufrist scoffed. Chapter 28. A grudge must be repaid. Cold Wushuang, having slain Fa Wutian, declared her disdain for the Taichu Holy Land. Such a garbage sect does not deserve my allegiance. I tell you, the mere Taichu Holy Land is unworthy of even being a shoe shiner for my Xintian sect. As her words echoed, the crowd stood in stunned silence, including a bystander who, engrossed in his snack, dropped his seeds without realizing. What had they just heard? The audacity of dismissing the Taichu Holy Land? It was utterly ludicrous. The Taichu Holy Land, with its legacy spanning several epochs and billions of years, was a bastion of imperial authority in the eastern wilderness. And what the Xintian sect? Lacking even the title of holy, it was obscure and insignificant. The woman before them must be mad to so brazenly insult and provoke the Taichu Holy Land. What bitterness, what audacity had driven her to utter such words? Did she not understand the consequences of repeatedly challenging the Taichu Holy Land? Fa Wutian's expression darkened. He had just intended to recruit this young woman, only to find himself publicly humiliated. She clearly regarded him and the Taichu Holy Land with utter contempt. Blood will be the price you pay. Fa Wutian's voice was icy. But you lack the capability. Cold Wushuang's gaze was frostbitten. Then, with a flourish, she summoned her Frost Emperor sword, thrusting it skyward. The onlookers gasped as an extraordinary sight unfolded. A snowfall in the sweltering summer. Each snowflake was crystalline and radiant, soon blanketing the ground in a stunning layer of white. How beautiful, someone foolishly remarked, oblivious to the lethal nature of the snow, which had already claimed a life. The crowd recoiled in terror, realizing that the seemingly enchanting spectacle concealed a deadly threat. Heaven's wrath, ice and snow. Cold Wushuang bellowed. This was a skill she had instinctively grasped after her physique had evolved into the extreme, ice-chaotic body, a divine power far surpassing her inherent capabilities. Countless snowflakes, resembling petals, surged towards Fa Wutian. A mere quasi-saint dares to strike against me? Fa Wutian scoffed, surrounding himself with profound truths that formed an impenetrable barrier. The snowflakes dissipated harmlessly against it. Is this all you have? He mocked. Such feeble attempts to disrupt the Taichu Holy Land. But the next moment, blood began to drip from Fa Wutian, his body riddled with wounds. How could this be? He slowly collapsed, disbelief etched across his face. The snow had somehow penetrated the barrier, reconstituting itself to inflict harm. You have lost. Cold Wushuang's gaze was as sharp as ice. Ever since she learned that the elders of the Taichu Holy Land had annihilated her Xintian sect in her past life, she harbored no fondness for them. The recent assault on her brother further fueled her wrath. Her heart was not one of mercy. Vengeance was her nature. I cannot accept. The thought remained unspoken as Fa Wutian's breath ceased, leaving him lifeless. Thus, an esteemed sage, a veteran warrior, was vanquished at the gates of his own sect by a mere girl at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Humiliation, an overwhelming sense of disgrace filled the hearts of the Taichu Holy Land disciples, who witnessed their elder slain by a young prodigy far beneath them in realm. Fear, an unending dread enveloped all present as they beheld the girl, who, outraged by the assault on her brother, unleashed a massacre at the foot of the Taichu Holy Land, embodying the essence of a deity unafraid of all consequences. How dare she? The crowd was in shock. This was the very foundation of the Taichu Holy Land. How could she dare to commit murder here? At that moment, amidst the astonishment, a voice resonated from afar. To dare wreak havoc on my Taichu Holy Land's territory, particularly on the day of the Holy Assembly, displays remarkable audacity. The crowd turned to see a celestial crane approaching, upon which stood a dozen young men and women, the talented youth from the Northern Dipper participating in the assembly. Leading them was none other than the Taichu Holy Land Saint's son, Yao Jiuzhou. Wow, it's Yao Jiuzhou. He is said to be extraordinarily handsome, and indeed, he lives up to the legend. Are you blind? If we're talking about looks, the stunning girl who just dispatched F.A. Wutian stands beside an equally striking youth. Though Yao Jiuzhou's appearance was undeniably captivating, he was overshadowed by the boy's ethereal beauty. However, his cultivation was still too weak. He had just begun his journey. The arrival of Yao Jiuzhou ignited the atmosphere, with female cultivators screaming in adoration, and even some male cultivators joining in, their cheers rivaling those of the women. Yao Jiuzhou, reveling in the admiration, tossed his hair. Ah, such delightful sounds! How I long to hear them forever! But upon hearing someone question his attractiveness, a murderous intent surged within him. Who dares claim to be more handsome than I? His gaze swept the crowd, landing on Lu Changsheng, who merely responded with a faint smile. Humiliation, a blatant affront. Regardless of Lu Changsheng's intent, Yao Jiuzhou interpreted the smile as a challenge. Who was he? The renowned little white dragon of the eastern wilderness, unparalleled in strength and deemed the most handsome in the land. Death is the only outcome. Yao Jiuzhou seethed. You all enjoy the scenery of my Taichu Holy Land. I shall take care of a few pests. He leaped from the crane, charging towards Lu Changsheng, enveloped in flames. Resembling a blazing sun, the crowd gasped as countless fiery truths swirled around him, rendering him a vision of a flame-wreathed war deity. At just over 100 years old, Yao Jiuzhou was already a formidable sage. The ethereal youth was in grave danger. There were whispers of concern for Lu Changsheng, despite his cultivation. His striking looks made him a figure of admiration. How unfortunate it would be for such beauty to perish. Yet just then a voice cut through the tension. Dare to touch my man without my consent? Cold Wushuang's roar echoed as she charged towards Yao Jiuzhou, engulfed in flames. Chapter 29. The Great Emperor of Ziwei's Creation. The Celestial Annihilation Array. Whoever strikes the Holy Sun shall die. Seething with fury, Yao Jiuzhou's gaze turned icy. A quasi-saint dared to clash with him. The Holy Sun? Such audacity was a blatant disregard for his status. Just as Lung Wushuang prepared to intervene, Lu Changsheng halted her. We are here to retrieve something. Engaging in violence feels rather impolite. One life has already been lost. Another would make it seem as though we are merely here to stir chaos. Thus, Gu Xian, you shall go forth. Inflict just enough damage to leave him incapacitated. Do not kill him outright, for that would cause me great distress. Lu Changsheng smiled gently. Understood. Gu Xian responded with a firm shout. What is this youth implying? Is he suggesting that Gu Xian should refrain from killing Yao Jiuzhou, the Holy Sun? The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Are you seeking death? Yao Jiuzhou's fury was palpable, his anger igniting as he heard Lu Changsheng's words. How dare they treat him, the venerated Holy Sun, with such disdain? Death was the only outcome for them. My master has commanded restraint. Yao Jiuzhou, consider yourself fortunate. You have narrowly evaded doom. Gu Xian smiled subtly before pointing a finger at Yao Jiuzhou. You think to defeat me with a mere finger? You are courting death. Yao Jiuzhou bellowed, his body engulfed in blazing solar energy that had inexplicably gathered above him. Gaia's solar cannon, he shouted, unleashing a torrent of energy toward Gu Xian. The cannonball, imbued with the essence of the sun, twisted the very fabric of space around it, incinerating everything in its path. Yet, just as the projectile was about to strike Gu Xian, It abruptly halted mid-air, as if time itself had been severed. Impossible. Yao Jiuzhou's pupils constricted. What manner of divine principle is this? This could be construed as a case of the strong bullying the weak, but let it be surrender to defeat, Gu Xian declared, delivering a powerful punch. Before Yao Jiuzhou could react, a golden fist materialized before him, crashing into him with a thunderous roar. Yao Jiuzhou was sent flying like a cannonball. Consciousness lost. What? A great saint! Gasps erupted from the gathered crowd. The energy fluctuations had revealed that the figure clad in golden armor was indeed a formidable great saint. Could it be that this man is Gu Xian, the 103rd holy son of the Haotian Holy Land? Someone in the crowd recognized him, exclaiming in shock. What is Haotian Holy Land up to? Did they not share a close alliance with Taichu? Who could have foreseen such a rift? As the spectators murmured, Gu Xian felt a twinge of discomfort. He had no desire to engage in combat, for it would tarnish the reputation of Haotian Holy Land. However, with his life in Lu Changsheng's hands and his genuine admiration for him, the discomfort dissipated. No longer was he merely the holy son of Haotian. He was now just a man devoted to Lu Changsheng. Master, recollecting his thoughts, Gu Xian prepared to eliminate Yao Jiuzhou, bowing slightly to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng nodded approvingly. Well done. He then gazed toward the horizon. Confused, Gu Xian wondered what had captured his attention. He followed suit, and his eyes widened in shock. Above, an immense array of imperial laws had come into motion, forming a grand and formidable formation. By the heavens, it is the Taichu Holy Land's protective array, the celestial annihilation. Someone exclaimed, panic setting in as they sought to escape. Yet, beams of light erupted, sealing off all avenues of retreat. The laws of the imperial realm trapped them. Rendre escape impossible. Despair engulfed the crowd. They had merely wished to observe, not to perish. Fear not. The celestial annihilation array only targets enemies. Some recognized the array and reassured the crowd. But as soon as those words left their lips, 3 red dots illuminated beneath Lu Changsheng, Lung Wushuang, and Gu Xian's feet. The dots did not attack, but were indelible marks, signifying that the celestial annihilation array would annihilate only those marked. Spectators pointed at the 3, cursing die. Just then, a disheveled Yao Jiuzhou, having been struck by Gu Xian, re-emerged, glaring viciously at Lu Changsheng and his companions. You did not foresee this, did you? Our celestial annihilation array activates whenever a designated holy son of Taichu is harmed at our gates. It will annihilate all who pose a threat. Yao Jiuzhou sneered. This array was crafted by the great Emperor Ziwei himself. A single strike would leave even a quasi-emperor severely wounded. The crowd lamented the impending doom of the 3, especially the handsome youth in white, who would meet a tragic end. With a deafening roar, the celestial annihilation array prepared to unleash its destructive force. Why do they appear so calm in the face of impending doom? Murmured the onlookers, puzzled. Perhaps they were blissfully ignorant of what awaited them. It is often said that ignorance can be a form of happiness, allowing one to pass from life without fear. The crowd assumed that Lu Changsheng and his companions were oblivious to their fate. Yet how could this be true? Who was Lu Changsheng? An ancient being who had witnessed countless epics. What had he not seen? The celestial annihilation? As he gazed upon the array, Lu Changsheng was reminded of a young girl. Sister Lu, look. This is the formation I created. If anyone dares to cause trouble in Taichu, targeting our designated holy son, the celestial annihilation will activate, ensuring the guilty are punished without harming the innocent. Isn't it splendid? The girl's innocent laughter echoed in his mind. The celestial annihilation array? Do you comprehend the core intricacies of this formation? At this moment, Lu Changsheng questioned Yao Jiuzhou, leaving everyone present utterly bewildered. Had he lost his wits in the face of death? Yet, the scene that unfolded next shattered their understanding and perceptions, leaving them in utter disbelief. Chapter 30. Fingerprint Unlocking. The Rebellion of the Celestial Eradication. The death of Yao Jiuzhou. With a subtle gesture, Lu Changsheng snapped his fingers and summoned his mystic powers, propelling himself through the air like a radiant rainbow. A select few, gifted in their cultivation, could harness their own spiritual energy to achieve a fleeting levitation. While the onlookers were dazzled, They were equally perplexed. What use was flight when marked by the eradication? Yet, rather than fleeing, Lu Changsheng soared towards the heart of the celestial eradication. Was he seeking a swifter demise? Did he intend to shoulder the burden alone, sacrificing himself for his comrades? Some speculated if this was the fabled selfless act of loyalty, risking everything for brothers and loved ones. How naive! Yao Jiuzhou scoffed repeatedly. In the face of the celestial eradication, once marked, there was no escape. Did he truly believe that self-sacrifice could protect his companions? Such delusions. Once, Yao Jiuzhou had been taught a lesson by a mere cultivator, a man whose looks surpassed his own. The current fool had yet to grasp the terror of the celestial eradication. Ignorance often breeds fearlessness. At that moment, the celestial eradication had fully gathered its energy, while Lu Changsheng approached the base of its formation. He raised his hand and pressed against the formidable array. Madness! A gasp erupted from the crowd. It was essential to note that the materials of the celestial eradication were composed of the rarest celestial stones, radiating an internal temperature exceeding 10,000 degrees. Even a sage would risk incineration upon contact, let alone a mere cultivator. This was an act of sheer folly. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Lu Changsheng's fingertip met the formation without incinerating into ashes. Strangely, the celestial eradication seemed to falter, having gathered its energy yet refusing to unleash its wrath. It appeared utterly paralyzed. The crowd was dumbfounded. How was it that this young cultivator remained unscathed? What sorcery had he invoked? Yao Jiuzhou gasped in disbelief. As a scion of the sacred lineage, his insight surpassed mere mortals. This was precisely why he was so astounded by Lu Changsheng's audacious act. Likewise, the younger generation of prodigies atop the celestial crane found themselves equally bewildered. Could a single gesture truly halt the celestial eradication's operations? The Liuli fairy from the Yao Qi was utterly astonished. She recognized the celestial eradication more intimately than anyone else, for it had claimed the life of her own generation's saint. This was an array that instilled despair in all beings beneath the Emperor. For on that fateful day, this formation had obliterated their seemingly invincible defensive imperial treasure, the Emperor Water Pearl. The power was evident. I have heard a rumor, spoke the Western Desert's little Buddha, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. What rumor? Questioned Yi Jiuqian and the others, intrigued. Taking a deep breath, the little Buddha continued, once. Sister Lu, I embedded a backdoor into the celestial eradication. You seem fond of playing the fool, effortlessly dispatching dozens of saints. It is only a matter of time before you act against my Taichu holy land. Should you inadvertently damage my meticulously crafted array, it would be an immense loss. Thus, Sister Lu, on that day at the bedside, I collected a drop of your blood and a fragment of your fingerprint, using it as a passcode. A light touch would grant you instant control over the celestial eradication. Gasp! Could it be that this young man before them was a descendant of that legendary woman? The prodigies were struck with awe upon hearing the little Buddha's account. That woman had allegedly breached the taboos of existence, reigning as the universe's foremost female powerhouse of her era. Impossible. Even as a descendant, the backdoor required the blood and fingerprint of the original, passed down through countless generations. How could it possibly activate the celestial eradication now? Yao Jiuzhou vehemently denied it. The backdoor could only be accessed by the original blood and fingerprint. Both were indispensable. Unless... As Yao Jiuzhou pondered this possibility, his eyes widened in horror. No, it couldn't be. He frantically negated the idea. Even the universe's mightiest, if not ascended, would ultimately succumb to the ravages of time. How could anyone possibly survive to this day? That was utterly unfathomable. Surely, there must be another explanation. Perhaps the celestial eradication had fallen into disrepair, although that too seemed absurd. Yao Jiuzhou could envision other prodigies drawing similar conclusions. Yet they too dismissed it. That era was nearly 4 to 5 epochs ago. Even reincarnation was deemed impossible. They had never heard of anyone living through 5 or 6 lifetimes. What on earth was happening? The little Buddha and the other prodigies furrowed their brows, utterly confounded. With his divine sight, the little Buddha perceived more than the others. He noticed Lu Changsheng emanating boundless Buddhist light. Either he was an enlightened monk, or he bore the treasures of the Western Desert's Buddhist sect. Yet both scenarios were rather implausible. This young man had only just embarked on his journey of cultivation. Truly, an enigmatic youth. The little Buddha, his eyes flickering, found even his pure sight could not penetrate the essence of this young cultivator. However, while the crowd spiraled into wild conjecture and subsequent denial, Lu Changsheng had already initiated the rebellion against the celestial eradication. Ding! The scent of blood was dark and rich. The fingerprint deep and commanding, meeting the takeover conditions. Ding! The takeover was successful. Master, please command the eradication. The melodious voice of the celestial eradication echoed, akin to that of a maiden, leaving everyone present in utter astonishment. The celestial eradication, once remembered as cold and merciless, would annihilate anyone marked without hesitation, was now tender toward this young cultivator. Such an array had never shown such gentleness. Clearly, the celestial eradication had been effortlessly swayed by this young cultivator of the Qi realm. In disbelief, the crowd turned their gazes toward Yao Jiuzhou, only to find him wearing an expression of utter disgust, as if he had consumed something foul. It was understandable. After all, their supreme protective array had been easily manipulated by a cultivator even more handsome than himself. How could this be? You cannot be him, Yao Jiuzhou muttered in a frenzy, as though ensnared by madness. Only he understood that across the vast world, only one person could have swayed the celestial eradication. Not the Emperor, nor even the Ziwei Emperor could achieve such a feat. Only she. But Yao Jiuzhou turned to Lu Changsheng, only to find him smiling faintly. Accompanying that smile was a barrage of energy projectiles imbued with the boundless laws of the Emperor. No, Yao Jiuzhou screamed, but his voice had already been swallowed by the tides of time. Chapter 31. The Elders of the Sacred Land emerge, terrifying the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The primordial sacred land trembled violently. Youngster, how dare you slay our sacred son? What audacity! Countless voices echoed, accompanied by the profound laws of the universe, all emanating from formidable beings at the void-severing realm. Hiss! The elders of the primordial emerged, and astonishingly, there were more than a dozen of them. The sacred son was publicly annihilated at the mountain gate. His face was metaphorically ground into the dust. It was only fitting that such a large assembly of powerful figures was summoned. One could only wonder if so many mighty beings could withstand the annihilation of the heavens. The crowd hastily retreated to another mountain peak to observe the unfolding spectacle. They were mere spectators, not willing to throw their lives away. Together, we have traversed 5 epochs. The might of the heavens has diminished to a fraction. I refuse to believe that with so many void-severing experts, we cannot subdue a handful of mere youngsters. One elder from the council bellowed. Endless energy converged into a singular point. The unrivaled divine art of the primordial, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness. Unity of hearts moves Mount Tai. This technique could harness the strength of up to 100 individuals, effectively doubling its power. Thus, the combined might of over 10 void-severing experts unleashing the unity of hearts moves Mount Tai would yield a formidable force equivalent to 100-fold. How terrifying is that? It could rival even higher-tier void-severing experts or low-tier harmonization beings. Ah, the divine arts of the Purple Way. How nostalgic, mused Lu Changsheng with a faint smile. He then activated the annihilation of the heavens, launching an assault against the assembly of void-severing elders. Who do you think will emerge victorious? Liu Lixian, perched upon a celestial crane, wore a grave expression. Initially intending to simply attend a meeting at the primordial, she never anticipated encountering such chaos. The sacred sun had been extinguished at his very doorstep. Who can say? The divine art of the Purple Way, unleashed by over 10 void-severing masters, possesses power akin to harmonization. Yet the annihilation of the heavens, having existed for several epochs, its remaining potency is an enigma, mused the little Buddha of the Western Desert. I hope the annihilation of the heavens prevails, with 10 fewer void, severing powerhouses in the primordial sacred land. This delectable piece of flesh will be all the easier to divide. Yi Zhouqian licked his lips. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. The sect of the Purple Way has far more depth than this, remarked the golden-winged Rock King, casting a glance at Yi Zhouqian. I was merely jesting. Yi Zhouqian retorted nonchalantly. Meanwhile, as these young prodigies conversed, the annihilation of the heavens clashed against the unity of hearts. Mount Tai. On one side stood the imperial formation crafted by the Purple Way. On the other, the imperial divine art inherited over epics. Two peaks of energy collided. Boom! In an instant, the mountains crumbled, and the earth split asunder. It was akin to the apocalypse. The primordial sacred land quaked. Countless disciples flocked to the foot of the mountain to witness the spectacle. What transpired here? Why did the elders all mobilize? It seems a chi-refining youth has slain the sacred sun. What? A chi-refining individual killed a sacred person? Surely you jest. The disciples of the primordial sacred land were left in shock and bewilderment. Regardless, they all gazed towards the horizon. There, countless laws and principles intertwined and clashed. The feeble imperial laws were engaged in a fierce battle against the boundless and inexhaustible laws of the universe. Boom! Another tremendous explosion resonated. The sky erupted into a myriad of fireworks. Who emerged victorious? The crowd gazed on in astonishment. Uft, uft. A deluge of blood rained down at the mountainous base, causing the flora there to grow wildly. Had the combined imperial arts of over 10 void, severing elders truly been vanquished? The disciples of the primordial were left in a state of shock, as if caught in a dream. What a terrifying annihilation of the heavens. Truly a masterpiece of the Purple Way. Even after epics, it remained fiercely potent. All the young prodigies were equally astounded. You cannot be serious. Suddenly, it dawned upon the multitude of elders, their eyes filled with dread as they fixed their gaze upon Lu Changsheng. The annihilation of the heavens, operating autonomously, had increased its might exponentially. If controlled by human hands, its power would diminish a millionfold. This had been one of the original designs of the Purple Way. She feared that Lu Changsheng might obliterate her primordial sacred land in a single shot. Yet now, it was evident how far-sighted and wise the Purple Way truly was. The elders could not fathom why the annihilation of the heavens, having been weakened a millionfold and steeped in epics, could still unleash such an overwhelming force, rivaling that of the imperial realm, unless there was imperial essence at play. But how could a mere chi-refining individual possess such essence? Indeed, you are fortunate. Had I exerted just a tad more strength, you would have all been obliterated by my single shot. Lu Changsheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile adorning his lips. What does that mean? The elders were collectively baffled. He had just controlled the power? Was this youth before them merely boasting? Or was he genuinely formidable? Could he truly possess imperial essence? When did imperial essence become so commonplace? You insolent youth! How dare a mere ant boast before us, the void-severing masters? One elder suddenly bellowed, condensing a strike of celestial reincarnation in his palm and launching it directly at Lu Changsheng. No, he could be. The other elders cried out, attempting to intervene, but it was too late. Isn't living good enough? Why rush to be reincarnated? Do you wish to be reborn as an immortal? Faced with this supreme assault, Lu Changsheng sighed. He then summoned a scythe to shield himself. The Grim Reaper had made his move, having indulged in his own showmanship. He also allowed his subordinate to display a bit of flair. Leave it to me, the Grim Reaper declared coolly. A wave of deathly energy from the underworld swept across the battlefield. Deathly energy from the underworld? You are from the underworld. The elder wielding the celestial reincarnation attack had yet to finish his sentence before being engulfed by the deathly energy. Tear! A splash of blood erupted, painting the ground. In merely one exchange, a fellow elder of the void, severing realm collapsed lifelessly. The underworld? A being from the underworld? The onlookers were left in shock. First, the sacred son of the Haotian sacred land, and now a being from the underworld. What were they planning? Cursed be this, Things are becoming increasingly complex. The elders thought to themselves, their heads aching. However, if they were to learn that Lu Changsheng's sole intention was to attend the primordial meeting, enter the primordial secret realm, and acquire the Eye of Primordial, they would surely spew blood in disbelief. To obtain a supreme imperial weapon that was never meant to be taken. Yet the cost of a sacred son's life and that of a void-severing elder. What a tremendous loss. Oh, how I yearn for the light. Yet am ensnared by the world's filth. How tragic, how lamentable. Lu Changsheng shook his head and sighed. What should we do? Observing Lu Changsheng flaunting himself from afar, the remaining elders conferred on a strategy. Shall we all strike together? Someone suggested. After all, they had observed that the annihilation of the heavens was on the brink of collapse. Moreover, only the Grim Reaper on Lu Changsheng's side possessed the combat strength of the void-severing realm. If they continued to besiege together, their chances of success would be at least 90%. Very well, I concur. Anyone who dares to be audacious in our primordial sacred land must pay a bloody price. After some deliberation, they all agreed. Yet just as they prepared to court their own demise, a resounding voice echoed from above. Withdraw. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices. The individual before you is not someone you can contend with. Chapter 32. The Master of the Primordial Sacred Land takes action. Lu Changsheng versus Dao Wanfa. The caged bird of innate divine abilities, a resounding voice, as though accompanied by its own majestic background music, instantly captivated the attention of all present. The crowd looked up to see a young man clad in white, gracefully descending from above. Alas, Dao Wanfa, has even a master of the primordial sacred land been stirred? 5 centuries ago, it was said that Dao Wanfa journeyed to the western desert, utilizing the treasure of the great Thunder Sound Temple, the 5 Elements Mountain, to break free from the shackles of the harmonization realm, ascending to become a transcendent being of the unification realm. Witnessing him today, he indeed exudes an extraordinary presence. Isn't Dao Wanfa merely around 10,000 years old? To have achieved the unification realm at such a young age? Does this imply that, with his talent, he could potentially bear the heavenly mandate and attain the status of an emperor in this lifetime? The onlookers buzzed with admiration and reverence for Dao Wanfa. After all, he was born under auspicious omens, possessing the unparalleled physique of the celestial overlord, a true prodigy of exceptional caliber. To achieve unification in merely 10 millennia is a feat that evokes envy and jealousy in all. Welcome, Master. Upon his arrival, the gathered crowd, elders and disciples alike, bowed deeply to the young man in white. Indeed, Dao Wanfa acknowledged them with a nod, casting a glance at the bloodstains on the ground before turning his gaze towards Lu Changsheng. I have a game of chess here. I wonder if you dare to partake? Dao Wanfa's voice was devoid of emotion, his expression inscrutable, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. A game of chess? Why not? Lu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. Very well, then observe closely. This game I call Caged Bird, Dao Wanfa suddenly bellowed. At that moment, the vast primordial sacred land underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Daylight morphed into night. The twinkling stars became a swirling galaxy, and the mountains and rivers transformed into lush greenery. The only constants were the people present, who became mere pawns on the chessboard, positioned outside the game, yet influenced by every subtle shift in the environment. The caged bird was an innate divine ability of the celestial overlord, capable of striking without a trace. By harnessing the cosmic forces, it could diminish the fortunes of others while replenishing one's own. When the disparity in fortunes reached an insurmountable chasm, it would lead to the demise of the opponent. Given sufficient time, this move could annihilate emperors and deities alike. The crowd was left in astonishment. They could not fathom why Dao Wanfa would employ such overwhelming power against a mere youth in the Qi refining realm. Was he wary of the celestial extinction? After some contemplation, they shook their heads. As a being of the unification realm, Dao Wanfa had brushed against the threshold of the imperial realm's laws. Given his talent, he must have comprehended these laws. It made no sense for him to fear a nearly deceased imperial formation. Nevertheless, they were eager to witness how the Qi refining youth would respond. All eyes turned to Lu Changsheng. A battle between qi refining and unification was predictably a one-sided affair. Yet, humanity often yearns to witness the underdog triumph against the odds, even when the disparity seemed as vast as heaven and earth. Just as the spectators were abuzz with speculation, a passerby unexpectedly sneezed. In that instant, a whirlwind emerged on the chessboard, spiraling towards both Lu Changsheng and Dao Wanfa. With a wave of his hand, Dao Wanfa dispelled the whirlwind in an instant. A golden energy beam enveloped Dao Wanfa, a reward of fortune he had acquired. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng brandished a willow branch, channeling the primordial energy of the Supreme Infinite to extinguish the whirlwind. However, in stark contrast, a black beam descended from the sky upon him. The beam struck Lu Changsheng without aggression, yet it darkened his brow, and his fortune plummeted by 999. This was the essence of the caged bird. While one's fortune was augmented, the other's was diminished, a delicate balance reminiscent of a trapped bird. The more it struggled, the swifter its demise. Given sufficient time, even without Dao Wanfa's intervention, Lu Changsheng risked being erased by the heavens. Such was the nature of fortune, mysterious yet undeniably real. Soon after, another passerby stamped his foot. His action was captured, manifesting as an offensive move on the chessboard. A colossal foot descended toward both individuals. They easily deflected it, yet the disparity in fortunes continued to widen. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that the foot aimed at Dao Wanfa had diminished slightly in power, while the one targeting Lu Changsheng had increased in intensity. The variance in fortunes had begun to materialize. From the very first whirlwind, the outcome of this battle for the young man in white had already been sealed. Yi Jiuqian remarked, to use the cage bird to eliminate a mere qi refining novice, one must ponder the intentions of the primordial sacred master. Yaoqi Lioli, the celestial path, mused, until the final moment, victory or defeat remains uncertain. The Western Desert's little Buddha interjected, what? Do you believe this qi refining youth could possibly triumph over a being of the unification realm? The golden-winged rock king retorted, qi refining against unification. There's an insurmountable gap of 10,000 realms. How could victory be conceivable? In dreams, perhaps? Yet the Western Desert's little Buddha fell silent, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the scene before him. His divine sight revealed that the young man was an existence even celestial beings could not fathom. As time progressed, Dao Wanfa's golden radiance intensified, while Lu Changsheng's brow darkened further, creating two stark extremes. It appears I was mistaken, but in truth, it has been nearly 5 epochs. How could you possibly be her? Dao Wanfa suddenly uttered a cryptic statement that left the audience bewildered, shaking his head in disappointment. Shifting his tone, he declared, since you are not her, then for the murder of my sacred land's holy son and elder, you shall descend into the 18 layers of the underworld to repent. Dao Wanfa's voice boomed. An unparalleled offensive surged forth, accompanied by boundless fortune, the laws of the imperial realm manifesting like a true celestial being. The onlookers trembled in fear. This move surpassed even that of a quasi-imperial being, rivaling the might of the peak unification experts. The golden-winged rock king was aghast. He had felt the strength of his clan's elder, a peak unification powerhouse, and found them nearly equal. It was astonishing to consider that Dao Wanfa had only just broken through to the unification realm 5 centuries ago and had already attained peak combat prowess. Such phenomenal talent was both astonishing and inconceivable. After all, it typically took cultivators tens of thousands of years or longer to ascend from unification to its peak. The primordial sacred master Dao Wanfa was indeed worthy of being hailed as a peerless prodigy of the once golden generation. The Western Desert's little Buddha and others could only sigh in admiration. The white-clad youth was destined to fall. The crowd felt a pang of regret for Lu Changsheng. For such a handsome figure met such a tragic fate. Yet, to perish at the hands of Dao Wanfa, a being of the unification realm, was perhaps a fitting end. The crowd instinctively glanced at cold Wu Shuang and others, eager to gauge their reactions. However, upon witnessing the calm and impassive expressions of cold Wu Shuang and the Reaper, they were taken aback. Why? Your companion is willing to sacrifice for you, and now he faces death. Are you not even the slightest bit sorrowful? The crowd was perplexed. Previously, they had shown camaraderie and righteousness, taking up arms against the primordial sacred land for their senior brother. Yet now they seemed utterly transformed, devoid of any sorrow or tears. To witness such a striking figure perish, surely even bystanders would feel a twinge of grief. Just as the crowd remained in confusion, an unexpected voice reverberated, shaking them to their core. This is impossible. Chapter 33. Lu Changsheng versus Dao Wanfa, the celestial tyrant body. Astonished onlookers, this is impossible, Dao Wanfa exclaimed. The crowd turned towards the voice, their eyes widening in disbelief, jaws dropping in astonishment. Even the distinguished talents on the celestial cranes were equally stunned. What did they witness? In the center of the chessboard, Lu Changsheng stood at the zenith, while Dao Wanfa's attack was utterly ineffective, akin to a mere tickle. This cannot be. Dao Wanfa could hardly believe his eyes. His strike, even against a peak Unity Realm expert, should not have left them unscathed, let alone a mere practitioner of Qi. What on earth was happening? Dao Wanfa was baffled, as was everyone else present, except for an elder deep in slumber within the primordial sword abyss, who understood the truth. It turned out there was no fate. The elder was horrified. A caged bird, all attacks transformed into fortune, had little to do with strength. Whichever side possessed greater fortune would hold the advantage. If one were born without fate, or possessed boundless fortune, no matter how much one tried to weaken it, it would remain infinite. It could be said that all along, Dao Wanfa had employed the wrong skill. The caged bird? Indeed, a formidable divine ability, but I am not a bird. I, Lu Changsheng, am a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Lu Changsheng's voice was not loud, yet all present heard it. The crowd gasped in shock, drawing in sharp breaths. A youth of Qi cultivation dared to declare himself a true dragon in front of an unparalleled expert of the Unity Realm? What kind of true dragon remains in the Qi realm at 17 or 18 years of age? We may be ignorant, but we have never heard of such a thing. Moreover, to proclaim oneself a true dragon before Dao Wanfa was a blatant disregard for this extraordinary genius. Slap, slap, slap. The crowd felt as though countless slaps resounded against Dao Wanfa's face. This youth was brazenly slapping him with his words. Though I do not know what means you have employed, all methods are but illusions in the face of absolute strength. Dao Wanfa's expression hardened as he dissipated the chessboard. He began to grasp a hint of the situation. Suddenly, boundless might surged from his body. Before them, the space itself twisted and shattered under the influence of his overwhelming aura. It was the might of the celestial tyrant body. Someone gasped. The might, a divine ability that comes with a minor completion of the celestial tyrant body, could enhance one's self in all aspects, be it comprehension of the Tao or mastery of principles. All would increase exponentially, and combat power would soar by hundreds of times. It seemed the Tao Lord had malicious intent, resorting to such might against a mere practitioner of Qi. This was beyond using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was akin to wielding a dragon-slaying knife against a chicken. Empowered by this might, Dao Wanfa's battle prowess at that moment could rival even a quasi-emperor. The crowd was filled with awe. Dao Wanfa now stood as a transcendent powerhouse, perhaps at the 8th or even 9th tier. No one expected the Tao Lord had grown to a level capable of challenging quasi-emperors. The young prodigies were equally astonished. They had come to the primordial conference, not only for the tears of the primordial eye, but also under the orders of their sect's ancestors, to witness the growth of the primordial Lord. After all, during the opening ceremony of the primordial conference, the Lord would showcase his skills. However, the unfolding events exceeded their expectations. Dao Wanfa was astonishingly capable of challenging quasi-emperors from the very beginning. He was truly extraordinary. The primordial sacred land had indeed produced a dragon. Given time, with destiny manifesting, Dao Wanfa would undoubtedly become a formidable contender. The young talents felt the weight of this revelation. The emergence of yet another unparalleled powerhouse from the primordial sacred land was not good news for their sects. However, irrespective of their thoughts. The battle between Lu Changsheng and Dao Wanfa continued. Initially, everyone presumed that with the release of Dao Wanfa's celestial tyrant body's might, this already lopsided battle would conclude. Yet, what transpired next shattered their perceptions. A single drop of water fell into the void, creating no ripples whatsoever. The crowd was perplexed. Was this mere theatrics before imminent demise? However, as the overwhelming might of the celestial tyrant body approached Lu Changsheng, a thunderous sound erupted, nearly rendering everyone deaf. Upon focusing their gaze again, they beheld a colossal tree towering in the void, its roots standing upon the river of time. What was this? The crowd was utterly astounded. A giant tree rooted in the river of time was something they had never encountered. Then, they witnessed the giant tree slowly raise its hand. The river of time clung to it, and with a splash, it obliterated the might, leaving the onlookers in sheer disbelief. This was Dao Wanfa's pupils constricted as he beheld the giant tree before him. A tree rooted in the river of time could it be? However, before he could ponder further, he was sent flying by the giant tree. In the presence of the giant tree, his celestial body, his might, and his unity realm cultivation felt so small and powerless. Had it not been for an elder from the primordial sword abyss acting in time to intercept the majority of the imperial realm laws, Dao Wanfa would have perished in that moment, becoming a mere remnant in the river of time. Thank you, Elder Qin. I owe you my life. Dao Wanfa, having narrowly escaped death, immediately bowed with utmost respect upon seeing the elder. The elder, known as Qin, merely nodded, his expression grave as he gazed at the giant tree and Lu Changsheng. You have invoked my power so soon. Young man, what are your true capabilities? The giant tree surveyed Lu Changsheng from head to toe. How do you know if you can? Have you ever tried? Lu Changsheng jested. The giant tree replied, Enough. Refrain from utilizing my power too often. Every use diminishes my strength. I still need to conserve energy to clarify matters with the one behind the door. As it spoke, the giant tree gradually faded into the abyss. Unbeknownst to Lu Changsheng, deep within the endless demonic abyss, a celestial-like maiden quietly transformed. She represented the form of the ancient god, the Fusang tree, and simultaneously revealed her gender. The ancient god Fusang tree was not an old man, but a stunningly beautiful woman. Dao Wanfa, nearly perishing moments ago, left the crowd gaping in disbelief. Their mouths agape enough to fit 10 eggs. This is absurd. What on earth was that colossal tree rooted in the river of time? If you ask me, who the hell should I ask? The crowd felt that the shock they experienced today was nearly equal to the sum of their lifetime's worth of astonishment. However, even more shocking events awaited. Just moments after saving Dao Wanfa, the venerable Qin, whom Dao Wanfa revered, unexpectedly knelt before Lu Changsheng in front of everyone present. I am unaware of your esteemed arrival. Qin Tian regrets his inadequate welcome and hopes for your forgiveness. Qin Tian's expression was filled with utmost reverence, as if the youth before him were not a mere practitioner of qi, but a great emperor destined to bear the weight of destiny. Chapter 34. A shocking revelation. The semi-emperor turns out to be a sycophant. The supreme being who acts is actually Qin Tian. Bystanders gasped in disbelief. Qin Tian, a figure from the end of the last epoch, had lived for over 30 million years. No one anticipated that this ancient being had not perished. His longevity was utterly astonishing. It was unfathomable that the Taichu sacred land harbored such a person. Evidently, its depth exceeded my expectations. The small Buddha of the Western Desert's eyes flickered with intrigue. Yet, this formidable figure knelt before a young man in white. Who exactly was this youth? Yaotai Liuli's eyes widened in shock. As she gazed upon the ethereal Lu Changsheng, she found him increasingly enigmatic. Could he be a prince from the ancient, primordial, or even chaotic eras? Shan Mountain's Yi Jiutian speculated, equally astounded. A semi-emperor had knelt before an aspiring young cultivator. Such an occurrence had never been heard of throughout history. Those who reached semi-emperor status were inherently proud, deeply rooted in their superiority. In this age, where destinies were obscured and no one rose to become an emperor, The semi-emperor represented the zenith of existence. Yet, this paragon of existence cast aside his dignity before an unremarkable young cultivator. This was simply preposterous. Yi Zhouqian wondered aloud if the youth before them was indeed a prince of the emperors, sealed within a primordial stone until now. But that too seemed implausible. Even if he were a prince, he would hardly warrant such deference from Qin Tian, a supreme powerhouse who had achieved semi-emperor status over 10 million years ago. The golden-winged rock king expressed his confusion. He could not fathom the identity of this young man that compelled Qin Tian, a seasoned semi-emperor, to kneel, unless he were the progeny of an immortal. But that was impossible. Since the late Chaos era and into the early Primordial era, the immortal gates have been concealed, leaving no beings capable of attaining immortality. If there were no immortals, how could there be their offspring? The golden-winged rock king was perplexed, as were the others. Qin Tian, seemingly aware of his abruptness, felt he had disturbed Lu Changsheng and hastily explained, in the last epoch, I had the fortune to accompany the supreme being of Taichu's sacred land, the Taoist Shitian, on a journey through the ancient starry path, where I witnessed your unparalleled majesty. Back then, he had merely been a novice at the threshold of sanctity. Due to his lineage as a descendant of the Taoist Shitian, once an emperor, he was granted the privilege to traverse the ancient starry path. There, he beheld an unforgettable sight. That day, at least 1,000 supreme beings knelt in reverence, bowing thrice and prostrating 9 times before a solitary figure. Qin Tian had nearly been struck dead by the awe of it all. What was a supreme being? They were once titans of power, reigning at the pinnacle of existence. Yet, this supreme entity displayed humility before another, in utmost devotion. Could the figure before him be an immortal? After all, even when faced with the reigning emperor, who among these proud supreme beings would bow? They all descended from that exalted rank. What was there to worship? Only a legendary immortal could subdue these ancient beings who had pride ingrained in their very essence. At that time, Qin Tian had believed the immortal gates were opening anew, ushering in an era of ascension, and he had been exhilarated. But later, the Taoist Shitian clarified that the figure was not an immortal, yet possessed a terror far beyond that of immortals, 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times more formidable. That day, the Taoist Shitian revealed that this individual had commandeered the ancient starry path and lived through 9 lifetimes. How utterly astonishing! Could one truly commandeer a lifeless expanse and live through 9 lifetimes? Such tales were rarely told in novels. Yet, the Taoist Shitian had solemnly assured him of its truth. Moreover, it was expected that he would live through a 10th lifetime. Initially, Qin Tian did not connect Lu Changsheng with that figure, for the notion of living through 10 lifetimes seemed implausible. Yet, upon seeing the willow branch in Lu Changsheng's hand and the ancient tree he summoned, he confirmed the extraordinary identity of the youth before him. The ancient life willow, rooted in the heavens and earth, and the ancient time tree, the ancient divine Fusong tree, were the 2 ancient divine trees from eons past. He had once glimpsed a branch of the life willow, identical to that in Lu Changsheng's grasp. Furthermore, this young man, still in the qi refinement stage, wielded the powers of both. Who else could it be but the one who commanded the reverence of countless supreme beings? The mere presence of such an entity in the modest Taichu sacred land terrified Qin Tian. He feared that a mere spit from Lu Changsheng could engulf the entire sacred land. So Lu Changsheng nodded as he listened to Qin Tian's narrative. I am unworthy of your esteemed presence. What can this humble elder do to serve you? Speak, and I shall traverse fire and water, unafraid of 1,000 deaths. Qin Tian endeavored to display a smile, his obsequious demeanor laid bare, leaving all present utterly astonished. Qin Tian, he is merely in the qi refinement stage. The supreme master of Taichu's sacred land, Dao Emperor, was equally stunned by Qin Tian's sycophantic display. Qin Tian, the esteemed elder of the Sword Abyss in Taichu's sacred land, and a direct descendant of the once mighty Shitian Emperor, who had once quelled the 3,000 realms, was revered yet now reduced to a sycophant before a mere qi refinement youth. Dao Emperor found it impossible to accept. From the moment he joined Taichu's sacred land, Qin Tian had been his idol. Yet now, the figure he had revered for nearly 10,000 years was revealed to be a sycophant, groveling before a Qi refinement lad. Dao Wanfa, overwhelmed, coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the earth crimson. Dao Wanfa, did you not contemplate extinguishing the life of this esteemed being? Do you not recognize your transgressions? Qin Tian admonished, disregarding Dao Wanfa's reaction, and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed. Dao Wanfa, clutching his stinging cheek, was bewildered. The crowd shared his confusion. They could not comprehend why a semi-emperor would relinquish his dignity and status to fawn over a Qi refinement youth. Had the world turned mad, or had they? At that moment, a cataclysmic aura swept across the heavens and the earth. The onlookers struggled to breathe. From the direction of a life forbidden zone, this presence was unmistakably that of a supreme being. A supreme being had made their move. A discerning passerby gasped, their pupils constricting in disbelief. Simultaneously, a wave of bewilderment washed over them. Every time a supreme being intervened, it cost immeasurable life force. Such a great sacrifice could only be made for a significant purpose. What could compel them to act? For whom? Chapter 35. The Supreme Strikes. The divine symbols of yin and yang across the heavens die. A resounding voice reverberated through the skies, infused with an inexhaustible aura of malice, directed towards Lung Wushuang. Caught off guard, Lung Wushuang was bewildered. Had she ever offended the Supreme? The onlookers shared her confusion. The Supreme acted, sacrificing countless lives merely to eradicate a mere quasi-saint? What on earth was happening? Could it be that woman? The little Buddha of the western desert seemed to have realized something, his gaze flickering, his Buddha eyes fixated intently on Lung Wushuang. Run! After a brief moment of stupor, Lung Wushuang instinctively sought to flee. Waiting for death was never her style. Yet locked onto by the Supreme, how could a mere quasi-saint hope to escape the grasp of one who had once been an emperor? Paralyzed, she found herself immobilized, while the others were equally paralyzed by the Supreme's overwhelming presence. Even Qin Tian was no exception. Only a youth in white remained undeterred, standing resolutely in place. My woman, how dare you act? Lu Changsheng's voice thundered, his gaze cold as ice, brimming with murderous intent. He raised his hand, and in an instant, the balance of heaven and earth shifted dramatically. A symbol of yin and yang materialized abruptly before him, the divine symbol of yin and yang across the heavens. The onlookers gasped in horror. This symbol, crafted by the ancient Yin-Yang Emperor, dispersed its energy throughout the primordial sacred land, autonomously coalescing during times of crisis. It had once been a birthday gift to the Emperor of Ziwei. Legend has it that the Emperor had once remarked, "Your mastery of the yin-yang path is so profound. How wonderful it would be if you were a primordial male." One could only imagine the allure of the divine symbol of yin and yang across the heavens. Even the Emperor of Ziwei had been effortlessly captivated by its charm. Countless brilliant stars adorned the symbol, shining ever so brightly. Yin and yang danced like the taiji, akin to the divine fish of yin and yang, fluidly transitioning between the two realms. How could it be the divine symbol of yin and yang? Wasn't it supposed to emerge only during moments of crisis for the sect? Dao Wanfa stared in awe at the dazzling symbol, both shocked and perplexed. Only Qin Tian felt a surge of realization within. It was confirmed. The youth before him was none other than that person from the past, the one who had once shared laughter and joy with the Emperor of Ziwei under the moonlight. Only she could wield the divine symbol with such mastery. Realizing this, Qin Tian felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Had he not recognized her in time, the primordial sacred land would have faced dire consequences. The life forbidden zone. I had yet to settle the score with you from the past, and now you've come knocking at my door? Very well, I shall collect some interest first. It won't be long before I, Lu Changsheng, pay you a visit in the life forbidden zone. Each word he uttered was laced with unmasked malice. As he spoke, the divine symbol detached from his grasp. Whoosh! Like a stone cast into the ocean, it stirred not a single ripple. The thunder was great, but the rain was scant. Yet in the next moment, the heavens roared. An overwhelming force of yin and yang surged forth, enveloping everything in its path. The vast realms of yin and yang were compressed and absorbed by the symbol, a ceaseless cycle of absorption and compression. Wasn't today the day of the Primordial Law Conference at the Primordial Sacred Land? What could explain this immense energy fluctuation? It seems to emanate from a Supreme. The Supreme has made a move at the Primordial Sacred Land. No, there is also yin and yang, an endless expanse of the yin-yang path. Moreover, it does not belong to this era. It is the divine yin and yang from across the heavens. Could be the legendary. But how could the legendary still exist in this age? The endless forces of the eastern wasteland gazed towards the east, fixated on the direction of the Primordial Sacred Land, all in sheer terror. These two terrifying energy fluctuations belonged to the Supreme Realm. One was the Supreme, while the other was a being a trillion times more formidable. What on earth transpired at the Primordial Sacred Land today? Countless mighty figures from the eastern wasteland tore through the void, rushing to the Primordial Sacred Land, following the horrifying phenomena of the Devil Abyss. The emergence of this overwhelming aura from the Primordial Sacred Land. Could there be some connection between the two? At the foot of the Primordial Sacred Land, the divine symbol of yin and yang? Impossible. The phantom of the Supreme gazed at the symbol absorbing the surrounding yin and yang over millions of miles. His pupils contracting sharply, he was well aware that the Primordial Sacred Land was guarded by the divine symbol of yin and yang. But did it not only appear when the Primordial Sacred Land was on the brink of annihilation? How could his intent to eliminate a mere aberration and seize the nine heavens dragon pattern invoke the divine symbol of yin and yang? The phantom of the Supreme was utterly perplexed. However, regardless of his confusion, the divine symbol of yin and yang had now fully charged. In an instant, the very fabric of the heavens and earth was turned upside down. Day became night, women transformed into men, and men into women. Only the androgynous remained, yielding results that were less than satisfactory, yet still formidable. Endless waves of yin and yang surged towards the Supreme's phantom, overwhelming it with an unrelenting force. Wherever it passed, space warped, time shattered, and endless black holes emerged, leaving all in sheer astonishment. No, the Supreme's phantom cried out, yet his form was consumed by the yin and yang, obliterated within the black hole, either immortal or utterly annihilated. Is this the end? The crowd stared in disbelief, watching as the phantom of the Supreme dissipated into the void, unable to regain their senses for a long time. A generation Supreme, vanquished by a mere youth in a single exchange? This was utterly shocking, profoundly shocking. What origins did this youth in white possess? The young prodigies gazed at Lu Changsheng, their eyes filled with boundless reverence. Who else in the world could repel a Supreme at the Qi refinement stage? Unprecedented in history, and surely unmatched in the future. A phenomenon that would echo through the ages. Elder Qin pondered, could this person before us be? Dao Wanfa contemplated a possibility, only to be astounded by his own thoughts. How could that individual still be alive today? If he had been reincarnated, how many lifetimes had he lived? 5? 6? In this world, could there truly exist such an extraordinary being? In the life-forbidden zone, inviting the Supreme, a mouthful of old blood spewed forth, only to vanish in an instant. It turned out that other Supremes had consumed the blood of Yao Yu. I am merely severely weakened. Why are you all so eager to divide my lifespan? Yao Yu scoffed. The other restless Supremes, as if they had never arrived, fell back into slumber. This is the life-forbidden zone, a gathering place for monsters willing to do anything to extend their own lives. To put it nicely, they were once emperors, now Supremes. To put it bluntly, they were merely life-consuming monsters. Damn, that celestial dynasty actually left behind an orphan, and the nine heavens dragon pattern. Is it not from the celestial realm? Yao Yu mused, spewing another mouthful of old blood. What on earth is that youth in white? Why does he evoke such a sense of familiarity and fear? Yao Yu's frustration grew. He had expended endless lifespan to manifest the phantom of the Supreme, only to be defeated by a mere Qi refinement brat, an utter humiliation. Puffed. Yeah, you thought, spewing forth another mouthful of blood. The humiliation he endured today surpassed all he had experienced in his entire life. At that moment, a masked figure slowly descended into the life-forbidden zone. A supreme? Seeking immortality? If so, brand this seal upon yourself. Before her appeared a mark identical to the ancient, mysterious, and deathly imprint that had been seen earlier. Chapter 36, hanging on the wall. Lu Changsheng pondered, who dares obstruct me from obtaining what I desire? Changsheng, why did that supreme being seek to annihilate me? Cold Wushuang inquired, her confusion palpable. In her previous life, she had never ventured into the forbidden zones of existence, nor into the ancient lands of peril. Now, having just been reborn, how could she possibly attract the attention of such a terrifying entity? Upon hearing her words, Lu Changsheng glanced at cold Wushuang and then shifted his gaze to the 9 heavens dragon pattern on the ancient coffin, his expression inscrutable. Perhaps your identity is not as simple as it appears. Cold Wushuang was taken aback. Identity? Am I not an orphan? Is there something more? She contemplated pressing further. Yet Lu Changsheng offered no additional insight. From the moment he emerged from the coffin and laid eyes on her, he sensed that cold Wushuang harbored a monumental secret. The 9 heavens dragon pattern might well be the key to unraveling her true origins. Hence, he had proposed to bestow the ancient coffin upon her upon their first meeting. However, as for the nature of that secret, such trivial matters were hardly worth his concern. Even if cold Wushuang were the daughter of an immortal king, what did it matter? In a few years, he could likely defeat even an immortal emperor with a single blow. For now, what mattered was that she was his. Lu Changsheng's woman. All else was inconsequential. With that, Lu Changsheng turned and cast a disdainful glance at the trembling figure of the quasi-emperor Qin Tian, who was prostrate on the ground. I seek the eye of Taichu. You know what to do. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lu Changsheng declared his intent. Qin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as he stammered, Master, the eye of Taichu is not something I can procure. Because, before Qin Tian could elaborate, a surge of quasi-emperor auras enveloped the vicinity. Then quasi-emperors. The onlookers gazed skyward, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. The foundation of the Taichu sacred land was indeed profound. The golden-winged Peng King and the little Buddha of the western desert were equally astounded. The presence of 10 quasi-emperors. What a staggering concept. Each one could establish a sacred land of their own, akin to revered elders or ancestors of a sect. And now, 10 such figures stood before them, a sight both astonishing and overwhelming. The Eye of Taichu is the very foundation of our Taichu sacred land. Young man in white, no matter your identity or abilities, you cannot take it. One of the quasi-emperors asserted, his voice steeped in undeniable authority. Their formidable presence starkly contrasted with the prostrate and fearful Qin Tian. Have you lost your minds? This individual is... Qin Tian cried out, desperate to protect their lives, but was abruptly interrupted by Lu Changsheng. And if I insist? Lu Changsheng's eyes narrowed. Although he appeared to be a harmless youth at the Qi refinement stage, an unsettling aura emanated from him, leading those present to believe that if the quasi-emperors provoked him, they would face annihilation. Though the celestial yin-yang talismans were one-time use items, it was uncertain what other mysteries this enigmatic youth concealed. To the death, we shall defend. The 10 quasi-emperors declared in unison. The Eye of Taichu was not merely vital. It was their very essence, more precious than life itself. A legacy. The eternal secret of a sacred land's enduring legacy lay in its transmission. Your resolve is commendable, Lu Changsheng remarked, his eyes narrowing further. He admired their determination to protect their legacy, yet he was resolute. Anyone who dared obstruct his path would face dire consequences. With a thunderous roar, the heavens darkened, and countless phenomena erupted, tearing through the skies. Demons, specters, and monsters danced chaotically as if heralding the apocalypse. What is this? The golden-winged Peng King gasped, his eyes widening. If he was not mistaken, this was the supreme demonic technique. Qi, Mei Wang, and Liao. The little Buddha of the western desert spoke each word with deliberation. His gaze distant. He was overwhelmed, unable to articulate his astonishment. The Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liao technique could amalgamate the demonic energies and spirits of the heavens, capable of assaulting all. It was the supreme companion technique of the Dragon Sovereign from the primordial era. It was said that the Dragon Sovereign had used this move to eliminate numerous emperors of his time, reigning supreme. The history of the Dragon Sovereign was well known. The little Buddha of the Western Desert struggled to comprehend. First, it was a treasure of the Buddhist sect, then a demonic technique. The youth before him wielded powers from both realms. How could he possess such a diverse array of abilities? In that moment, the little Buddha began to question whether Changsheng was indeed a reincarnation of an immortal. How else could he possess such extraordinary prowess? The Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liao were said to be companion techniques of the Dragon Sovereign. How could they be learned by anyone else, let alone a youth at the Qi refinement stage? The Celestial Pool Fairy was equally perplexed, as were Dao Wanfa and Qin Tian. Even quasi-emperors could not learn companion techniques. They were inherently tied to their original wielders. Suddenly, Qin Tian appeared to recall something, his mind churning with tumultuous thoughts. The words of the celestial being resonated in his ears. The Emperor of Heaven shall live his 10th life. 10th life, 10th life, Qin Tian murmured, fixated on this pivotal phrase. If this youth in white were indeed the Dragon Sovereign, who established the supreme demonic court in the ancient era, then everything would fall into place. It would not be difficult for the Dragon Sovereign to wield his own companion techniques. Furthermore, the Qi, Mei Wang, and Liao could gather the demonic energies and spirits of the universe without relying on spiritual energy. As this realization dawned on him, Qin Tian felt a mix of horror and relief wash over him. He was grateful for having immediately recognized his position and chosen to submit. Otherwise, opposing such a being would lead to a death so swift he would not even comprehend how it occurred. Just then, a deafening crash echoed through the sky, snapping Qin Tian back to reality. When he looked again, the sky bore no traces of the quasi-emperors. With a single strike, he had defeated 10 of them. At that moment, everyone present felt as though their years of cultivation had been utterly meaningless. What had they achieved at Changsheng's age? Were they reveling in their Qi refinement breakthroughs, boasting about their advancements to the Dao Palace, or perhaps feeling invincible upon achieving a divine body? Yet compared to the youth before them, they were insignificant. He had effortlessly slaughtered quasi-emperors. How could such a terrifying disparity exist? Even the likes of Death God Wu De and others, while aware of Changsheng's prowess, were astounded by his overwhelming might. This was not merely celestial. He was basking in the sun within the very atmosphere. Such extraordinary capabilities were beyond comprehension. Cold Wushuang stared in disbelief at the 10 quasi-emperors, now lifeless on the ground. Chapter 37. The astonished crowd. The semi-emperor turns out to be a common lickspittle. The 18-star constellations Heaven and Earth array, though they feigned death, were truly perished. Changsheng's voice resonated softly. The 10 semi-emperors exchanged glances and slowly rose. Young hero, what remarkable skills! One semi-emperor grinned, showing his teeth. They had comprehended the might of the young man before them from the earlier display of divine ability. This individual was not someone they, mere semi-emperors, could provoke. They could lay down their lives to protect their legacy, but seeking death without cause was sheer folly. With the combat prowess of the youth, whether they lived or died, the eye of primordial beginnings was already within his grasp. Why then should they pursue a senseless demise? Wasn't he living far more appealing? Young hero's divine abilities leave me. Jiang Huai, in utter admiration. Another semi-emperor named Jiang Huai approached and began to massage Changsheng's legs. The other semi-emperors joined in, showering Changsheng with flattery. The scene grew increasingly bizarre, so surreal that the onlookers questioned if they were dreaming. A passerby slapped another, who yelped in pain. Was this real? The bystanders were astonished. At that moment, the higher-ups of the primordial sacred land arrived, only to witness an unforgettable spectacle. Elder, what are you doing? The leaders of the primordial sacred land were dumbfounded. Their sect leader, Dao Wanfa, bowed respectfully to a youth clad in white, while numerous semi-emperors from the Sword Abyss Pavilion treated the white-clad boy with utmost reverence. kneading his shoulders and legs. Were they still dreaming? What was happening? Did they lack the capacity to see? One semi-emperor huffed, glaring fiercely. He unleashed a pressure of his aura, causing the higher-ups of the primordial sacred land to tremble in fear, too intimidated to utter another word. The same semi-emperor then turned to Changsheng with a sheepish smile. I have already taught these blind fools a lesson on your behalf. The semi-emperor named Zhang Tai continued to knead Changsheng's legs. The entire assembly was left speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief. Incredible. The eldest disciple, Shangwan Fengyun, gazed at Changsheng, struggling to find words beyond those two. This person is not to be trifled with. The little Buddha of the Western Desert exclaimed in shock. Truly, how formidable. Where did this monstrous talent emerge from? The likes of Yaoqi, Liuli Immortal, Shun Mountain Yi Jiotian, and Jinshi Xiaoping Wang were equally astounded. Now, open the primordial secret realm and surrender the eye of primordial beginnings. Changsheng kicked at the semi-emperors, further shocking the crowd. What audacity! It was as if he regarded the semi-emperors as mere mortals. Surely, only this young man in white would dare to act so brazenly. The semi-emperors, having been kicked away, bore no resentment, and upon rising, all wore apologetic smiles. It was hard to fathom that these ancient beings, who stood atop the North Dipper Pyramid and had lived for millions of years, were now reduced to sycophantic smiles after being kicked. The crowd was deeply shaken. It turned out that semi-emperors had such a side. They were not so different from the common folk. Young hero, it is not that we do not wish to surrender the eye of primordial beginnings, but a semi-emperor wore a mournful expression, and another chimed in. It is that the eye of primordial beginnings has already merged with the primordial secret realm. To obtain it, we cannot forcefully take it. Otherwise, the realm would self-destruct, and the eye would vanish along with it. The semi-emperor explained. So, Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Thus, we can only. One semi-emperor began, raising his gaze to Changsheng, but faltering at the sight of his unfriendly expression. He shivered and quickly added, Thus, we can only follow the method of our ancestor, the Purple Way Emperor, and breach the 18-star constellation's heaven and earth array. As soon as the semi-emperor finished speaking, the crowd gasped. The heaven and earth array? The famed 18-star constellation's heaven and earth array of the primordial sacred land? They whispered in awe. It is said to be a deadly array of 18, where each level is fraught with peril and high mortality rates. I know this well. It is said that those who conquer the 18-star constellation's heaven and earth array will receive the blessings of the Purple Way Emperor, allowing the tears of the eye of primordial beginnings to descend, refining their essence, cleansing past karma, and ensuring smooth cultivation henceforth. However, due to the immense difficulty and danger of breaching the 18-star constellation's heaven and earth array, the primordial sacred land had historically transformed the challenge into the primordial Dharma assembly, allowing entry into the primordial secret realm for competition. Changsheng listened to the words of the semi-emperors and bystanders, nodding thoughtfully. Very well, you shall activate the 18-star constellation's heaven and earth array. Changsheng stated calmly. You mean to? One semi-emperor sought confirmation. Just breach the 18-star constellation's heaven and earth array. It won't take much time. Changsheng's tone remained unruffled. Did I hear correctly? This white-clad killer intends to breach the 18-star constellation's heaven and earth array? The crowd murmured, filled with concern for Changsheng. Despite his overwhelming prowess thus far, it was evident to all that he relied on external artifacts. Young hero, you heard correctly. The 18-star constellation's heaven and earth array prohibits all external items. It only grows stronger against formidable foes. One semi-emperor began, but was interrupted by Changsheng. No more nonsense. Hurry. In response, the 10 or so semi-emperors exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Without further ado, they soared into the sky, retrieving rings from their hands, and began to inscribe the formation. They could hardly wait for Changsheng to enter the array. Historically, no one had ever succeeded. It would be best if Changsheng perished within. As time progressed, a rumbling sound echoed. The earth trembled. A stone gate arose, soaring into the heavens, resembling a heavenly portal. This was the entrance to the 18-star constellation's heaven and earth array. Lu Changsheng gazed at the towering gate before him, beckoning Wu De with a crooked finger, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Gude? Chapter 38. The Extreme Madness Shatters Illusions. The nemesis of the illusionary array Wu De. What? You entered the array. What does it have to do with me? But only the distant voice of Lu Changsheng could be heard, leisurely proclaiming, Fatty, it's your turn to show off. Wu De what? Before Wu De could react, he was unceremoniously kicked into the grand array by Lu Changsheng. Subsequently, Lu Changsheng followed suit. Two individuals facing the challenge, doubling the difficulty. A quasi-emperor narrowed his eyes. With a swift motion of his hands, a mirror appeared in the void, revealing the unfolding situation within the 18 constellations grand array. The difficulty was forcibly escalated. This young man in white was doomed. Another quasi-emperor's gaze turned icy. Arrogance leads to death. He deserves it. The previously sycophantic quasi-emperors flipped their attitudes in an instant. Their eyes now frigid. The speed of their transformation was quicker than turning the pages of a book. Although the crowd felt a wave of nausea, they could only suppress their disgust, unwilling to voice a single word. After all, this group of sycophants was not ordinary. They were quasi-emperor sycophants, not something the likes of commoners could provoke. As time passed, the mirror in the void displayed Wu De's figure. Dad, why did you drag me in here? Wu De lamented, for at that moment, they found themselves in the first layer of the 18 constellations grand array, engulfed by an endless sea of flames, completely enveloped, no corners left untouched, and the flames were rapidly closing in. Despair washed over Wu De. He hadn't even begun to enjoy this vibrant world. How could he? Just as he thought to utter his classic regretful remarks, a force suddenly struck his rear. Boom! Wu De was once again sent flying by Lu Changsheng's kick. Damn it! Wu De finally cursed before being thrust into the flames. Was this chubby fellow harboring a grudge against the white-clad slaughterer? A mere mortal thrown into a pyre. Wouldn't he be instantly incinerated, leaving nothing behind? The crowd looked on, puzzled. Weren't they on the same side? But the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Suddenly, a chubby figure was seen bouncing around in the flames, howling loudly, reminiscent of a slow-roasted pig. What was happening? The quasi-emperors furrowed their brows. That chubby fellow was indeed a mortal, devoid of any cultivation fluctuations. Yet why was he unscathed by the searing flames? It was known that these grand arrays grew stronger against formidable foes. Lu Changsheng was in the Qi refinement realm. Thus the flames in the array were equivalent to 5 realms above him. How could such a formidable array fail to incinerate a mere mortal? Peculiar, exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that he possessed an extraordinarily resilient fire physique? The quasi-emperors speculated. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Only such an explanation would suffice. As time went by, Wu De continued to wail, yet he remained unscathed by the flames, which gradually diminished, nearing extinction. Gasp! Immortal devouring flames. Something unheard of. Today, my eyes have been opened. This method of overcoming challenges is truly absurd. Everyone was in awe. Throughout history, although few prodigies had ventured into the 18 constellations grand array, that did not mean there were none. Those who had previously faced the array either dodged or confronted it head-on. But they had never seen someone like Wu De, absorbing flames with his body. However, the subsequent layers of the array would not be flames. The white-clad slaughterer would still be facing immense peril. The spectators remained skeptical of Lu Changsheng. The 18 constellations grand array comprised 18 supreme formations that absorbed celestial energy and operated with great force, not merely flames. As they had anticipated, the scene in the mirror shifted quietly. The flames were consumed entirely, replaced by an endless expanse of ice, frozen for miles. The cold penetrated to the bone. This was the Celestial Fall Ice Array, following the Celestial Fall Divine Fire Array. Gasps erupted from the crowd. The Celestial Fall Divine Fire was of extremely high temperature, while the Celestial Fall Ice was its polar opposite, possessing an exceedingly low temperature, creating a frozen lake. Unlike the previous challenge, this one had guardian beasts. As the crowd spoke, a white bear approached from a distance. Though large in size, the white bear was remarkably agile, occasionally gliding across the lake's surface, showcasing its dexterity. Seventh layer of Qi refinement. Someone exclaimed in shock. Although this Qi refinement seventh layer bear was weak in their eyes, to Lu Changsheng and Wu De within the array, it was a peerless strongman 6 realms above them. Without external assistance, could this white-clad slaughter truly withstand it? Some expressed concern. At that moment, the battle was about to commence. The white bear charged towards Lu Changsheng, who remained calm and composed. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a slap. Smack! Wu De what? Once again, Wu De was sent flying towards a white bear. Dad, you! Wu De was dumbfounded. Even a tiger wouldn't harm its cub. Crash! Wu De collided with the bear's forehead, leaving the bear unfazed while he himself became dazed. This isn't how you play. Wu De quickly scrambled to his feet, fleeing in a panic, while the white bear chased him, creating a comical scene. Yet, how could Wu De outrun the white bear? In no time, he was caught up with and received a thorough beating. Strangely, after being pummeled, Wu De didn't perish. Instead, he broke through his realm and continued to flee. Fleeing, caught, beaten, fleeing, caught, beaten, a repetitive cycle. All present were left in stunned silence. The chubby fellow, battered yet unyielding, grew stronger with each blow, while the white bear grew weaker. This was evidently abnormal. What on earth was this chubby fellow? Was he some kind of cockroach? His vitality was astonishing. Getting beaten made him stronger? What sort of ridiculousness was this? The crowd was utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, the Taichu's sacred land was equally astounded. A body that grew stronger from being struck was unheard of. This chubby fellow was bizarre, exceedingly bizarre. The quasi-emperors exchanged bewildered glances. They, as quasi-emperors, were unable to discern a mere mortal's physique. It was a profound humiliation. Thus, under the bewildered and astonished gazes of the crowd, Wu De seemed to be operating with a cheat code, cutting through challenges effortlessly, his momentum unmatched. The spectators became numb to the spectacle. Suddenly, a thought struck a quasi-emperor named Zhang Tai, his eyes wide with shock. What? Zhang Tai took a deep breath and slowly spoke. The 18 constellations grand array, whether real or illusory, is a blend of both. Everything is constructed upon the supreme technique of the great Emperor Ziwei, the Ziwei Heart Sutra. The Ziwei Heart Sutra is a world-renowned illusionary technique. Thus, the grand array, crafted from the Ziwei Heart Sutra, is inherently an illusory array. And the only force capable of countering all illusory arrays is the extreme madness-shattering illusion body. A quasi-emperor interjected, followed by an overwhelming wave of shock. The extreme madness-shattering illusion body, the second-ranked supreme physique among the 3,000 great avenues, second only to the legendary Dao, heaven, primordial divine body. It could shatter all illusions in the world, devouring them and growing stronger without the need for conventional cultivation, free from any bottlenecks. It is said that if one's delusions are sufficiently grand, one might achieve transcendence instantaneously. The esteemed celestial beings were taken aback to discover that the seemingly unremarkable rotund figure, Wu, possessed such an extraordinary constitution, with the formidable capacity of the extreme delusion-breaking void body. Wu was nothing short of a nemesis to the grand array of the 18 celestial stars, akin to the playful dynamic between cat and mouse, or a sheep wandering into a den of wolves. It was as if he was merely presenting himself as a feast. As the celestial beings pondered this, the vision revealed that Wu De and Lu Changsheng had quietly arrived at the final challenge. Chapter 39. The emergence of the Ziwei Emperor in a realm of ethereal beauty, where fragrant flowers bloom and melodious birds flit through the azure sky. The atmosphere stands in stark contrast to the prior violent and sanguinary scenes. Butterflies dance among blossoms while fish frolic in the gentle brook, and dragonflies skim the water surface, creating ripples that enhance the picturesque tableau. This serene valley, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by the chaos of the world, momentarily calms Wu De's tumultuous heart. How exquisite! He marvels, captivated by the splendor before him. The onlookers, equally entranced, find themselves lost in admiration. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through, scattering dandelion seeds as they twirl about, while leaves take root in the earth. At that moment, a maiden of unparalleled purity and grace emerges, eliciting gasps of reverence from all those within the holy land of Taichu, who instinctively kneel before her image in the mirror, expressing their profound respect. Is that the Ziwei Emperor? The diminutive Buddha from the western desert, wise beyond his years, articulates the identity of the maiden, causing the crowd to collectively inhale sharply in astonishment. What? This is the Ziwei Emperor? My heavens! To behold such a transcendent being with my own eyes. The awe is palpable as they witness the living embodiment of the Ziwei Emperor, renowned as the second most beautiful figure in the ancient beauty rankings. Even the poised Lung Wushuang pales in comparison. While both women possess extraordinary beauty, the Ziwei Emperor exudes a celestial aura akin to the stars in the night sky, a regal presence that commands the respect of all. We honor our ancestor. The denizens of the Holy Land proclaim in unison, their voices resonating with grandeur. At that moment, several figures materialize in the sky, representatives sent by various factions from the Eastern Wasteland to investigate the two supreme auras. Upon witnessing the assemblage of numerous quasi-emperors kneeling in homage, they are rendered speechless. My heavens! What is transpiring here? Bewildered and astonished, the emissaries descend slowly, acknowledging their insignificance before such might. For the strong, absolute reverence is a necessity. As they alight, their gaze falls upon the direction of the kneeling crowd, fixating on the breathtaking figure within the mirror. With flowing violet locks and striking purple eyes, she captivates their attention instantly. Clad in flowing celestial garments that enhance her ethereal grace, one amongst them suddenly realizes the truth and kneels in reverence, prompting the others to follow suit in astonishment. They could hardly fathom that in their lifetime they would witness a living supreme emperor. The scene unfolds as the Ziwei Emperor's violet eyes focus on Wuda, then shift to his companion, Lu Changsheng, momentarily stunned. Her eyes widen, brimming with uncontainable joy. Is it truly you? The three words seem to transcend the ages, echoing with the depth of emotions accumulated over countless epochs. The crowd is left in awe, particularly the quasi-emperors and newly arrived envoys, whose extensive lifespans have afforded them profound wisdom. Yet, this only stirs greater turmoil within their hearts. The man before them is unmistakably connected to the Ziwei Emperor. The quasi-emperors are silently grateful they refrained from rash actions that could have led to humiliation at the hands of a mere qi cultivation youth. This is no ordinary youth. He is an ancient being whose existence has been shrouded in mystery. The Ziwei Emperor's affection for him reveals the identity of a young man who is, in essence, the favored companion of the Ziwei Emperor. The crowd collectively contemplates the implications of this revelation, their imaginations racing with visions of Lu Changsheng and the Ziwei Emperor's clandestine moments together. Observing the Ziwei Emperor's ecstatic visage and trembling hands, the emissaries begin to unravel the mystery. The earlier disturbance was indeed a manifestation of her emotions, rekindled after epochs of separation. In a moment of clarity, they perceive that Lu Changsheng has emerged from the ancient seal of the Ziwei Emperor, recently liberated from centuries of confinement. The realization dawns that the Ziwei Emperor's former companion must be revered. By lineage, Lu Changsheng is akin to their ancestor. As understanding dawns, a crystalline tear escapes the Ziwei Emperor's eye. She, who has never wed, has awaited his return through countless lifetimes. Yet fate has rendered her a mere specter of love lost. It is I, Lu Changsheng responds, his voice steady. Gazing upon the Ziwei Emperor, he is transported back to the ancient era, recalling the innocent girl who once called him Brother Lu. Though I have perished, my unwavering devotion has led me back to you. Perhaps this is the mercy of the heavens? He muses. What is your name now? Tears of joy stream down the Ziwei Emperor's face as she replies, I have no regrets. If there is any sorrow, it is for not having ventured further in the mortal realm to await his return, for she has long since faded into the annals of time. I am Lu Changsheng. He states plainly, yet those who know him, such as Lung Wushuang, detect the brief glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. Lu Changsheng, Changsheng, eternal life. The Ziwei Emperor whispers his name, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Even in death, I will etch your essence into my heart, eternally unforgotten. Thank you for your companionship. As she speaks, her form begins to wane into the ether. Changsheng, I know you require this now. Take it without regret. It is my heartfelt gift and the last act I can offer. May you fulfill your grand aspirations in this life and ascend to become the sovereign of all beings. I will watch over you from the heavens, always. Her voice fades into the distance as a singular I manifests before the crowd, radiating an overwhelming imperial might, the Eye of Taichu. The onlookers, captivated, widen their eyes in awe, particularly in one shadowy corner of the Holy Land, where a pair of eyes glimmer ominously with a blood-red hue. Chapter 40. The Manifestation of Destiny. The Destiny Rankings. Who is first? It is the Eye of Primordial Beginning. The crowd gasped in astonishment. As their voices fell, the grand formation of the 10 great constellations shattered, and Lu Changsheng and Wu De returned to the foot of the primordial sacred mountain. At this moment, the onlookers gazed at Lu Changsheng with profound reverence. A man favored by the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity could not possibly be an inconsequential being. Alas! Several primordial quasi-emperors looked at the Eye of Primordial Beginning in Lu Changsheng's hand, sighing deeply. Ultimately, the primordial sacred land had lost the Eye of Primordial Beginning. Destiny is not to be defied. Unable to contend with their status inferior to others, what a predicament this is. It frightened the stout gentleman greatly. Wu De's face was filled with trepidation. He had thought Lu Changsheng was envious of his handsome visage and sought to take revenge. Master, junior sister, this youth is yours. Shangwan Fengyun stammered, pointing foolishly at Lu Changsheng. His shock was beyond words, enough to astonish him for a lifetime. No, perhaps even for the next lifetime. Senior brother, I have made a pact with him. Lung Wushuang did not disclose the details of the agreement, but her beaming smile spoke volumes. It seemed that in this life, another formidable competitor would emerge in the contest of destiny. The young prodigies upon the celestial crane regarded Lu Changsheng with awe in their eyes. Such a person, as long as he remains alive, would undoubtedly be invincible or even unsolvable in the latter half of the epic. However, just then, amidst the collective astonishment, a man in the shadows of a corner of the primordial sacred land smiled wickedly. Is this the white-clad youth who toys with the Supreme? Indeed, he possesses some skill. The man squinted, then inscribed something on a piece of paper. As he laid it down, the paper vanished into thin air. At that moment, in the heavens above, the 33 celestial palaces, the Supreme, a pawn of the primordial sacred land, received news. A girl handed a note to the Supreme Wuji. Upon receiving it, the Supreme cast a glance at its contents, his eyes narrowing. It is he? Very well, very well. Daren't play tricks on me, you are doomed. The Supreme Wujin gritted his teeth, and, saying this, reduced the note to ashes, commanding, release the destiny. The girl was momentarily taken aback, then recalled something, nodding in agreement. Understood. Great, esteemed one. You have taken the Eye of Primordial Beginning. Should our primordial sacred land face tribulations in the future, do take care of us. Dao Wanfa approached Lu Changsheng, feeling quite distressed. As the current leader of the primordial sacred land, he could only watch helplessly as their ancestral artifact, the Eye of Primordial Beginning, was taken away. It was a most disheartening experience. Well, depends on my mood. Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Dao Wanfa. Changsheng, I wish to return to the Xiantian sect. At this moment, Lung Wushuang addressed Lu Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded, for he had previously glimpsed into Lung Wushuang's past in the demon abyss and was aware that the Xiantian sect would soon face annihilation. I will accompany you, Lu Changsheng stated calmly. Moreover, he had inquired of the Book of Creation, realizing that the essence of the divine altar and the heart of demons resided within the Xiantian sect. It was evident that the Xiantian sect was far from ordinary. This journey to the Xiantian sect was imperative. Master, I also wish to return to the Haoyan sacred land, Gu Xian said cautiously. Lu Changsheng regarded Gu Xian meaningfully and nodded. Following this, the Grim Reaper expressed a desire to return to the underworld, which Lu Changsheng also permitted. Father, I wish to. Wuda excitedly began. However, Lu Changsheng interrupted him decisively. No, you do not wish to. Lu Changsheng replied coolly. Gude? Yet, at this very moment, the entire Northern Dipper ancient star trembled violently. It felt as though the end of the world had come, and the hearts of the crowd were filled with dread. An inexplicable sensation hung in the air. The crowd seemed to sense something and gazed skyward. Suddenly, they observed the previously void heavens gradually coalescing into something. This is... The onlookers stared in astonishment at the ethereal figure forming in the sky. If I'm not dreaming, this is... destiny? A bystander exclaimed foolishly, as if to affirm that the bystander was not dreaming. The ethereal figure above the heavens instantaneously radiated an overwhelming aura of the Dao, compelling everyone present to instinctively bow in reverence. The boundless and magnificent aura of the Dao. Could it be anything other than destiny? How could this be? Destiny of this era has manifested in the early epoch. The assembled quasi-emperors were utterly shocked. It is known that the manifestation of destiny in this era was said to be delayed due to the depletion of primordial energy, still in the process of recovery. According to news disseminated by the Heavenly Mechanism sect, destiny was expected to appear only in the latter part of the epoch. But now, could it be that the Heavenly Mechanism sect has erred in its calculations? The quasi-emperors were perplexed. At this moment, not only the primordial sacred land, but all beings of the Northern Dipper gazed in awe at the heavens, witnessing the emergence of destiny. With the appearance of destiny, the era of great contention has commenced. Heavens! Destiny has manifested in the early epoch. How are we young prodigies, just born in this early epoch, supposed to cope? Is this to sever our path to becoming emperors? Ha! Who would have thought that I, who has survived since the ancient epoch, would still have a chance to vie for destiny? In the early epoch, the manifestation of destiny brings joy to some and sorrow to others. The elder generation laughed heartily, as they were mostly the failures of the previous epoch's struggle for destiny. Yet, just when they believed their lives had reached an end, they unexpectedly witnessed the birth of destiny once more. The heavens do not forsake me. The elders laughed uproariously, rolling up their sleeves. Meanwhile, the younger generation born in this epoch fell into despair. For instance, at the foot of the primordial sacred mountain, figures like Yi Jiuqian, the golden-winged Peng King, Yaoqi Liuli Fairy, and the Western Desert Little Buddha were all disheartened. This group had not a single great sage among them, as they were all under 1,000 years in cultivation, and now destiny has manifested. How could they compete with those quasi-emperors who have lived for tens of millions of years? The emergence of destiny now has effectively severed their path to becoming emperors. Why? Yi Jiuqian cried out in anguish, as if possessed. Yet no one paid heed, nor would anyone care about the thoughts of these young prodigies. After all, those who dominate this era are predominantly the ancient monsters who have survived since the end of the previous epoch. If they themselves can bear destiny, why nurture the younger generation? Look, destiny is about to take shape, someone exclaimed. The crowd, upon hearing this, raised their heads. For the moment destiny takes shape, it will condense the visage of a being. This being shall be acknowledged by destiny, the supreme prodigy most likely to bear it. All beings were filled with curiosity. Who would be the apex of destiny in this era? Who knows whose visage will be manifested by destiny? The younger generation of prodigies seemed to have lost all hope. After all, their realms were vastly inferior. The elder generation speculated that it was highly likely to be the divine king of the Jiang family from Nanling, Jiang, Taichu. I believe it could be Ying Zheng from the Qin celestial dynasty of Zhongzhou. The myriad beings of the Northern Dipper buzzed with speculation, each conjecturing whose visage would be revealed in this era's manifestation of destiny. As time passed, the appearance of a being began to quietly coalesce above the destiny. What? Upon witnessing the manifestation of destiny through the celestial visage, all souls within the North Star trembled in awe. Chapter 41. It is not that Lu Changsheng targets anyone. All beings present in the Northern Dipper are naught but refuse. Before them manifested the visage of a youth, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, exuding an ethereal aura, adorned in flowing white garments, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Who is this individual? At this moment, countless creatures of the Northern Dipper found themselves pondering this question. This youth was astonishingly youthful, exceedingly so, in a vast expanse of the Northern Dipper. Not a single soul recognized him. Only at the foot of the Taichu Holy Land did the crowd, upon witnessing the first position on the celestial decree, simultaneously turn their gazes towards Lu Changsheng, clad in white, their eyes brimming with disbelief. For the image of the celestial decree was unmistakably that of Lu Changsheng himself. This signified that as long as Lu Changsheng did not meet an untimely demise, he was destined to bear the celestial mandate and ascend to the rank of an emperor. Upon realizing this, all present were engulfed in astonishment, their hearts racing and breaths quickening. The future emperor, destined to carry the celestial decree, stood right before Zhang San's eyes. I, Zhao Si, have actually witnessed the majestic bearing of the youth emperor with my own eyes. Good heavens! Wang Wu has truly made something of himself, sharing the very air beneath the same azure sky as the youth emperor. At this moment, the crowd was filled with a multitude of reactions. Yet, even so, words could not fully express the shock that resided within their hearts. They felt a surreal haze, as if the seemingly unattainable youth emperor stood beside them. Such was the overwhelming sensation of shock and pride that flooded their hearts. Most gazed at Lu Changsheng with eyes sparkling like stars, akin to the way one might regard their idol. The celestial decree? Lu Changsheng surveyed the resplendent manifestation of authority above, narrowing his eyes. If anyone among the Northern Dipper was most familiar with the celestial decree, Lu Changsheng would confidently claim the second position, with no one daring to assert the first. In truth, Lu Changsheng discerned at a glance that this celestial decree was a fabrication. It was not the genuine celestial mandate. Much like identical twins, though they might appear remarkably alike and exude a similar aura, their souls and thoughts are entirely distinct. This celestial decree resembled a puppet. Though it encompassed the laws of the heavenly way, it possessed no wisdom of its own. Someone had conjured a false celestial decree, attempting to deceive with a counterfeit. This life grows ever more intriguing, Lu Changsheng mused, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. His thoughts quickly turned to the eminent Taishang Wujing of the Nine Heavens. Perhaps this was his handiwork. The intention behind it could very well be to crush him. After all, he was merely at the Qi refining stage. Despite his boundless potential and unrivaled prowess, he should not occupy the foremost position on the celestial decree. He was, after all, the very person the celestial decree most wished to see fall. I would rather perish from hunger, old age, exhaustion, or thirst than submit to you, Liu He. The oath the celestial decree had sworn before him remained vividly etched in Lu Changsheng's memory. Such a decree, even with the passage of epochs and a loss of memory, remained unchanged. There was no reason for the beginning of an era to be so fortuitous. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng sensed an overwhelming wave of murderous intent approaching from all directions. The malice surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly, lasting but a fleeting moment. Stating Noripes, had it not been for Lu Changsheng's keen senses, he might not have even noticed. Casting a glance at the crowd, he remained indifferent, neither jubilant nor sorrowful. There exists but one celestial decree, and only one position of emperor. Those around him had witnessed his prowess and still reacted thus. What could be expected of others in the Northern Dipper? Inform my disciples. Upon sighting this individual, show no mercy. Should anyone dare obstruct my ascension to the celestial decree, inform the imperial city. Upon sighting this individual, show no mercy. Should anyone hinder my path to enlightenment, they shall perish. The Northern Dipper was ablaze with fervor, countless factions displaying Lu Changsheng's likeness. This individual was the greatest obstacle to their ancestors, be it emperors or divine lords. realizing the celestial mandate and attaining the Emperor's throne. At this moment, Lu Changsheng had become the bane of existence, a thorn in the flesh for all beings of the Northern Dipper. Such is the nature of the Northern Dipper. Even when one has done nothing, they may still become the enemy of all. In weakness lies the original sin. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng let out a hearty laugh, leaving the crowd thoroughly bewildered. Though he was recognized as the foremost on the celestial decree, this accolade came with peril. Being labeled a public enemy by the entirety of the Northern Dipper meant his forthcoming days would be spent amidst unending attempts on his life. With an overwhelming tide of murderous intent looming, how could he still find amusement? Was he perhaps rendered foolish by fear? Yet, as the crowd grappled with their confusion, Lu Changsheng, under the astonished gazes of all present, undertook an unprecedented action. He summoned his energy, his voice sealing within the realm of spirit, soaring towards the heavens. The celestial decree sensed the aura of the individual ranked first and quivered before hastening to meet him. Beings of the Northern Dipper? It is not that I, Lu Changsheng, target anyone. All beings present in the Northern Dipper are mere refuse. This proclamation, transmitted through the celestial decree, pierced the ears of all beings in the Northern Dipper. Upon hearing this, they were left utterly dumbfounded. What? We are refuse? The countless creatures of the Northern Dipper collectively froze. Then, fury ignited. Arrogance. This white-clad youth, ranked first on the celestial decree, was audacious beyond measure. Such brazen audacity. The beings of the Northern Dipper had never encountered such an insufferably arrogant individual. How dare he brazenly declare that all beings of the Northern Dipper were refuse? Who granted him such boldness? With such arrogance, he could not possibly survive the day. Truly, he was the epitome of hubris. Initially, they had presumed him to possess some grand talent or divine ability, but now it seemed he was merely a frog in a well, boasting of his verbal prowess. A mere 17 or 18-year-old youth. How formidable could he truly be? In this moment, the beings of the Northern Dipper, upon hearing Lu Changsheng's outrageous and domineering declarations, either seethed with indignation or felt a sense of relief. What did it matter if he temporarily occupied the top of the celestial decree? Could a dead man still bear the celestial mandate? Thus, the factions of the Northern Dipper stirred into action, sending forth their disciples to hunt down Lu Changsheng. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Taichu Holy Land, all present stood with mouths agape, gazing at the seemingly diminutive yet immensely imposing figure of Lu Changsheng, utterly stupefied. Through the celestial decree, he had declared to the world that everyone, save for himself, was refuse. Was such audacity even conceivable? You are merely at the chi refining stage. Were one unaware, they might assume you had charted a unique path to emperorship. The gathered crowd expressed that they had never witnessed such an audacious chi refining youth. What transpired at the foot of the Taichu Holy Land that day shattered and redefined the worldviews of all present. Such a brazen chi refining youth existed in the world. And Lu Changsheng himself, having uttered those words, wore a slight smile that made the corners of the mouths of all present twitch. Having offended all of Northern Dipper's populace, yet still smiling. Only this white-clad harbinger of death could accomplish such a feat. Those aware of his confidence understood, while those ignorant might assume his mind had faltered. Esteemed one, you've had your fun and secured the Eye of Taichu. Might it be time for you to take your leave? The quasi-emperor, Qin Tian, inquired cautiously. He was terrified, absolutely terrified. He recognized that Lu Changsheng was that individual, possessing boundless capabilities that were beyond his comprehension. Yet, the Taichu Holy Land had only the meager foundation of the Ziwei Emperor. If they were seen in the company of such an insufferably arrogant youth, misunderstanding them as allies, would it not spell disaster for the Taichu Holy Land? Thus, Qin Tian was eager to delineate his boundaries with Lu Changsheng, yet he was apprehensive about inciting resentment in Lu Changsheng, leading to an internal struggle. In his heart, the outcome of the confrontation between Lu Changsheng and the entirety of Beidou remained uncertain. After all, the individual before him was an ancient being who had lived for 10 lifetimes. Who could predict whether he might, at any moment, unleash a powerful transformation, transcending to the quasi-emperor realm, thereby dominating the heavens, the earth, and the very air itself? Chapter 42. The Bright and Dark Suns. The void beast in the Tai Chu sacred land, where the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, Qin Tian presented a forced smile to Lu Changsheng, one that was more sorrowful than one of grief. What a calamity! This fellow had lingered in the Tai Chu sacred land for nearly an entire day, under the guise of revisiting old haunts. What a farce! Was it not merely to inspect whether any legacy left by the Emperor Zhui still resided in our sacred domain, hoping to take advantage of it? Fortunately, this individual was finally preparing to depart. Do you not welcome me? Lu Changsheng's eyes narrowed, causing Qin Tian, the emperor to shudder and stammer his apologies. Who would dare to not welcome you, O god of death? Those who do not would surely have grass 10 feet high on their graves. Qin Tian thought to himself, since the teleportation array is ready, lead the way. Lu Changsheng stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian nodded vigorously. He was eager to send this god of death away and distance himself from him. Soon, Lu Changsheng, Lung Wushuang, Wu De, and Shengwan Fengyun arrived at an open space where the teleportation array awaited. The array was hexagonal in design, categorized as a 6-star teleportation array. It could transport individuals to any coordinate within a radius of 10 million miles. Conveniently, the Xintian sect lay precisely 999,000 miles to the south of the Tai Chu sacred land, just within range. After inspecting the teleportation array and confirming its integrity, Lu Changsheng nodded. Let us proceed. The four stepped onto the array. Activate. With a sigh of relief, Qin Tian finally felt free from the burden of the god of death. However, just as he was about to leave, an elder clad in purple approached. Greetings, Elder Qin Tian. The purple-robed elder slightly bowed. Is that you, Jishi? You arrived just in time. This place is a complete mess due to the hurried construction of a 6-star array. Could you assist me in tidying it up? Qin Tian inquired. The elder named She smiled slightly. Of course. Nodding in appreciation, Qin Tian replied, Thank you for your help. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he soared into the sky. She sent him off, and once Qin Tian had completely departed, a sinister smile crept upon She's lips. Indeed, She was the one who had previously informed Taishang Wuji and was to head to the Xintian sect the following day to obliterate it. He was a pawn placed by Taishang Wuji in plain sight within the Tai Chu sacred land. As for the hidden forces, Elder Zhang Tai, this white-clad god of death, is heading to the Xintian sect. Will you not address this matter? For tomorrow, his presence will obstruct Taishang's plan to eradicate the Xintian sect. She called out to the empty void above, as if possessed. Yet in the next moment, the fabric of the void above him split open, revealing a seemingly ordinary elder who stepped forth, Zhang Tai, one of the previous dozen quasi-emperors from a sword abyss. Zhang Tai cast a cold glance at Shi, a stark contrast to the sycophantic demeanor he had just displayed. They will not reach the Xintian sect. With narrowed eyes, Zhang Tai then flicked his sleeve, producing a spherical object in his palm. Void Beast. Elder Zhang Tai, your cunning is truly impressive, Shi flattered. However, Zhang Tai paid him no mind and utilized the supreme laws of the divine realm to quietly open a breach in the teleportation array. Void teleportation is 99.9% stable, yet there remains a 0.1% chance of encountering a void beast. Unfortunately for you, your luck is rather poor. With that, Zhang Tai turned and vanished into the void. Meanwhile, Shi began to cheerfully tidy up the courtyard. He was in no rush to depart immediately. After all, he too possessed a 6-star teleportation array for the impending annihilation of the Xintian sect. In just a few hours, an exceptionally stable 6-star teleportation array was constructed. This Tai Chu sacred land is quite impressive, Wu De remarked, observing the overlapping voids that flickered away. Changsheng, what is your true purpose in seeking the eye of Tai Chu? At this moment, Lung Wushuang finally posed a question that had lingered in her mind. Previously, Scheming against Taishang Wuji to enter the abyss was to acquire an artifact within the River of Time. The means of traversing through the abyss via the ancient divine tree, Fusong, was to forge a space that connected directly to the Tai Chu sacred land to obtain the Eye of Tai Chu. The void mirror created by Wu De is a one-time use item. It seemed that their journey to the Xiantian sect was not solely to rescue it. Rather, it appeared that the Xiantian sect also possessed something that Lu Changsheng desired. Hearing this, Wu De and Shangwan Fengyun perked up their ears, eager to learn more. They, too, were curious about the grand scheme behind the audacious acquisition of the foundational artifact, the Eye of Tai Chu. Why? To ensure that this lifetime bears no regrets. Lu Changsheng said with a mysterious smile, leaving the other three in confusion. However, at that very moment, a thunderous rumble resounded, nearly sending the four of them hurtling into the void. What is happening? The three exclaimed in shock. It was known that the six-star array was incredibly stable. Even a quasi-emperor would require time to breach it from the outside. This time was ample enough for them to reach the Xiantian sect. Look over there. What is that? Shangwan Fengyun suddenly pointed ahead. They beheld a small, adorable creature resembling a lamb emerging from the depths of the void. A void beast. The group gasped in disbelief. Wu De and Lung Wushuang, well-versed in the ways of the world, were not so easily deceived by the creature's endearing appearance. Only the Void Beast clan could navigate the void with such ease. The Void Beast is a collective term, as well as an individual. All small void beasts are fragments separated from a colossal primary void beast. This implies that as long as the primary void beast remains alive, the smaller void beasts are eternally indestructible, unbelievably formidable and troublesome. In the void beasts are invincible. Even a quasi-emperor, without special means, would find them utterly unmanageable. Just as the group stood in stunned silence, the void beast had already taken its bite. With a crunch, the surrounding void was torn, and an endless torrent of fragmented winds surged through the breach. Cold Wushuang attempted to defend against the onslaught with her divine powers, but the relentless winds soon threatened to deplete her holy energy. Moreover, the situation worsened as the small void beast continued to devour the surrounding void, increasing the number of breaches and the ferocity of the winds. Should they inadvertently be caught in the winds, their bodies would be assimilated into the void, resulting in immediate demise. Such is the perilous nature of the void. What shall we do? The group instinctively turned their gazes toward Lu Changsheng. Chapter 43. The Ancient Soul Clan and the Heartbreak of the Semi-Emperor. What should I do? Lu Changsheng smiled faintly. With that, he seized Wu De and hurled him towards the void beast. Naturally, if my friend dies, I shall not perish alongside him. Lu Changsheng grinned wickedly. Gude? The void beast, astonished to see a corpulent man rashly approaching, immediately opened its gaping maw wide. With a loud gulp, Wu De was swallowed whole. The void beast licked its lips, seemingly unsatisfied. Shangwan Fengyun. This young man in white is simply too. Shangwan Fengyun felt a bit flustered. Junior sister, where did you find this old acquaintance? Selling out teammates at a whim is rather terrifying, isn't it? Shangwan Fengyun quickly took 2 steps back, fearing he might meet the same fate as the chubby Wu. Yet, Lung Wushuang remained remarkably composed, lost in thought. A void beast? Huh. To encounter a void beast, even within the six-staff light prison, is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Lu Changsheng teased with a chuckle. Then, 6 beams of light illuminated the space at every 60-degree angle. The beams bore no offensive power, yet they elicited continuous howls of despair from the void beast. I never anticipated you would possess such an intimate understanding of the void beast's nature and its fears. It seems I have underestimated you. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated through the emptiness. The previously howling void beast suddenly fell silent. Its eyes shifted from a deep black to a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie allure. The soul-seizing technique. From the ancient Soul Clan? Lu Changsheng spoke with a nonchalant tone, laced with mockery. You even know of the Soul Clan? Zhang Tai exclaimed in astonishment. However, after a brief moment of shock, he became reconciled. It is hardly surprising that a man favored by the Emperor of Ziwei would be privy to such secrets. Shifting his tone, he continued, "Boy, if you must blame someone, blame your unfortunate fate for provoking the wrong individual. Prepare to perish." The void beast, now possessed by Zhang Tai, bellowed fiercely. It opened its cavernous mouth wide, consuming the boundless illusions surrounding it. The void beast thrived in the void, feasting on illusions to bolster its own might, and it also served as an offensive weapon. The Grand Void Technique? Faced with this ultimate attack, which even semi-emperors struggled to withstand, Liu Changsheng merely chuckled. "You dare to laugh when death is imminent." Zhang Tai roared. "In this void, the void beast is invincible. Whatever phantoms and specters, they are utterly insignificant before the void." Zhang Tai prepared to unleash another supreme attack, intending to obliterate Liu Changsheng within the void. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. What is happening? Zhang Tai instinctively clutched his belly, and at that moment, he experienced a sudden bout of diarrhea. This was an involuntary reaction from the void beast. Even though he controlled its body and soul, he could not prevent it. Shangguan Fengyun. A foul odor wafted through the air. "Boy, go to hell and repent." Zhang Tai raised his hand. Gurgle. Another round of diarrhea ensued. Zhang Tai. "Then, you shall regret ever coming into this world," he uttered before another bout struck. "Watch as I annihilate you," he exclaimed, only to be interrupted again. "Oh, what is happening?" he cried out amidst yet another episode. Zhang Tai. This cycle continued, and eventually, Zhang Tai became numb. He felt utterly despondent. To think that a dignified semi-emperor could be ensnared by such a fate was. Is it uncomfortable? Would you like me to assist in alleviating your intestinal distress? At that moment, Liu Changsheng approached Zhang Tai with a wicked smile. Then, under Zhang Tai's dazed expression, Liu Changsheng began to inscribe a formation before him. Soon, a formation resembling a five-elements vortex was completed. This is, upon seeing the five-elements seal, Zhang Tai's pupils constricted. He recognized this formation and would never forget it. It was the imperial seal crafted by the Emperor of Yaoguang specifically to counter their soul clan. The five-elements seal. It can bind a person's spirit, akin to their blood essence. With merely a thought from the master, that person could immediately suffer a fate worse than death. It was an unparalleled confinement technique specifically targeting families that cultivated spiritual energy. Flee. Zhang Tai immediately attempted to activate the Grand Void Technique in a bid to escape. However, it was too late. 6 beams of light descended, capturing the void beast for a fleeting moment. In that instant, the five-element seal had already penetrated Zhang Tai's body. "No!" Zhang Tai wailed, his expression contorted. Desperate to escape, he found himself utterly immobilized. "Why do you possess the five-element seal created by the Emperor of Yaoguang from the era of ancient chaos? You are not from that time," Zhang Tai shouted, utterly perplexed. Yet, he was destined never to receive an answer. Liu Changsheng crackled his knuckles, and Zhang Tai began to howl in agony. Subsequently, a series of memories materialized in the void, memories belonging to Zhang Tai. The memory deprivation of the five-element seal. In the imagery during the era of ancient chaos, the young Zhang Tai was cast in the battlefield of myriad races, left to meet his own demise. Due to the peculiar nature of their soul clan, which cultivated spiritual energy and was exceptionally powerful, Zhang Tai not only survived but also achieved remarkable feats on the battlefield. As memories flowed rapidly, soon the Soul Clan, under Zhang Tai's leadership, flourished. Yet, their springtime never arrived. The Emperor of Yaoguang, during the era of ancient chaos, was the emperor destined to bear the heavens. He perceived the Soul Clan's strength to far exceed his expectations. Should they betray, it would inflict irreversible harm upon humanity. Thus, he devised the five-element seal, tightly controlling the Soul Clan in the palm of his hand, like puppets under his command. The once vibrant Soul Clan became the Emperor of Yaoguang's soulless marionettes. The Soul Clan resisted fiercely, refusing to yield, and ultimately faced extermination. Due to the Emperor of Yaoguang's suspicions, the absence of the Soul Clan led to humanity's retreat. And Zhang Tai, in the final battle, fortuitously fell into a cavern, where he shed the five-element seal and escaped this calamity. The cavern, while unremarkable, connected to the 33 heavens. This meant that within the cavern lay a passage to other ancient life stars. A masked man appeared before Zhang Tai. He began to speak. Boom! Just as the masked man was about to utter a word, the imagery abruptly halted. Then it shattered, collapsing in an explosive manner. The void beast self-destructed, and Zhang Tai's soul also erupted into chaos. This is the power of the restraints. Lu Changsheng observed, neither delighted nor saddened. He could have employed the breaking void immortal rod to intervene, but deemed it unnecessary. Zhang Tai's survival from the era of ancient chaos to the present was undoubtedly due to his frenzied use of soul possession for rebirth. Such a being had long since become exceedingly fragile. A mere poke would suffice to send them crumbling. Yet, this masked man had been scheming since the era of ancient chaos. Now, that was intriguing. Cough, cough. The void beast's self-destruction revealed a chubby man coughing violently from within. Though covered in blood, his body shone brightly. Wuda had leveled up, and not just any level up, but akin to being propelled by a rocket. After all, he had absorbed the illusions of the 17 layers of the Emperor of Ziwei, and now, under the influence of the void beast's illusions, he was rapidly assimilating. Thus, in no time, Wuda ascended to sainthood. Staring at his transformation, he was left dumbfounded. Am I a saint now? Wuda exclaimed in disbelief. It is known that even the most extraordinary prodigy cannot attain sainthood without 100 or 80 years of effort. But for him, just a matter of days? Could it be that I, the chubby master, am a prodigious talent? Wu Demii savored the thought of his future, where destiny would be at his feet. Surrounded by enchanting beauties, one to pamper his legs, another to worship at his feet. The imagery was tantalizing. Suddenly, a resounding slap interrupted his reverie, scattering his saliva. Beauty? Hurry and get out of the car. We're at Xuantianzong. Lu Changsheng gazed into the distance, a subtle smile curving his lips. The journey to Xuantianzong promised to be exceedingly intriguing. Chapter 44. Challenges? Unworthy? The Xintian sect, nestled to the south of the eastern wilderness and adjacent to the southern ridge, is a picturesque haven with a temperate climate, a true paradise on earth. At this moment, the Xintian sect is flourishing, blissfully unaware of the impending catastrophe that threatens its very existence. It is not surprising, however, the sect's leader, Xiao Tianke, possesses a half-baked mastery of the great heavenly mechanism divination technique, which is often accurate, but equally prone to error. The majority of the sect's members are mere vagabonds of the martial world, and even if they were informed, their sense of loyalty would compel them to remain, merely exacerbating their concerns. Alas, I can only hope that my forewarnings prove to be unfounded. Beneath the Taishan tree, an elderly man garbed in a blue robe sighed deeply. He is Xiao Tianke, the leader of the Xintian sect and a quasi-saintly powerhouse. Approaching 10,000 years of age, he has only barely attained the rank of quasi-saint, illustrating the inadequacy of his talents. Nevertheless, when compared to the countless beings of the Northern Dipper, Xiao Tian's abilities are still commendable. I wonder how Feng Yun is faring now. Xiao Tianke mused as he gazed northward. He had employed the sect's ancestral 6-star teleportation array to send Shangwan Feng Yun to the Taichu sacred land, intending to secure a promising future and a strong backing for him. Although Shangwan Feng Yun's talents may pale in comparison to Lung Wushuang's, they are not so abysmal as to be irredeemable. Even if he fails to attract the attention of the Taichu sacred land during the Taichu Dharma assembly, and his letters are exposed as forgeries, the assembly, held to seize the tears of the Taichu Eye, would not resort to violence over such trifles. In the worst-case scenario, Shangwan Fengyan might receive a good thrashing and be cast out of the mountain gates. Even that fate is preferable to dying within the Xintian sect. Without the teleportation array, they might at least be able to retrieve his remains upon his return. Xiao Tiang's concerns for Shangwan Fengyan were secondary, as he felt everything was under his control. His greatest worry, however, was Lung Wushuang. He feared her sudden return, which could spell doom for them all. The vast galaxy array left by his ancestors had already been activated. Preparedness was essential. Xiao Tianke looked into the distance, lamenting his own lack of aptitude. The emergence of a gifted individual like Lung Wushuang, whom he had yet to nurture, now coincided with the sect's impending annihilation. Should he descend to the underworld, he would have no face to meet his ancestors, for it was his incompetence that irrevocably jeopardized the future of the Xintian sect. Lost in profound sorrow, Xiao Tianke was abruptly jolted back to reality by a thunderous roar. His brow furrowed. Had the annihilation begun? He turned his gaze eastward and took to the skies. The ascending heaven gate. This is the mountain gate of the Xintian sect. Its name sounds impressive, yet had long fallen into disrepair, cloaked in dust. However, Lu Changsheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such a structure within the Xintian sect. Could it be that the sect had a more illustrious history? Just then, a voice interrupted Lu Changsheng's thoughts. Who goes there? He looked up to see a scar-faced man wielding a black blade, clearly a swordsman. Elder Tai, this is my companion, Wu Shuang. Shangwan Fengyin stepped forward and offered a slight bow to the man. Elder Tai nodded slightly in response. And who are these two? Elder Tai inquired, gesturing toward Lu Changsheng and Wu De. Well, they are. Shangwan Fengyin began to speak, but was preempted by Lung Wushuang. My man, she replied with a gentle smile. Within the Xintian sect, aside from her master and senior brother, she had not formed deep connections with others. Yet, she greatly admired their unwavering loyalty and self-sacrificial spirit. After all, during the previous sect's annihilation, these individuals had fought valiantly, buying her precious time for escape. What? Elder Tai's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Wu De. The sect leader had retrieved a girl with 7-star talent, and she had returned with a man? Moreover, he appeared rather stout and somewhat foolish. Was Lung Wushuang's taste truly so peculiar? Elder Tai was left astounded. Wu De, feeling insulted, was about to unleash his saintly pressure. How dare he be belittled by an ant? At that moment, Shangwan Fengyin quickly restrained him. Not this fat one, but rather this gentleman, she said cautiously, pointing to Lu Changsheng. Although Wu De had recently become a saint, he still exuded an aura of sincerity. Lu Changsheng, however, appeared harmless. Yet Shangwan Fengyin felt a shiver run down her spine. Beneath his unassuming exterior lay the persona of a white-clad reaper. She had witnessed Lu Changsheng's unmatched prowess firsthand. Even knowing he was her partner, she dared not overstep or offend him. Elder Tai followed Shangwan Fengyin's gaze and turned to Lu Changsheng. Having not noticed him before, he now regarded him with awe. Handsome, so striking that he nearly felt his heart flutter. Elder Tai's first impression was that he must be a celestial descended to the mortal realm. This aura perfectly matched the celestial being he had envisioned in his dreams. However, upon sensing Lu Changsheng's cultivation, while he did not dismiss him outright, he recognized his lack of prowess, merely a pretty facade with little strength. With Lung Wushuang by his side, was he not destined for constant toil? After all, Lu Changsheng lacked the ability to protect her. With this thought, Elder Tai's expression turned cold. Simply put, he felt Lu Changsheng was unworthy of Lung Wushuang. At that moment, 2 more sword-wielding men descended from the mountain, both elders of the Xintian sect. Kid, though you are indeed quite handsome, in the Northern Dipper, looks will not protect you, declared Zhang Jian and Han Jian, known as the Black and White Swords. One donned black attire, the other white. Both were transformation-level powerhouses. Our Lung Wushuang possesses 7-star talent, while you are merely at the Qi training stage, utterly unworthy of her. If you genuinely care for her, you must leave her at once. Lung Wushuang's expression soured slightly. Although they meant well, insulting her partner was akin to insulting her own honor. As she prepared to unleash her quasi-saint pressure to intimidate the two, she knew she had to choose between Lu Changsheng and them. Her partner must not endure any insult. No one could, but Lu Changsheng preemptively restrained her, then turned to the black and white swords with a smile that radiated warmth, causing even Wu Cicier beside him to tremble. Someone was about to face dire consequences. According to your reasoning, what must I do to be deemed worthy of Wushuang? Lu Changsheng asked, his smile as bright as spring sunshine. The black and white swords exchanged glances before responding slowly. Do not say we are not giving you a chance. Your cultivation is lacking. Then demonstrate a talent that matches our Lung Wushuang's. Do you see the staircase in the distance? It is known as the Ascending Heaven Gate, a legacy passed down from ancient times. The gate consists of 100 steps, each representing a person's talent. The first step indicates a 1-star talent, potentially leading to the attainment of a Dao Palace. The second step signifies a 2-star talent, capable of achieving the 4 extremes. And so on. Our Lung Wushuang possesses a 7-star talent, nearing 8 stars, destined for greatness, perhaps even surpassing a great saint or transcending the void. If you wish to be worthy of her, you must ascend 70 steps. Can you do that? The 2 swordsmen regarded Lu Changsheng with mocking eyes. The record of 78 steps remains the highest in the history of the Xiantian sect, achieved by none other than Lung Wushuang herself. To break this record is more challenging than ascending to the heavens. The 2 individuals posed such a demand with the intention of dissuading Lu Changsheng. However, who is Lu Changsheng? Oh, is that so? Very well, I accept the challenge. Yet, if I emerge victorious, proving my worthiness of Wushuang, what will you do then? Lu Changsheng continued to smile mischievously, causing Shangwan Fengyun to tremble with unease. He wished to remind the 2 that the white-clad youth before them was none other than the first on the destiny list, recognized by fate itself. Could such a figure lack talent? Moreover, do you dare to provoke the white-clad god of death? Are you courting your own demise? Yet, he ultimately refrained from speaking, fearing that Lu Changsheng might retaliate and confine him to a pit for 1,000 years. Who would he turn to for solace then? Shangwan Fengyun silently thought to himself, "May fortune favor you." Meanwhile, the twin swords erupted in laughter. "If you manage to ascend the 70 steps, we shall live stream our humiliation," they declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng chuckled. "Very well, it is settled." Chapter 45, Ascending the Heavenly Gate, where entry is as profound as the ocean. And from this moment on, the mundane world becomes but a passerby. "Junior sister, I have heard that an outsider has arrived at our sect, seemingly to ascend the heavenly gate and assess his talents. Moreover, he is said to be quite handsome. Should we go take a look?" "Handsome? To what extent? Is he as dashing as senior brother Shangwan Fengyun?" "Senior brother Shangwan Fengyun? Well, let me put it this way. Shangwan Fengyun's looks are not even worthy of carrying that young man in White's shoes." "No way, really?" "Junior sister, absolutely. Don't ask further. You will know once you see him. If we miss it, it may lead to a lifetime of regret." At this moment, a disciple who had just descended the mountain spread the news of Lu Changsheng's intention to ascend the heavenly gate throughout the Xiantian sect. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Xiantian sect were astonished to learn that a youth even more handsome than senior brother Shangwan Fengyun was to ascend and assess his talents, prompting them to rush to the foot of the mountain to watch. Soon, the foot of the Xiantian mountain was teeming with people. Is this the young man in white? Heavens, he truly is 1,000,000,000 times more handsome than senior brother Shangwan Fengyun. There is no trace of exaggeration. My goodness! The female disciples of Xiantian's sect gasped in astonishment at Lu Changsheng's divine beauty. What celestial allure is this? It is simply captivating. Shangwan Fengyun. Sisters, don't you find this ethereal young man in white familiar? Haven't we seen him somewhere before? Suddenly, a female disciple expressed her confusion, feeling as though she had encountered this youth earlier that day, yet could not recall where. Familiar? Surely not. This must be our first time seeing him. But before we dwell on that, let me tell you, I've heard that this young man in white is the man that Junior Sister Lung brought back from outside. No way, really? Junior Sister Lung is so fortunate. Just a short trip outside, and she returns with a celestial youth possessing unmatched beauty. Ah, this fortune. I'm utterly envious. The female disciples gossiped eagerly, casting envious glances at Lung Wushuang. Lu Changsheng's looks were nothing short of the prince charming they dreamt of. This young man in white is merely 17 or 18, just stepping into the chi refining stage. Such talent likely amounts to nothing more than being a pretty face, relying solely on looks. At this moment, some male disciples, witnessing the usually aloof female disciples turning into infatuated admirers of Lu Changsheng, felt a pang of displeasure. So, it turns out that your usual aloofness was all an act. You become this way when faced with a handsome man. Indeed, in terms of looks, they conceded that the young man in white was leagues ahead. But so what? In this realm of cultivation, where strength reigns supreme, what use is beauty? Is it possible that in the midst of battle, revealing a handsome face would cause the enemy to be struck dead by mere charm? Clearly unrealistic. Beauty without strength would only hasten your demise, making your downfall all the more tragic, like the twin swords of black and white. All the male disciples of Xiantian sect deemed Lu Changsheng to be nothing but a pretty boy, unworthy of Lung Wushuang. You bunch of insipid men, only sour grapes because you cannot reach such heights, envious of those who possess good looks. What if one lacks strength? Isn't it possible to be kept? As long as the sister is unmatched, who can threaten my Prince Charming? Jealousy breeds ugliness. Amen. Forget it. No more talk of that. Even his silhouette is so handsome, I can hardly contain myself. Does anyone have a tissue? I'm in dire need. Male disciples of Xiantian sect. Just then, while the crowd murmured, Lu Changsheng had already stepped onto the heavenly gate. Entry into the heavenly gate is as profound as the ocean. From this moment on, the mundane world is but a passerby. A resounding celestial sound echoed, majestic and awe-inspiring. The surrounding mountains and trees seemed to receive some boon, instantly growing more lush. Behold, an old monk chanting. The disciples of Xiantian sect were unsurprised to see a bald monk's phantom appearing above, reciting Buddhist scriptures. For whenever someone ascends to test their talents at the heavenly gate, the monk's phantom would manifest. In her past life, Lung Wushuang had paid little attention to the monk's phantom, but reborn into this life, she found the monk's presence increasingly intriguing. The verses he chanted seemed to invoke some extraordinary changes in the surrounding matter. If a mere phantom could do this, how powerful must the monk have been at his peak? Old bald donkey, so it's you? Quite interesting. Lu Changsheng glanced at the monk before disregarding him and continuing forward. It begins. Entry into the heavenly gate is as profound as the ocean. From this moment on, the mundane world is but a passerby. Cultivation requires personal effort, but talent is also indispensable. Iron Blade murmured. Thus, under the gaze of countless eyes, he took 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. Lu Changsheng effortlessly ascended 10 steps in an instant. The onlookers nodded in agreement, feeling neither surprise nor astonishment. After all, if one could not even ascend 10 steps, that would indeed be shocking. The 10th step served as a threshold. Upon surpassing it, the pressure from one's own talent would double with each subsequent step. 20 is passing, 30 is commendable, 40 is excellent, 50 is superior, 60 is extraordinary, 70 is unparalleled. Go, young man. The girls of Xiantian sect are all rooting for you. The female disciples of Xiantian sect cheered enthusiastically for Lu Changsheng. Despite being older than him, they affectionately called him young man, which made the male disciples present quite envious. They dreamed of possessing the same charm as this young man in white. Ultimately, despite their comments about his looks being worthless, beauty in any realm carries a single, universally acknowledged title, heartthrob. And in response to the fervor of the female disciples, Lu Changsheng returned a smile, instantly captivating all the female disciples present, rendering them spellbound. The male disciples of Xiantian sect. Father, Lu Changsheng, aren't you feeling jealous? At that moment, Wuda finally mustered the courage to call out Lu Changsheng's name, addressing Lung Wushuang. Upon hearing this, Lung Wushuang tilted her head and replied, His popularity indicates his excellence. Why should I feel jealous? Wuda. Wow, what you said makes so much sense. I cannot refute it. Wuda had initially thought that Lu Changsheng's flirtatious behavior would anger any woman, but unexpectedly, Wuda could only conclude that his second quote had found its mark. A woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Never attempt to fathom a woman's thoughts. As time passed swiftly, 11, 12, 20, Lu Changsheng effortlessly reached the 20th step. Quite impressive. The male disciples scoffed, secretly displeased, while the female disciples cheered wildly for Lu Changsheng. Barely passing talent. And he thinks he can protect women? The twin swords of black and white disdainfully scoffed. However, just as their words fell, Lu Changsheng's paused feet began to move once more. Chapter 46. Continuous Shocks. The extraordinary Lu Changsheng as the echoes of thunder resounded. It seemed as though a barrier had been shattered, and the heavens bestowed their nourishing dew upon the earth. This is the celestial dew, a sign that this individual possesses the innate talent to achieve the Four Extremes realm, murmured a male disciple. While the gift of reaching the Four Extremes realm was commendable, it was not extraordinary. However, as time progressed, the atmosphere shifted. With a sudden roar, the numbers 31 and 40 rang out. A wave of purple energy surged from the east, stretching 3,000 miles. The arrival of this purple aura indicated that the youth's talent had reached an exceptional level. At that moment, a few male disciples began to exhibit signs of shock. After all, while superior talent was commonplace, exceptional talent was a rare gem. Yet, the astonishment was limited. Most of them were merely endowed with refined talents, and the majority of disciples possessed only commendable talents. Thus, they could only harbor jealousy towards Lu Changsheng's striking appearance, dismissing him as a threat. However, time has a way of leaving people awestruck. Soon came the numbers 41 and 50, as Lu Changsheng effortlessly ascended the 50 steps. The collective gaze of the crowd widened in disbelief. This exceptionally handsome youth, clad in white, possessed a talent that was indeed of the upper echelon. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. It was said that those with upper talents were destined to transform into dragons, ruling over vast territories. No one anticipated that this youth, who could easily rely on his looks, would depend instead on his prodigious talent. The crowd was rendered speechless. At this moment, every male disciple present felt nothing but envy and resentment, while the female disciples, some overtaken by infatuation, began to drool. A man who was both handsome and talented would surely captivate the heart of any woman. Even the saintly maidens of great powers would cast longing glances, perhaps even fall for him. Just when everyone thought this was the climax, Lu Changsheng continued forward, hands behind his back, strolling leisurely, as if he were impervious to any pressure. Thunder echoed once more. Soon, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. This was the extraordinary talent of the 60th step, a sign that he could achieve the status of a quasi-saint. The crowd was in awe, some even gasping in disbelief. The male disciples were left dumbfounded. How could this extraordinarily handsome youth possess such formidable talent? A wave of jealousy washed over the assembly. They deemed it unfair that not only was he strikingly good-looking, but his talent also surpassed theirs. Yet, this feeling of jealousy was fleeting. It was not that they suddenly grasped the situation, but rather, with a swift motion, Lu Changsheng leaped effortlessly 3 steps at a time, as if playing a game, and in the blink of an eye, reached the 70th step. The crowd was left in stunned silence. How could such extraordinary talent exist? This was already at the saintly level, was it not? As this realization dawned, everyone present gasped in unison. This youth had the potential to become a saint. A saint. Indeed, even in the grandest of sects, he would be revered as a distinguished guest. The leader of their own, Xiantian sect, was merely at the quasi-saint level. The shock was palpable, but none were more astonished than the trio of Tai Dao and the twin swords of black and white. They had initially doubted Lu Changsheng, only to be soundly proven wrong. The discomfort was profound. Do not exceed 78. Do not exceed 78. The twin swords chanted fervently in their minds. After all, they had boasted that if Lu Changsheng surpassed Lung Wushuang's record of 78 steps, they would be forced to eat their words. The mere thought of such humiliation made them nauseous. If they were to eat their words in front of so many disciples of Xiantian's sect, how could they possibly continue to exist within the sect? One must maintain their dignity. At that moment, the twin swords began to regret their earlier bravado. Yet, no matter how they lamented or chanted, they could not halt Lu Changsheng's advance. 71, 72, 77, 78. Under the anxious gazes of the twin swords, Lu Changsheng raised his foot. 79. The 79th step was taken with ease and grace. No, the twin swords cried silently in despair. Their internal turmoil resembled the relentless flow of the Yangtze River, akin to the overflowing Yellow River, spiraling beyond control. Regret consumed them. Had they known this youth possessed such extraordinary talent, why had they acted foolishly to disrupt his fate? In a shared glance, they both retched. The taste of their own words was beyond description. The two exchanged looks, preparing to flee. Yet, they were intercepted by Wu De. "Gentlemen, are you leaving without witnessing the conclusion?" Wu De squinted, his smile mirroring that of Lu Changsheng, as if he had already become enchanted by him. The twin swords. They attempted to escape using earth-shifting techniques, not wishing to attract attention. However, they soon realized that the rotund figure before them was, in fact, a saint. The oppressive aura he exuded confined them, rendering them immobile. The spectacle of them eating their words was one Wu De anticipated with great delight. With a smile as warm as spring, Wu De reveled in the moment, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Ah, is this what it feels like to bully others? It's simply exquisite. In this moment, Wu De felt compelled to compose a poem. The twin swords. Their desire to escape, thwarted by Wu De, was merely a minor interlude. The main event continued unabated. As Lu Changsheng stepped onto the 79th step, he did not pause for a moment. 80. A multitude of auspicious signs descended, leaving the crowd speechless in astonishment. This white-clad youth possessed the potential of a great saint. Then, 85. The Qilin soared across the void, the potential to sever the void. The crowd stood dumbfounded. Following that, 90. With effortless grace, the potential to merge with the Dao. The onlookers felt as though they could scarcely breathe. Yet, this was still just the beginning. Chapter 47. The Convergence of Three Flowers. The Birth of Celestial Wonders. The Pinnacle of Eternity. In an instant, the cries of dragons and phoenixes resonated. This is the essence of unity. Everyone felt their bloodlines surge with fervor. A formidable entity in the realm of unity. Such a being is a foundation even in the sacred lands. Yet, could Lu Changsheng's talent be limited to this? The answer is undoubtedly negative. Suddenly, the air trembled. Countless extraordinary phenomena erupted, all celebrating Lu Changsheng's innate gifts. At the 99th heavenly tier, the potential of an aspiring emperor. At this moment, the crowd was rendered numb. An aspiring emperor, a figure standing atop the clouds. Gazed upon by all, perhaps never to be fully seen. Could they truly witness the emergence of a future emperor today? What an honor it is. Yet, is the mere 99th tier worthy of Lu Changsheng? With a slight curl of his lip, Lu Changsheng continued forward. What does he intend to do? The crowd gasped, their astonishment beyond words. This young man in white dared to ascend the 100th tier of the Celestial Gate. The 100th tier, which, since the dawn of the Celestial Gate, no one has ever reached. For the 100th tier signifies that one possesses the potential of a great emperor. An emperor, unrivaled in an era. A person destined to carry the heavenly mandate. A realm that all living beings dream of achieving. Yet, how arduous is it to become an emperor? Throughout history, every emperor has ascended from a sea of corpses, overlooking existence from their lofty heights. But today, they were fortunate enough to witness the birth of a living young emperor. This is inconceivable. The likes of Tai Dao and the dual swords of black and white exclaimed in disbelief. They had thought him merely a pretty boy, only to discover he is a future emperor. This is not the script they anticipated. Heaven has opened a door for you. Should it not also close a window? How can one so handsome possess the potential of an emperor? Surely, he must be favored by the heavenly path. At this moment, everyone present stared wide-eyed, afraid to blink. They fixated on Lu Changsheng's feet, as if the entire assembly shared a peculiar fascination. Thus, under the eager gazes of the crowd, one of Lu Changsheng's feet thunderously stepped into the threshold of the 100th tier of the Celestial Gate. Then the other foot followed suit. Boom! At that instant, in the void, beautiful red flowers began to bloom. The flowers of the void, the flowers of the other shore. The crowd was astonished, nearly ascending to the heavens themselves. This was no mere pretty boy. He was a creature born from the cracks of stone. The potential of an emperor, this young man in white, indeed possesses the potential of an emperor. One after another, the flowers of the other shore bloomed. seemingly endless, stretching for miles. Soon, within the Xiantian sect, the vibrant flowers filled the surroundings. And above Lu Changsheng, 3 white flowers of the other shore were coalescing above his head. The earth and sky gave birth to flowers. 3 flowers converging at the apex. At this moment, a single phrase emerged in the hearts of all. The pinnacle of eternity. This was a chapter long since passed down in ancient texts, when the red flowers bloomed for him, and the white flowers gathered upon his brow. It signified that his talent was recognized by heaven and earth, marking him as the pinnacle of eternity. The pinnacle of eternity. One must understand how ancient is eternity. Within this time frame, how many prodigies have been born? Consider those who bore the heavenly mandate and ascended as emperors. Not to mention 100, there are at least 99, a talent surpassing all emperors throughout history. The crowd was left in shock. They had initially thought him a mere cat, only to discover he is a slumbering dragon, a lion. And at that moment, the 3 white flowers of the other shore fully blossomed. Boom! A blinding light illuminated the scene, revealing an immensely grand figure standing before the crowd. He faced away from the world, his visage unseen, yet he exuded an overwhelming grandeur, instilling a profound sense of security, as though nothing could go awry as long as he remained. This is, at this juncture, the sect leader of Xiantian, Xiao Tianke, arrived on the scene. He gazed at the figure turned away from the world, his heart overwhelmed with indescribable awe. The Emperor Wukong. Lu Changsheng squinted his eyes. This is the revered first emperor of the Buddhist realm, Emperor Wukong. Veu de, in disbelief, exclaimed. What could it truly be Emperor Wukong? Following this, the crowd was engulfed in shock. Emperor Wukong, who once achieved remarkable feats for humanity during the chaotic ancient era, had he not emerged, wielding 12 unparalleled Buddhist relics to repel the enemy. Perhaps the current Beidou would not have seen the western desert of the Buddhist realm carve out a peace for itself. It can be said that Emperor Wukong is not only a hero for humanity, but also the founder of the Buddhist realm. Revered by the world as the Emperor of Buddhism, the crowd had not anticipated that the distant figure of the Emperor Wukong, who seemed so far removed from them, would leave behind a remnant of his essence upon the 100th step of the celestial gate. Yet, amidst their astonishment, they were filled with questions. What origin does the celestial gate of Xiantian sect possess to allow such an emperor's remnant to reside upon it? However, just as the crowd pondered, the remnant of the Emperor Wukong suddenly vanished, coming and going in a flash, exhibiting an air of mystery. Is that it? Just a fleeting appearance? Veu de was left dumbfounded. Only Lu Changsheng, standing on the 100th step, comprehended what had just transpired. Though the emperor's illusory figure before him was merely a remnant, devoid of any consciousness, the very essence of an emperor lies in possessing power that eludes human comprehension. They can fold space or reverse time. An Emperor Wukong, he could transcend the river of time. The Buddha is the path returns to unity. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, 3 gives birth to all things. Emperor Wukong has long since transcended the highest gates, perceiving all in the world. Time is no longer a shackle for Emperor Wukong. The only constraint is his decaying flesh. In essence, just moments ago, Lu Changsheng had conversed with Emperor Wukong across epochs. How astonishing is that? To utter such a claim would surely terrify many aspiring emperors. To converse with one upstream in the river of time while being downstream, it is nothing short of miraculous. Yet, the reality is indeed as such. Lu Changsheng had conversed with Emperor Wukong for the chaotic ancient era, although the content held little substance, given that Lu Changsheng had also spoken many words with Emperor Wukong in the past. However, one peculiar detail stood out. When Lu Changsheng mentioned a figure named Taishang Wujing from beyond the heavens, the response from the other side was drowned out by a series of static noises, as if a certain force had forcibly severed the connection. This left Lu Changsheng in deep contemplation. He had not paid attention to the myriad races vying for supremacy during the chaotic ancient era, but now reflecting back, the battles had unfolded far too swiftly. It seemed there was no substantial reason, merely a grandiose conflict ignited. It felt as if it were one of those situations where, what are you looking at? You want a problem? Stare at me, and I'll annihilate your whole family. And then the fighting commenced, the reasons for the conflicts utterly devoid of rationality. As if brainwashed. Just as Changsheng sank into his thoughts, a crystalline object appeared before the crowd. This is the essence of the divine altar. Chapter 48. The iron puppet, the essence of the divine altar, is said to be the primordial spirit born alongside the cosmos during the era of chaos and primordial unity. No one expected such a phenomenon to manifest upon the ascension gate of their Xintian sect. Xiao Tiang's eyes flickered, as if he harbored knowledge of some secret. Just then, as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, a thunderous sound reverberated in the distance. It was as if iron hooves were trampling across the land, shattering mountains and rivers. The onlookers turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, only to be horrified to discover a legion of iron war puppets, countless in number, stretching beyond the horizon, with no less than 10,000, if not more. How could there be so many iron puppets? The crowd was filled with shock and confusion. Then, a man clad in a dark cloak appeared, floating high in the air. He cast a penetrating gaze at Changsheng and raised his sword. "Kill for me," the dark-clothed man commanded. Following his orders, the dense throng of iron puppets charged forward. The members of Xintian's sect watched in disbelief. These iron puppets were coming straight for them. You two should not have returned. At that moment, Xiao Tianke swiftly moved to stand before Lung Wushuang and Shangwan Fengyan. With a wry smile, he shielded them behind him. "Great Buddha's hand!" Xiao Tianke shouted fiercely. Instantly, a pitch-black hand materialized in the void, infused with profound principles, and struck towards the iron puppets. However, Xiao Tiang's strength ultimately fell short. He managed to defeat a few puppets while repelling dozens more. The calamity of annihilation had, at last, arrived. Xiao Tianke sighed deeply. After his probing strike, he realized that these iron puppets could easily overwhelm their Xintian sect and slaughter them to the last man. "Feng Yun, take Wushuang and escape to the back mountain. There lies a vast galaxy formation. I will buy you time. You must hurry and utilize the formation to flee." Xiao Tianke instructed Shangwan Fengyan. Without waiting for a response, he leapt directly into the fray of iron puppets, charging in a battle with unwavering resolve. The remaining members of Xintian's sect exchanged glances and followed Xiao Tianke into the fight, determined to battle the iron puppets to the death. Xintian's sect was not merely their sect. It had long become their home. As long as there were people, there was a home. As time wore on, countless puppets fell, accompanied by the blood of the Xintian sect. Shangwan Fengyan did not flee. He joined the battle. Lung Wushuang also did not retreat, dispatching iron puppets with ease. Wu Zhi remained at the rear, occasionally unleashing a long-range attack to contribute. Soon, both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand. Xiao Tianke was astonished, gazing at Lung Wushuang, who resembled a valkyrie, filled with awe. Quasi-seemed. He realized that Wushuang had ventured out for a few days and returned as a quasi-saint. The tumult within Xiao Tiang's heart surged like a tempest. And that chubby boy of similar age to Wushuang was actually a saint. This, Xiao Tianke found himself at a loss for words. It truly echoed the ancient adage. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, while the former waves perish on the shore. Xiao Tianke felt no despair. Instead, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him. Wushuang had gained the ability to protect herself and forge commendable friendships. He was more delighted than anyone else as her mentor. Then, Xiao Tianke turned his gaze towards the 100th step of the Ascension Gate, where Changsheng stood. It seemed this young man in white was the one Wushuang had brought back. Regarding this individual, Xiao Tianke could only think of 3 words: incomprehensible. If one were to call him powerful, his cultivation was merely at the qi refinement stage. If one deemed him weak, he had nonetheless been acknowledged by the Ascension Gate. A phenomenon of celestial significance, a being destined for greatness. Truly, he was a mysterious youth. A mere swarm of ants dares to revolt? The man in black bellowed, releasing boundless principles of the Dao. Before them stood a formidable being at the void-cutting realm. As Xiao Tianke sensed the unmatched aura of the black-clad man, despair flooded his heart. It was over. Faced with an opponent 3 realms above him, Xiao Tianke could muster no inclination to resist. He approached Leng Wushuang and Shangwan Fengyan again. Stop hesitating. The enemy before us is beyond our capability to confront. You two are the future hope of our sect. Heed your master and flee. Xiao Tianke urged them. Yet, the two remained unmoved. Why not escape? Why not? As he observed their resolute expressions, his voice trembled with emotion. He loathed his own impotence, unable to protect even his disciples. Boom! A meteor fell from the sky, instantly engulfing the entire Xintian sect. The members of Xintian sect, witnessing this, yearned to resist but found themselves powerless. They closed their eyes and awaited the arrival of death. The void-cutting realm was akin to a deity to them, an insurmountable force. However, as time passed, the meteor did not descend. Confused, they slowly opened their eyes. They were not crushed into oblivion. Raising their heads, they beheld a diminutive yet magnificent figure in white, suspended above them. He single-handedly caught the falling meteor. Shock, an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Xiao Tianke was dumbfounded, as were Tai Dao and the 2 sword-wielders in black and white. All members of Xintian sect were left speechless. What they just witnessed, a mere chi refinement practitioner catching a meteor. This was the world gone mad? Do not hinder me, the man in black bellowed. Then, countless iron puppets surged towards Lu Changsheng. Be careful, Xiao Tianke exclaimed in alarm. Yet, these iron puppets crumbled like fragile straw before the white-clad youth, turning into mere heaps of scrap metal in the blink of an eye. The very puppets they had struggled against were utterly helpless before this chi refinement young man. Who exactly was this youth in white? The crowd was engulfed in shock. At that moment, a female disciple exclaimed, I remember now. No wonder he looks so familiar. He is the one recognized by fate as the foremost among the Big Dipper. All gazes turned towards Lu Changsheng, the figure cloaked in white, confirming their suspicions. He was indeed someone deserving of awe. Astonishment, utter astonishment. It was one thing to merely mention it, but to realize it was true. Such a visage. No wonder it felt familiar. He was the number 1 on the fate ranking. That was the fate ranking, after all, acknowledged by destiny as the one destined to bear the fate of the future. As long as this individual did not perish, he would undoubtedly become an emperor. The crowd was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to articulate the depths of their astonishment, especially the 2 sword-wielders in black and white, who stared at Lu Changsheng, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had they just provoked a future emperor? As they contemplated this, an involuntary liquid began to flow from beneath them. Xiao Tianke gazed at Lu Changsheng, his heart's astonishment lingering long after. This was the man Wushuang had brought back, the future emperor, destined to live on. Wushuang possessed such charisma. It was not a matter of whether the other party was worthy of her. Rather, it was Wushuang who had reached for the stars. At this moment, Lu Changsheng hovered in the air, confronting the man in black, the focus of countless gazes. Chapter 49, Xintian Sect, Ancient Divine Demon's Burial Site, I have said. Do not obstruct my affairs. The man in black, witnessing his iron puppet being shattered, was filled with fury. An invisible force surged towards Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng retrieved a willow branch, effortlessly fending it off. Endless black malevolence converged, forming a black dragon. Abyssal dark dragon, go. The man in black bellowed, directing the dragon to strike at Lu Changsheng. However, with the protection of the imperial realm's laws, such force could not harm Lu Changsheng in the slightest. Impressive. The crowd was astounded. A mere chi practitioner, facing the supreme assault of a void cutter, managed to gain the upper hand. Is this the future emperor recognized by the destiny list, ranked first? This is absurdly powerful. This is beyond the 9 bands. It's as if he possesses the strength of 90. Though Lu Changsheng relied on external aids, to the onlookers of the Xintian sect, such aids were indeed part of one's strength. Xiao Tianke felt a sense of satisfaction, pleased that Leng Wushuang had found a good man and a worthy companion. He was also relieved that the Xintian sect might not face annihilation today. Surviving such a grave crisis must surely lead to future blessings. Xiao Tianke was invigorated, but suddenly Lu Changsheng spat out a mouthful of old blood. Changsheng, Lung Wushuang, Wuda, and others exclaimed in disbelief. To them, Lu Changsheng was invincible. How could he, who had held the advantage against 10 quasi-emperors, be harmed by a mere void cutter today? The two frowned, sensing something unusual in this matter. Could it be that his essence had been depleted? Lung Wushuang speculated, recalling Lu Changsheng mentioning that all his current power derived from his essence. With this thought, her worry deepened. Soaring through the air, she flew towards Lu Changsheng. Stop! Be cautious of deception. Would have called out in warning, but it was too late. Lung Wushuang reached Lu Changsheng's side, only to witness him spew another mouthful of blood. His vitality waning. Lung Wushuang nearly went mad, rage boiling within her. She charged directly at the man in black. The Xintian sect crowd was perplexed. What on earth is happening? Why is my junior sister attacking her own man? If you ask me, who should I ask? They were all dumbfounded. From their perspective, Lung Wushuang soared into the sky, glancing at the man in black, then fiercely lunged at Lu Changsheng, leaving everyone baffled. Had junior sister fallen under a spell? Shangguan Fengyin furrowed his brows, pondering when this had occurred. Suddenly, he recalled the black dragon. The mist when the black dragon was dispersed. Damn it, that is despicable. Gudekerst vehemently. The man in black had used Lung Wushuang to distract Lu Changsheng. Naturally, Lu Changsheng could not harm her, leaving him preoccupied with defense and unable to thwart the man in black's actions. With this realization, Wuda's expression darkened. While he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he held disdain for such underhanded tactics. Despicable? Ha! In the Northern Dipper, there are only two kinds of people. Do you know what they are? The man in black chuckled to Wuda. The dead and the living, he shouted, preparing to unleash chaos upon all present in the Xintian sect. Yet, Lu Changsheng had already approached. Wuda's spirits lifted at the sight. He observed that Lung Wushuang was immobilized by Lu Changsheng, unable to act, but not suffering harm. You were right. There are indeed only two kinds of people in this world, the dead and the living. Unfortunately for you, you belong to the former. Lu Changsheng raised his hand, summoning spirits and phantoms. Countless malevolent entities converged. Wuda was elated. This was an assault capable of vanquishing 10 quasi-emperors. To dare threaten this man as sister, one must be seeking their own demise. The multitude of spirits pierced through the man in black, yet strangely, no blood flowed. What was happening? Wuda was left dumbfounded. The man in black ultimately transformed into a raven. Then, the raven morphed back into the man in black, creating an exceedingly bizarre scene. Hey, you cannot kill me. The man in black taunted. Then let us see. Lu Changsheng replied coolly. He then raised his hand to strike, transforming into a raven, resurrecting. Strike, raven, resurrect. An infinite cycle. The scene became increasingly eerie, sending chills down Wuda's spine. What the hell? Gudekerst. But suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany. He crouched down, gathering strength. What are you doing? Shangguan Fengyin asked, both speechless and curious. Charging power. This position is the most potent for accumulating strength. Wuda gritted his teeth, murmuring. Shangguan Fengyin blinked in confusion. Extreme void break void emerge. Gudeschautiv. As the scene shifted, everything transformed into nothingness. Wuda looked up, discovering Lu Changsheng wielding a long sword, piercing through the chest of the man in black. Blood seeped from the wound, confirming the reality of the moment. You actually discovered it. The man in black gazed at Lu Changsheng in disbelief. Such petty tricks are utterly useless against absolute strength. Lu Changsheng's gaze remained indifferent. For a mere qi practitioner to utter such words in the face of absolute might was peculiar. Wuda surveyed the surroundings, realizing that everyone else lay on the ground, evidently still entrapped in an illusion. When did this happen? Vayuda was shaken. Even he, possessing the extreme void-breaking body, had silently fallen into the illusion, and a layered illusion at that. One could imagine the man in black's mastery of illusions. Not to say it reached the pinnacle, but was certainly at an extreme level. Yet even so, Changsheng could see through it at a glance. Strong, far too strong. Wuda felt that Changsheng was devoid of weaknesses. Aside from being slightly inferior in cultivation, in every other aspect, he was akin to a monstrous entity of incomprehensible proportions. "What is your name?" Changsheng asked coolly. "Ji Shi." "State your purpose." Thunder rumbled as Ji Shi self-detonated. A stream of black fluid flowed down slowly. "Dead fatso, take everyone away," Changsheng commanded. "Vayu devush bewildered. Isn't he already dead?" "A single drop of this black fluid could disperse one's soul. Do you wish to test it?" Changsheng's eyes narrowed. Wuda trembled at the thought. He swiftly evacuated everyone present, though he pondered how the illusion had not dissipated despite the caster's demise. As time passed, the black fluid pooled upon the ground, corroding the earth. Changsheng observed quietly, making no move to intervene. Suddenly, the sea level plummeted as the ground sank. Thunder roared. It was as if the black fluid had touched some forbidden barrier. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky. A layer of ominous mist shrouded everything around. Wuda, hiding in a corner with the unconscious crowd, trembled in fear. From a distance, he could feel the profound malice emanating from the black mist. 5 epochs. A full 5 epochs, Xing have finally seen the light of day again. An endless, sinister laughter echoed, accompanied by boundless demonic energy and power. Merely hearing the voice made Wuda feel compelled to kneel. One of the ancient demon gods, the ancient god Xingtian. Lung Wushuang articulated each word clearly. Wuda was astonished. "You have awakened?" The ancient god Xingtian, buried within the abyss of gods and demons. Lung Wushuang replied, ignoring Wuda. "Are you implying that what the world knows as the endless abyss is a falsehood?" Wuda's eyes widened. Lung Wushuang shook her head. "Not a falsehood, but incomplete. So you mean to say that your Xingtian sect is, in fact, a burial site for ancient gods and demons?" Vayu was left speechless. A mere small sect possessed such astonishing significance? Chapter 50. The ancient god Xingtian, heart of gods and demons. If I become a Buddha, there will be no demons in the world. If I become a demon, what can the Buddha do to me? The empty and bald monk, a million years later, Xingtian, will still be alive, while you will have turned into a withered bone in the river of time, scattered by the wind. How tragic! How ironic! Aha! Xingtian laughed wildly, his demonic laughter causing Wuda and Lung Wushuang to spit out a mouthful of blood. His cultivation was at least that of a quasi-emperor, if not stronger. Lung Wushuang's pupils constricted sharply. Changsheng looked at Xingtian, his gaze hardened. The great war among the celestial races in the primordial era was, in fact, dominated by the return of the defeated outer heavenly demons from the chaos era, leading to a fierce battle between humans and demons. Before him stood Xingtian, one of the 12 divine generals of the outer heavenly demons, who had once stood undefeated against numerous supreme beings. "Haven't you been buried here?" Changsheng frowned. He recalled that the corpses of these outer heavenly demons had been transcended by the great Emperor Wukong, reduced to ashes. How could they possibly remain buried here and have now been resurrected? Could it be that some unforeseen event had occurred? "Why am I buried here?" Xingtian laughed upon hearing this. "We, the outer heavenly demons, are eternally indestructible. You think a mere Wukong can transcend me? How laughable. Human brat, you, with your mere chi training, can actually resist my overwhelming demonic might. You are quite impressive. I give you a chance. Abandon your cultivation and join my demonic path. I will teach you the supreme demon scripture, and you will roam the world freely, taking pleasure in vengeance. If someone displeases you, you can kill their entire family. What do you say?" Xingtian directed his words at Changsheng, unexpectedly admiring him enough to offer to teach him the demon scripture. Changsheng was taken aback, but then nodded. "All right, but you must not go back on your word," he replied with a smile. Xingtian patted his chest and declared, "A promise is worth 1,000 gold. Boom! As Xingtian's voice fell, Changsheng immediately discarded his cultivation on the spot, without hesitation. He could abandon even his quasi-emperor cultivation without batting an eye. To him, cultivation was something trivial. After all, he could easily recover it with a bit of time. Decisively and resolutely, Xing Tian was indeed not mistaken. Lu Changsheng was truly suited for the demonic path. "Ha, come here, boy, and face me," Xing Tian joyfully exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded. Soon, he sat cross-legged on the ground, and Xing Tian began imparting the demon's scripture to him, leaving Wu De and Lung Wushuang utterly dumbfounded. This hulking demon god Xing Tian seemed rather dim-witted. Wu De remarked in astonishment. Rarely, Lung Wushuang agreed with Wu De's view and nodded in affirmation. "All right, the demon scripture has been instilled in your mind. As long as you immediately activate it, you will be a member of my demon clan. Rest assured, following me, Xing Tian, you will enjoy the finest delicacies and experiences." Xing Tian laughed heartily. Lu Changsheng nodded. Then, as he activated the demonic power, an instant later, demonic energy from heaven and earth began to converge upon him. To absorb such an immense amount of demonic energy on the first attempt. You truly are a rare talent suited for the demonic path. Xing Tian was shocked. He remembered that when he first cultivated the demon art, he had absorbed less than half of what Lu Changsheng was taking in now. Moreover, it appeared that this was not even Lu Changsheng's limit. It was hard to fathom that a human could be more suited for demonic cultivation than a naturally born demon like himself. However, as time passed, Xing Tian sensed something was amiss. The amount of demonic energy being absorbed was already 100 times what he had once taken, and it showed no signs of stopping. What could possibly be happening? Xing Tian furrowed his brow. Even with an innate affinity for demonic cultivation, it was impossible for one's aptitude to exceed such limits. What was going on? Xing Tian was utterly perplexed. Is this the power of the outer heavenly demons? He, Lu Changsheng, sneered inwardly. The reason he was able to absorb such vast amounts of endless demonic energy was, of course, due to the immortal fetus, using demons to nourish immortality. Lu Changsheng found it quite intriguing, and since Xing Tian offered the opportunity, he decided to give it a try. One must understand that the demonic arts of the outer heavenly demons and the local demonic arts of Beidou are two entirely different concepts. As the outer heavenly demons once thrived in the immortal realm, great Xing Tian, the amount of demonic energy here is simply insufficient for me to absorb. Why not contribute some of your original demonic energy? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. At this moment, if Xing Tian still failed to realize that something was off, he would truly be a fool. Who exactly are you? Xing Tian's expression turned cold. This human youth before him was quite unusual. Who am I? Just an ordinary Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng smiled faintly. His smile sent a chill down the spine of Xing Tian, this ancient demon god. For a fleeting moment, Xing Tian was stunned. He was one of the 12 ancient demon gods. How could a mere mortal instill such fear in him? Boom! An overwhelming demonic force surged towards Lu Changsheng in an instant. Xing Tian pointed. In response to this attack, Lu Changsheng smiled slightly, fully prepared. Suddenly, countless demons and monsters materialized from the endless void. Chimera and specters. Boom! The surrounding mountains crumbled and rivers surged, yet both Lu Changsheng and Xing Tian remained unyielding. The two were locked in a stalemate. This force is at the source? Xing Tian frowned. A mortal could wield the power of the source. Unbelievable. Who were you in your past life? Xing Tian demanded. Only someone who had achieved unparalleled greatness in their second life could harness the energy of the source while being a mere mortal. Fighting is fighting. Why all this unnecessary talk? Don't you know that villains perish from excessive chatter? Lu Changsheng retorted with a disdainful curl of his lip. A branch materialized, transforming into a towering ancient tree, the ancient willow of life. Upon seeing this, Xing Tian's pupils constricted. In the primordial era, when he was sealed and buried here, he had seen this ancient tree. Born of the 9 heavens, rooted in the 10 earths, it ultimately attained the path to become an emperor, known as the Willow God. Who are you really? Xing Tian bellowed, his form shifting into a colossal being striving to match the heavens, rivaling the giant willow. The creatures near Xintian's sect were all shocked. They once suspected it was the end of the world. Such enormity was truly a rarity. The true form of a demon god? Lu Changsheng chuckled upon witnessing this. Unhurriedly, he urged the willow branches. In truth, since the battle in the primordial sacred land, the source he had obtained from Taishang Wujia was nearly depleted. Additionally, the 9 lives' worth of sources he had stored had all been expended the moment he acquired the Book of Creation. Thus, the situation was not optimistic for Lu Changsheng. He had to end this swiftly. Xing Tian roared, stepping down forcefully. Wherever he went, mountains and rivers shattered. Chapter 51. The Great Emperor of Slaughter, the Ultimate Realm Boom. The endless mountains and rivers vanished, and the infinite void twisted. The beings of the Eastern Wasteland were profoundly shaken. This extraordinary battle was akin to a supreme feast. Countless mighty figures gazed towards the south, toward the location of the Xiantian sect. Changsheng, be cautious, Lung Wushuang shouted. At that moment, she felt an intense longing for power. Each time they fought, Lu Changsheng stood in front, leaving her powerless to act. This sensation was more unbearable than death itself. Wu De, gaping in astonishment, realized that such combat was beyond the reach of a mere saint like him. Boom! With a single step, the sea level plummeted by another 10,000 meters. At this moment, the entire Xiantian sect was plunged into the depths of an abyss. Ants and mortals, easily crushed. Xing Tian sneered, retracting his foot. However, he suddenly discovered that his foot could not move. What is happening? Xing Tian exclaimed. Then, a golden light radiated from beneath him. Was this the light of Buddha? Xing Tian was taken aback, unable to believe his eyes. He then saw that in Lu Changsheng's hand, he held 12 supreme Buddha relics, and a figure, emanating golden Buddhist light, stood protectively before Lu Changsheng. Help me defeat him, and I owe you a favor, Lu Changsheng said calmly. The figure shrouded in golden light grinned broadly, revealing a row of yellow teeth. This is... Lung Wushuang gazed at the elder with yellow teeth, utterly shocked. If she wasn't mistaken, it was you too, Tian. Xing Tian's gaze grew increasingly cold. What? The one reputed as the greatest genius of the Buddhist sect, the inheritor of the ancient Emperor Wukong's legacy, who transcended destiny and achieved an alternative path to enlightenment. Tu Tian, the great emperor. Wu De was stunned. Suddenly, he recalled why the bald monk who said, "The journey to the heavenly gate is as deep as the sea. From henceforth, mortals are but passers-by," seemed so familiar. It was indeed Tu Tian, the great emperor. Not to mention, he still had a statue of Tu Tian, the great emperor at home. However, his family had no connection with Tu Tian. It was merely because Wu De had accidentally trespassed upon Tu Tian's tomb recently. But he never expected that Tu Tian, the great emperor, was still alive. Yet, it made sense. How could a being capable of achieving an alternative ascension die so easily? To achieve such status, one must have defied the heavens. Damn bald monk. Why must you all oppose my demon clan? Xing Tian roared. We demons seek to conquer your human race, to unify the powers of the mortal realm, preparing one day to ascend to the celestial realm, to seek fate for all beings. Why do you persist in your futile resistance until death? Xing Tian shouted in frustration, truly perplexed by the thought process of these humans. Isn't it better for us all to become immortals together? Yet, what greeted him was a disdainful smile from Tu Tian, the great emperor. Ascend to the celestial realm, you demons? You, the outer celestial demons, are nothing but a discarded trash race abandoned by the celestial realm, unworthy to govern my human race. Let me tell you, had we humans desired to fight, you outer celestial demons would have long vanished from this world during the battle of primordial chaos. Tu Tian, the great emperor, sneered. As he spoke, he raised his hand. The boundless Buddhist light transformed into a staff, the staff of demon slaying. Seeing this, Xing Tian's pupils constricted. Damn bald monk. Don't think that just because you can restrain my celestial demons, you will inevitably triumph. Let me tell you, my celestial demons are eternally unkillable. As he spoke, Xing Tian chose to self-destruct on the spot. Protect me and the people of the Xiantian sect, and I will grant you an eternal, true, immortal position. Lu Changsheng bellowed. Upon hearing this, Tu Tian cast a deep glance at Lu Changsheng. Then, his body disintegrated into boundless Buddhist light. Boom! An immense explosion rippled across the surrounding land. Even the Taichu sacred land was not spared from the impact. Despite all the quasi-emperors of the Taichu sword abyss stepping forward to withstand the aftermath, they could only vomit blood to barely endure. The Taichu sacred land fared no better than other Eastern Wasteland sacred lands. This explosion could be described as the end of the world for small to medium sects. Only those distant minor forces in the Eastern Wasteland escaped this calamity. Boom! A second explosion created a mushroom cloud in the sky. The cloud resembled a rose, breathtakingly beautiful, yet it had claimed the lives of countless beings. Goodness, I'm terrified. Wuda looked around, witnessing the instant flattening of the land for millions of miles. It was exhilarating. His heart had stopped beating several times. Damn it! Following Lu Changsheng has brought nothing but trouble. Wuda resolved to find an opportunity to escape. Otherwise, with his lackluster, saintly cultivation, he would not know how he would perish. In contrast to Wuda, Lung Wushuang rushed to Lu Changsheng's side, inquiring about his injuries. I'm fine. Lu Changsheng shook his head. He then approached Xing Tian's corpse. Although he had self-destructed, Xing Tian's body remained intact. Lu Changsheng took out an ancient blade, forged from the lives of 5 emperors, a demonic blade specifically meant to slay outer celestial demons. The reason the outer celestial demons claimed to be immortal was merely related to their heart structure. With a single stroke, Lu Changsheng cleaved through Xing Tian's corpse. Reaching in, he extracted a pulsating heart, the heart of the divine demon, a heart cursed by the celestial beings, eternally doomed to fall into darkness, forever suppressed by celestial and Buddhist forces. Only beings as powerful as Xing Tian could evolve into a heart of divine demons. However, Xing Tian never anticipated that someone could extract his heart of divine demons. Thus, one of the ancient celestial demons, Xing Tian, had completely perished. Wushuang stepped back. I need to break through my realm, Lu Changsheng instructed. Lung Wushuang nodded and retreated to the side. Lu Changsheng placed the heart of divine demons in position. He then took out the essence of the divine altar and the eye of Taichu. Finally, he summoned the Book of Creation. Old man, I have gathered the 3 items. How should I break through to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm? Lu Changsheng inquired. The Book of Creation glanced at Lu Changsheng with disdain and said, to break through the pinnacle of Qi refinement, you naturally need to reach the perfect completion of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. How could you not know this? How did you? Before the Book of Creation could finish, suddenly, boom! Lu Changsheng inhaled deeply, and his cultivation directly reached the perfect completion of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The Book of Creation. Cough, cough, cough. Well, I will impart a technique to you. You shall understand once you read it. As the Book of Creation spoke, it dove directly into Lu Changsheng's mind. Subsequently, Lu Changsheng gained a new technique in his mind, named the Ultimate Celestial Demon Technique. After reviewing the method of operation, Lu Changsheng pondered. I see. This is the profound secret of cultivation from the beginning of heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng read rapidly, and soon, the 3 divine items were gradually fused and absorbed by him. In the next moment, radiant golden light erupted. Chapter 52. The Extreme Realm, Genesis Inheritance, countless extraordinary phenomena unfolded, and innumerable celestial beings and demons knelt in reverence, with Lu Changsheng appearing as the sovereign of this realm, commanding all living entities beneath the heavens. At this moment, the vast forces of the eastern wilderness gazed on in awe. The Taichu sacred land, the Haoyan sacred land, the Yaotai sacred land, the Yaoguang sacred land, and numerous quasi-emperors emerged from their seclusion. The deities and demons bowed, and the throngs of immortals prostrated themselves. This was, the ancestors' eyes widened in astonishment. Subsequently, they hastily performed incantations, utilizing their quasi-emperor essence to divine the heavenly secrets. Yet in the next instant, without exception, every ancestor present coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Some were even severely injured by the backlash of their own essence, their lives hanging by a thread. Ancestor, are you all right? At this moment, Yi Guqing, the sovereign of the Haotian sacred land, rushed over to assist the ancestor, worry etched across his face. Accompanying him was a man clad in golden battle armor, the former holy son of the Haotian sacred land, Gu Xian. I'm fine, merely. The heavenly secrets are in disarray. The destiny reveals itself. The great tide is imminent, and a reshuffling has begun. This tide has already commenced, and it is unstoppable. Whether one can survive depends solely on their own fortune and foundation, the ancestor stated, then shifted the topic. What news do we have of the youth ranked first on the destiny list? The ancestor's killing intent radiated fiercely. The source of all the heavenly chaos stemmed from this youth ranked first on the destiny list. If he could be slain, the great tide of the world could once again stabilize for millennia. For the sake of peace in the Northern Dipper and the continued accumulation of foundation for the Haotian sacred land in preparation for the contest of destiny, the individual atop the destiny list must be eradicated. There is indeed some news. A disciple reported having seen this youth in white at the Taichu sacred land. Yi Guqing affirmed with a nod. He is actually within our eastern wilderness? Truly a boon from the heavens. Now, I command you to set off immediately to the location of the phenomenon, even if it means expending the foundation of our sacred land. The swifter, the better, the ancestor urged. Why? Yi Guqing inquired, bewildered. The essence of the source is the foundation of any sacred land, not to be employed lightly. For if I am not mistaken, the rumbling phenomenon just now is the manifestation recorded in ancient texts of breaking the 9 restrictions of the Northern Dipper. There, a monster is being born, and this monster is highly likely to be that youth in white who tops the destiny list. The ancestor spoke slowly. Yi Guqing was horrified upon hearing this. The 10 restrictions. A youth in the Qi refinement realm is breaking the laws of the Northern Dipper. Astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Suppressing his shock, Yi Guqing nodded earnestly. If such a monster were to be born, would they still possess the qualifications and possibilities to contend for the destiny in the future? Gu Xian, come, let us immediately go and slay this individual. Yi Guqing's killing intent flared. Gu Xian, expressionless, nodded in agreement. Thus, the two swiftly stepped onto the essence transmission array, traversing countless miles in an instant. Meanwhile, similar events transpired across the major sacred lands of the eastern wilderness. The sovereigns of each sacred land mobilized, commanded by their ancestors, to eliminate the birth of the monster. At this moment, Lu Changsheng, referred to as the monster by the ancestors of the eastern wilderness, found himself in a peculiar space. The space was devoid of color, or rather, colorless. The genesis of all things begins from the absence of color. Color emerges from the colorless, desires from the devoid of desire. The essence of creation from nothingness is the truth of the world. Lu Changsheng squinted. This space was exceedingly extraordinary. It granted him a sense of inevitability. This was inherently quite unreasonable. In the next moment, at the extreme end of this space, a gray mist arose. The mist quickly enveloped the entire space, subsequently manifesting color. Flowers and vegetation were nurtured, and small insects and birds were created. Life thrived, bursting with the vitality of spring. This was indeed the creation of life from nothingness. Lu Changsheng observed, neither joyful nor sorrowful. In his prime, he too could achieve such feats. Creating beings from thin air was not beyond his capabilities. It was hardly surprising. However, what transpired next moved even this ancient being, who had lived for nearly 10 epochs. Countless lives were being nurtured, civilizations were born, perished, evolved, and repeated, endlessly thriving. Each civilization evolved, from the most ancient primitive tribes to the Stone Age and onwards to later civilizations. Even celestial bodies and cosmic civilizations evolved within this continuum. Lu Changsheng was struck with awe, deeply resonating within his soul. He felt that even the immortals could not accomplish what lay before him. An immensely vast underlying order served as the foundational logic, causing the universe to operate according to certain specific rules. This was a creation by design, not a spontaneous emergence. Then, a figure, both substantial and ethereal, gradually materialized not far from Lu Changsheng. It was both elusive and traceable, exceedingly peculiar. Extreme realm. Do you comprehend the meaning of the extreme? The figure's voice reverberated throughout the space. Lu Changsheng regarded the figure, remaining silent. The extreme signifies the utmost, the finest, the perfect, the entirety, the transcendence. The extreme is the pinnacle of the universe, the genesis of heaven and earth, the culmination of all things. The extreme encompasses all existence, the essence of everything, the entirety of the source. The figure spoke at length, and Lu Changsheng listened patiently. But do you know who I am? The figure suddenly turned, facing Lu Changsheng. Yet, Lu Changsheng found himself unable to gaze directly at the figure's visage, as if it were entirely non-existent. If I am not mistaken, you are the nameless deity of cosmic creation? Lu Changsheng forced down the shock within him, narrowing his eyes to a slit. You know of me? How intriguing. The figure smiled faintly. Though Lu Changsheng appeared outwardly unperturbed, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. What is the pinnacle of the universe? What lies beyond the universe? Where did the universe originate? Many theories exist, yet in Lu Changsheng's billions of years of experience, the most plausible one is that the universe was crafted by the deity of creation who governs all things. Though Lu Changsheng did not scoff at the notion at the time, he found it somewhat absurd. Yet, he never anticipated that this figure before him would claim to be the deity of creation, the very one who fashioned this universe. To say I created this universe is not entirely accurate. I too was born within this universe, but such matters are inconsequential. Since you have shattered the limits of cultivation, I shall bestow upon you the heavenly decree of the celestial realm. As the figure spoke, a decree far more potent than any celestial spell was imprinted into Lu Changsheng's mind. This decree was not one of cultivation, but rather one of devouring. To devour the unparalleled prodigy who had also broken the 10 restrictions, and to obtain all of his power. Lu Changsheng regarded the introduction with a smile. Surely, only he could break the 10 restrictions of the Northern Dipper, but what of the other ancient stars? The Ziwei Ancient Star, the Taibai Ancient Star, and even the immortal realm. Chapter 53. I possess a sword that can open the gates of heaven. The extraordinary phenomenon appeared swiftly, and just as quickly, it dissipated. As the spectacle faded, Lu Changsheng emerged from the peculiar realm. He had reached the 10th level of the Qi refinement stage. Cold Wufrist and Wu De gazed at Lu Changsheng's cultivation level, their faces awash with astonishment, unable to regain their composure for a prolonged moment. Lu Changsheng had shattered the constraints of the Northern Dipper laws at the Qi refinement stage. Undoubtedly, this achievement was unparalleled in history and would remain unmatched in the future. Even among the ancient stars of other life forms, it was unlikely that anyone would rival Lu Changsheng's existence. He was truly one of a kind. In awe, Wu De could only feel shock upon shock. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden rumble echoed forth. From the horizon, a series of tremors resounded, accompanied by the howling sound of something slicing through the air. What was happening? Wu De and Cold Wufrist furrowed their brows and turned to follow the sound, only to witness a procession of Holy Land masters approaching them from the void, enveloped in a barrier of energy formed from the essence of quasi-emperors. Clearly, their intentions were malevolent. The benign do not arrive unannounced. The ancestral figure had spoken of those who could transcend the extreme realms, only for it to be a mere Qi refinement practitioner. The master of the Tai Xian Holy Land looked at Lu Changsheng and burst into laughter. Could a Qi refinement practitioner possibly bear the mandate of heaven in the future? Was this intended to amuse me to death? The master of the Lioli Holy Land cast a scornful glance at Lu Changsheng, joining in the laughter. Yet, one must not underestimate him. After all, despite his current state, he was still recognized as a future emperor by the mandate of heaven. Stay vigilant, cautioned the master of the Yaoguang Holy Land. Although his warning urged caution, the disdain in his eyes was more pronounced than anyone else's present. The ancestral figure worried about such a trivial character achieving greatness, even at the cost of consuming the Holy Land's foundational essence. What a grievous loss. Kid, you are ill-fated. You have become our prey. The master of the Taiji Holy Land licked his lips as he regarded Lu Changsheng. Among the gathered masters, some expressed disdain, while others maintained a cold demeanor. Only the master of the Taichu Holy Land, Dao Wanfa, cowered behind the crowd, trembling. Although their ancestral figure had predicted that Lu Changsheng's essence was nearly depleted through half of his lifespan, no one could ascertain just how much remained. Even a mere fraction would render him an easy target for any of these insignificant Holy Land masters. Ah, is that not Dao Wanfa of the Taichu Holy Land? Why are you hiding in the back? Did you miss me and come to reminisce? Lu Changsheng chuckled at Dao Wanfa, who, upon hearing this, retreated 2 steps as if he had not heard. The surrounding Holy Land masters were puzzled. Why did Dao Wanfa, known for his ruthlessness, not retaliate against such a trifling provocation? Had his cultivation dulled? At that moment, disciples sent to scout the Taichu Holy Land returned, unaware of Lu Changsheng's formidable nature. However, following his earlier battle with Xingtian, Lu Changsheng had exhausted his essence. To break through the 9 restrictions and become the first in history to reach the 10th level of Qi refinement is indeed commendable. However, a dead genius is no genius at all. The master of the Tai Xian Holy Land bellowed, cutting to the chase and initiating the attack. Exchanging glances, the other Holy Land masters followed suit. Each harbored ulterior motives, eager to claim Lu Changsheng's first drop of blood and return his corpse for research on the secrets of the 10 restrictions. Only Dao Wanfa and Gu Xian refrained from engaging. Dao Wanfa chose to observe, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger, while Gu Xian prepared his spear for a backstab. Kid, do not blame us. If anyone is to be blamed, it is your own prodigiousness. The Northern Dipper cannot accommodate you. The Holy Land masters shouted in unison. Then the overwhelming assault, accompanied by the laws of the great Tao, descended upon them. These masters were formidable beings, surpassing the rank of great saint. What to do? Wuda was in a state of panic. He had already discerned from the previous battle with Xingtian that Lu Changsheng's essence was nearly depleted, if not entirely spent. Otherwise, the proud Lu Changsheng would not have sought the aid of the Emperor of Slaughter. Wuda's thoughts mirrored those of Cold Wufrist, who immediately brandished the Zixia sword and raced to Lu Changsheng's side. Even if it is futile, I shall share life and death with you, Cold Wufrist declared resolutely. Lu Changsheng paused upon hearing her words, then smiled faintly. Allow me to borrow your sword for a moment. As he spoke, he grasped her wrist with his right hand. The grip did not evoke dread at the impending death. Rather, it was filled with an overwhelming sweetness. With the sword in hand, every move became a protracted dance, appearing to Cold Wufrist as though time itself had come to a standstill. Yet, for Wuda, it was a scene of boundless terror. He could not even catch a glimpse of the sword's afterimage. He could only witness the immense momentum of heaven and earth converging around Lu Changsheng. With a single stroke, the gates of heaven shall open, Lu Changsheng declared softly. This was his own power, unassisted by any essence energy. An insignificant Qi refinement insect dares to contend with me? The multitude of Holy Land masters roared, unleashing a torrent of relentless assaults. They sought to obliterate the very fabric of time and space. But suddenly, the very fabric of time began to mend, and the once destroyed vegetation restored itself to its former glory. What was happening? A sense of foreboding gripped the Holy Land masters. They attempted to withdraw, but it was already too late. The lethal attacks they had unleashed, brimming with malice, were entirely rebounded by an enigmatic force of swordsmanship. Lu Changsheng's first move of the 9 styles of slaying immortals, the gates of heaven open. Harnessing the momentum of heaven and earth, he reflected all assaults back upon them. Wuda was left astounded. This was even more shocking than Lu Changsheng's previous battle against a dozen quasi-emperors. Previously, Lu Changsheng's strength had relied upon his essence, making it difficult to gauge the full extent of his power. Yet now, the might he wielded was indisputably his own. Boom! Caught off guard, all the Holy Land masters were struck by their own rebounded attacks, their combat capabilities plummeting as they sustained grave injuries, momentarily incapacitated. Witnessing the bloodied Holy Land masters, Dao Wanfa's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. It was not through reliance on essence, but through the sheer weight of his own power. A chi refinement practitioner had vanquished a host of Holy Land masters. Can one even believe it? Even the unprecedented 10th level of chi refinement should not be so absurd. Their combat prowess had utterly collapsed, had it not? Could they not afford to show some respect for those who had toiled for thousands of years to ascend to the position of Holy Master? Dao Wanfa trembled, immediately tearing through the void in an attempt to flee. Yet, a sword had already pressed against his throat. Try to run and see what happens, Lu Changsheng stated nonchalantly. Despite emanating a feeble aura of the chi refinement stage, he exerted an overwhelming pressure upon the master of the Taichu Holy Land. Chapter 54. The Origin of the Xintian Sect. Do not flee. I approach you with the intention of welcoming you once more to our Taichu Holy Land. I have no affiliation with this group of holy masters. We are not of the same ilk, Dao Wanfang said with a mocking smile. Oh, is that so? Lu Changsheng regarded Dao Wanfang with a thoughtful gaze and replied with a slight smile. Since we are not of the same ilk, then let us simply eliminate them. After all, for you, slaughtering a group of indifferent bystanders should pose no challenge, correct? He casually tossed the Zixia Tianke sword before Dao Wanfang, as if it were an ordinary iron blade rather than an extraordinary imperial weapon. Dao Wanfang stared at the Zixia Tianke sword, caught in a dilemma. Should he kill these holy masters, it would implicate the Taichu Holy Land in a relationship with Lu Changsheng, making them a target for retribution from the various holy factions in the future. However, if he refrained from acting, he would defy Lu Changsheng, risking his life and potentially dragging the Taichu Holy Land into ruin. After all, he was acutely aware of Lu Changsheng's talent and strength given time. He would only become more formidable. After much deliberation, Dao Wanfang gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall kill. Taking a deep breath, he brandished his blade and slowly advanced towards the group of severely injured holy masters. What do you intend to do, Dao Wanfang? Are you truly willing to make an enemy of us, the endless holy lands of the eastern wilderness, over a mere chi-refining practitioner? The holy masters protested. Fear and shock etched on their faces. They realized, to their horror, that when attempting to summon their innate powers, they found themselves utterly unable to do so, as if bound by an unseen force. Even the most basic spiritual energy eluded their grasp. How is this possible? The holy masters stood dumbfounded. This was the second technique of Lu Changsheng's Shijian sword technique. All counterattacks, sealing of cultivation. The greater the injury sustained from the first technique, the longer the sealing of their cultivation would last. This terrifying skill was no less than the legendary 9 secrets. Dao Wanfang continued to advance, step by step, deliberating with each movement. However, he did not halt his approach. Stop! The holy masters cried out in despair. They did not wish to die, but with a swift thrust, Dao Wanfang pierced the heart of the holy master from the Yaoguang sect, birthing a vengeful spirit upon the ground. Crack! At the moment of the Yaoguang master's death, a life token hanging in the ancestral hall of the Yaoguang sect shattered with a resounding crash, causing an elder monk to widen his eyes in disbelief. With every strike, another life was extinguished in this realm. The same fate befell the holy masters of various sects. The wrath of the ancestors and hidden supreme beings of the holy lands erupted. Before long, news of Dao Wanfang's massacre of the holy masters spread like wildfire. As the blood flowed like rivers and remnants of walls lay scattered at the foot of the Xintian sect, Dao Wanfang finished his grim task and walked towards Lu Changsheng with his blade in hand. Be cautious, Changsheng, Lung Wushuang exclaimed. Lu Changsheng gestured dismissively, indicating all was well, his gaze devoid of joy or sorrow as he regarded Dao Wanfang's approach. Then, before the eyes of all present, Dao Wanfang knelt on both knees, cradling his sword with utmost reverence. I, Dao Wanfang, wish to become your servant, serving you for all eternity, he declared humbly, fully aware that to survive in the presence of such a decisive figure as Lu Changsheng, he must offer his utmost loyalty. You are quite astute, Lu Changsheng replied with a smile. He then instructed Gu Su-in, draw your blood and have him drink it. Gu Su-in nodded, and, with a swift motion, produced a drop of remarkably dark blood in his palm. "Drink this blood and pledge your loyalty," Lu Changsheng instructed Dao Wanfang. Dao Wanfang, in a daze, complied and drank the blood. In doing so, he became bound to Lu Changsheng. Since Gu Su-en had previously established a master-servant blood contract with Lu Changsheng, his blood carried the same effect. Hence, Dao Wanfang's life was now at the mercy of Lu Changsheng's will, ensuring he would not be coerced. "Dao Wanfang, clean up this place. The rest shall enter the sect," Lu Changsheng ordered, surveying the chaotic scene. "Understood." Soon after, Lu Changsheng and the others arrived at the reception hall of the Xintian sect. Though not opulent, it was bright and elegant. At that moment, Shangwan Fengyun and Xiao Tianke awoke from their slumber. "Speak of the Xintian sect's secrets," Lu Changsheng instructed calmly. Shangwan Fengyun expressed astonishment. "Is there truly a secret within such an insignificant sect?" Xiao Tianke's eyes flickered, and with a sigh, he replied, "Very well. It is time to unveil the secrets of our ancestors." Without regard for the reactions of those around him, he clasped his hands behind his back and gazed towards the vast sky. The Xintian sect boasts a rich history. According to our ancestors, it took root during the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, originally named the Chaos Sect. Alongside the Tianji sect, it was one of the two prestigious sects of humanity, with countless branches under its banner, enjoying unparalleled prominence. However, during the era of chaos, amidst the great war of the myriad races, the sect's foundational essence, the chaos source, was shamefully stolen by a scoundrel surnamed Lu amidst the turmoil. Xiao Tianke declared, his voice filled with indignation. Had it not been for that scoundrel's theft of the chaos source, how could the Xintian sect have fallen to such a state? At this revelation, all present instinctively turned to Lu Changsheng, who remained unfazed, his expression neutral. There are countless individuals with the surname Lu in this world. It must have been a member of the ancient Lu family from the southern ridge. Xiao Tianke nodded in agreement. Indeed, that was also the belief of our ancestors. Without further ado, they stormed into the Lu family ancestral hall, only to discover it was a misunderstanding. It seemed that their ancestors had to compensate significantly, leaving no wealth for future generations. However, the fortunes of the Chaos sect were not yet exhausted. Towards the end of the era of chaos, just when the great war among the myriad races was drawing to a close, a great emperor emerged from our lineage. It is said he was a disciple of the Buddha Emperor Wukong from the Western Desert, known by the title Heavenly Butcher. At this revelation, the crowd was astounded. It turned out that the Xintian sect had produced two emperors, one of whom was a disciple of the Buddha Emperor from the Western Desert, the very same Heavenly Butcher who had rescued Lu Changsheng and the others. Lu Changsheng, however, did not display any reaction, having anticipated this revelation. "Get to the point. You know what I wish to hear," he said with a calm demeanor. Chapter 55. The Primordial Era. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianke cast a glance at Lu Changsheng, then spoke. "The essence of the divine altar is a celestial artifact of heaven and earth, yet it is not an innate being. Rather, it is a creation of mankind. This creator is none other than the ancestor of the Xintian sect, who referred to himself as the Creator God." As Xiao Tianke finished, a collective gasp echoed throughout the assembly. Creator God, what a formidable and imposing title, to be called the Creator and the God. Such words, when attributed to a single individual, carry an unparalleled grandeur. Who would dare to claim the title of Creator? Who would presume to call themselves a god? Such a one would either be delusional or an unrivaled supreme being seeking solitude in their invincibility. Judging by the descriptions from Xiao Tianke, it was evident that this creator god belonged to the latter category. "Master, who exactly is this creator god?" Lung Wushuang inquired further. Given that the Xintian sect perished early in her previous life, she had never encountered such secrets. At this moment, her thirst for knowledge surged. Previously, her sole focus had been on vengeance, and she had never experienced the vibrant beauty of this world. The creator god? According to ancient texts from our Xintian sect, he called himself nameless. It is said he was born of the heavens and nurtured by the earth, lacking both name and title. hence the appellation Nameless. He claimed that he was not the creator of the Xintian sect, but merely its inheritor. This implies that the history of the Xintian sect predates even that of the Northern Dipper and perhaps even the history of this entire universe. He stated that the history of the Xintian sect could be traced back to the primordial era when the immortals and Buddhas coexisted. As Xiao Tianke spoke, he exhibited neither joy nor sorrow. His indifference stemmed not from a lack of significance, but rather from an absence of comprehension regarding the primordial era. Others shared this sentiment. While they sensed its gravity, they could not articulate its profundity. Only Lu Changsheng felt an overwhelming shock within his heart. Everything seemed to align with the direction he had intuitively grasped after 9 lifetimes of exploration. Hey, old man, are you aware of the primordial era? Lu Changsheng summoned the Book of Creation. However, to his surprise, the Book of Creation hesitated. If you don't divulge everything you know, I shall make you into firewood. Lu Changsheng threatened. The Book of Creation replied, you only know how to bully an old man. This era truly seems to be regressing. The traditional virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young have vanished. The primordial era. That was a resplendent age, a time when immortals and Buddhas flourished. In that epic, emperors, what rubbish! The Book of Creation paused deliberately, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, it proudly proclaimed, I, in my humble capacity, once followed an immortal emperor of the primordial era, the emperor of the wilderness, as he battled across the 8 desolations. He once dictated the fate of ages, casting a shadow over the heavens. He also established myriad clans and set forth a lineage of teachings. However, later, unforeseen circumstances arose, and the primordial era abruptly shattered into countless fragments for reasons unknown. Perhaps the Northern Dipper ancient star you currently inhabit, and even this entire universe, are merely fragments of that glorious era. The immortal realm you are familiar with may very well be a world evolved from the grand fragments at the center of the primordial era. With every word, the Book of Creation left the audience in a state of bewilderment, as if they were listening to a celestial scripture. The primordial era was not simply an epoch, but an entire world, and their Northern Dipper, along with the universe, were merely fragments? If this were indeed the case, how vast must the perfect primordial era have been? And what of the immortal realm, which they perceived as so distant? To them, the Emperor was a lifelong pursuit that seemed forever out of reach. Yet within the context of the Book of Creation's primordial era, it was merely a beginning, mere rubbish. The crowd felt their worldview shatter into oblivion, save for Lu Changsheng, who nodded slightly, as if the words of the Book of Creation confirmed his innermost speculations. So, the entire Xintian sect was a treasure left behind from the primordial era? Lu Changsheng squinted thoughtfully. This artifact could potentially become a powerful tool in his ascension to the immortal realm. After all, the best method to counter an adversary is to return their own tactics against them. As Lu Changsheng spoke, he soared into the sky to survey the terrain of the Xintian sect. Soon, as he had anticipated, he discovered that the Xintian sect resembled a tower, a supreme treasure radiating an unknown resonance. This revelation filled Lu Changsheng with immense appreciation. Everything was aligning perfectly. The essence of the divine altar was a man-made artifact. Since emperors could not create life, and immortals could not enter the Northern Dipper, whence came the essence of the divine altar? It was evident that this was a relic of the primordial era. Thinking along these lines, Lu Changsheng cast a deep glance at the Book of Creation resting on his shoulder. If the essence of the divine altar could accurately sense specific locations, then the immortal emperor of the wilderness, whom the Book of Creation claimed to have followed, must have been extraordinarily exceptional. As Lu Changsheng pondered, an inexplicable fervor surged within him. The world was so splendid and magnificent. How could he remain stagnant in the realm of qi cultivation? He must hasten his progress, striving to breach the immortal realm within a year and confront the immortal emperor of the wilderness. Descending, he turned to Xiao Tianke and calmly stated, I intend to refine the Xintian sect. Do you have any objections? What? The crowd was utterly astonished, particularly the esteemed Shangwan Fengyan. What do you mean? Matters concerning the safety of their sect compelled him to muster the courage to challenge Changsheng, despite understanding his immense power. I know that you have lived here for generations, and that this place bears a trace of your soul's imprint. However, my refining of the Xintian sect will bring no harm to you. I could even offer you and the Xintian sect an incredibly brilliant future, restoring the supreme glory of the once chaotic sect. Changsheng spoke with serene conviction. He could have remained silent and simply refined the sect with an iron fist. But as the Xintian sect was Lung Wushuang's domain, his words were heartfelt. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tiang's eyes flickered with intensity. He then turned to Lung Wushuang. Wushuang, you shall decide. Lung Wushuang was taken aback. She glanced at Xiao Tianke, who offered an encouraging gaze, then at Changsheng, whose look seemed to convey trust. Retracting her gaze, she nodded without hesitation. Refining a sect is a feat that even a quasi-emperor would hesitate to undertake, as it involves the supreme causality of exalted beings. However, I believe in you, Changsheng. If you say it can be done, then it surely can. Upon hearing this, Changsheng smiled faintly. Very well. Remain here while I take my leave and return shortly. He glanced at Lung Wushuang, assuring her, you shall not be disappointed. Chapter 56. The Contest for the Xintian Sect. Inviting the Supreme to act again, have you obtained the essence of the divine altar? High above the heavens, Taishang Wujie gazed towards the Big Dipper, returning to the sovereign. Despite the unforeseen deviations, the essence of the divine altar emerged first, seized by the white-clad youth who had previously pilfered a fragment of your imperial origin. Ji Shi, sacrificing his own life, awakened the ancient god Xingtian, only to be thwarted and annihilated by the Emperor of Slaughter. However, the essence of the divine altar can no longer safeguard the mountain gate of the Xintian sect. Moreover, the powers of the Emperor Wukong and the Emperor of Slaughter left behind by the Xintian sect have been utterly exhausted. A woman cloaked in black stood behind Taishang Wujie and spoke slowly. Very well, you are to immediately send someone to the Xintian sect. Uproot the entire mountain gate and bring it back to me. Taishang Wujie exclaimed with excitement. He was on the verge of obtaining the ancient tower of the ancient immortal emperor, a crucial step closer to reviving his grand plan. Who shall be sent, my lord? The woman inquired. The emperor cannot yet enter the Big Dipper, but you previously seduced the Supreme, did you not? Let that Supreme from the life-forbidden zone take action. Taishang Wujie replied nonchalantly. Understood. At the mountain gate of the Xintian sect, Changsheng soared into the sky, murmuring a passage of ancient scripture. Could it be the ancient astral scriptures? The Book of Creation was astonished. It appeared that Changsheng's foundations were far deeper than he had anticipated. After all, even in the age of the ancients, when supremes were as common as dogs and emperors roamed freely, the ancient astral scriptures were a rare divine treasure. The ancient astral scriptures did not possess offensive capabilities, but excelled in refining. In the age of the ancients, it was said that nothing was beyond its reach for refinement. Like a universal key, it could unlock any treasure in the world. As Changsheng chanted the astral texts, the surrounding heavens and earth seemed to be under some external pressure, twisting in an eerie manner. Soul after soul emerged from Changsheng, each one imprinting itself upon the entire Xintian sect. At this moment, the members of the Xintian sect awoke groggily. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, an excruciating pain coursed through their beings. They collapsed, howling in agony, including Lung Wushuang, who was no exception. This was the tyranny of the ancient tower of the ancients. Those who cultivated by borrowing or occupying its power would have their souls branded under its dominion. Xiao Tianke had resided within the Xintian sect for many years. Although he was unaware of the ancient tower, he had sensed that cultivating within the Xintian sect would lead to one's soul being branded by the mountain gate. This was also the reason he had not fled when he sensed impending doom for the Xintian sect. For those who had long dwelled in the Xintian sect, their souls had already merged with the mountain gate. However, because the Xintian sect significantly enhanced their cultivation speed, most of these wandering heroes willingly remained in the sect, even at the risk of having their souls branded. After all, with their souls imprinted upon the mountain gate, and the mountain gate devoid of any consciousness. As long as the gate endured, they would forever be free. As for Lung Wushuang and Shangwan Fengyun escaping, their time in the Xintian sect had been short, and their souls had not yet fully integrated into the sect. Should they flee, even if the Xintian sect were to perish and be destroyed, their souls might still retain a sliver of hope. At this juncture, Lung Wushuang began to understand the reasons behind the previous downfall of the Xintian sect. It was likely that the sect had been targeted, and those who had set their sights upon it were probably aware of its true origins. Lung Wushuang speculated that it could very well be the one named Taishang Wujia who had imposed prohibitions within the bodies of Gu Xian and the god of death. After all, the name Taishang Wujia alone suggested that he was no benevolent figure. Everyone hold on. The pain will soon pass, Lung Wushuang comforted. Indeed, everyone hold on. The one refining the mountain gate is that white-clad youth from earlier, who is also Frostman. Once he completes the refinement, I believe he will not pose any threat to us, and we need not fear the destruction of the mountain gate and the loss of our souls. Xiao Tianke also reassured. Upon hearing this, the crowd gritted their teeth and fell silent. Indeed, having a formidable ally as their support was the best possible outcome for individuals like them. They were not fools and had begun to sense the extraordinary nature of the Xintian sect. Meanwhile, in the external world, as Lu Changsheng infused more soul energy, the Xintian sect underwent further refinement under his influence. Just as Lu Changsheng neared the completion of refining 9 layers, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the entire Xintian sect. Damn it, it's a Supreme. That same Supreme. Wuda felt the aura and jumped in shock. He had sensed this presence in the Taichu Holy Land. There was no mistaking it. It was indeed the aura of that Supreme. Damn it, Lung Wushuang gritted her teeth, cursing the timing of this interruption during such a crucial moment of refinement. At this moment, Lu Changsheng found himself in a dilemma, to flee or to remain. After all, the process of refinement was most sensitive to disruption. An interruption could lead to minor setbacks or severe consequences, including death. With a heavy heart, Lung Wushuang dragged herself step by step towards the exit. Even knowing she was like an ant trying to shake a tree, she resolved to stand in front of that man. Are you not afraid of death? Wuda looked at Lung Wushuang's actions, his eyes flickering. He truly wanted to flee. After all, he was not well acquainted with Lu Changsheng. I fear, but I fear even more the loss of him, Lung Wushuang replied. Previously, Lung Wushuang had liked Lu Changsheng, viewing him as a substitute for her brother. The love she owed her brother was all projected onto Lu Changsheng. But now, as they journeyed together, especially during their encounter in the Taichu Holy Land, where she, a mere mortal, faced the overwhelming might of a Supreme and shouted for her own sake, "You dare touch my woman," Lung Wushuang saw something different. This was perhaps Lu Changsheng's charismatic allure, or perhaps she had unknowingly fallen deeply in love. Regardless, she only held one conviction now: to delay. Every second mattered. With great difficulty, yet unwavering determination, Lung Wushuang continued her advance. Wuda and Gu Xian exchanged glances, with Gu Xian closely following behind. I will go with you. Gu Xian need not say more. If Lu Changsheng, the master, were to die, he would surely follow into the grave. As for Wuda, damn it, I haven't even had my turn to sing my praises yet. How could Lu Changsheng be allowed to die? Wuda exclaimed, and he too chose to follow. Observing the 3 of them, seemingly ready to embrace death, Shangwan Fengyun also wished to join, but was halted by Xiao Tianke. Given your constitution, have you truly thought this through? Once you go, there will be no turning back. Shangwan Fengyun was momentarily taken aback, lingering in a daze. Whoosh! In the external world, the sky suddenly crackled with thunder, and a figure slowly emerged. The beauty of the man before them, with an aura that could rival the stars, was no less captivating than the poetic descriptions reserved for women. After countless years of slumber and solitude, when the shackles of morality and boundaries were shattered, how could one still care for their own image? This was the Supreme, once a benevolent emperor who now lived solely for transcendence, reduced to a mere pawn. Kid, you previously thwarted my endeavors, and now with the aid of the divine spring of heaven and earth, I have coalesced a complete form. Someone has paid a hefty price for your life, Do not blame me. Yu gazed at Lu Changsheng, licking her lips, her smile gradually turning sinister. Chapter 57. The origins of Lung Wushuang in a flash. The esteemed Yao Yu appeared beside Lu Changsheng. What spell are you casting? You are actually refining a mountain gate. You pique my curiosity more and more, Yao Yu remarked, observing Lu Changsheng's performance of the ancient celestial arts without immediately attacking, instead choosing to flaunt himself before Lu Changsheng. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Wu De and Gu Xian, who had just emerged, leaving them utterly astonished. Is this flamboyant man truly the supreme? Shouldn't a supreme look down upon the masses, viewing all beings as mere ants, decisively executing their will? They pondered. Could it be that after lingering too long in the realm of death, he has succumbed to loneliness? Release him. Lung Wushuang commanded coldly at Yao Yu. Oh, you, the abominable wretch whom I failed to slay at the Taichu's sacred land, dare to appear before me now? Yao Yu retorted, disregarding Lu Changsheng and instantly appearing before Lung Wushuang. He seized her by the throat with one hand, lifting her off the ground. Let her go. Wu De and Gu Xian, witnessing this, unleashed their utmost power, only to be effortlessly swatted away by Yao Yu, crashing into a nearby mountain, their fates uncertain. TSK, TSK. What audacity these ants have to roar before me. Yao Yu mused, tilting his head to gaze at Lung Wushuang, exclaiming in wonder, you resemble someone remarkably. Struggling for breath as Yao Yu tightened his grip, Lung Wushuang managed to utter, resemble whom? At her words, Yao Yu erupted into laughter, his expression turning icy as he continued. Very well, witnessing your agony and fear before your demise shall bring me pleasure. He began to reminisce. Do you know who was the first human to emerge in the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation? Panjun. Indeed, it was Panjun, a transcendent being who almost opened the gates to the celestial realm. Alas, he was killed for showing disrespect to the immortals, Yao Yu scoffed. How foolish for mere ants to dream of uprooting a great tree. Immortals seeking to overturn the dominion of true immortals and even the celestial emperors. Utterly oblivious to their mortality. Yet, while Panjun perished, his descendants endured. Fearing retribution from the immortals, they have concealed themselves in the central continent, living in obscurity through the ages. What? Are you saying? I do not understand, Lung Wushuang gasped. Do not comprehend? Huh. The descendants of Panjun bear two distinct traits, the chaos body and the dual pupils, both derived from Panjun's bloodline. Do you grasp my meaning now? Yao Yu's grip grew tighter. You mean, I am a descendant of Panjun? Indeed, you are the progeny of the Pan clan, a wretched offspring, Yao Yu declared, his fury igniting the heavens. Do you know why I inflicted a wound upon myself? It was due to one of your clan's scoundrels who ambushed me when I was destined to become an emperor, undermining my foundational path and thwarting my ascent to the immortal realm. As he spoke, his grip intensified, but he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, choosing instead to prolong her suffering. The one who had harmed him was already dead, yet this vendetta remained unresolved. Pantheon, I shall ensure your descendants are eternally tormented, unable to transcend. He prepared to brand Lung Wushuang with a mark descending from the depths of the abyss, intending to enslave and torment her forever. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Release her. Unbeknownst to them, Shangwan Fengyun had appeared not far away. Brother? Lung Wushuang turned, astonished, as she beheld Shangwan Fengyun, who now revealed his ghastly skeletal form, his entire body devoid of unscathed skin. She sensed his life force waning at an alarming rate. This is the extinction body? Yao Yu's eyes narrowed. Sister, I have lived a life of mediocrity, lacking talent and diligence. The Xintian sect has perished, and I have been reduced to begging for others' protection. But today I am different. Some things are worth sacrificing one's life to protect. I know you love that youth in white. There's no future for us. Yet I still love you. For your sake, I would gladly lay down my life. You are the future of our sect, and you absolutely must not suffer any harm. I sincerely wish for you and that youth to share a long and blissful life together, Shangwan Fengyun declared as an unparalleled aura descended from above, enveloping the surroundings. Centered around Shangwan Fengyun, a black hole emerged, engulfing him, followed closely by Yao Yu. In an instant, the black hole sealed shut, and Lung Wushuang fell to the ground. Her gaze fixed on the spot where Shangwan Fengyun had vanished, a crystalline tear cascading down her cheek. "Brother," she cried out, but only echoes responded. Then, in the next moment, boom, the black hole reappeared, and Yao Yu emerged slowly. The extinction body's black hole is truly as extraordinary as rumored. It draws both itself and its opponent into the void for a duel, leaving even me, a supreme, unable to escape. Yao Yu spoke nonchalantly, holding a skull in his hand. "Sister, forgive me, I could not even last a second." Crash! Before Shangwan Fengyun could finish, his frame was shattered by Yao Yu in an instant. Too many words. Yao Yu's gaze turned cold as he glanced at Lu Changsheng's refining progress. Raising his palm, he intended to torment Lu Changsheng further, but he had grown weary of the game. "Prepare to meet your end," as he declared. He unleashed a strike that obliterated the surrounding void. "Changsheng, brother, forgive me. I shall accompany my brother on this journey first." Lung Wushuang gently closed her eyes, calmly awaiting the arrival of death. However, in the next moment, "You are my Lu Changsheng's woman, destined to battle in the celestial realm, commanding the eternal 8 desolations. Seated upon the exalted throne, ruling over all spirits. How can you shed tears?" A familiar voice, a familiar presence. As she opened her eyes, that reliable silhouette gradually came into view before Lung Wushuang. Chapter 58. The forbidden spell of your cold Wushuang, with a serene smile, succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Lu Changsheng slowly caught her, then laid her gently on the ground, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it upon the esteemed Yao Yu. "It was unexpected that you truly managed to refine the gates of the Xiantian sect, the preeminent realm of qi cultivation, the 10th layer. You certainly possess some skill. My interest in your corporeal form grows ever more profound." Yao Yu licked his lips, contemplating the boy before him who had shattered the Northern Dipper's laws. He was undoubtedly worthy of dismemberment research. "Your previous victory over me was merely a feat of my avatar. Even with the essence of the imperial realm, you are but a small fish compared to me, the supreme one." Yao Yu spoke with an air of unwavering confidence. If he were to personally engage, capturing a qi cultivator would be a trivial matter. "Perhaps you lack the ability," Lu Changsheng remarked coolly, his murderous intent laid bare. "How intriguing," Yao Yu mused. "A mere qi cultivator dares to exude such boundless killing intent before me. You are the boldest individual I have encountered in the past several millennia." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped Lu Changsheng. Yao Yu intended to plunge him into an abyss of infinite terror, leading to his ultimate demise. However, to his astonishment, he soon realized that his murderous aura had no effect on Lu Changsheng whatsoever. It was as though the boy was not a harmless youth, but a man who had emerged from a sea of corpses. The killing intent could not shake his will in the slightest. Yao Yu's eyes widened in rage, and the surrounding space instantly dissolved. Infinite mountains crumbled, and countless lives were extinguished. The fury of the Supreme One could flood 1,000 miles with blood. To dare disregard his killing intent was to completely disregard his authority. Yet, when this boundless assault fell upon Lu Changsheng, it transformed into mere thunderous sounds with negligible impact, easily caught by Lu Changsheng. "This is impossible." Yao Yu's pupils constricted in disbelief. He unleashed a cataclysmic power, one that dimmed the heavens and earth. Yet, much like before, this divine attack, once meant to obliterate the void, became as feeble as a child's punch before Lu Changsheng. "This cannot be." Yao Yu began to panic. He unleashed a seemingly endless barrage of lethal attacks, shattering the surrounding void layer by layer. Nevertheless, Lu Changsheng remained steadfast, immovable. How can this be? Yao Yu was filled with dread and disbelief. The Supreme One's ultimate assaults were utterly ineffective against a mere qi cultivator. Should this tale be told, even the emperors would find it hard to believe. Yet, such an incredulous event unfolded right before Yao Yu's eyes. Truly uncanny, Yao Yu felt the urge to retreat. The figure of Lu Changsheng before him was too peculiar, beyond his comprehension as a supreme being. "Since you have come, why not share a cup of tea before you depart?" Lu Changsheng inquired coolly. Then, A cage descended, an assault of the Qi realm. Yao Yu nearly burst into laughter. You think a trifling attack from the Qi realm could confine me, the Supreme One? Are you jesting, attempting to make me die of laughter? Yao Yu dismissed the notion, then launched a counterattack to sever the cage and distance himself from Lu Changsheng. This white-clad youth was simply too peculiar. It was prudent to avoid conflict for the moment. However, as his attack landed upon the cage, he was horrified to discover that it sank without a trace, as if cast into the abyss, failing to stir even a ripple. Yao Yu stared in shock as his assault seemed to be absorbed and refined. He suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, his power had inexplicably diminished to the level of the Qi realm. How can this be? Yao Yu's pupils constricted, utterly panicked. What is impossible? Lu Changsheng approached calmly. Yet, to Yao Yu, his form appeared demonic. The demon has descended. Yao Yu roared, charging toward Lu Changsheng, prepared to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Alas, he was the one to be met with relentless strikes. Countless fists rained down upon Yao Yu, causing him to spew blood repeatedly. Ameda und. Yao Yu, drenched in blood, fixed his blood-red eyes upon Lu Changsheng, gritting his teeth in a terrifying display of rage. He was genuinely infuriated. Throughout his life, Yao Yu had been invincible, eventually ascending to the throne. He had never endured such humiliation. Yao Yu howled in wrath as boundless imperial essence coalesced into a sphere. Intensely compressed, harboring immeasurable energy, the surrounding void transformed into nothingness, vanishing without a trace from the river of time. Such an attack bore testament to its might. Yao Yu bellowed, vitality draining from his body. Once the imperial essence was exhausted, his demise would be imminent. Yet, he could not afford to ponder such matters. If Lu Changsheng continued to ensnare him with these strange tactics, he would perish. Boom! The intensely compressed energy sphere slowly advanced toward Lu Changsheng. Wherever it passed, all matter was transformed into nothingness. Yet, this ultimate assault, forged from countless imperial essences, bore resemblance to a mouse encountering a cat. It submitted instantly upon reaching Lu Changsheng. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Lu Changsheng stood unfazed and scathed. This is impossible. This cannot be. Yao Yu was on the verge of madness. What manner of enigma was this white-clad youth? Is this truly the Supreme One? Lu Changsheng brushed off his sleeves, coldly laughing. With a swift punch, Yao Yu's teeth shattered, and he was sent flying. In a flash, Lu Changsheng appeared before Yao Yu. Dare you lay hands on my woman? He inquired, unleashing another brutal onslaught. Before long, Yao Yu was reduced to a near unrecognizable state, his life force dwindling to a mere flicker. Let me die. With understanding, Yao Yu gasped with his last breath. Lu Changsheng, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. He then produced a talisman. Yao Yu's pupils constricted at the sight. Is that the Fairdal talisman? No, it cannot be. How can you be that person? A terrifying realization struck Yao Yu, sending him into a frenzy of incoherence. The prohibitions of the life forbidden zone were once imposed by me, even if you have evaded them for countless years. As long as your true form is within 10,000 miles of me, your power will instantly diminish to match my own. I, a 10th layer Qi cultivator, a 9th layer Qi cultivator. This is an exceedingly fair battle. Lu Changsheng grinned widely, and that smile, for Yao Yu, marked a freezing moment in time and existence. Boom! Amidst the carnage, Yao Yu's disbelieving and terrified head slowly fell. Thus, a generation supreme being fell at the gates of the Xintian sect. Chapter 59. Fengdu. At the twilight of the previous epoch, Lu Changsheng, aware of his dwindling lifespan, began to cultivate his external incarnation and set forth his plans. The forbidden zone of life became one of his strategic locations. Despite the fact that these supreme beings were merely insignificant entities, it was prudent to prepare for the unexpected. Lu Changsheng did not overreach. He merely facilitated the refining of the fair fight talisman for all. As for those who either did not refine it or were unwilling to do so, well, one can only imagine the height of the grass upon their graves now. The esteemed Yuzun never could have fathomed that in his former life, Lu Changsheng was the unparalleled being who compelled him to refine the fair fight talisman. Had he known, he would have fled in terror rather than dare to provoke Lu Changsheng. However, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Master, we have failed. In the skies above, a woman bowed her head, her expression hidden from view. How pitiful, a supreme being unable to vanquish even a mere cultivator. All those millennia of cultivation wasted. Taishang Wujia immediately erupted in anger. Master, shall we send someone to continue the assault? The woman inquired. Hearing this, Taishang Wujia slowly took his seat. Given that the gates of the Xintian sect were now in the hands of that white-clad youth, who possessed the means to annihilate supreme beings, it was wise to momentarily set aside such a troublesome existence. Have we received no news from Fengdu? Taishang Wujia asked. Reporting to the master, the Ming River of Fengdu will soon open. It is likely that the object we seek is concealed within. Excellent. You shall personally retrieve it from Fengdu. This time, there must be no errors. Yes, I shall ensure its return. After Lu Changsheng dealt with Yuzun, figures such as Wu De, Gu Xian, and Dao Wanfa emerged like mushrooms after the rain. Master's talent is unparalleled. He can slay supreme beings with mere cultivation. We are inspired by him. Gu Xian was the first to flatter. My admiration for you, Master, is as boundless as the waters of the Yangtze River and as tumultuous as the floods of the Yellow River. Would have followed suit. These two, having endured a palm strike from a supreme being, were remarkably still alive and well. Typically, a formidable being capable of cutting through the void would leave their victims severely injured or even dead. Is it the protective spatial barrier from Jiwang Pasu? Elu Changsheng Must, Glancing Autredi, Kashulin Noding. Master, shall we proceed with the cleanup here? Dao Wanfa inquired, having just finished tidying the mountain gate. Feng Yun. Before Lu Changsheng could respond, Xiao Tianke let out a pained wail. To him, Shangwan Fengyun was akin to a son, and Lung Wushuang was like a daughter. With his son reduced to mere bones and his daughter in a coma, could a father not feel heartbroken? Lu Changsheng cast a glance at Xiao Tianke, then at the bones left behind by Shangwan Fengyun, and retrieved the ancient coffin of the Nine Heavens dragon pattern. He placed the bones within. He had not truly perished yet, and there remained a possibility of revival. However, it was imperative to gather all the bones without exception. Although I was refining the Xintian sect, I am fully aware of what transpired. Shangwan Fengyun sacrificed himself to protect Lung Wushuang and to buy time for me. This is a debt of gratitude. Upon hearing that there was a chance for revival, Xiao Tianke was overwhelmed with joy and began to collect the scattered bones of Shangwan Fengyun. Observing this, Lu Changsheng nodded and then turned to Lung Wushuang. Lifting her into his arms, he activated the Nine Heavens dragon pattern and imprinted it upon her forehead. The Nine Heavens dragon pattern was inherently hers. Thus, Lu Changsheng exerted no effort in the process. Soon, the human emperor's falling frost sword at her brow was activated. Are you truly certain about bestowing such a precious artifact upon a woman? The falling frost sword exclaimed in astonishment. In her recollection, Lu Changsheng was merely a roguish scoundrel, one who would abandon a woman after a night of passion. Yet, this very scoundrel was the one her former master, the human emperor Guy Luoshuang, could not forget, leaving her baffled by his allure. The Nine Heavens dragon pattern is indeed a rare treasure, but for me, even the entirety of this universe pales in comparison to her. Lu Changsheng responded with calmness. With the merging of the Nine Heavens dragon pattern and its nurturing through time, in the next instant, it burst forth with perfection. A dragon's roar resonated throughout the eastern wilderness. The land trembled. This dragon's roar was unlike any ordinary dragon of the demon race. Is it the nine-clawed golden dragon? No, it is even more noble than that. Countless powerful beings in the eastern wilderness were left in awe, especially among the demon race's territory, the nine-clawed golden dragon tribe. Is that our ancestor? The mighty nine-clawed golden dragon, Long Out Yin, with the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, was greatly astonished. Could it be that the heavens are favoring our dragon lineage? Is this generation's destiny to be claimed by us? Convey my command. All dragons who sense this aura shall recognize it as their master and must not defy. Long Out Yin transmitted his order to the entire dragon tribe. All dragons responded to the call. while the countless powerful beings of the eastern wilderness were astonished by the nine heavens dragon pattern. The ancestral dragon, in reality, was Mommy. The ancestral dragon licked Lung Wushuang's cheek, and as it continued, she gradually stirred awake. Lung Wushuang gazed at the adorably licking dragon, somewhat bewildered. Then she looked at Lu Changsheng, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a sweet smile. Everything is well. However, when her gaze fell upon the bones in the coffin, tears began to flow uncontrollably. It is I who is to blame, senior brother. Lung Wushuang lamented, filled with regret and guilt. Frost, this is not your fault. It was Fengyun's own decision. Xiao Tianke approached, helping to wipe her tears. Furthermore, this great being has assured me that he possesses a means to revive Fengyun. Xiao Tianke pointed to Lu Changsheng. Upon hearing this, Lung Wushuang looked at Lu Changsheng in shock. Lu Changsheng nodded. The annihilation body possesses powers akin to a black hole, even capable of summoning black holes for combat. However, before it reaches full maturity, the burden on the human body is immense. Just as he had done previously, in a bid to save you, he forcibly activated the annihilation body, and due to the overwhelming energy consumption, his body could not endure, resulting in his bones being laid bare. Yet, heaven always leaves a glimmer of hope. While the annihilation body has significant side effects, it also possesses the unique advantage of an undying soul. This means we only need to locate his soul, and through the soul-building talisman, we can achieve perfect revival. Lu Changsheng explained. Then where shall we search for the soul? Lung Wushuang inquired. Soul typically traverses the underworld, but the Grim Reaper mentioned that it has been ravaged, and it may no longer exist. Without the underworld, the soul drifts aimlessly. How shall we find it? Where then? Lu Changsheng pondered, gazing into the distance. Fengdu. Chapter 60. The City Lord's Daughter. 1. Qianqian Fengdu, located to the west of the eastern wilderness, borders the western desert. Separated by an endless river known as the River of Darkness, this river truly only manifests once every 10 million years. When it does, the tides surge, transforming the stars into a river that lasts for 12 hours in a single cycle. Breaking Heaven's City, under the jurisdiction of the eastern wilderness's Yaoqi sacred ground. There exists a 6-star array directly leading to Fengdu. Lu Changsheng and his companions arrived at Breaking Heaven City after a journey spanning over 10 days, thanks in large part to the generous support of the Taichu sacred ground, which provided substantial resources to construct a teleportation array free of charge for Lu Changsheng. You are truly benevolent. Lu Changsheng expressed his gratitude before departing. The several quasi-emperors from the Taichu sacred ground smiled outwardly, though their thoughts remained inscrutable. Master, while Yaoqi sacred ground does not harbor animosity towards our Taichu sacred ground, our relationship is far from cordial. The 6-star array is guarded by powerful beings of the void-cutting realm and above. To utilize this array, one must possess a pass. There are 2 ways to acquire this pass. One is to make a significant contribution to the Yaoqi sacred ground, and the other is to purchase it directly. However, many possess wealth but lack connections, as these passes are firmly in the hands of the powerful factions within Breaking Heaven City. Dao Emperor spoke, his heart pained as he gazed at the ring on Lu Changsheng's finger, which contained treasures accumulated by their Taichu sacred ground over millions of years. This bandit, his heart bled at the thought. You enter. After listening to Dao Emperor's words, Lu Changsheng took out an ancient coffin. Although it had lost its 9 heavens dragon patterns and its mystical properties were greatly diminished, it still served as a convenient space for housing living beings. The entire mountain gate of the Xiantian sect was currently concealed within this ancient coffin. Guanxian nodded and obediently jumped inside without questioning the reason. As for Dao Emperor, his expression was grim, but after a moment's hesitation, he closed his eyes and leaped in. After all, his life and death were now at the mercy of Lu Changsheng's will. Soon, only Lu Changsheng, Lung Wushuang, and Wuda remained. Let us proceed into the city, Lu Changsheng declared. At the city gate of Breaking Heaven City, he spent 3 people's worth of money and brought in at least 100 individuals, turning a significant profit. Brother, this is not your usual style. Suddenly, having spent considerable time with Lu Changsheng, he had grown more familiar. dropping the formalities and addressing him directly as brother. In his mind, Lu Changsheng was synonymous with an unstoppable force, relentlessly carving a path through all obstacles. Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes in response. I am invincible, not mindless. If money can resolve the matter, why resort to violence? He countered. Wu De was momentarily rendered speechless by this sound reasoning. Quickly, Lin Xian found an inn and ordered a fine wine. In a bustling establishment like this, information was most easily gathered. Have you heard? The daughter of the city lord is seeking a husband. One patron exclaimed. Are you talking about Wan Qianqian? TSK. She is indeed a fine woman, but alas, no one dares to marry her. Why do you say that? Another queried, puzzled. Because Wan Qianqian is not human. The listener was taken aback. Not human? Is she a ghost? To this, another person nodded seriously. Indeed, she is a ghost, but with the myriad of paths in cultivation. Even if one were a ghost, it shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Another interjected. The first shook his head. Wan Qianqian was born a ghost fetus, yet her parents were human cultivators. Is that not strange? Are you saying her parents were cuckolded? Came the astonished response. Everyone else paused, realizing the focus had shifted. In any case, Wan Qianqian had 3 previous husbands, all of whom met with inexplicable deaths within a month, one of them being Yi Fan, a young master of the Yi family in Breaking Heaven City, a sage-level cultivator. Since then, no one dared to enter the city lord's manor. After all, no matter how beautiful a woman is, one must have their life to enjoy it. Nevertheless, it was said that Wan Qianqian was indeed exceptionally beautiful. As Lu Changsheng listened to the conversation, a smile crept across his face. Brother, do you intend to obtain the pass from the city lord's manor? Yes, but that is not my sole purpose, Lu Changsheng replied calmly. The pass is secondary. My primary goal is to retrieve something of great importance. Lu Changsheng explained. After a brief inquiry, the 3 of them soon found themselves standing before the city lord's manor. Brother, why linger at the entrance? Why not unleash a grand display to intimidate them? Wu De asked, confused. Upon hearing this, Lu Changsheng ceased his observations. Glancing at Wu De, he remarked, You make a valid point. With that, he effortlessly lifted Wu De and hurled him into the manor. Boom! Wu De crashed through the door with a forceful entry, causing all within to be awestruck. This was the most violent method of breaking in they had ever witnessed. Gude! Boom! 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 Hearing the commotion, the city lord's guards quickly surrounded the 3. What has transpired? A burly man demanded. He is here for a marriage proposal. Lin Xian interjected, pointing at Wu De. Gude? A marriage proposal? The man was taken aback, scrutinizing Wu De from head to toe with skepticism. Were you questioning? Do you doubt his worth? Lu Changsheng's expression turned grim. Indeed, I must inspect him, the man conceded openly. Wu De, damn, are you all discussing my worth without my consent? Just as the man was about to act, a voice interrupted. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared, exuding grace and elegance, though her cheeks bore a sickly pallor. Miss, the surrounding soldiers greeted her respectfully. Captain, I believe he is worthy. After all, there are few willing to marry me, the young woman said, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. Yes, the captain replied, then turned to Wu De, apologizing. My apologies, son-in-law. Are you unhurt? Wu De gazed at the young woman, shivering involuntarily. She was indeed as beautiful as described, but she was a ghost. I'm not here for a marriage proposal. Wu De quickly clarified. Who would want to marry such a woman? Who would willingly choose to shorten their lifespan? Yet at that moment, 2 overwhelming pressures descended upon him, one from the captain and the other from Lu Changsheng. Wu De immediately knelt. Meanwhile, the young woman, untrained in cultivation, remained oblivious to the oppressive aura. However, upon hearing Wu De's heartless words, tears streamed down her enchanting cheeks. I am indeed an unwanted, ill-fated ghost. But suddenly, Wu De changed his tune. I am not here for a marriage proposal. I am here to join the family directly, he exclaimed, drenched in sweat. The captain was a sage-level cultivator, a full realm above him, while Lu Changsheng was an incomprehensible force. Hearing this, the young woman brightened. Do you truly wish to marry me? Wu De forced a smile, nodding his head reluctantly. The commander, in haste, arranged a grand banquet and informed his father, proclaiming that he had found a suitable match. The young maiden, with an innocent and joyful demeanor, took Wuda's hand and led him toward her chamber. This maiden, untouched by the world, exhibited no sense of caution. Observing this, the commander promptly followed suit. With the status of the Lord's son-in-law, Lu Changsheng and Lung Wushuang traversed the Lord's mansion with ease. "Did you discern anything?" Lu Changsheng inquired with a smile directed at Lung Wushuang. The formation of malevolence, highly concealed, bore no resemblance to ordinary malevolence. It seemed to be brewing a momentous scheme. Chapter 61. Newlyweds 3,000 years indeed. There exists an academic term for this phenomenon, referred to as newlyweds. Lu Changxing chuckled. "Newlyweds?" Lung Wushuang exclaimed, having never encountered such a term in her previous life. "You shall understand once the two of you are wed," Lu Changsheng remarked, and an hour later, under the guidance of the servants, they arrived at the reception hall. At this moment, Wuda had donned a splendid groom's attire. Presenting the groom, a commanding voice echoed, and Wuda stepped forth, a beaming smile plastered on his face, while his inner beast galloped wildly. It was frantically signaling to Lu Changsheng, inquiring what his intentions were and why he would sacrifice his beauty, even a first drop of blood in his life. Yet, Lu Changsheng paid him no heed. His attention remained fixed on the bride's father, the lord of the city. Upon noticing Lu Changsheng, the lord offered a slight smile. Presenting the bride, another commanding voice rang out, and Wan Changcheng emerged. She was adorned in vibrant attire, without a headpiece, simply clad in wedding garments. Soon, the wedding ceremony commenced, followed by Wu De being led to the bridal chamber. "Fatty, is it not your desire to indulge in this colorful world?" Lu Changcheng encouraged, patting Wu De's shoulder. "As the son-in-law of the city lord, your future is boundless. This world is yours to soar in." However, as Lu Changsheng departed with Lung Wushuang, Wu De was left bewildered. "Are you leaving me to marry a ghostly bride?" he thought, wishing to voice his despair, only to find he could not utter a sound. This was not the mischief of Lu Changsheng, but rather the doing of Lord Wan Sansui. Wan Sansui cast a sinister smile at Wu De, his tongue glistening with saliva as he regarded what he perceived to be a delectable prey. In the bridal chamber, Wu De was filled with trepidation, and Wan Qianqian noticed his unease. "Husband, what troubles you?" she asked with concern. Wu De could only nod, his limbs unresponsive and his voice lost. Wan Qianqian's face turned pale, recalling how her previous husbands had exhibited the same behavior upon entering the bridal chamber, only to wither away within a month, as if their very essence had been siphoned from them, ultimately leading to their demise. The similarity to Wu De's current state was striking, sending her into a panic. Earlier, her father had assured her that she was not a malevolent spirit. Her previous spouses had suffered due to their lack of love for her. For a long time, she had refrained from seeking a husband, but her father's encouragement had rekindled her confidence. She had assumed that after 3 grooms had perished, no one would dare to marry her. Yet, unexpectedly, Wu De had taken the initiative to become her husband. She had believed that his profound affection would defy death, allowing them to become a united couple. But now, the outcome was far from what she had hoped. "Father, did you not say that only those who love me would not meet such a fate?" Wan Qianqian questioned, fear and confusion evident in her voice. "That can only mean that the man before you does not truly love you. He is merely coveting the power of the city lord," Lord Wan Sansui replied. No. Wan Qianqian could not accept this reality. Suddenly, her entire being began to shift. Her crimson robes transformed into a blood-red hue. She shed her human guise, revealing a ghastly red skeleton, strikingly eerie. Lord Wan Sansui, unfazed, merely smiled calmly. He approached Wu De, slowly assisting him in shedding his garments. Wu De's eyes darted in shock. What kind of twisted family was this? The father entering the bridal chamber as his daughter despaired, while the daughter transformed into a grotesque skeleton, and the father remained indifferent as he undressed his son-in-law. What was the intention behind this? Wu De thought, now bare of his upper garments, as Lord Wan Sansui pushed the red skeleton of Wan Qianqian toward him, entangling the two. Wu De felt his vitality gradually being drained away. What had once been a robust state was now waning. After a while, Lord Wan Sansui took Wan Changsheng aside and began to absorb her essence directly. Wu De was dumbfounded. Was the daughter merely a vessel for her father's depraved desires? Even a tiger would not consume its own cub. How could such a father exist? "Father, come save me!" Wu De cried out in fear, calling for Lu Changsheng. He wished to escape this perverse place immediately. After repeated calls, Lu Changsheng finally emerged. "Who?" Lord Wan Sansui bellowed. "I did not expect you to have fallen to such depths." Lu Changsheng sighed as he approached. Wan Sansui's expression darkened. "Who are you?" he demanded, secretly gathering his energy to strike Lu Changsheng down. "You once vowed to make everyone in the world as dragons." Lu Changsheng sighed again. At this, Wan Sansui trembled. You, he stammered, pointing incredulously at Lu Changsheng. "Indeed, it is I, Lu Yin," Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Boom! The name Lu Yin exploded in Wan Sansui's mind. Memories flooded back like a tidal wave. Once, he had been a failure, and Lu Yin was equally renowned for his incompetence. While he had the support of a ring-wielding elder, Lu Yin had nothing. But after Lu Yin's engagement was annulled, he had soared, achieving greatness in his path, overcoming challenges and creating countless legends. Wan Sansui had struggled to keep up, even with the elder's assistance, unable to catch even a glimpse of Lu Yin's shadow. In the end, despair consumed him. Once, they had sworn to face the trials of life together. Yet he found himself abandoned, left to languish in obscurity. Despair, anguish, struggle. The promises once made, now forgotten, soaring too high and too fast. He no longer looked back at those he had once known. The honeymoon phase, the public annulment of their engagement. Thus began Lu Yin's rise to prominence, becoming an obsession. Wan Sansui's fixation was rooted in the night of Lu Yin's public rejection during their wedding. He sought revenge. He could not accept this fate. He descended into darkness, using his own daughter to fulfill his twisted aspirations. He intended to torment the groom, declaring, "Your bride is mine, your fate is mine." He would inflict suffering, physically and mentally, until death claimed them. "I am sorry." Lu Changsheng gazed upon the twisted figure of Wan Sansui, uttering an apology. Yet, Wan Sansui responded with a chilling smile. "You need not apologize. It is I who am inadequate." With that, his eyes turned crimson. "But you, a mere failure, should not exist in this world." Wan Sansui bellowed, exploding in rage, even shedding his skin. A dark skeletal figure emerged before all, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Wan Sansui had transformed into a ghost sovereign. Chapter 62. The innate ghost source body, a thunderous sound echoed as a ghostly hand descended, wielding boundless ghostly power that threatened to obliterate the very fabric of space. Lu Changsheng, sword in hand, initiated a full counterattack, sending all of Wan Sansui's assaults back along their original paths. "This is impossible," Wan Sansui exclaimed. "How can Lu Changsheng, merely a practitioner of qi, possess such power?" Wait, is that the 10th layer of qi training? Staring at Lu Changsheng's realm, Wan Sansui was left speechless, utterly shocked. How could there exist a practitioner at the 10th layer of qi training? It was unheard of. Yet, while Wan Sansui was momentarily stunned, Lu Changsheng had already charged forward with his sword. Observing this, Wan Sansui scoffed. "What if you are at the 10th layer? A practitioner is still but an ant." Wan Sansui bellowed, and an endless wave of death energy began to emanate from his skeletal form. However, in the next instant, he was astonished to find that despite his efforts, he could not summon even a whisper of that death energy. What was happening? Wan Sansui wondered, and then, in horror, he realized his cultivation had been sealed. Initiating full counterattack, second style, "Your cultivation is now sealed. You are but an empty shell in this world, a tragic existence. I shall grant you transcendence," Lu Changsheng remarked coolly. "Do not act as if victory is assured." Wan Sansui roared. He despised that air of nonchalance, as if everything was under control. It was he who had worked so hard. He was the one with overwhelming power. Even if his cultivation was sealed, he could still crush this mere qi practitioner with his bare hands. With a furious shout, Wan Sansui raised his skeletal hand to strike at Lu Changsheng. He refused to believe that his skeletal form, a manifestation of the Dao, could not overcome an insignificant Qi practitioner, one who was many realms beneath him. Boom! The collision between the skeleton and Lu Changsheng's sword was intense, annihilating the surrounding void. Yet, after this exchange, neither combatant gained the upper hand. They remained evenly matched. This is impossible, Wan Sanzue gasped. Even if Lu Changsheng wielded an emperor-grade weapon, how could a mere practitioner unleash its full power? It defied all logic. What was happening? With this thought, Wan Sanzue launched himself into the fray once more. Boom! The skeleton and the sword clashed again, creating a shower of sparks. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Neither could best the other. Wan Sanzue was perplexed. At that moment, the space around them became enveloped in frost. A breathtakingly beautiful ice sword appeared before Wan Sanzue. Lung Wushuang had made her move. After days of refinement, the Zixia Tianke sword had perfectly fused with the spirit of the Luoshuang sword. In this moment, it had taken on a new name, the Zixia Luoshuang sword. A quasi-saint? Upon witnessing Lung Wushuang's cultivation, Wan Sanzue sneered. Whether a Qi practitioner or a quasi-saint, to him, they were all mere ants. Wan Sanzue did not flinch or evade, allowing Lung Wushuang's Zixia Luoshuang sword to sing its deadly song. With his Dao body, how could he be severed by a quasi-saint? Yet, crack! A sharp sound rang out. His skeletal throat was utterly shattered. His head was now half severed from his body, leaving him gravely injured. This is impossible. Wan Sanzue was in shock, retreating in terror. Why was a mere quasi-saint able to inflict harm upon him? In disbelief, Wan Sanzue observed Wu De, who was equally dumbfounded. He could understand how Lu Changsheng could achieve Dao. After all, he was not of this world. But Lung Wushuang, Wu De was certain, belonged to the same species. How could she, a quasi-saint, harm a Dao-level being? It made no sense. However, the answer lay within the sword. The Zixia Luoshuang sword, after inflicting damage upon Wan Sanzue, glimmered with a peculiar red light. Is that a ghost talisman? Wan Sanzue gasped. Indeed, it was a ghost talisman. In preparation for entering the ghost city of Fengdu, Lu Changsheng had previously gathered countless rare materials and had a group of quasi-emperors create several ghost talismans for unforeseen circumstances. As the name suggests, ghost talismans are 6th-level runes that can weaken ghostly beings beneath the quasi-emperor level by an astounding 999 and deal 99999 true damage, ignoring all defenses. If Wan Sanzue were not a Dao-level ghost sovereign with considerable vitality, that single strike from Lung Wushuang would have been fatal. Recognizing the ghost talisman, Wan Sanzue understood he was at a disadvantage and would not sit idly by. In an instant, he drained the lives of countless beings around him, their vitality replenishing his own. Remarkably, Wan Sanzue began to regain physical form. You have indeed embarked on the irreversible path of the Undying Clan. Lu Changsheng sighed once more. Ghosts, like humans, belong to various races. The Undying Clan is a subset of the ghost race, yet they are incredibly formidable. Their defining trait is immortality. However, the price they pay is stagnation in cultivation. The only way to advance is to absorb the vitality of the living. Yet once they do so, the fusion of death energy and vitality will transform them into mindless monsters. Transform into a monster? Impossible. Wan Sanzue scoffed. He was confident in his willpower. How could he succumb without standing before Lu Yan? Yet he had forgotten that he was already before Lu Yan. The mental shackles of his past vows had long been shattered, and swiftly Wan Sanzue's incredulous wail echoed as his consciousness was instantaneously consumed. Soon, a pitch-black skeletal figure emerged, its eyes devoid of life, radiating an endless aura of slaughter. In its mind, only thoughts of murder remained. It glanced at Lu Changsheng, then at Lung Wushuang, finally fixing its gaze on the dazed and confused Wan Qianqian. Delicious prey. The black skeleton growled, baring its teeth as it lunged toward Wan Qianqian. Lung Wushuang and Lu Changsheng exchanged a glance, and Lu Changsheng nodded. 1,000 miles of ice. Snow fell from the sky, encasing all in frost. The ghost talisman was embedded in the ice, which was then propelled toward the black skeleton, crashing powerfully against it. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust swirling. Upon closer inspection, the skeleton lay shattered, reduced to mere fragments, save for its eyes, which twitched slightly. The sixth-level ghost talisman was the nightmare of all malevolent spirits beneath the quasi-emperor level. Lu Changsheng stepped forward, pausing to address the remaining eye. Do you have any final words? The eye turned momentarily before losing its luster forever, succumbing to eternal darkness. You have indeed raised a fine daughter, Lu Changsheng remarked to Wan Sanzui. Rest assured, even if you do not speak, I shall protect your daughter, for she is the innate ghost source body. With that, Lu Changsheng interred Wan Sanzui and erected a tombstone, after which the entire lord's mansion collapsed with a resounding crash. After all, the mansion was saturated with endless ghostly energy and murderous intent. All the servants were horrified and scattered in every direction. With the lord dead, they were finally free. Most of them had been coerced into servitude by Wan Sanzui's threats. Fatty, carry your wife. We're leaving. After completing everything, Lu Changsheng knocked out the emotionally overwhelmed Wan Qianqian and turned to Wuda. Gudester, bewildered. So you weren't here to retrieve the token? Chapter 63. I am the male master of Yaoqi sacred land. With the demise of the lord of Mietian city, chaos ensued among its inhabitants. However, such turmoil bore no relevance to Lu Changsheng. He directly arrived at a peculiar site, strewn with skeletons. After surveying the surroundings, he pressed down on a skeletal staff, and at once, a skeletal door swung open. A secret passage, exclaimed Gude, estanist. You go first, Lu Changsheng instructed nonchalantly. Wuda hesitated. Big brother, I choose between a blissful existence or leading the way. Wuda was left speechless. Soon, Wuda took the lead, with Lu Changsheng and Lung Wushuang closely following behind. Wan Qianqian had been temporarily placed inside an ancient coffin by Lu Changsheng. As they descended the staircase, Wuda felt increasingly uneasy, for the walls were adorned with an array of animal bones. The likes of the cracked sky beast, coral unicorn, crimson flame golden lion, ice-armored horned dragon, eight-legged fire serpent, nine-winged celestial dragon, thunderbat dragon, azure-winged sea dragon, cracked sea dark dragon whale, and the Kuei bull were prominently displayed among the ancient 10 fiends. Creatures like the Qilin and fire phoenix were also present. What in the world is this place? Wuda was utterly shocked. Eventually, amidst Wuda's trepidation, they reached the cavern's depths without incident. Before them lay yet another coffin. Another coffin. Wuda instinctively recoiled. Memories of a headless man emerging from a coffin during his last encounter in the abyss haunting him, leaving an indelible mark on his life. Now another coffin. Wuda instinctively stepped back, only to be seized by Lu Changsheng. Open it, Lu Changsheng urged calmly. Wuda felt like a mere tool. This isn't fair. Rest assured, should you perish, I will find a female ghost to bury you together, ensuring you are not alone, Lu Changsheng replied. Are you sure that is meant to be comforting? Ultimately, under Lu Changsheng's pressure, Wuda reluctantly approached the coffin. Great Emperor Yuhuang, bless me, please do not let another headless ghost emerge. He muttered frantically. As the coffin creaked open, a blinding golden light erupted. Wuda startled and hastily retreated. Lu Changsheng rolled his eyes and slowly stepped inside, with Lung Wushuang following closely behind. Wuda, seeing Lu Changsheng's demeanor, cautiously peered in. To his astonishment, a small chick lay quietly inside. A chick? Wuda was perplexed. At that moment, the small ancestral dragon in Lung Wushuang's arms joyfully hopped out, landing on the chick and frolicking about with glee. Wuda was dumbfounded. How desperate could this be? It's an ice phoenix, a mutated form of the primordial fire phoenix, the princess of the Phoenix clan from the ancient chaotic primordial era. Lu Changsheng remarked. Wuda was taken aback. Yet, if it was a creature from such an ancient epoch, how had it survived until now? The phoenix undergoes a rebirth through fire. This is its 9th and final rebirth. Lu Changsheng explained. Just then, the ice phoenix seemed to sense an intrusion and swatted the small ancestral dragon aside. Surprisingly, the dragon did not retaliate. Instead, it sat down, looking dejected and drawing circles in the ground. Lung Wushuang was astonished. This dragon was no ordinary creature. It was the Chaos Ancestral Dragon, the progenitor of all true dragons. Yet this formidable being was completely subdued by the Ice Phoenix, exhibiting no temper at all. Was this what they referred to as the law of nature? With the invincible Ice Phoenix and the innate ghostly origin body, their venture to Mietian City was proving fruitful. A smile crept onto Lu Changsheng's lips. Before long, under the relentless charm of the small ancestral dragon, the little Ice Phoenix acknowledged Lung Wushuang as its master. Subsequently, the group made their way towards the location of the six-star formation. Though situated within Mietian City, it was in fact a world unto itself. To think that I, the illustrious saintess of Yaoqi, have been dispatched to such a ghostly place as Fengdu. The Yaoqi, Liu Xian lamented as she journeyed towards the six-star formation. Feeling the weight of misfortune, she had been told that the river of the underworld was about to manifest, thus requiring her to seize opportunities. Liu Xian was utterly speechless. However, as she took a few steps, she suddenly noticed a handsome man smiling at her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Is he not exceedingly handsome? Liu Xian marveled. Clad in white, his demeanor ethereal, reminiscent of that young man in white who had single-handedly confronted numerous quasi-emperors at the Taichu sacred land. As she approached and recognized him, she was left dumbfounded. It was indeed him. In an instant, Liu Xian turned on her heel and attempted to flee. This was a killing god. She dared not provoke him. Yet, to her horror, she found herself completely immobilized, frozen for 1,000 miles. Cold Wushuang had made her move. Wasn't he one of the outstanding talents who came to witness the ceremony at the Taichu sacred land? Lu Changsheng approached with a grin, while Cold Wushuang positioned her long sword at Liu Xian's throat. State your identity. If it proves useful, you may yet live, Lu Changsheng stated coolly. At once, Liu Xian collapsed in fear. She had personally witnessed this killing god repel the supreme avatar. He was a force she could not contend with. I am a Yaoqi saintess. Liu Xian, she quickly declared, despite believing her meager identity would likely lead to her demise here. However, it was better than nothing. Perhaps he would hesitate due to their Yaoqi sacred land. Yaoqi saintess? Lu Changsheng chuckled. His initial intention was to forcefully breach, but now it seemed he could expend less effort. At that moment, the elders of Yaoqi guarding the six-star formation approached. Release the saintess, a white-robed elder bellowed. In the stunned gazes of the onlookers, Lu Changsheng stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Liu Xian. The slap echoed loudly, leaving Liu Xian dazed. All present were equally bewildered. What is the meaning of this? The elders glared, their murderous intent palpable. I discipline my own daughter. What concern is it of yours? Lu Changsheng retorted arrogantly. Daughter? Everyone was left in shock once more. How could you not recognize me? Are you all merely idle? Lu Changsheng suddenly shouted, causing all to gaze at him in confusion. The master of your Yaoqi sacred land has wept and knelt, begging me to marry her. I am the male master of Yaoqi. Is it not the case that the Yaoqi sacred land is my daughter? Lu Changsheng stated indifferently. The elders exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Yaoqi was comprised entirely of female cultivators, who had always upheld their virtue. How could there possibly be a man? Do you not believe me? You can ask her. Lu Changsheng pointed at the utterly bewildered Liu Xian. Instantly, the elders turned to Liu Xian, asking, Saintess, is what he says true? Did the master truly engage in such a scandal? Liu Xian? Chapter 64. The Mirage of the Ghost Market in the End. Under the coercion of Lu Changsheng, the Liuli fairy acknowledged the thief as her father. With the assurance from the Liuli fairy, although the elders remained skeptical, the saintess was now armed with a decree from the Grand Elder of the Yaoqi, which rendered them hesitant to act rashly. Furthermore, according to the latest news from the sect, the Yaoqi saint had perished at the hands of the Shintian sect, leaving them in profound shock. A mere minor sect had managed to extinguish the life of their holy leader. With the saint's demise, the saintess was poised to inherit the position of the saint. Though there were dozens of living saintesses within the Yaoqi, Lily Fairy held a viable chance of succession. Thus they dared not offend her. Soon, The elders of Yaoqi granted passage, and Lu Changsheng and his companions, accompanied by the Liuli Fairy, stepped onto the 6-star teleportation array destined for Fengdu. Your purpose is to proceed to Fengdu. When we arrive, may I? Absolutely not. Lu Changsheng replied coolly. Liuli Fairy hesitated. Do you have any further instructions? None to give. But should trouble arise, we shall require someone who can run the slowest. Lu Changsheng stated indifferently. He had slain the Yaoqi saint, and it would soon be discovered, leading to an irreconcilable situation. Thus, there was no need for pleasantries. The 6-star teleportation array was remarkably swift, covering 100,000 miles in an instant. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Fengdu. As they disembarked from the array, they were greeted by a desolate landscape strewn with dry bones. This was the transportation hub of Fengdu, a realm of extreme desolation, also known as the graveyard of life, where a moment's inattention could lead to becoming a lost soul beneath the sands. Lu Changsheng moved with great haste. His visits to Fengdu were not few. The others followed closely behind. Soon, the grand gates of Fengdu loomed before them. Is this really Fengdu? Veyude exclaimed in astonishment. This was his first encounter with the place. He had expected Fengdu to be shrouded in black, gray, or even devoid of color. However, he was taken aback by the resplendent golden gates. It reminded him of a line from poetry, through 100 battles in golden armor. I shall not return until I conquer Lulan. Take a closer look, Lung Wushuang said, her gaze flickering. Wuda, puzzled, inquired, take a closer look? He focused intently on Fengdu, only to be struck by horror. This is a deception? He gasped in disbelief. A vast city stretching for thousands of miles could indeed be a mere illusion? Your extreme folly in following such a master truly is unfortunate. The Liuli Fairy scoffed at Wuda. This is the mirage of the ghost market, she clarified. At her words, Wuda was taken aback. What? It is the mirage of the ghost market? He was well aware of this phenomenon, a city conjured from endless ominousness, real yet seemingly elusive. It was said that even a minor misstep could lead to disastrous consequences, ensnaring even the most powerful of emperors. It was indeed bizarre. He had not anticipated encountering such a phenomenon. As he stepped back, he suddenly realized that behind him lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. One more step back could lead to eternal damnation. Panic seized Wuda. He understood it was an illusion, yet he dared not retreat. Let us proceed, Lu Changsheng said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the ghostly mirage. If he was unafraid of the celestial realm, would he fear this? With a decisive step, he entered the illusion. Seeing this, Lung Wushuang and the Liuli Fairy followed closely. Lung Wushuang needed no further encouragement. She was resolutely devoted to Lu Changsheng. As for the Liuli Fairy, she was no fool. With no way to evade the mirage of the ghost market, trailing Lu Changsheng was her best chance for survival. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind, Wu Dao exclaimed, feeling a chill as he glanced at the barren desert, hurriedly following suit. Chapter 65. The princess of the Ghost Clan. Before their eyes lay a vintage street, bustling with a diverse array of pedestrians, elderly individuals, children, the rotund, and the slender, each embodying the myriad forms of human existence. With a smile, Lu Changsheng entered an inn. Young lad, bring me 2 liang of yellow wine, he instructed. The attendant paused momentarily before responding with a professional grin. Certainly, esteemed guest. Soon enough, the yellow wine and several side dishes were served. Lung Wushuang took her seat beside Lu Changsheng, while Lialixian and Wu De exchanged glances before settling down. Although they were perplexed as to why Lu Changsheng remained so unfazed amidst the eerie market of ghosts, they had no choice but to trust him. In truth, given the nature of the extreme delusion-breaking void, Wu De could have fled. No illusion or restraint could hinder him. Yet, his timidity prevailed. He had always harbored a deep-seated fear of the grotesque and uncanny, which had deterred him from ever visiting Fengdu. Let us eat, Lu Changsheng said nonchalantly, and to everyone's surprise, he began to indulge in the meal. Really? Lialixian inquired skeptically. Her doubts were not regarding Lu Changsheng's ability to consume the food or its safety, but whether the wine and dishes were indeed genuine and not mere phantoms. However, Witnessing Lu Changsheng savoring the meal, she hesitantly joined in. Before long, they finished their meal and departed without incident. Everything seemed so ordinary, as if nothing had transpired. Lu Changsheng continued onward, purchasing a skewer of candied hawthorn from a vendor. Although they lacked currency, Wuda had quite a few valuable items, and the vendors eagerly accepted the gleaming goods in exchange. "Oh, my precious treasure," Wuda lamented. After a series of purchases, they arrived at a grand residence. Looking up, they saw the words Princess's Mansion inscribed above. Princess's Mansion? Wuda was taken aback. Just then, the gates opened and a woman emerged. "How did you discover me?" she inquired with a smile, her words leaving the others in confusion, save for Lung Wushuang, who understood. "Discovered what?" Lu Changsheng retorted. "There is no need to feign ignorance. Since you possess the ability to find me, you must also know how to break the predicament." The woman replied with a faint smile. With a flick of her sleeve, the surrounding space abruptly vanished. The once vibrant street transformed into a graveyard, with buildings morphing into tombstones. Wuda felt a chill run down his spine. "Are you trapped here?" Lu Changsheng asked with a grin, his tone as refreshing as a spring breeze, momentarily startling the woman. "Have we met?" she countered, yet Lu Changsheng merely smiled in silence. "Never mind. That is of little consequence. Let us proceed with the transaction," she said calmly. As she spoke, her appearance shifted. She donned a flowing red robe, her hair cascading down, exuding an air of elegance. "Are you the princess of the Ghost Clan, Gue Sanyang?" Lung Wushuang inquired. At this, Gue Sanyang turned her gaze toward Lung Wushuang, her eyes narrowing. "Your cultivation may be merely at the quasi-saint level, but your knowledge is not shallow. Indeed, I am Gue Sanyang, the princess of the Ghost Clan. However, that is merely a remnant of the past. I am now but a wandering spirit in the land of the dead." She spoke, her voice tinged with melancholy. "Who did this to you?" Lu Changsheng asked, his tone devoid of warmth, his eyes brimming with a chilling intensity. Gue Sanyang was momentarily taken aback. "Do you have ties to my clan?" she queried. "Ties? To put it plainly, the ancestor of your Ghost Clan, Gue Shanshan, and I once shared the same bed." Lu Changsheng replied, his tone unflinching. "What?" The group was left in shock. Chapter 66. The Path to the Underworld. Have you really shared the same bed with her? The corners of Ghost 3 Nyang's mouth twitched. She believed the young man in white before her was merely boasting. Her ancestor, Ghost Shanshan, was a figure from epochs long past. How could he possibly claim to have shared intimacy with her? Ghost 3 Nyang regarded Lu Changsheng as a braggart. Yet, the other three were astonished by Lu Changsheng's seemingly boundless capabilities. He had reportedly been with the ancient emperor of humanity, Guy Luoshuang, and even the esteemed Ziwei Emperor. Now, it appeared he had also been involved with their ancestral figure, Ghost Shanshan. One could not help but ponder how many illustrious women he had truly encountered. Cold Wushuang felt no jealousy. Rather, the more exceptional Lu Changsheng proved to be, the more it validated her discerning taste. However, was it not somewhat improper to have relations with so many women? Liu Xian was astounded, contemplating, could it be that he intended to keep me close for the purpose of seduction? Meanwhile, Wu De harbored boundless admiration. "Brother, you are truly remarkable, a paragon for all men. I would believe you even if you claimed to have bedded a massive white serpent. Stop boasting. My request is quite simple. Hand over the Ghost Source Pearl, and I will facilitate your departure from the Ghost City Mirage. Otherwise, you shall remain here for eternity to accompany me," Ghost 3 Nyang stated coolly. "I, Lu Changsheng, have never succumbed to threats. However, I shall acquiesce to your request. Consider it a small token of gratitude to your lineage," Lu Changsheng replied, turning westward to depart. "Wait, I haven't yet disclosed where the Ghost Source Pearl is." Ghost 3 Nyang called out hastily. "The end of ghostly energy, the place where the deceased are reborn, the path to the underworld. Where else could it possibly be?" Lu Changsheng's mellifluous voice echoed back, leaving Ghost 3 Nyang stunned, unable to regain her composure. He truly knew their clan's most profound secret. "Brother, are you really not considering taking her?" Wu De interjected, invigorated by the topic of women. Although she was a ghost, Ghost 3 Nyang was undeniably beautiful. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng cast a sidelong glance at Wu De and replied nonchalantly, I feel that one Changsheng has been inside for quite some time. Perhaps we should let her out for a breath of fresh air? At this, Wu De shuddered and promptly fell silent. A true red-faced skeleton. Merely contemplating it was terrifying. They traveled in silence towards the west. Time passed, and the air thickened with mist. Where does this fog come from? Liu Xian wondered, eager to discern its peculiarities. If you wish to avoid becoming an eyesore, I suggest you close your nose. Lu Changsheng's voice floated back. Upon hearing this, Liu Xian immediately held her breath. This is a product of ghostly beings, a high concentration of liquefied ghost energy. Inhaling it could spell doom even for a great sage, cold Wu Shuang elucidated. How do you know so much? Liu Xian inquired, astonished. Because during my reign over the human territories, you were still an infant, cold Wu Shuang replied with a commanding tone. Lu Changsheng could assert that he had lived through many epochs. What was wrong with her declaring her own rebirth? Liu Xian thought, bewildered. You two have lived through more than one epoch, you ancient being? Liu Xian glanced at Lu Changsheng, then at cold Wu Shuang. Truly, it was evident they were not a family that entered through the same door. Both had lived at least 2 lives, their ages surely exceeding 100 million years. What a perfect match. Liu Xian expressed her astonishment, realizing she had joined a band of remarkable beings. By the way, have you also lived through at least 2 lives? Liu Xian turned her gaze toward Wu De, skeptical. Wu De replied, how could that be? I am a pure, born inbred. Before he could finish, Lu Changsheng interrupted. We have arrived at the path to the underworld. Chapter 67. Mengpa. The path of the Yellow Springs is structured like a bridge, a winding road connecting life and death. Traversing the Yellow Springs Road and stepping across the bridge of helplessness, the wandering souls face 2 choices: to cling to their obsessions, transforming into vengeful spirits in Fengdu, or to journey to the underworld, where they are judged by the king of hell before being reincarnated in the cycle of 6 realms. However, due to the limited capacity of Fengdu, a witch was born to guard the intersection of the Yellow Springs Road and the Bridge of Helplessness, ensuring souls forget their pasts and guiding them to rebirth. This witch is known as Mengpa. Mengpa, the witch, is neither human nor ghost, but rather a being straddling both realms. Her true nature and origins remain a mystery to all. The world only knows that she serves the decree of the Emperor of Fengdu, eternally guarding the path of the Yellow Springs. From the dawn of life to the end of existence, her mission is her fate and ultimately her own choice. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. It was Lu Changsheng and his companions. The Yellow Springs Road forbids the living from treading upon it, lest they be obliterated by the deathly aura. Yet for Lu Changsheng, this was a trivial matter. Merely enveloping himself in a bit of deathly energy sufficed. After all, the deathly aura along the Yellow Springs Road had become nearsighted after the Battle of Tianming, and anything infused with even a hint of deathly energy had become akin to brothers. Soon, Lu Changsheng and his companions arrived at the junction of the Yellow Springs Road and the Bridge of Helplessness. The dead moved forward, while the living must halt. Mengpo's voice drifted softly through the air. As the group turned to see, they beheld a frail old woman. This is Mengpo, cold Wuffers gasped, clearly having heard of Mengpa in her past life. What? Mengpo? Wu De inquired, scrutinizing the old woman with curiosity. The tales of Mengpo among mortals are many. Some say she is the daughter of the Emperor of Fengdu, sent to guard the Bridge of Helplessness to alleviate the burdens of Fengdu. Others recount her as an ordinary woman whose husband was taken to build the Great Wall of Fengdu against foreign tribes. She traveled north and found her husband's bones upon the wall. In her despair, her tears became an ancient torrent, flooding the 800,000 miles of the Great Wall and granting her sanctity. The Emperor of Fengdu, alarmed, took her as a subordinate, recognizing her talent and loyalty, and appointed her to guard the Bridge of Helplessness, a role she accepted willingly, for here she could glimpse her husband's spirit. Countless versions of her story exist. Yet one fact remains certain. Mengpa lived in the same era as the Emperor of Fengdu. She hails from the chaotic ancient era, a figure from epochs long past, predating the present by 5 or 6 eras. Wu De glanced at Meng Pe and then at Lu Changsheng, realizing that each of them had lived far longer than he. As he pondered, an invisible energy descended, pressing down on everyone present, making it difficult for them to breathe. This energy was neither spiritual nor deathly. It was a unique force, unseen, intangible, yet palpably real and uncontrollable. Lin Xian effortlessly defended against Meng Pe's energy with a willow branch, casually inquiring, "Meng Pe, do you remember the peach blossom by Daming Lake during the Great Xia dynasty in Zhongzhou?" At this, Meng Pe trembled. "Who are you?" Dream Po's voice deepened, as the pressure on everyone intensified, with Wu De feeling as though his very organs might burst. "Didn't you already guess who I am?" Lu Changsheng replied with a subtle smile. Meng Pe fixed her gaze upon him, unwavering. After a long moment, she finally averted her eyes, and the oppressive aura surrounding the group dissipated. They let out a collective sigh of relief. Mysterious. Terrifying. This was the first impression the group formed of Meng Pe. "Since it is you, I shall grant you face. You may leave," Meng Pe declared, her words indicating she wished to dismiss them. Upon hearing this, Wu De grew displeased. "Granting face to drive us away? What kind of face is that?" Observing a hint of fear in Meng Pe towards Lu Changsheng, Wu De boldly proclaimed, "Hey, old witch, my brother is here. This path you must yield, whether you want to or not." "Oh, is this place formidable?" Meng Pe replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Wu De continued, "Indeed. Who dares to disregard my brother's reputation?" With a hand on his hip, he reveled in his moment of bravado, nearly moved to tears by his own audacity. However, he was swiftly silenced with a single slap, leaving him bewildered. "Apologies, but I'm not human," Meng Pe retorted coldly. "He's a bit unhinged. Do not mind him," Lu Changsheng added. Wu De exclaimed, "Wait, brother. Who am I standing up for here? If it weren't for your reputation, you would already be dead." Meng Pe responded directly to Wu De. Upon hearing this, Wu De lamented, "Woe is me. So everyone has banded together to bully a single fat man?" Ignoring the comical Wu De, Lu Changsheng stepped forward, directly approaching the bridge of helplessness. "I have stated, the dead move onward, the living must halt," Meng Pe commanded. An invisible force abruptly halted Lu Changsheng's advance, leaving everyone in shock. In their eyes, Lu Changsheng was invincible, a being capable of slaying even the supreme. Yet, this formidable individual was now restrained by Meng Pe. Indeed, to them, it appeared as though Meng Pe had ensnared Lu Changsheng with her magic. However, in truth, it was Lu Changsheng who had ensnared Meng Pe. "What do you mean?" Meng Pe furrowed her brow within the creation space. This realm was one of the legacies left by the creator god to Lin Xian, where he was the ultimate sovereign. However, there was a prerequisite. The other party had to enter voluntarily. Otherwise, they could not be forcibly dragged in. This meant Meng Pe had willingly entered. "I wish to show you something," Lu Changsheng said nonchalantly. With a wave of his hand, a peach blossom appeared before Meng Pe. "You staring at the blossom?" Meng Pe's voice faltered. "This is the very flower I owe you," Lu Changsheng continued. "Last year on this day within this gate, the human face and the peach blossom bloomed in harmony. The human face is lost to time, yet the peach blossom continues to smile in the spring breeze." Lu Changsheng seemed to recite poetry, or perhaps sigh. "So many years have passed. Do you still remember me?" Meng Pe expressed disbelief. "During the great chaos, I had to leave. You must understand. Though you now appear as an old crone, I still recall your admiration for me. Yet a man of ambition must venture forth. Some matters are worth pursuing, while others are not. My intentions are not to compel you to abandon your principles, but merely to remedy the regrets within my heart, as well as yours. The woman I cherish, Lu Changsheng's woman, is the most talented in the world. You, alas, do not compare," Lu Changsheng declared with authority. Upon hearing this, Meng Pe trembled violently. "So the woman outside is yours? Am I not her equal?" A wave of jealousy surged throughout the creation space. Chapter 68. The 3 lifetimes of Meng Pe time stood still. As it dissipated, Lu Changsheng abruptly vanished, leaving Meng Pe alone in his stead. "Where is my elder brother?" Wu De, unable to find Lu Changsheng, felt a surge of panic. Had Lu Changsheng lost in their recent encounter? Though he found it hard to believe, the possibility lingered. After all, His adversary was the enigmatic Meng Pe. Your brother? He is dead, Meng Pe replied nonchalantly. At her words, Wuda's eyes widened in disbelief. He wanted to refute her claim, but Lu Changsheng had indeed disappeared, and Meng Pe's presence was the undeniable evidence. Impossible. This cannot be. Wuda mater frantically. If Lu Changsheng were truly dead, how could he escape this accursed mirage of the ghost market? Not to mention, fleeing from Meng Pe herself would be a formidable challenge. You lie. What have you done with my brother? Liu Xian questioned sharply. How could Lu Changsheng, who had struck down a supreme phantom, possibly be defeated in a single exchange? You have imprisoned him? Lung Wushuang's gaze was icy. In response, she activated her ice chaos body. Her purple frost sword gripped firmly in hand, unleashing her full potential as a quasi-saint. You are not my match. Meng Pe glanced at Lung Wushuang, her tone indifferent. Only through battle will we truly know who is the match for whom. Lung Wushuang declared, launching her attack. Snowflakes began to fall across the entire space. These beautiful snowflakes, however, were each lethal. Dunave. Meng Pe did not flinch or evade the deadly snowblades. Countless snowflakes descended upon her, only to gradually dissipate. With a mere flick of her sleeve, she appeared unscathed. At the very least, it would have been a blow to the void, Liu Xian murmured, already contemplating her escape. She had no desire to perish here. They had no chance against someone capable of ensnaring Lu Changsheng. This sword shall demand the god's repentance. Lung Wushuang suddenly shouted. An endless wave of primordial energy converged upon her sword. The mightiest attack of the Emperor, God's repentance. Boom! The primordial energy rapidly coalesced around Lung Wushuang's sword. The purple frost sword glowing ever more brilliantly. Yet the price was her lifespan, rapidly depleting at the rate of 1 year per second. Saint, great saint, void-cutting, harmonization. Her power continued to surge, yet her hair had begun to turn gray. Do you truly believe this power can defeat me? Meng Pe scoffed, her own aura rising in response. Boom! An endless source of imperial energy swirled around Meng Pe, revealing her as a quasi-emperor powerhouse. A quasi-emperor. It's over. Guda disperth. Liu Xian too succumbed to hopelessness. Faced with the quasi-emperor, their struggles were no more than an ant attempting to shake a tree. Utterly futile. Will you still fight? Meng Pe's gaze was frosty. An imperial aura pressed down upon Lung Wushuang, forcing her to kneel. Lung Wushuang found herself immobilized. Yet her energy still surged. Half of her hair had fallen away, but she paid it no mind. Finally, when all her hair had shed and her skin wrinkled beyond recognition, her sword was imbued with quasi-imperial might. Cut! Lung Wushuang exerted every ounce of strength, crying out. The immense force of the universe surged towards Meng Pe. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled, darkness engulfed the sky, and the sun and moon lost their light. The space screamed, ghostly energies howled, and souls trembled in reverence. Clang! It was as if a barrier had been shattered. When everyone reopened their eyes, they found themselves standing in the same place, never having moved an inch. A mirage? Wuda was stunned. Had he lost face once again? Lung Wushuang opened her eyes to see Lu Changsheng smiling at her from a short distance, and she smiled back. Did she understand it was an illusion? Perhaps she did, or perhaps she did not. But regardless, she would act as such. To her, his form was everything, and her world lay in that distant figure. Perhaps you were right. How could my current appearance possibly be worthy of you? Meng Pe chuckled at herself. You're the girl known as Lung Wushuang, aren't you? You are quite remarkable. I have something for you to safeguard. Take good care of it, Meng Pe said, tossing a vial of liquid to Lung Wushuang. Lung Wushuang caught it, bewildered. Meng Pe soup. Meng Pe shook her head. Try a drop on your hand. Lu Changsheng smiled. Lung Wushuang nodded, and the entire space twisted, the scene overturning. In the Daxia dynasty of Zhongzhou, by the shores of Daming Lake, a man strikingly similar to Lu Changsheng walked away, without looking back, while a woman behind him cried out, her voice hoarse. Do you truly have no lingering feelings for me? The peach blossom in the woman's hand was wilted. To me, your form is no different from a skeleton. The man swaggered away, leaving the woman despondent. The woman wept, transforming into peach blossoms that nourished the muddy earth. The scene shifted. I have reincarnated, bearing the heaven's mandate, achieving the path of the Emperor to be with you, Changsheng said. Yet the man merely cast her a glance, spent a night with her, and then quietly departed. This departure lasted an entire epoch. He never returned. Changsheng sat in meditation, and the scene shifted again. This was your former guise. I have breathed life into it. In this life, we are both mortals, destined to be husband and wife. The woman smiled, radiating beauty. The man returned the smile, filled with affection. They intertwined on the bed, nestled closely. But at that moment, ghostly soldiers stormed in and seized her husband away. In a mortal body, she walked thousands of miles to Fengdu's Great Wall, only to find her husband's corpse. The woman wept, reclaiming the emperor's throne, achieving sainthood. And from then on, guarding the path of the Yellow Springs, never to hear the sounds of the living again. The scene abruptly halted. Lung Wushuang absorbed the profound insights, while Wu De and Liu Xian were left in utter shock. Goodness, just how captivating was Lu Changsheng that a woman pursued him across 3 lifetimes. And what are the peach blossoms? A 10-mile stretch of them? Both were left dumbfounded. Wu De felt a pang of jealousy, envious that a girl chased after him. Liu Xian was perplexed. Apart from seeing a captivating visage and unparalleled strength in Lu Changsheng, she could discern nothing else. How could someone like him have been pursued across 3 lifetimes, and in one of those lives, even ascended to emperor? The key point was that after becoming emperor, he had only earned the privilege of a single night together. Not even a child was conceived before he was cast aside. Liu Xian longed to ask her face to face, how could one pursue such a scoundrel in the 3rd lifetime, and in the 2nd lifetime, exhaust the emperor's essence to create a false version of him, becoming a mortal just to be with him? What could possibly be her reasoning? Chapter 69. The Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. The Buddha is the way with a thunderous roar, as Meng perfused the memories of the 3 lifetimes. Lung Wushuang achieved sainthood. Endless truths of the great Dao surrounded him, enveloping the icy chaos and assimilating it into the essence of chaos. What a miraculous liquid! Exclaimed Wu De and the luminous fairy in astonishment. Just a single drop could elevate one beyond the realm of saints. How terrifying! Please proceed, Meng said softly. I possess a method that can assist in the mysterious resurrection of souls, reconstructing the spirit. I owe you a personal favor. Take this. As Lu Changsheng spoke, he tossed a branch of peach blossom to Meng Pa. What do you mean? Meng Pa replied coldly. She had transferred all her feelings for Lu Changsheng to Lung Wushuang, and at this moment, she felt devoid of emotion. A token. When the door opens in the future, I shall lead you to eternal life. Lu Changsheng stated calmly, standing with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, Meng Pa trembled slightly. Are you truly prepared for everything? Meng Pa asked in shock. At that moment, an old man slowly materialized on Lu Changsheng's shoulder. It seems this lifetime will be extraordinary, Meng Pa reflected, gazing at the book of creation for a long while. I only hope you can protect the Northern Dipper. This is my homeland, and yours as well. Naturally, Lu Changsheng replied. With that, he stepped onto the Naiha Bridge. The others followed suit. As they watched Lu Changsheng's departing figure, Meng Pa quietly vanished, as if she had never existed. Elder brother, may I inquire how you managed to make that woman devoted to you across 3 lifetimes? Is there a secret? Wu De's eyes sparkled with curiosity. One should aspire to be like Lu Changsheng. What? Do you wish to learn? Upon hearing this, Wu De nodded eagerly. What man wouldn't want to learn such divine skills? Very well. Then I shall teach you, Lu Changsheng said with a devilish grin, lifting Wu De effortlessly. Be brother, didn't you say you would teach me? What are you doing? Wu De stammered, slightly panicked, for a devilish smile from Lu Changsheng often meant trouble. Of course, I will teach you how to win a woman's heart. Lu Changsheng chuckled. For the first lesson, I shall teach you the art of charm. With that, Lu Changsheng tossed Wu De into the air. On landing, Wu De was left bewildered. Charm? What does that mean? He murmured. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, startling Wu De. Roar! He turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a creature with rabbit ears, a single eye, one arm, a turtle shell, a dragon tail, and elephant feet. What on earth? It was terrifying. This is a nightmare, Lung Wushuang exclaimed. What? A nightmare? It was dumbfounded. Don't joke around. Nightmares are creatures that feed on the mysterious, cannot be killed, and possess infinite regeneration. Truly immortal beasts. You want me to be charming in front of such a creature? Are you serious? Wuda's eyes welled with tears. He wanted to cry out loud. He was ready to quit. However, the teacher, the nightmare, was relentless, rushing towards Wuda with a slap. Damn it! Wuda cursed, quickly dodging. The slap struck the ground, and just as Wuda thought he had narrowly escaped, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, dazed. This is impossible. Wuda's pupils dilated in disbelief. He had clearly avoided the attack, so why had he been harmed? If not for the great Dao surrounding him in protection, he would have been gravely injured by that blow. Wuda was baffled, but the nightmare had no intention of waiting. Another slap descended upon him. Boom! Wuda evaded again, but once more, he spat out blood. How unfair. You're not playing fair, Wuda complained, realizing the attacks were too bizarre to avoid. Big brother, save me. He cried out, desperate not to die. Yet, whether by coincidence or fate, Lu Changsheng sat calmly on the ground, eyes closed in meditation, as if in a trance. Meanwhile, Lung Wushuang and the luminous fairy appeared to have lost their minds, their mental state akin to that of children, floating words above their heads. Brother Wuda, go for it. Brother Wuda, you are the best. Wuda was dumbfounded. What is happening? Had they all gone mad? Before he could comprehend, another thunderous clap struck, causing him to spew blood once more, feeling as though his insides had shifted. Damn you, monster! I will fight back. Wuda gritted his teeth. Since no one else could be relied upon, he could only depend on himself. Wuda concentrated all his energy, and beneath his feet, a lotus began to form. The Buddha's wrathful lotus? This fat man is hiding quite a depth. Lung Wushuang smiled, though her eyes narrowed. Is this one of the teachings from the Supreme Buddha scripture? The Buddha is the way? The luminous fairy was astonished. The Buddha's wrathful lotus is a chapter from the Supreme Scripture, the Buddha is the way. Though a small chapter, its value is immeasurable. Compared to ordinary scriptures, the Buddha's wrathful lotus is akin to a divine existence. There is no comparison. Hadn't the Buddha is the way long since vanished into the river of time? Could it be that this overweight man is a descendant of the Buddha? The title Buddha refers to the supreme monk of the Western Desert, one who has attained enlightenment. A descendant of the Buddha is a rightful heir with the authority to lead the supreme Buddhist sect of the Western Desert. The luminous fairy's gaze flickered. A seemingly ordinary overweight man possesses such profound heritage. Indeed, anyone who accompanies this transcendent being is far from ordinary. Damn you, monster! Taste the flames of my wrath. Black flames erupted, consuming the void and obliterating the endless laws of the Tao. This bore a striking resemblance to Lu Changsheng's Amaterasu. The black flames, entwined with the endless truths of the great Tao, swiftly surrounded the nightmare. Roar! The nightmare growled, unafraid of all in this world, save for the Buddha's teachings, which were its nemesis. For the Buddha's teachings are not of this world. In the distant expanse of time, they stood alongside the immortals. In the primal era, during the age when immortals and Buddhas coexisted, the conflict between them persisted for ages. Ultimately, the immortals triumphed, and the Buddhas faded into obscurity. Yet even so, the perfected Buddha's teachings can rival the immortals. This is an undeniable truth. Immortals can dispel all mysteries of the world. If immortals can, then surely the Buddhas who have battled for countless ages can too. The nightmare shrieked, being 2 realms above Wuda, a being of the void-cutting realm. It was initially impervious to harm, even from the Western Desert's Buddha, yet the Buddha's wrathful lotus was different. It originated from the Buddha is the way, a supreme scripture from the primal age. It was the ultimate teaching crafted by the first Buddha, capable of connecting with the laws of the universe, traversing the galaxy, and reigning supreme across the cosmos, an unparalleled doctrine. Enough. Just as the nightmare was about to be consumed, an ancient, resonant voice resounded. Merely the voice managed to obliterate the Buddha's wrathful lotus. Born from a supreme scripture, the Buddha is the way. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. The main character has arrived. Chapter 70. The King of Ksitigarbha. The light of Buddha from the depths of darkness. A bald monk, clad in a black robe and wielding a black staff, emerged slowly. This is not a place for the living. The monk intoned with a voice that seemed to encompass boundless imperial laws, casting an overwhelming gloom upon the gathering. Before them stood a being of imperial caliber. Having reached the other shore and acquired the ghost source pearl, I shall take my leave, Lu Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Reach the other shore? Take the ghost source pearl? Huh, that is a treasure of my Buddhist sect. You are unworthy, the monk retorted, amplifying the imperial laws that swirled around Lu Changsheng, seeking to extinguish him. Yet, with a mere flick of his sleeve, Lu Changsheng rendered the imperial laws null and void. This is impossible. The monk's pupils constricted in disbelief. He then raised his hand, intensifying the imperial laws once more, erasing the infinite void around him, even causing ripples in the river of time itself. Nevertheless, Lu Changsheng remained unfazed, standing with a smile, utterly unharmed. Who on earth are you? The monk's voice trembled with profound astonishment. The cultivation of qi was supposed to be beneath the imperial laws. Such a phenomenon was unheard of. Wait, qi cultivation? It suddenly dawned on him, and he gazed at Lu Changsheng with eyes shining with Buddhist light, drenched in cold sweat. Tenfold qi cultivation? The monk was dumbfounded. 9 is the pinnacle. This is the law of the Big Dipper. Under its suppression, how could anyone possibly break through to tenfold? Could you be? No, it can't be. You cannot be that person, he murmured, teetering on the brink of madness. Throughout this exchange, the crowd remained silent, captivated by the monk's bewildering performance. Is this monk experiencing a mental breakdown? Uncertainly. It seems he is terrified by Lu. The esteemed one's identity, Liu Xian conjectured. Her curiosity piqued about Lu Changsheng's past life. Why did those of higher realms, who had seen more of the world, seem more afraid of him? This was illogical. Even emperors should not react thus. Since you know of my identity, why not make way? Lu Changsheng stood with a graceful demeanor, his robes billowing as he gazed down upon all. Wuda watched in envy. Is this the first move of the heartthrob arsonist? I wish to do the same. Flaunting in front of an imperial being without fear of retribution, despite my meager cultivation. Wuda mused, feeling enlightened. Perhaps the chasm between him and Lu Changsheng was merely a matter of position? Make way. Even if you are that person, that is merely a relic of the past. Presently, even with tenfold qi cultivation, you are but a mere ant. The monk sneered, seemingly to bolster his confidence, repeating qi cultivation and ant with disdain. As he spoke, his palm expanded, stretching infinitely. Buddha's country in the palm. Perish. The monk struck down, obliterating the vastness of the void. In response, Lu Changsheng casually waved one hand, casting Wuda aside. Wuda! Boom! The collision caused the Buddha's country in the palm to be instantly annihilated. This is impossible. The monk's pupils narrowed in shock. Meanwhile, Wuda was engulfed in dread. He thought he was doomed. Brother, you can't play like this. Wuda's eyes brimmed with grievance, exuding an aura resembling a widow mourning for 20 years. At the same time, Wuda found it perplexing that the monk's formidable abilities could be so easily thwarted. Might he be a reincarnated celestial emperor or a reborn heavenly sovereign? Wait, why do I say might I be? Wuda pondered when suddenly, the monk bellowed. Do not think that by slightly augmenting the imperial essence with extreme delusions you can contend with me. With that, the battlefield transformed into a hellish realm. Needle of Ksitigarbha. Everyone found themselves ensnared in a quagmire, unable to escape. You are one of the 8 Buddhas of the Western Desert, Ksitigarbha? Lung Wushuang exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing this, Ksitigarbha raised his gaze. Ah, the little girl possesses some knowledge. Indeed, I am one of the 8 Buddhas of the Western Desert, the dark Ksitigarbha. Upon hearing the monk's own admission, Liu Xian trembled uncontrollably. The 8 Buddhas of the Western Desert were said to each possess the potential of a Buddha, capable of standing as an imperial figure alone. The previous imperial Buddha, the unbounded emperor, had even praised Ksitigarbha for his imperial potential. Could they truly contend with such a being? Xidagarba? When I was sharing tales with Yukong, your ancestors were still playing in the mud. Lu Changsheng replied coolly, standing with poise. As he raised his hand, the heavens and earth changed hue. An endless radiance of Buddha light coalesced in Lu Changsheng's palm. Light of the Buddha. Where there is a Buddhist domain, the wielder can draw upon its strength for battle. This was the supreme technique established by the unbounded emperor, devised to guard against rebellion within the Buddhist sect. After all, a mere thought could summon demons. The distinction between divine and demonic lay within a single thought. You can even wield this? Xidagarba gasped in disbelief. For countless eons, why had the Western Desert remained stable and free from internal strife? Was it because each person harbored a compassionate heart? Or was it driven by a desire to save all sentient beings? Neither was the essence of the matter. The fundamental reason was the existence of this technique, light of the Buddha. With it, as long as the holder's heart aligned with the Buddha, chaos would not ensue. Since you are here, shall we not share a cup of tea before you depart? Lu Changsheng smirked, siphoning Xidagarba's Buddhist power and launching an assault against him. This strike was the most basic of attacks, as the power was drawn rather than refined. Although Lu Changsheng could refine it instantly, it was unnecessary. Boom! The clash of energies failed to inflict any harm upon Xidagarba, yet despair etched itself across the monk's face. You extract my essence and strike my vitality. Must you be so underhanded? Xidagarba was nearly driven to the brink of fury. His greatest abhorrence was the unbounded emperor. Why create a technique like Light of the Buddha? Did he fear the decline of the Buddhist sect? This individual before him was a thief, brazenly stealing the Buddhist treasures of the 12 relics. Now he sought to venture to the other shore to acquire the ghost source pearl. Boom! Just then, Lu Changsheng struck down again with a casual blow. Though it merely grazed, it inflicted a critical blow to Xidagarba's spirit. Though alive, I am as good as dead. It is nothing more than this. I concede. Xidagarba immediately surrendered. What is the point of this struggle? The one before me is an insurmountable wall. Though merely a practitioner of Qi, he has reduced me, an imperial being, to a state of impotence. What is the nature of the Big Dipper loss? Shouldn't such a bug be addressed and repaired? Is it malfunctioning? Xidagarba lamented in despair. Chapter 71. The enchantress of the other shore, the king of hell, followed closely behind, accompanied by a dark shadow, his gaze filled with sorrowful resentment. Encountering this hanging specter was indeed his misfortune. Do you have an issue? Suddenly, Lu Changsheng cast a piercing glance, causing the king of hell to shudder. Once, he had stood as a formidable quasi-emperor, yet now he found himself reduced to this state, stripped of his imperial dignity, truly a lamentable fate. If word of this were spread, it would undoubtedly terrify countless souls across the realm. How could the esteemed king of hell, one of the 8 great Buddhas of the Western Desert, be summoned and commanded by a mere youth at the Qi refinement stage? It was utterly insane. The king of hell shook his head with a wry smile, never having imagined that the person before him had truly attained the 10th life. With the 10th life achieved, the door that stood before countless beings, yet remained inaccessible, suddenly became a focal point of his thoughts. Realizing this, the king of hell swiftly altered his demeanor, becoming exceedingly attentive. Elder Lu, I know a shortcut that can swiftly lead us to the other shore. Elder Lu, please tread upon my body to cross the river. As the Buddha says, if I do not enter hell, who will? Elder Lu, should you feel hunger, feast upon my flesh. Once, the Buddha fed eagles with his own flesh, and today, I, the king of hell, shall provide for you. In the blink of an eye, the king of hell's attitude underwent a complete transformation, from a man to a servile dog in an instant. Godestud dumbfondet. This fellow, had he been possessed? He had morphed into a sycophant, so eager to please. Wait, a sycophant? Wuda glanced at the king of hell, suddenly feeling his own status as Lu Changsheng's foremost sycophant was being challenged. Clearly, he had arrived first. He was the original sycophant of the esteemed Lu, while this wretch dared to encroach upon his position. Who did he think he was? Thus, he exclaimed, Big brother, are you tired? Allow me to carry you. Big brother, are you thirsty? I shall fetch you water. Big brother, are you hungry? I shall prepare this king of hell for your sustenance. The king of hell could only remain speechless. These two flatterers, alongside a handsome man and two beautiful women, formed a striking tableau against the dark backdrop of the other shore. Speaking of the other shore, it is an exceedingly long path, one that mortals cannot traverse in a lifetime. Yet, paradoxically, it is also incredibly short. A mere step can lead one directly to the other shore. It is a path of heart refinement. As the name suggests, it is a journey to cultivate an extraordinary heart amidst the mundane world. Those who remain attached to worldly desires will never reach the other shore. Conversely, what lies beyond is both far and near. They come from the mundane realm, wishing to return to it, and thus they will spend their entire lives unable to reach the other shore. However, for Lu Changsheng, all of this was but trivial. With a wave of his hand, a magnificent, vast, ancient starry path emerged, instantly enveloping the entire other shore. In that moment, the laws governing the other shore were supplanted by the laws of the starry sky. The path of heart refinement transformed into the endless stars of the vast cosmos. The boundless stars hung high in the sky, gazing down upon the ancient starry path, leaving the onlookers, including Lung Wushuang and others, feeling as if they were immersed in the boundless universe, utterly awestruck. One extraordinary display, elder brother, Bude exclaimed, Estanis. This method of altering the heavens and changing the path had truly left him in shock. Just how many more hidden abilities did Lu Changsheng possess? Terrifying, mysterious. The king of hell regarded the ancient starry path before him, his eyes filled with complexity. There could be no mistake. The person before him was indeed that individual. In the ninth life, he had seized the ancient starry path. When this was confirmed, the king of hell had nearly been scared to death. It must be known that the ancient starry path has existed since time immemorial, predating even the most ancient epics. It is said that the ancient starry path had already come into existence when the universe was still in its embryonic state. No one knows the true origin of the ancient starry path, but its eternal presence in the cosmos is nothing short of miraculous. Yet, such a reverent path has been seized by another, unheard of and unseen. It has completely reversed the laws governing the universe's operation. There were even supreme beings who jokingly remarked that perhaps Lu Changsheng in his 10th life would seize the entire universe. Though said in jest, it revealed the profound shock that these supreme beings felt regarding Lu Changsheng's acquisition of the ancient starry path. It was akin to witnessing Lu Changsheng ascend to immortality. Shaking his head, the king of hell cast aside distracting thoughts. Since this supreme being had achieved the 10th life, and he could not resist, he would dutifully play the role of a loyal follower. If fortune smiled upon him, becoming a mere ornament upon the body of the esteemed, Lu might allow him to accompany Lu into that realm, enjoying eternal life. Thus, shortly after Lu Changsheng's ancient starry path suppressed the other shore, everyone hastened their steps. What a beautiful flower of the other shore. Along the way, white other shore flowers blossomed, captivating all who beheld them. Suddenly, some white flowers transformed into a vivid red, intermingling red and white in a striking display. Subsequently, the colors of the other shore flowers continued to shift, sometimes purple, sometimes black. The crowd was astonished, entirely bewildered by this phenomenon. The transformation of the other shore heralded the emergence of an enchantress. Could it be that the flowers of the other shore were about to give birth to the essence of an enchantress? The king of hell, clearly well-versed in worldly matters, gasped in astonishment. An enchantress? Lung Wushuang exclaimed, surprised. She had heard of enchantresses, ethereal beings born of the other shore flowers, possessing the quasi-emperor realm from birth. With their stunning beauty and unparalleled strength, they are revered as the goddesses of the other shore. Radiant and pure, they rise from the mud untainted, and from the clear waters, they remain unblemished. Just then, as the crowd marveled, a tempest arose. The heavens and earth decreed laws, coalescing into a supreme essence. The essence underwent transformation, becoming an embryo, taking shape as life itself. She was about to emerge. The king of hell exclaimed, "Should we He made a gesture across his throat, indicating a dire warning. The emergence of the enchantress of the other shore was not a heavenly omen, but rather a harbinger of calamity. For the other shore, flowers cradle too much beauty, and extremes must inevitably lead to reversal. In the endless solitude of time, each intelligent enchantress born is a harbinger of destruction. They descend into the mortal realm to annihilate everything, surpassing even the darkest chaos. The enchantress of the other shore? Changsheng narrowed his eyes, signaling the king of hell to remain calm. For the enchantress of the other shore was a crucial element in his ascension to the 10th level of the Dao Palace. Changsheng had initially thought that such a divine entity could only be found in the underworld, and he had planned to visit the realm of the dead to seek her. Yet, unexpectedly on his path to the other shore, he discovered an enchantress taking form. Truly, a treasure found without effort. Before them, the other shore flowers thrived, and under the nurturing of the laws of heaven and earth, a human form gradually emerged. With an icy clarity and exquisite beauty, she was undoubtedly a masterpiece of the heavens, inciting a primal urge in any man who beheld her. Heavenly beauty! This was the gift of the heavens to the enchantress of the other shore. Yet, it also served as a shackle. Should the enchantress choose to pursue the path of slaughtering beings through the allure of her beauty, consuming the essence of men to ascend to emperorhood, she would inevitably fall prey to the flames of karmic retribution and the demons of her heart. In the end, she would meet a tragic fate. Yet, this was not entirely under her control. After all, once a man laid eyes upon the enchantress of the other shore, he would become paralyzed, shamelessly eager to fawn over her. Could the enchantress allow herself to be so easily flattered? It could only be said that this was a trial from the heavens. Should she succeed, she would become the empress of the other shore, and the mortal realm would henceforth be transformed into the other shore. Should she fail, she would return to the path of the other shore, awaiting another chance to take form through endless epochs. And thus, the enchantress of the other shore slowly materialized before the crowd. Chapter 72. What do you think of me? Draped in white blossoms of the other shore. She stands tall and elegant. With red flowers adorning her hair, she exudes a bold and enchanting allure. As her eyes flutter open, the violet blooms serve as mesmerizing orbs, captivating the very soul. In an instant, an endless array of black flowers encircles the other shore enchantress, exuding a dark, sinister charm. Ah, how fortunate I am to have been born into this world, with someone to feed upon me. The heavens truly do not treat me poorly. The other shore enchantress licks her lips, embodying pure temptation. As she speaks, Wuda finds himself irresistibly drawn towards her. Foolish fat man, to become the first to be consumed by me is truly a blessing bestowed upon you through 3 lifetimes of merit. As she speaks, Wuda begins to shed his garments. Such a beauty, he yearns to share a bed with her, to remain together for all eternity. The allure of her charm activates. Naturally, a man like Wuda, utterly defenseless against the charms of a woman, falls prey to her enchantment. The other shore enchantress? The allure of her charm? Oof. The king of hell scoffs at the thought. Changsheng's command is to subdue, and he is determined to showcase his prowess. Raising his hand, the Buddha realm in the palm manifests. Boom! A colossal hand emerges from the heavens, accompanied by the weight of endless epochs, obliterating the very fabric of space. Emperor. The other shore enchantress narrows her eyes, surprised to find her first adversary is one of equal standing. Yet this is fortuitous. It has been 9 epochs since her last revival, and she welcomes the opportunity to stretch her limbs. With a flash, the other shore enchantress unleashes a violet radiance, wielding the infinite laws of the Emperor's realm to strike against the Buddha realm in his palm. Boom! The clash of 2 forces annihilates boundless matter. A breach opens in the Buddha realm, pierced by the gaze of the other shore enchantress. This is impossible. The king of hell exclaims in disbelief. The breach leads to a chain reaction, causing the entire Buddha realm to shatter, collapsing into the void. The essence of a quasi-emperor is precisely what I desire. The other shore enchantress sends Wuda flying with a single strike. Truth be told, she finds this foolish fat man repulsive. With a grotesque appearance that makes her stomach churn, just moments ago, she was famished and indiscriminate, but now with better options, she takes to the air, soaring towards the King of Hell. Seeing this, the King of Hell unleashes a radiance of compassion. I, the Buddha, am merciful, he bellows. Suddenly, an ancient Buddha appears before everyone, overshadowing the skies. The Buddha, Tathagata. You bald monk have summoned Tathagata? The other shore enchantress, clearly worldly, recognizes the ancient Buddha as the progenitor of the Buddhist realm. She did not anticipate her first opponent to be so formidable. The ability to summon Tathagata only intensifies my madness. The other shore enchantress fixates on the King of Hell, her smile growing increasingly twisted. Unbeknownst to her, the King of Hell instinctively tightens his legs. The enchantress before him is even more tainted than he imagined. Such a being, not just for Changsheng, but for all men of the world, must be eradicated. Do not think that summoning Tathagata can intimidate me. The other shore enchantress exclaims. In that instant, the realm is filled with blossoms from the other shore. Each flower represents a world. Each leaf embodies enlightenment. The Buddha raises his hand, and with it, a leaf becomes a boat, seasons changing with life and decay. Boom! The collision of two cosmic laws ignites endless sparks. The entire northern dipper trembles thrice. Boundless territories quake and split. Tsunamis surge forth. Countless beings are reduced to ash in the aftermath. It is as though the apocalypse has arrived, stirring fear in every heart. Countless beings gaze towards Fengdu. Even a figure draped in white robes and crowned with jade ascends to the skies, peering towards the mirage of the ghost market. She has emerged. A man furrows his brow, contemplating, his eyes narrowing. Tathagata? Ultimately not the true essence. A quasi-emperor's illusion crafted from the Supreme Sutra of Tathagata is merely a facade. As the other shore enchantress speaks, the winds shift ominously. Eternal life of the other shore. A golden flower unfurls silently. The flower of eternal life from the other shore, golden and everlasting, embodies all beautiful aspirations of the world, rooted in the essence of Dharma. Boom! In a clash, the northern dipper once again quakes. Even the heavens are breached. The battle between these two quasi-emperors is fiercer than that of Lu Changsheng and the esteemed Yao Yu. Both are now qualified to bear the mandate of heaven and attain the path of the great emperor. This is a contest of emperors. However, the King of Hell is still a step away. He has not mastered the Sutra of Tathagata. He has only reached the 5th level. We are all dust. Blood spills from his mouth, and the King of Hell finds himself unable to continue the fight. In that moment, he truly realizes the terror of the other shore enchantress. Clearly the most depraved of entities, yet she wields the purest aspirations of all beings. Terrifying, fearsome, the essence of a quasi-emperor. I am coming for you. The other shore enchantress declares, now standing before the King of Hell, gently caressing his muscular form, greedily absorbing the masculine energy inherent to him. Her smile becomes increasingly twisted as she begins to undress the King of Hell, disregarding the reactions of those present. No, the King of Hell exclaims. Yet as time passes, he finds himself succumbing to her allure. What is the point of resistance? It is far more delightful to spend a night in spring with me, is it not? The other shore enchantress giggles. Wu Da, regaining his senses, is filled with dread. Good heavens, thank goodness the King of Hell stepped forward to feed the demon. Otherwise, it would be he lying in the embrace of this female fiend. Although blood streams from his nose, he understands the value of life over pleasure. As for the souls lost beneath her skirts, let that be. However, just as the other shore enchantress perfectly enchants the King of Hell and prepares to strike, Lu Changsheng's voice echoes through the air. What is the point of sleeping with a silver spear and waxy head? What do you think of me? As Lu Changsheng speaks, a subtle smile graces his lips, his white attire rendering the world dim in comparison. Chapter 73. The transformation of the enchantress upon witnessing the scene. The enchantress of the other shore gazed at Lu Changsheng, unable to tear her eyes away. Exquisite. This was her initial impression of Lu Changsheng. His celestial demeanor, unparalleled beauty, and the overwhelming aura of vitality radiating from him were simply perfect, as if infinite in its magnificence. In contrast, the Xidagarba she held in her hand suddenly paled in comparison. With a swift kick, she sent the Xidagarba flying. The difference between it and Lu Changsheng was akin to heaven and earth, utterly incomparable. Lu Changsheng was her prey, and no one was permitted to take him away. With that thought, the enchantress of the other shore tore through the void and appeared before Lu Changsheng in an instant. "Since you have willingly sought me out, I shall oblige," she declared, lunging towards him with the intent to overpower him. However, in the next moment, a resounding boom echoed. The heavens and earth trembled as a torrent of golden spiritual energy engulfed the space around them. This energy, imbued with the essence of countless tomes, was the righteous aura of the universe. The righteous aura rapidly enveloped the surroundings and then descended with a thunderous crash. This aura, composed of the myriad laws of the world, had the power to expel all malevolence from existence. What was this? Wu De was astounded. He truly could not comprehend Lu Changsheng anymore. His myriad techniques were simply inscrutable. The righteous aura, the purest form of luminous energy in the cosmos, was the natural nemesis of all that was vile and corrupt. To wield this power, one must possess a heart devoid of regret for past actions, and their thoughts must be clear and unwavering. Furthermore, it required the Dao Sutra, a medium forged by the great Emperor Laozi through a lifetime of learning, to connect the two and allow its use. "You can wield the righteous aura?" The enchantress of the other shore exclaimed, retreating in haste. The righteous aura was, without a doubt, her natural adversary. As the righteous aura bore down upon her at a speed surpassing that of light, she quickly retreated, cornered by the overwhelming force and left with no escape. The space around her was saturated with righteous energy, and she found herself devoid of the strength to even tear through the fabric of reality. This was the absolute suppression the righteous aura held over malevolent entities. Is this truly going to eliminate a quasi-emperor? Gudegast. When did quasi-emperors become so feeble? Was it due to the weakness of the opponent, or the strength of Lu Changsheng? Wu De pondered, glancing at the Xidagarba lying motionless on the ground, swallowing hard. It seemed to be the latter. Lu Changsheng's prowess was indeed impressive. As the crowd believed Lu Changsheng held the upper hand, a crisp and sweet voice interrupted their thoughts. "Brother, how could you bear to strike at me?" Everyone turned to see the girl who had transformed. Her short hair, uniform, ultra-short skirt, and black stockings, leaving them utterly bewildered. Who was this girl, transformed by the enchantress of the other shore? They stared at the oddly dressed girl, momentarily stunned. This blatant disguise seemed too obvious for Lu Changsheng to fall for, didn't it? Yet, as they contemplated this, the crowd suddenly realized that the righteous aura was about to envelop the enchantress and refine her. But, unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng halted the righteous energy with sheer force of will. The aura hovered in midair, refusing to advance any further. The crowd was perplexed. Why did this seemingly trivial illusion, easily discernible to them, cause a figure of Lu Changsheng's stature to pause? With expressions filled with confusion and curiosity, they looked towards him, only to find that his usually calm visage bore traces of unusual emotions, perhaps reminiscence or regret. Boom! The space quaked violently as the boundless righteous aura began to waver, disintegrating and imploding. Lu Changsheng, overwhelmed by his own feelings of regret, lost the qualification to wield the righteous energy. Who was this girl before him, and what did she mean to Lu Changsheng? The onlookers were deeply shocked. Anyone capable of causing such turbulence in Lu Changsheng's heart must hold an immensely significant place in his life. They recalled that the strangely dressed girl had called Lu Changsheng brother. Was she his sister? The crowd was filled with skepticism. If anyone in attendance was shaken to the core, it was undoubtedly Lung Wushuang. The attire, the appearance, the one transformed by the enchantress of the other shore, was unmistakably from Blue Star, her homeland. What was happening? This girl hailed from Blue Star and called Lu Changsheng brother. Did that mean Lu Changsheng also? As she contemplated this possibility, Lung Wushuang stared in horror at Lu Changsheng. Could it be that he, like her, was a traveler from Blue Star? If so, then Lu Changsheng's previously expressed affection for her would make sense. Encountering a familiar face in a foreign land, especially one of such beauty, would naturally stir emotions. At that moment, Lu Changsheng's body trembled. He, who should have been devoid of emotion, was struggling to maintain control. This was dire. Had he been enchanted? Lung Wushuang thought to herself, realizing the urgency of the situation. She drew her Zixia Falling Frost sword and charged at the enchantress to buy Lu Changsheng time to break free. Step aside. Do not hinder my enjoyment. The enchantress of the other shore licked her lips, her confidence restored now that the righteous aura no longer restrained her. She was once again the supreme enchantress of the other shore. With that, she effortlessly swatted Lung Wushuang aside, causing her to spew blood. Then, with a breath, she directed her gaze towards Wu De. I shall handle this myself. With that, Wu De, in a moment of panic, produced a brick and struck it against his own forehead, clearing the scene. The enchantress of the other shore flashed a wicked smile, tearing through the void, and instantly returned to Lu Changsheng's side. Good brother, now no one can disturb our enjoyment of earthly delights. She laughed, beginning to shed her garments. Piece by piece, she removed her attire, simultaneously assisting Lu Changsheng in disrobing as well. In broad daylight, the enchantress intended to engage in intimate acts. Lu Changsheng, wake up. She is not your sister. She is the enchantress of the other shore. Lung Wushuang shouted, her voice hoarse from desperation. Silence. The enchantress delivered a swift blow, causing Lung Wushuang to cough up more blood, rendering her speechless. Wu De cautiously opened one eye. Although the situation had escalated to a perilous level, the innate desires of a man stirred within him, compelling him to witness the unfolding spectacle. Soon, the flawless enchantress of the other shore reappeared before the crowd, and Lu Changsheng was but one step away from succumbing to her allure. Just as the enchantress reached for him, Lu Changsheng suddenly moved, grasping her hand. Brother, what are you doing? The enchantress faltered. What am I doing? I am here to eliminate you. Lu Changsheng replied coolly. Eliminate me? Huh. You lack even the righteous aura now. What can you use to destroy me? The enchantress scoffed. Although she did not comprehend how Lu Changsheng had escaped her illusion of becoming the person he most desired, she was aware that once the righteous aura shattered, the path of righteousness was closed to him, and he could no longer harness its power. The enchantress feared the righteous aura, and with its collapse, she was now invincible. Even an emperor, if unable to suppress her, would find her capable of leisurely evading their grasp. This was the enchantress of the other shore, the flower of corruption in the world. How can I eliminate you? Huh, you, who claim to be the source of all filth in the world. What if I were to be even filthier than you? Lu Changsheng chuckled coldly. The enchantress, Wu De, and the others present. How could it possibly be more debauched than the ethereal enchantress of the other shore? Yet in the next moment, everyone was left utterly astounded. Chapter 74. The Heart of Humanity. The most filthy source of the world, a wave of murky aura erupted from Lu Changsheng's body, casting a pall over the surroundings. It was inconceivable. The Bienyi Demoness gasped in disbelief. The concentration and density of this filth rivaled, even surpassed, the very essence of corruption within her own being. Insanity. Sheer insanity. She had been enveloped by the grand aspirations of the mortal realm, shaped into a source of corruption. But Lu Changsheng, he was merely a fledgling in the qi refinement stage, a human. How could he harbor such a vile essence within him? It was as if he were the progenitor of filth, while she was merely a descendant. Why? The Bienyi Demoness fixated on Lu Changsheng, determined to unveil the truth even at the cost of her life. Do you understand the human heart? Lu Changsheng's gaze was indifferent, devoid of joy or sorrow, a stark contrast to his earlier despondency. His prior demeanor had been intentional, a reflection of his own heart. Faced with his sister, he could not be utterly heartless. He yearned for memories, even if they were illusory. Yet, he was acutely aware that illusions ultimately remain just that. In this lifetime, He intended not only to fulfill his sister's last wishes and pursue his own destiny, but also to breach that door and seek a way to resurrect her. In the vast sea of humanity, there must be a flower akin to hers. He did not believe in the celestial emperor, unable to reverse the passage of time and bring back a mortal. As he contemplated, Lu Changsheng's heart grew increasingly tainted, the emanating filth becoming ever more potent. In an instant, the entire space was shrouded in corruption. The most filthy source of the world, you say? Huh? Lu Changsheng scoffed. Do you not realize that the human heart is the true origin of filth? Upon hearing this, the Bienyi demoness exclaimed, Impossible! The human heart is red. How can it be corrupt? Ah, the desires of the human heart, the means it employs, its motives, its thoughts. Everything about the heart is steeped in selfishness. If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will conspire against them. The heart of man, if extinguished, leads to the demise of a universe. Lu Changsheng replied coolly, You were born amidst the flowers of the Bienyi, and you have never truly understood the human heart. You are utterly unaware of what true corruption entails. Filth is the unscrupulous pursuit of one's goals, a greedy desire that slaughters the world for personal gain. A mindset of those in power who enslave others. Lu Changsheng spoke at length, as if confiding in her as one would to a sister. The human heart. The most tainted? The Bienyi demoness murmured this phrase, lost in thought, gradually consumed by the filth, transforming into a Bienyi flower's heart. This was precisely what Lu Changsheng sought. To break through to the 10th layer of the Dao Palace realm, he required the heart of the Bienyi flower. Without hesitation, he consumed it immediately. In an instant, Lu Changsheng's realm surged upward. He instantly reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Dao Palace realm, and for him, breaking through was as effortless as taking a breath. Boom! Enveloped in divine light, the book of creation emerged. As he opened its pages, the entire space transformed in an instant. Wu De and the others were submerged in an ocean of knowledge, boundless and expansive. Boom! The celestial sound of the Dao resonated, signaling the threshold to transcend the 4 extremes of the Dao Palace. Yet Lu Changsheng raised his hand to silence the sound. A path of the Bienyi appeared before him. By traversing this path paved with the heart of the Bienyi, he could achieve the 10th layer of the Dao Palace realm. With unwavering determination, he pressed forward, cutting through all obstacles. Gods and demons alike were compelled to yield before him as he pursued his path. Boom! Soon, the celestial path collapsed, and Lu Changsheng's Dao Palace underwent a profound transformation. Heavenly karma descended, not as punishment, but as a source. The source of karma recognized Lu Changsheng, granting him the authority to act on behalf of heaven. Not the will of the Big Dipper, but the most ethereal sentiments of heaven and earth. Oh, heaven and earth! Lu Changsheng exclaimed, suddenly inspired. And with a surge of energy, he broke through his realm. In an instant, the entire Big Dipper changed dramatically. Above the Big Dipper, at the pinnacle of the firmament, a figure in white traversed the path of the Bienyi, cutting through thorns as gods and spirits made way for him, ascending to the highest realm. Bearing the karma of heaven and earth, he proclaimed to the world, Lu Changsheng walks the earth on behalf of heaven. Upon hearing this, all were left astonished and shaken. This young man in white was none other than the one destined to bear the will of heaven. Lu Changsheng? So was he. Excitement surged among the crowd. With a likeness and a name, he was much easier to find. What of being the bearer of heaven's will? What of walking the earth on behalf of heaven? A genius who had not yet matured was nothing at all. In an instant, a fervent wave of pursuit for Lu Changsheng swept through the entire Big Dipper. Big Brother is incredible. Having witnessed Lu Changsheng's breakthrough to the 10th layer of the Dao Palace realm and his emergence as a figure walking on behalf of heaven, Wu De was so astonished that he could hardly find words. Lu, this great figure, is destined for an extraordinary path of immortality. To cling to this great ally, could it mean that I too might one day become an immortal? The thought alone was exhilarating. Having achieved the 10th layer of the Dao Palace realm, Lu Changsheng approached Wu De. Big Brother, a minor injury. No need to fuss over me. Wuda waved his hand dismissively, thinking how considerate this elder brother was. Then, he found himself lifted upside down by Lu Changsheng, shaken vigorously, leaving him clad only in his undergarments, fluttering in the wind. Gude, you have plundered tombs all your life, and have only gathered this paltry amount of precious herbs? Lu Changsheng looked at him with disdain. Yet, saving lives was paramount. He had taken quite a risk, and Lung Wuxuan had endured 2 heavy blows for him. Fortunately, he had left behind a protective source in advance, preventing any fatal injuries. Thus, soon everyone began to awaken, and the ghost source pearl was now within reach. Chapter 75. The Transformation of Ghost Sen Yang. Storm sweep through Fengdu not far away. A crystal-clear, yet eerily enchanting orb hung silently upon a tree long withered and decayed. The decaying tree, born of rot, meets its end on the other shore. To acquire the ghost source pearl, one must first overcome the challenge posed by this tree. However, for Lu Changsheng, it was a trivial task. His righteous aura repelled the encroaching decay, while the world's impurities filtered through the rot to grasp the ghost source pearl. Success! Gude exclaimed joyfully. With this, they could negotiate with that ghostly princess and finally escape this cursed realm. Thus, the group retraced their steps, where Ghost Sen Yang awaited at the same spot. Have you succeeded? Ghost Sen Yang inquired, her brow arching at the sight of the newcomers. She had sensed the immense commotion caused by Lu Changsheng's recent breakthrough to the 10th heaven of the Dao Palace. Being so close, she now harbored profound apprehension towards him. Such a formidable disturbance could only be wrought by an unparalleled talent. I have obtained it, Lu Changsheng replied calmly, tossing the ghost source pearl to Ghost Sen Yang. She instinctively caught it, but stood momentarily stunned. Aren't you afraid I might renege? Ghost Sen Yang asked in bewilderment. She had not anticipated such straightforwardness from the individual before her. Should she acquire the pearl and then withdraw? What could he possibly do within this ghostly mirage? Renege? Lu Changsheng scoffed, raising his hand as boundless righteous energy coalesced within his grasp. Boom! With a mighty strike, the entire ghostly mirage shattered, leaving not a trace behind. Wuda! So, we could have left from the very beginning? Ghost Sen Yang, why do you wish to assist me? At this moment, she had clearly recognized Lu Changsheng's power. He had been toying with her all along, capable of dismantling her ghostly mirage whenever he chose. Yet, this only deepened her confusion. Why would he choose to help her without cause? I mentioned before, you are a descendant of the ghostly princess, Gui Shanshan. Our meeting is fate, and I wish to grant you a fortuitous opportunity. Lu Changsheng responded gently. For this reason, you would willingly tread the perilous path to the other shore? Ghost Sen Yang was taken aback. She had expected him to offer some flattery, but his answer was far more profound. Simply because she was a descendant of Gui Shanshan, he would brave the flames. Could such a person truly exist in the world? In Ghost Sen Yang's perception, all men were ruthless creatures, driven solely by base desires to achieve their goals. Yet here stood someone who was not only noble, but also held steadfast to his promises. Had he never encountered the harsh realities of society? Ghost Sen Yang could not fathom how such an innocent individual had survived until now. Nevertheless, pondering this further proved futile. Now that she possessed the ghost source pearl, Ghost Sen Yang gazed toward Fengdu, a fierce fire igniting within her heart. It was time to avenge her clan. With that thought, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. She swiftly established a barrier and began to refine the ghost source pearl. In an instant, the winds surged, and the skies darkened with swirling sands. An overwhelming ghostly energy, like a dark cloud, descended from all directions, converging upon Ghost Sen Yang. Boom! 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 The resounding echoes marked Ghost Sen Yang's immediate breakthrough. Sage, great sage, cutting void, harmonizing Dao, returning to one, and then semi-emperor. Refining a single ghost source pearl had propelled her through countless realms to the status of semi-emperor. This was utterly absurd. Wuda was left speechless in astonishment. A semi-sage refining a pearl had crossed innumerable levels to become a semi-emperor. It was an outrageous feat. Wuda had never encountered anyone like Ghost Sen Yang in his life. Even the semi-emperor, one of the 8 Buddhas, the king of Ksitigarbha, was profoundly shaken. He understood that the ghost source pearl was a treasure of the ghost clan, safeguarded during the journey to the other shore. Originally a treasure of the Buddhist sect, it had been taken by the ghost emperor Gui Shanshan, becoming the clan's most cherished possession. Yet, even though the ghost source pearl was perfectly attuned to the ghost clan, it should not possess such miraculous effects to elevate a semi-sage directly to semi-emperor. What could possibly account for this? Is the ghost oath? Lu Changsheng stated matter-of-factly. What? The ghost oath? The king of Ksitigarbha was taken aback. He then turned to ghost San Yang, who sat on the ground, diligently refining the ghost source pearl, her eyes widening in disbelief. Before him stood a young woman who had already sworn a ghost oath. The ghost oath bore similarities to human vows, but differed entirely. It is monitored by the heavens. To violate, it invites divine retribution. The stronger the ghost oath, the more excruciating the torment. Even now, although Ghost San Yang remained seated, her cheeks began to contort, her bones misaligning, and even her soul was scorched by unending ghostly flames. It could be said she had less than a day left to live. After her death, her soul would be trapped in the ghostly flames, eternally tormented without respite, experiencing endless epochs of suffering. Even if her spirit shattered, the ghostly flames could reform her soul, subjecting her to eternal torment. This was a ghost oath 10,000 times more terrifying than falling into the 18 layers of hell. The king of Ksitigarbha simply could not comprehend what the young woman before him had endured to invoke such a dreadful ghost oath. Even at the cost of eternal damnation, she sought boundless power. Only Lung Wushuang might have understood her. It was reminiscent of her past life. Had she been able to swear a ghost oath, she too would have desired unparalleled strength to avenge her brother, regardless of the consequences. With that thought, Lung Wushuang's mind drifted. Brother, wait for me. I will soon come to Zhongzhou to find you. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as Ghost San Yang condensed the Dao body of heaven and earth. This was a phenomenon of ancestral return. When an ancestor ascended to the status of emperor, there was a minuscule chance for descendants to awaken the Dao body of heaven and earth upon breaking through to semi-emperor. The Dao body of heaven and earth, as the name suggests, is the embodiment of the celestial essence, condensing the source of the Dao. Its power is at least tenfold stronger than that of a typical semi-emperor source. In Fengdu at this moment, Ghost San Yang could be deemed the most formidable presence beneath the emperor. Crack! The barrier dissolved, and Ghost San Yang stood tall. Her eyes opened, radiating golden light. Before her loomed a purple skeleton, so terrifying that even the king of Ksitigarbha felt a chill. It enveloped Ghost San Yang, colossal and awe-inspiring. Is this the Dao body of heaven and earth? Lung Wushuang was astounded. In her past life, she too had been a semi-emperor, yet even at her peak, she could not compare to Ghost San Yang now. The energy of the celestial essence, unassisted by external forces, made her the most powerful presence beneath the emperor. All present were left in utter horror. At that moment, suddenly the skeleton moved. It opened its mouth and bellowed, "All souls of Fengdu, emerge and meet your demise." The voice resonated, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, causing everyone to feel as though their eardrums might burst from the sheer force. Fortunately, Lu Changsheng's righteous aura provided protection, allowing the others to emerge relatively unscathed. Powerful, immensely powerful. As the voice echoed, the gates of Fengdu swung wide, unleashing an endless horde of vengeful spirits with piercing, crimson eyes. Chapter 76. The Blood Battle of Fengdu. Then, an elderly figure traversed the void, hovering before the crowd. Who dares to challenge the authority of Fengdu? He bellowed. An overwhelming pressure descended, revealing him to be a formidable being of the void-slashing realm. Huh! Gui Sanyang scoffed, snapping her fingers, and the elder was instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Not only that, but the dense army of vengeful spirits in the distance also turned to mere bones, rivers of blood flowing in their wake. Such audacity! You dare to slay my Fengdu's vengeful spirits. After dispatching the elder and the horde of spirits, a powerful voice echoed from within Fengdu once more. This time, It belonged to a harmonious Dao expert. Is this all that remains of Fengdu? Just you worthless trash? Gui Sanyang sneered, her heart racing. Crack. The elder self-destructed in an instant, unaware of how Gui Sanyang had struck. A foolish girl. Then, for harmonious Dao, powerhouses manifested in the void, intent on slaying Gui Sanyang. With a mere glare, she caused them to explode, blood splattering the ground. Impressive, truly impressive. Wuda was astounded. A snap of her fingers, a heartbeat. A glare. What astonishingly ostentatious killing techniques were these? This so-called princess of the Ghost Clan was, indeed, a true queen of dominance. Astounding. Liu Xian was equally amazed. In Gui Sanyang, she perceived a female emperor, a woman of extraordinary prowess. Her decisiveness in battle and fierce strikes foretold that she would inevitably ascend to emperorship. It was a pity. The king of earth lamented internally. Such unparalleled potential, destined to be trapped in a cycle of reincarnation forever. What a shame. Is this all that Fengdu has to offer? To glare down for harmonious Dao weaklings? Gui Sanyang roared once more. Fengdu is not a place you can traverse alone. An aged voice resonated, imbued with the essence of the imperial realm, distorting the surrounding space. Ha! Gui Sanyang coldly laughed, her own laughter infused with imperial essence, overpowering her opponent. Boom! The echoes of her laughter reverberated through the heavens, accompanied by the blood of the elder. The elder wiped the corner of his mouth. His gaze shadowed, as he unleashed a divine attack towards Gui Sanyang. Unfazed, Gui Sanyang allowed the strike to descend upon her. Boom! The collision of two extreme energies stirred up countless grains of sand. As the dust settled, the elder gasped in shock. Impossible! Gui Sanyang was enveloped by a colossal purple skeleton, completely unharmed. Even the skeleton itself bore not a single crack. This quasi-emperor's attack had failed to breach her defenses. Flee! The elder transformed into lightning, covering vast distances in an instant. Ha! Gui Sanyang allowed him to escape, then raised her hand. The skeleton formed a bow with its left hand and an arrow with its right. Drawing the bow and gathering energy, whoosh, an unmatched divine arrow, akin to the destruction of the heavens, obliterated everything in its path. Countless beings around Fengdu were slaughtered, and endless matter was annihilated. The elder tore through the void in a desperate escape. Yet the arrow seemed to possess a tracking ability, moving in astonishing speed, reaching him in mere moments. No! The elder gritted his teeth, using every ounce of strength to defend against the impending doom. But this was merely a futile attempt, akin to an ant attempting to stop a chariot. Boom! The arrow pierced through the quasi-emperor's body, continuing its path for thousands of miles. A mouthful of old blood erupted from the elder. Stunned, he gazed below and saw a dark void burgeoning within him, rapidly expanding. No! The elder exclaimed, this being his final cry. The black hole grew larger, instantly consuming him, leaving no trace behind. Even his soul was devoured, reduced to ashes. Wuda stood frozen in shock. One arrow, and a quasi-emperor was slain? Was this power not absurdly overwhelming? At that moment, as Wuda struggled to find his voice, a tremendous sound erupted. Boom! The 10 quasi-emperors of Fengdu gathered. They roared, distorting the surrounding space. Then, a massive formation gradually materialized above Fengdu, as if encompassing the heavens. What is this? Veu de vos horrified. The formation stretched infinitely, seemingly as vast as the sky. This formation, summoned by the 10 quasi-emperors, is known as the 10 directions of absolute despair, said to have the power to slay an emperor. Lu Changsheng remarked calmly. What? Capable of slaying an emperor? Wuda was stunned. Such claims seemed exaggerated, yet defeating a quasi-emperor was as simple as crushing an ant, the king of earth added. Even so, it left the onlookers in awe. The 10 directions of absolute despair, true to its name, descended like a harbinger of unmatched despair. 10 directions of absolute despair? Gui Sanyang gazed up at the grand formation, sneering repeatedly. Even in the face of absolute despair, I shall carve a path. Gui Sanyang bellowed. The embodiment of heaven and earth evolved once more, enveloping her in boundless energy, transforming into armor of the purple skeleton. With her left hand, she wielded a shield forged from the essence of the universe, and with her right, a sword of judgment, ready to pass sentence upon the world. Boom! The divine sword struck the 10 directions of absolute despair. Countless spaces twisted, materials shattered, and innumerable beings were caught in the aftermath, meeting their demise. The collision of two extreme energies altered the sky above Fengdu. Crack! It seemed that Gui's Sanyang sword was gaining the upper hand. The 10 directions of absolute despair began to fissure. Yet in the next moment, it restored itself. No matter how Gui Sanyang struck, as long as it was not utterly obliterated, it could endlessly repair itself. Those who trespass Fengdu shall be executed. The 10 quasi-emperors roared, commanding the skies. Then, the 10 directions of absolute despair morphed into a 6-pointed star, as if encompassing the entire universe. The formation is complete. Go! The 10 quasi-emperors cried. Boom! The 6-pointed star descended upon Gui Sanyang, wounding her despite the support of the essence of heaven and earth. Was this the end? Gui Sanyang felt despair but suddenly shouted, My ghost oath is not yet fulfilled. I shall not perish. With that, her form twisted grotesquely, becoming an amalgamation of shapes. Her body became nearly transparent. 90% of her soul plunged into the ghostly flames, eternally scorched. Such a price granted her even greater power. The shattered purple skeleton reassembled, donning the armor of the universe once more, absorbing the essence of the 9 heavens, enveloped in a layer of burning cosmic energy. Chapter 77. The Arrow of Cosmic Ruin. The ghostly third daughter let out a furious cry. A torrent of blood surged, enveloping the skies above Fengdu. Reminiscent of an apocalypse, endless blood rained down, causing all beings beneath the Holy One of Fengdu to perish violently, transforming into a mist of crimson without exception. Countless powerful entities above the saints were horrified. Even the 10 quasi-emperors were no exception. This blood rain. They felt the will of the heavens eradicating existence. Though exceedingly thin and almost negligible, it undeniably contained the essence of the heavenly will. The 10 quasi-emperors were shaken. The woman before them had actually grasped the will of the heavens. Was such a phenomenon even conceivable? It was known that even Lu Changsheng merely traversed the heavens, acting as an agent of celestial justice. The will of the heavens was a power only emperors could wield. However, the 10 quasi-emperors were mistaken. This was not the true will of the heavens. She had utilized the ghostly oath to simulate the celestial will. A testament to her formidable talent, Lu Changsheng mused. The ghostly third daughter's celestial will was a reflection of her unparalleled ghostly oath and innate brilliance. Although it was a mere imitation, its might was not to be underestimated. Boom! The blood rain, cascading from the skies, did not evaporate instantly, but rather condensed rapidly, forming a droplet imbued with boundless energy. Once solidified, the blood surged toward the ghostly third daughter, tearing through the void, annihilating countless beings in Fengdu. Even saints and great saints were obliterated in an instant, swallowed by a black hole. The 10 quasi-emperors, sensing the overwhelming energy of the blood droplet, turned ashen. This immense power instilled an unprecedented sense of threat. They exchanged glances, then sprang into action without hesitation. The infinite emperors decisively launched their attack against the blood droplet. Boom! Infinite energy converged from all directions, sealing off all time and space around it. The blood could not evade. In the clash, endless voids were obliterated and countless landscapes shattered. The heavens lost their light, and the sun and moon dimmed. Fragments of the void scattered everywhere. The scene was a chaotic wreck, unbearable to behold. Yet, the thunder roared while the raindrops remained sparse. Even as the surrounding matter was obliterated and distorted, the blood maintained its incredible speed toward the ghostly third daughter, leaving no trace of harm behind. This is impossible. The 10 quasi-emperors were horrified. Their strongest combined assault had inflicted no damage on this droplet of blood. It was as if it were untouched, not even a scratch. How could this be? Without a moment's delay, they began to manually control the hexagram formed by the 10 directions absolute array to eliminate the ghostly third daughter in her cradle. If they could not destroy the blood, they would take the head of the general amid the army. The hexagram hurtled toward the ghostly third daughter at breakneck speed. But the essence of the universe, exchanged for 90 of her soul, was not to be trifled with. It enveloped the purple skeleton. Her hand reached out, and the hexagram spun and leaped in the void, erasing countless particles. Yet it could not breach even a fraction. The two streams of energy clashed, remaining evenly matched for the moment. The faces of the 10 quasi-emperors twisted in rage. How could a mere quasi-emperor be so powerful? The hexagram was powerless against her. Just as the 10 quasi-emperors gritted their teeth, the blood had arrived in an instant. Boom! As if receiving some form of response and enhancement. The red, cosmic essence attached to the purple skeleton surged fiercely, soon sending the hexagram flying. Incredible. Veu de vos left dumbfounded. The hexagram felt to him like facing the previous invitation from the Shintian sect's Moon Lord, perhaps even surpassing it. It was an unparalleled killing formation worthy of standing beside the Supreme. Gods would fall, and Buddhas would perish. Yet even so, the ghostly third daughter gained the upper hand in the face of this extraordinary killing array. She had only just been a mere quasi-saint. Unbelievable. Would have felt his worldview shatter. Powerful, exceedingly powerful. It was simply unfathomable. The essence of the universe, the blood of the cosmos. Was this the ghostly third daughter? I, the king of the underworld, shall remember your name for eternity. After my death, I will erect a monument for you. The king of the underworld murmured to himself. Having weathered great storms and retreated to the path of enlightenment, devoted to Buddhism and indifferent to worldly matters, he had cultivated a heart untouched by the filth of the mundane. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, his heart began to beat quietly. He did not know why, but he was genuinely astonished by this valiant and unmatched woman. In this world, how many women could be so fearless? To acquire power, she was willing to sacrifice her soul to eternal flames, seemingly motivated solely by vengeance. Blood come, the ghostly third daughter shouted. The blood of the universe fused with the essence of the cosmos. Boom! In an instant, the winds and clouds roared. The entirety of Fengdu was drenched in an endless sea of blood. Countless beings perished, and myriad substances collapsed. The ghostly third daughter stood in the void, resembling the sun to infinite beings, radiant beyond measure. The blood coalesced into an arrow, a blood arrow infused with the might of the heavens, slowly taking form. Meanwhile, the cosmic essence quietly transformed into a bow. The purple skeleton wielded the cosmic essence as a bow in her left hand and the blood of the universe as an arrow in her right. The arrow of cosmic ruin. With a single shot, the heavens shattered and the earth quaked. It unleashed the annihilative energy of the universe, obliterating all. Even time was extinguished, and the river of time was forcefully shattered. What a terrifying arrow! Within the river of time, the ancient divine tree Fuso frowned, then began to calculate its causality. Lu Changsheng, how dare you frolic outside without my knowledge? The ancient divine tree Fuso bellowed in fury. Command! Facing this unparalleled arrow, the 10 quasi-emperors realized there was no escape. Even the river of time could be annihilated. Where could they hide? They controlled the hexagram to shield themselves. The hexagram was a supreme formation capable of rivaling or even surpassing the emperors, even if this arrow appeared formidable. They were confident it could withstand it unless it reached the imperial realm. Boom! The arrow of cosmic ruin struck the hexagram, obliterating endless matter. A burst of extreme light erupted, and the hexagram was instantly shattered, easily penetrated by the arrow of cosmic ruin. This is impossible. The hexagram shattered, and the 10 quasi-emperors suffered backlash, spitting out blood in disbelief. A formation that could rival the Supreme was defeated before they could react. Boom! The ruinous arrow, moving at a speed surpassing time and space, instantly annihilated the 10 quasi-emperors. One moment, their expressions were dazed. The next, they erupted into a mist of blood in the void. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The spectators were stunned, and by the time they regained their senses, the 10 quasi-emperors had already fallen. Incredible, simply incredible, my sister. Wuda was left awestruck. He felt an illusion that even if an emperor were present now, the ghostly third daughter could slay him effortlessly. And whether it was Wuda's innate misfortune or not, after the ruinous arrow dispatched the 10 quasi-emperors, it surged toward Fengdu. The ghostly third daughter aimed to obliterate Fengdu, be it the city walls, the beings, the matter, or even the name of Fengdu itself. She intended to erase it all from the river of time. Yet, just as the ruinous arrow was about to annihilate all in Fengdu, a youth clad in white floated in the void, pinching the arrow between his fingers. The ruinous arrow spun wildly, desperately trying to vanish. It could not advance an inch. This is impossible. Wu Dao exclaimed, cold Wu Shuang cried out, Liu Xian gasped, and the king of the underworld also exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 78. The Prince of Blood. Shui Wujia, how could this be? As Go Sen Yang expended her last ounce of strength, she found her most formidable strike firmly pinched between the fingers of the youth before her, causing tumultuous waves to surge within her heart. It was utterly inconceivable. This strike of hers was comparable to that of a great emperor. Who are you? Ghost Sen Yang gasped for breath, her purple skeleton disintegrating, her powers and essence nearly exhausted. Soon, she would descend into the abyss, eternally tormented by the spectral flames, with no hope of rebirth. Before that, she sought clarity. Upon hearing her words, the youth cast a glance at Go Sen Yang and replied nonchalantly, Shui Wujia. What? It is he. The mention of the name Shui Wujia caused the king of the underworld to lose his composure. As one of the 8 great Buddhas of the Western Desert, he had certainly heard of Shui Wujia. This prodigy was born during the chaotic era of the primordial age, the sole heir of the Fengdu Emperor. In those tumultuous times, the Fengdu Emperor had concealed Shui Wujia within a primordial stone, sealing him away, only for him to emerge at the dawn of this era. And how long has it been since then? Shui Wujia has already cultivated to the level of a quasi-emperor. The king of the underworld, sensing Shui Wujia's realm, was rendered speechless with shock. Shui Wujia? The prince of the Fengdu Emperor? Shui Wujia? Impossible. Even if you're a prince in this era, your cultivation could only reach the quasi-emperor level at best. Without the mandate of heaven, you cannot withstand my arrow. Go Sen Yang exclaimed in disbelief. Her arrow was akin to a blow from a great emperor. No quasi-emperor, even the supreme ones, could endure it. How could this prince, Shui Wujia, accomplish such a feat? Go Sen Yang pondered in confusion. Impossible? What if I have refined the heart of the Fengdu Emperor? Shui Wujia replied calmly. Typically, he would disdain to engage in such trivial discourse. Yet, this woman before him had managed to kill 10 of his quasi-emperor slaves and shattered the 6th point of the 10 Directions' absolute formation, thus meriting a conversation with him. Refine the heart of the Fengdu Emperor. Refine the heart of the Fengdu Emperor. Ghost Sen Yang murmured, her eyes glazing over. The Fengdu Emperor had managed to survive in the turbulent era of the primordial age, a time when even emperors shed blood. His survival relied upon the heart of the Fengdu Emperor. It was said that this was not originally called the heart of the Fengdu Emperor. Its name was unknown until the Fengdu Emperor attained his title and ascended to emperorhood. The heart of the Fengdu Emperor is said to be a relic of the ancient era, a supreme divine object. Mortals can reverse fate, quasi-emperors can contend with emperors, and emperors can rival celestial beings. While the claim that emperors can oppose immortals may seem exaggerated, the heart of the Fengdu Emperor enables a quasi-emperor to battle an emperor, which is entirely feasible. One might say that the heart of Fengdu rivals the mandate of heaven, for the former Fengdu Emperor had achieved such a remarkable feat while still a quasi-emperor. However, it is reputed that the heart of the Fengdu Emperor is exceedingly difficult to refine. The Fengdu Emperor had refined it once. Thus its refinement difficulty is at least at the emperor level. Only an emperor can refine it. Only descendants of the Fengdu Emperor's bloodline can refine it. Go Sanyang knew the heart of the Fengdu Emperor resided in Fengdu, but she was entirely unconcerned. Only an emperor could refine such a divine object. With such two exceedingly harsh conditions, the heart of the Fengdu Emperor was akin to a mere trinket. Yet now, what had she just heard? The arrow that could obliterate the universe was held between two fingers. Only the refinement of the Emperor's heart could explain this. But how had he managed this? How did you achieve this? Go Senyang demanded an explanation. How did I accomplish it? Naturally, it was through the refinement of my bloodline, Shui Wujie replied nonchalantly. With that, he ceased further explanation and raised his hand, gathering the boundless laws of the Emperor's realm into his palm. You killed my 10 quasi-slaves. You have not suffered in vain. Plipala Tudi, Shui Wujie stated, devoid of joy or sorrow. Boom! His palm struck out, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of energy that swept everything before it, crashing towards Go Senyang. Revenge! Go Senyang chuckled bitterly. At this moment, 99 of her soul had already entered the abyss, and the remaining one, no matter how she invoked her ghostly oaths, was utterly useless and incapable of turning back. Forgive me. Go Senyang closed her eyes, her former ghostly kin seemingly waiting for her in the distance, smiling at her. Alas, after her death, she could not join them, but would instead be cast into the abyss, forever denied rebirth. Do I regret it? Perhaps, or perhaps not. But this no longer mattered. She awaited the endless torment of the spectral flames. Yet, after a long while, the anticipated agony of her soul being torn apart did not arrive. Go Senyang was perplexed, then slowly opened her eyes. She discovered a young man clad in white standing before her. You! Go Senyang was struck speechless with astonishment. This youth could withstand a quasi-emperor strike? Had she underestimated him? Earlier, when Go Senyang had sent Lu Changsheng to the other shore, it had merely been a test. Even if Lu Changsheng had successfully obtained the Ghost Source Pearl, she believed it was merely a stroke of luck. However, it now seemed she had gravely misjudged the situation. This youth was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, you have blocked a blow for me, and I am grateful, but I must descend into the abyss. Go Senyang smiled with grace. She felt joy. She had not expected to meet a youth willing to fight for her before her demise. While she had not avenged herself in this life, it was not a futile journey. As she spoke, her soul entered the abyss. Hungry, but suddenly, she realized there was no pain from the spectral flames tearing at her soul. Instead, there was an endless warmth. What is happening? Go Senyang was baffled, then was horrified to discover that the 99 of her soul, which had entered the abyss to be consumed by the spectral flames, had returned. How is this possible? Go Senyang was astounded. Likewise, Lung Wushuang, Wuda, Lu Lixian, and the king of the underworld were equally shocked. And Shui Wujie, observing Lu Changsheng, narrowed his eyes, filled with boundless apprehension. This person could actually seize souls from the eternal abyss of ghostly oaths. It was simply unfathomable. Chapter 79 in the vast expanse of the polar realm, a being known as the King of the Polar, has existed since the dawn of creation. Through countless epochs of evolution, it attained intelligence. This entity embodies the very essence of the polar region and serves as the spirit of its ethereal flames. Its primary purpose is to refine the souls of those who have entered the polar realm through the ghost oath, using its endless ghostly fire to distill their true essence. The purest of souls, devoid of any distractions, are consumed as sustenance, crisp and delectable. Though it endures a profound solitude, it perpetually anticipates the moment of satiation, which brings immense joy and a sense of fulfillment. Such is the life of the King of the Polar, exquisitely pure in existence, engaging in but a singular pursuit, to feast, either in the act of consuming or traversing towards its next meal. Go Senyang was astounded. What reason could there be to let a duck ready for the pot escape, especially considering that the ghost clan was nearly obliterated, and those aware of the ghost oath were increasingly rare? The King of the Polar must have been starving for countless ages. What justification could there be for sparing her? A delicacy of the mortal realm? Go Senyang found herself utterly perplexed. Similarly, others shared her confusion. A man who had endured 10 years of loneliness could become a beast driven by desire. How much more so could the King of the Polar? who had languished in solitude for an eternity. Who dares to steal my delicacy? Suddenly, in the void, ghostly flames ignited, revealing not the figure, but the voice first. The voice resonated powerfully, leaving all present gasping for breath. Even the bloodless emperor had to summon the heart of Fengdu to withstand its might. The sound was akin to the assault of an emperor, instilling sheer terror. Then, from the void, a massive paw emerged, reminiscent of a bear's, ripping through the surrounding space. Followed by an enormous head. Its black and white fur and rotund figure might have led one to mistake it for a panda. The king of the polar. Ghost Sen Yang gazed in despair at the approaching figure, her heart heavy with hopelessness. The appearance before her was identical to the king of the polar, as recorded by her ancestors. There could be no mistake. This was indeed the king of the polar. It was said that the king had once been tamed by a legendary figure who had transcended the realm of emperors and was rumored to have become a celestial being. Even if the king of the polar was not of the emperor's caliber, it had once fought alongside that legendary figure, hailed as the world's greatest divine beast. The world's greatest divine beast. Ghost Sen Yang murmured, unwittingly inciting the fury of the king of the polar. How dare you call me a divine beast? The king of the polar was enraged. How many years had it been since it had heard such a term? That individual might have lived, but it was certain that they had long since perished. How could anyone dare to label them a divine beast? Wasn't that tantamount to calling them a mere animal? You, my delectable morsel, shall willingly enter my belly. With a roar, the king of the polar tore at her soul, pulling it back into the polar realm. Then, it surveyed its surroundings. To declare that I am a divine beast, you are all most unfortunate today. I, this divine beast, no, I, this king, am thoroughly enraged, and I shall unleash a massacre. As the king of the polar spoke, it attacked the king of the underworld and the others. The king of the underworld tried to defend himself, only to be horrified to discover that he was no match for the divine beast before him. How could it be so powerful? As the king of the polar seized his soul, he was drawn into the polar realm, destined to endure the endless refinement of ghostly fire, never to be reborn. Following suit, Wu De and the Liuli immortal met the same fate. After these acts, the king of the polar turned its gaze to Lung Wushuang. Though she knew she could not win, she had her reasons to survive. Gripping the Zixia frost sword, she launched an icy assault against the king of the polar. Too weak, the king of the polar merely exhaled, and Lung Wushuang's lethal strike was effortlessly neutralized. A hand reached out, and she feared she would meet the same fate as the king of the underworld and the others. Yet, to her astonishment, a barrier emerged, blocking the king of the polar's blow. Incredible. The barrier's aura was that of the Dao Palace realm, fearfully weak. How could such a barrier withstand a strike from the king of the polar? Remember, it had just defeated one of the 8 Buddhas of the West Desert, the king of the underworld, who was on the verge of becoming an emperor. Yet it had indeed happened. Unbelievable. Lung Wushuang pondered. What is happening? Bloodless Emperor shared her bewilderment. Only the king of the polar seemed to sense something deeply unsettling, its pupils narrowing. How could this be a contract barrier? Could this woman before me be that person, reincarnated as a female? One oddity, but why can I not sense their aura? What is truly going on? The king of the polar was equally bewildered. As it scanned the surroundings, it was stunned. Oh, it's been a long time. How have you fared these years? Facing the perplexed gaze of the king of the polar, Lu Changsheng smiled. You. The king of the polar stared blankly at the unforgettable visage before it. There could be no doubt, though it bore a breathtaking new guise. Both soul and essence remained unchanged. The king of the polar was utterly flabbergasted. He had truly lived through the 10th incarnation. How could this be possible? In that moment of astonishment, Bloodless Emperor took action. His target was Lu Changsheng. He sensed a discord in the atmosphere, to snatch someone from the polar realm. Though this individual appeared merely as a chi cultivator, the profound techniques demonstrated were worthy of respect. For according to the emperor of Fengdu, only the legendary figure could command the king of the polar. Although that person had no apparent connection to the youth before him, it was better to eliminate the threat before it grew. Bloodless Emperor was always vigilant of his 6th sense. This individual was certainly no ordinary foe. Swift action was imperative. With this thought, a thunderous attack surged forth, summoning the wrath of the heavens. Endless thunderbolts traversed millions of miles, crashing towards Changsheng. The speed was breathtaking, measured in mere fractions. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Changsheng. Are you just going to watch me get struck? Changsheng stood there, unfazed by the cataclysmic thunder, even standing with his hands behind his back, calmly stating, "Die." Bloodless Emperor shouted, as the endless thunder approached, mere 0.01 centimeters from Changsheng. "Be careful," Lung Wushuang exclaimed. And in that moment of life and death, boom, the king of the polar stood before Changsheng, absorbing the blow meant for him. "Why?" the king of the polar exclaimed. "I was aiding you in eliminating this human who stole your delicacy." Bloodless Emperor's pupils constricted. He might have realized something, but still incredulously questioned. Impossible. It can't be that ancient figure. They transcended after seizing the ancient star road and perished long ago. It cannot be him. Perhaps it is merely a descendant, and the king of the polar is merely repaying a favor. Bloodless Emperor struggled to convince himself, attempting to ease his anxiety. He thought deeply, clearly aware of numerous secrets surrounding the ancient past. However, his reasoning was merely a self-soothing illusion. In the next moment, the once formidable king of the polar, who had withstood Bloodless Emperor's strike, suddenly bowed low before Changsheng, saying, Little fire. I have seen my master." Everyone present was left in utter shock. Chapter 80. The man who tamed the king of the polar regions, Little Fire, had encountered his master before. Cold Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. If she had not misheard, the king of the polar regions had addressed Changsheng as master. Could it be that the legendary figure who subdued the king of the polar regions and rode into battle was none other than Changsheng from past life? Cold Wushuang was at a loss for words. She knew of Changsheng's formidable past, but had never imagined it to be this immense. Was her previous assessment an overestimation, or had she still underestimated him? What had Changsheng experienced in his first 9 reincarnations? Had he truly stood at the pinnacle of existence in each life? Suddenly, Cold Wushuang was struck by a wildly audacious speculation. It was so outrageous that even she found it hard to believe. How could such a person exist in this world? If so, why had he not ascended to immortality? Cold Wushuang could no longer fathom Changsheng, or perhaps she had never truly understood him. What? The king of the polar regions referred to the young man before her as master? Shui Wujie desperately wished he had misheard. Yet, observing the king of the polar region's obedient demeanor, he realized the truth of the matter. Instantly, Shui Wujie's expression darkened ominously. The individual before him had evidently transcended into a 10th life. Recalling his father's last words, Wujie understood that this person was the greatest obstacle to his father's ascension. However, he had been warned never to confront him, for he was the most extraordinary individual his father had ever encountered, possessing talents that echoed through the ages. Even his father dared not challenge him directly. If you encounter him, just run, do not look back. His terror surpasses that of any immortal. This was the heartfelt advice given to him by the Emperor of Fengdu when sealing Shui Wujie. The emperor himself yearned for immortality. Yet Changsheng stood as an insurmountable chasm on his path. Who would claim the title of the finest at the end of the immortal road? Upon seeing Changsheng, all hope dissipated. He was a man who instilled despair in countless beings across the northern Dipper. However, at that moment, Shui Wujie did not heed his father's counsel. Instead, he harbored a reckless plan. He intended to slay immortals. According to the Emperor of Fengdu, while Changsheng could not ascend to immortality at that time, he could still challenge the immortals. Wujie had witnessed firsthand as Changsheng, in his invincible state, vanquished a fallen immortal known as the 3 corpses of the mortal world. Although merely corpses, they had once achieved ascension, underscoring Changsheng's terrifying prowess. To call him the sword immortal of the land would not be an exaggeration. Yet, at this moment, Shui Wujie's desire to slay immortals was utterly insane. His current cultivation was merely at the Dao Palace level. He believed he could kill him, provided he eliminated the king of the polar regions first. With this thought, flames of fervor ignited in his eyes, growing more intense. The world knew that the Emperor of Fengdu had long since passed. Yet only he understood that his father was not dead, but preparing for ascension. Even upon presenting his father's remains before him, he still refused to believe. How proud had his father been in life? How could he possibly succumb so easily? Even if he deceived his own son, Shui Wujie was determined to eliminate the strongest adversary obstructing his father's path to immortality, regardless of the risk to his own life. For his father, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Who said there was no son in the world who loved his father wholeheartedly? With this thought, Shui Wujie disregarded his own well-being, recklessly igniting his life essence. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng had commanded Little Fire to return the souls of others from the polar region back to reality. Wu De, who had just been burned by the ghostly flames, was nearly rendered speechless. He had thought he would endure eternal torment, never to be reborn. Fortunately, his will remained unyielding, and he did not succumb to despair immediately. Damn it, this is terrifying. I will never return to such a cursed place again. Wu De lamented. The polar region was a realm filled with endless despair. However, before he could fully recover from his fright, an overwhelming aura descended, crushing all lesser beings into a mist of blood. What the hell? Burning your life essence. Are you insane? Wu De exclaimed. Every person possesses a life essence, but once it is ignited, it cannot be extinguished until the soul is reduced to ashes, vanishing entirely. Even in dire circumstances, few powerful beings would resort to such a measure. Once the body perishes, the soul still has a chance for rebirth. But if one burns their life essence, it is tantamount to a definitive and total demise. Absent a grudge of betrayal, hardly anyone would take such a drastic action. Brother, did you sleep with his woman? Get lost. Lu Changsheng kicked Wu De away, narrowing his eyes into a slit. This Shui Wujie was indeed tenacious. Lu Changsheng was unaware of Shui Wujie's motives, but that did not hinder his intention to eliminate him. To resurrect Shangwan Fengyun, Shui Wujie, the prince and helmsman of Fengdu, would eventually need to be dealt with. Little Fire, it's your turn to shine, Lu Changsheng said, patting the king of the polar regions on the rear, smiling. Such an action, such a demeanor, left Wu De and the others, who had just been freed, utterly astounded. Especially the king of the earth. What? He was knocked out in one move by the king of the polar regions. What is happening? It seems he has been tamed? But this is a being capable of annihilating quasi-emperors in a single strike. How on earth did Lu Changsheng accomplish this? He knew that Lu Changsheng's past life was that of the ancient path of the starry sky. Yet, even the ancient path of the starry sky could not contend with the king of the polar regions. For as long as it retreated into the polar region, it was akin to a turtle in an impenetrable shell. Could it be that in the first 8 lives of this great figure, there had been one where he was indeed the legendary man who tamed the king of the polar regions? The thought nearly terrified the king of the earth to the point of wetting himself. Just how resplendent had this man's 9 lives been? The crowd was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the king of the polar regions felt so humiliated by Lu Changsheng's playful gesture that he wished he could burrow into the ground to escape. With so many witnesses, could he not be afforded a shred of dignity? In that moment, the king of the polar regions redirected all his fury toward Shui Wujie. It was this blind fool who knew he was the king of the polar regions, yet dared to attack and provoke him. Truly a death wish. Since you seek death, I shall grant it, the king of the polar regions bellowed. Chapter 81. The Polar King versus Bloodless Sickness. The Polar King raised his hand, performing the soul deprivation technique. As long as it was a living being, it possessed a soul and would inevitably fall prey to this move. It was an unavoidable attack, even for an emperor. The only vulnerability lay in the strength of the soul. If the soul's strength surpassed that of the Polar King, he would suffer backlash. Conversely, if it was weaker, the Polar King could drag the opponent into the polar realm at will. Clearly, the soul's strength of bloodless sickness was insufficient, as he was instantly pulled into the polar domain. Initially, onlookers believed this would be a one-sided massacre, given the Polar King's formidable powers. Unless an emperor intervened, there seemed to be no chance of victory. However, in the next moment, endless vengeful spirits flooded the battlefield. Though these spirits were exceedingly weak and could be easily dispelled, they were countless in number, with waves of them continuously emerging, making it impossible to eradicate them. Move! Suddenly, within the polar realm, bloodless sickness shouted. Instantly, a surge of malevolent energy swept through Fengdu, astonishing the onlookers as it entered the polar realm, replacing bloodless sickness's spirit with a vengeful spirit's present. This was the Fengdu soul exchange technique, also known as the scapegoat technique. Ignoring any spatial barriers, the practitioner's soul could directly swap places with the vengeful spirits, even across infinite distances. As long as there were sufficient marked vengeful spirits, it could be executed endlessly. Originally developed by the Fengdu Emperor as a contingency against the day he might be obliterated by a formidable enemy like Lu Changsheng, it inadvertently became the nemesis of the Polar King's soul deprivation technique. In other words, the infinite vengeful spirits present rendered the Polar King's soul extraction technique utterly futile. Impressive. The Polar King remarked coldly upon witnessing his soul deprivation technique thwarted. He then transformed his body into ethereal flames, incinerating the entire void. He was not merely reliant on a single technique to dominate. The endless ethereal flames surged from his form, soaring towards the heavens, cascading down upon Fengdu. Wherever the flames passed, all matter was annihilated, and countless beings were obliterated. Even a supreme being at the Unity realm, teetering on the verge of the quasi-emperor realm, would find their soul scorched to ash upon contact. The heavens rained down ethereal flames, claiming the lives of countless beings and incinerating all adversaries. In an instant, the entirety of Fengdu was engulfed in flames, transforming into a sea of fire. The surface temperature soared, steam rising as it vaporized even the corporeal form of a being capable of slashing through the void, leaving only a skeleton behind. The inferno raged on, an endless aura of death, resembling a hell on earth. The wails of Fengdu echoed far and wide, as innumerable souls perished within. Witnessing this, Veu de was left utterly dumbfounded. Incredible, he exclaimed, dazed. In the next moment, the ethereal flames converged into a singular point, unleashing an explosion of heat that vaporized everything in its path, hurtling towards bloodless sickness. As it moved, all material was erased, the earth shook, and the heavens trembled. Countless mountains crumbled, and endless rivers dried up. This strike felt akin to the apocalypse. Bring it on! Bloodless sickness bellowed. Facing this supreme assault without flinching, he prepared to take it head-on. The heart of Fengdu pressed against his chest, as the essence of life burned furiously, summoning an overwhelming pressure of imperial might that descended upon the world. In an instant, the skies and earth transformed. Day turned to night. Oceans soared into the air. The heavens collapsed into the earth, and the ground split to fill the seas. Chaos reigning as yin and yang inverted, plunging the world into darkness with no light from sun or moon. Suddenly, countless beings burst apart, their blood converging into a singular form. A massive figure composed entirely of blood emerged from the void. This was the lifeblood fiend Saint Spirit. The king of hell was left speechless, utterly unsettled. How could he dare? He gasped. The lifeblood fiend Saint Spirit, as the name suggests, slaughtered countless beings to extract the purest drop of blood, accumulating it into a mountain to form a blood spirit, centered around the heart of Fengdu. This technique not only required the life essence of the practitioner and countless beings, but the price for its use was terrifying. Blood curses and karmic flames would ensnare the user. If they had descendants, they would endure torment for eternity. Even ancestors from upstream in the river of time would be affected, and if one was not careful, they could become utterly void. Moreover, for billions of years, life could not arise in Fengdu again. This was the divine punishment for creating the life-blood fiend Saint Spirit. Heaven and earth did not acknowledge the existence of such blood entities in the world. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the life-blood fiend Saint Spirit coalesced, manifesting as a colossal crimson giant, its aura soaring to the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. The collision of these two extreme energies shattered mountains and rivers, plunging the world into darkness. The onlookers were left in awe. Incredible, so powerful. Ghost 3 lady stammered, unable to find her voice. Just moments ago, she had fantasized about annihilating Fengdu, but now it seemed she had been deluding herself. Moreover, the heart of Fengdu had not changed color. It was widely known that the heart of Fengdu was at its most formidable when green. Yet now it was merely a dull red, its most ordinary state. Even so, it could still entwine bloodless sickness's life essence and hold its own against the Polar King. Interesting, the Polar King mused, seeing that one blow had not sufficed. He resolved to attack again. The strength of the Polar King lay in his unrelenting power, as long as he did not achieve a one-hit kill. His strength could be drawn from the Polar realm endlessly. Tireless and ceaseless, he could engage in battle day and night, functioning as a walking slaughter machine. It was precisely this quality that had attracted Lu Changsheng in the past. Otherwise, how could a mere quasi-emperor be worthy to be his steed? Lu Changsheng's mounts had to meet the minimum requirement of being at the emperor level. However, bloodless sickness understood that if this continued, he would undoubtedly be defeated. He had to find a way to kill Lu Changsheng for the sake of his father before exhausting his life essence. Thus, he resolved to burn his life essence once more, disregarding any costs, even if it meant turning to ash. He actively dispersed the life-blood fiend Saint Spirit, forsaking such a supreme offensive technique. The onlookers were puzzled until the next moment. Boom! The heavens and earth transformed. The entire Fengdu was enveloped in a layer of green. A green that was deathly silent, deep, and unsettling. The heart of Fengdu had quietly turned green. Do you recognize this? Lu Changsheng casually addressed the Book of Creation, as if he were merely an observer, detached from the scene. If I am not mistaken, this should be the relic of the green hat immortal emperor. The Book of Creation stammered. Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng had asked casually, given the vastness of the universe. It was unsurprising that he was unaware of certain things. However, he never anticipated that the Book of Creation would actually know. Green hat, immortal emperor? Was this green hat genuine? Even Lu Changsheng was hearing about the immortal emperor, let alone the green hat immortal emperor for the first time. What was the level of this green hat immortal emperor? Lu Changsheng inquired with interest. Unfortunately, he had arrived too late in the first era, during the chaotic primordial period when the ancient era had already fragmented and ceased to exist. What was the level? The Book of Creation pondered, then replied with a peculiar expression, "Let me put it this way. When he ruled the ancient era's 9 provinces in the Misty City, aside from himself, all other men were eunuchs, and there were over 100,000 celestial eunuchs among them. Lu Changsheng and the others." Chapter 82. The Green Hat Immortal Emperor. Upon hearing the account of the Book of Creation, everyone was left utterly astonished. The Green Hat Immortal Emperor was not originally known by this name. However, upon his recent ascension to the realm of mortal immortals, he discovered that his beloved was entangled with another immortal of the same realm, even bearing a child. Typically, such a betrayal would ignite a fierce vendetta, a bitter conflict over love lost. Yet the Green Hat Immortal Emperor was, regrettably, a devoted fool, an ardent sycophant. He became obsessively powerful, ultimately eliminating the rival and the child, while the woman continued to live as though nothing had transpired. Stripped of her husband and child, she harbored an intense hatred for the Green Hat Immortal Emperor. After several failed suicide attempts, she embarked on a relentless quest for vengeance. By ensuring his humiliation, she vowed that as long as he lived, she would make his existence a living nightmare. The woman was fierce, having engaged with various demons and monsters, making it impossible for the Green Hat Immortal Emperor to vanquish them all. For every foe he defeated, 2 more would arise. For every 2 he vanquished, for what appear an endless cycle. Eventually, the Green Hat Immortal Emperor was pushed to his limits. In his fury, he commanded the death of countless foes. In an instant, the entirety of the ancient era S9 provinces trembled, death and despair echoing throughout the land. He even decreed a celestial edict. Any man who stepped into his realm would lose his manhood and dignity. Among his followers were 100,000 mortal immortals, 10,000 heavenly immortals, 3,000 true immortals, and 1,000 great Luo golden immortals, all rendered eunuchs. In the realm of 9 provinces, one man was all that was necessary. This tale, though absurd and comical, truly occurred. Thus, later generations dubbed him the Green Hat Immortal Emperor. For merely recounting his exploits was enough to evoke a sense of dread. What ultimately became of this Green Hat Immortal Emperor? Wuda inquired with curiosity. Transforming all men into eunuchs is quite a display of power. He must have relished it. And in the end, the Book of Creation's lips quivered at the question. He met his demise beneath the skirts of the woman he adored, he revealed. The collective retribution of countless eunuchs, combined with the woman's scheming, proved fatal even for an emperor. Lacking the support of the people, death was not far behind. Though the life of the Green Hat Immortal Emperor was marked by absurdity, he was once an emperor, and his talents were indeed remarkable. Before his demise, he left behind a treasure known as the heart of the invincible Green Hat. The Book of Creation spoke with a hint of embarrassment, for he had once been this man's mentor. How shameful! Naturally, such matters would remain unspoken. He still had some pride. The heart of the invincible Green Hat, as the name suggests, needs no further explanation. This treasure is what you now behold, the Emperor's heart of Fengdu. When it turns green, it becomes invincible. As the Book of Creation spoke, the heart of the Green Hat transformed Shui Wujia, enveloping him in a verdant hue resembling a colossal green giant. Boom! Countless imperial laws encircled Shui Wujia, accompanied by a half-step immortal decree. An unparalleled power coalesced into a supreme green hat, exuding an aura of annihilation, vowing to eradicate all disloyal lovers. The king of the polar realm sensed the overwhelming green aura emanating from Shui Wujia, and a shudder coursed through him. He perceived an unfathomable resentment, an extreme malevolence that transcended the realms, existing beyond the 5 elements. What is this? The king of the polar realm was horrified. Under the influence of this green essence, he felt his own malevolence and guilt weigh heavily upon him. Instinctively repentant, the king of the polar realm was left speechless. He had never encountered such an extraordinary technique. Shui Wujia bellowed, and in an instant, the entire Fengdu city shimmered with green light. Not only Fengdu, but the endless eastern wilderness, central plains, western desert, southern ridge, northern territories. Indeed, the entire Big Dipper glowed with an unparalleled green radiance. This green light chilled the hearts of all. What could possibly be the source of such terrifying power? In its presence, one felt irredeemably wicked, a scoundrel deserving of death. Such formidable ability. The green light contained the very essence of imperial laws. The myriad beings of the Big Dipper were struck with terror. Who could possess such extraordinary prowess? Having endured so much to unleash this unparalleled green light, it seemed to threaten the very annihilation of the Big Dipper, leaving all in utter shock. Boom! The green light erupted, causing the entire universe to tremble. Even the will of the heavens appeared shaken, as if filled with unease. This unparalleled green essence embodied unfathomable terror. Any mere mortal who dared to touch it would surely perish. Indeed, even a seasoned quasi-emperor would meet their bloody end. The green aura contracted and compressed, returning to the green hat, radiating an endless essence capable of obliterating one within the annals of time. Flee! The king of the polar realm hesitated not a moment, retreating into the polar realm as a coward. Although such an action would incur the wrath of Changsheng, the sight of the infinitely green hat filled him with dread, rendering him paralyzed with fear. How could one possibly confront this? Seeing the king of the polar realm retreat, Shui Wujia did not pursue but redirected his assault towards Changsheng. His true intention was never to eliminate the king of the polar realm, but to confront Changsheng, a man who had lived 10 lifetimes. With the convergence of countless imperial laws and half-step immortal decrees, no matter how formidable one's abilities, death was inevitable. Shui Wujia laughed heartily, as if reviving from despair. As the battle progressed, After unleashing the Green Hat attack, his life force had dwindled to a mere whisper, and death loomed ever closer. It's over. Wu Da's face was etched with despair as he witnessed the supreme green energy surging towards them. His body trembled with anxiety, making the prospect of escape seem impossible. Is there a solution? Lu Changsheng asked the Book of Creation with a calm demeanor. Though he possessed his own means and hidden cards to resolve the situation, he was reluctant to reveal too much unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, the Book of Creation fell into contemplation, then spoke. The solution is quite simple. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left dumbfounded. So straightforward? They could hardly believe it. The method to counter this overwhelming green attack was Chapter 83. The Final Resort. The Emperor of Death roared Bloodless, unleashing an endless wave of verdant energy, entwined with countless imperial laws and the essence of the half-step immortal, hurtling toward Lu Changsheng and his companions. In a moment of dire peril, a sultry voice echoed, "Are you truly willing to strike against me?" It was Wu Da, his form shifting alluringly, morphing into the visage of a woman who had captivated the Green Hat immortal for a lifetime, as described in the Tome of Creation. Upon witnessing this, Bloodless sneered coldly. To think she would attempt to seduce the heart of the Emperor of Fengdu when death loomed so near. What a delusion. Finally vanquishing the formidable rival his father had spoken of, Bloodless murmured to the heavens, "Father, your path to immortality shall now be unobstructed. If possible, after achieving immortality, remember to revive your son." He awaited the extinguishing of his life source. Yet in the next instant, boom, the verdant energy trembled, and the heart of Fengdu quaked, breaking free from Bloodless' grasp. What? Bloodless was perplexed, then struck with astonishment. The heart of Fengdu was a treasure he had refined. How could it possibly slip from his control without reason? When he saw the heart, not only refraining from attacking Lu Changsheng, but also whimsically extending a tongue to lick Wu Da's cheek, whose face had been altered through transformation, it left Bloodless utterly stupefied. "Fengdu heart, what are you doing?" Bloodless attempted to regain control, only to find the heart utterly defiant, incessantly licking Wu Da's cheek, leaving him both nauseated and bewildered. What kind of sorcery was this? How could it compel the heart of Fengdu to behave in such a manner? As for Wu Da, words failed him. Why must I, the plump lord, be burdened with all the dirty work? He lamented inwardly. The Tome of Creation had transformed him into a green tea woman. The heart of Fengdu, being a relic of the Green Hat immortal, possessed sentience and was imbued with the traits of its former owner, a devoted sycophant. Even in death, the Green Hat immortal had perished beneath the skirts of a green tea woman, rather than at the hands of his myriad eunuch subordinates, a clear testament to his lick-spittle nature. It was as if he would rather castrate all of humanity than harm a single strand of hair on a green tea woman's head. A paragon of sycophancy. In its fervor, the heart would lick any face resembling that of the green tea woman, regardless of whether it was a mere illusion, acting on instinct devoid of rational thought. This spectacle left not only Bloodless dumbfounded, but also stunned those such as the king of the underworld and Lung Wuxuan. Is this what a sycophant looks like? They murmured in disbelief. This is impossible. How did this happen? Bloodless muttered frantically. He was utterly confounded. Why did the countenance of a woman wield such influence over the heart of Fengdu? Observing her appearance, he found it rather unremarkable, even somewhat unpleasant. Yet the heart seemed bewitched, licking without discernment. Curse it! As he noticed a smile creeping onto Lu Changsheng's lips, Bloodless' gaze darkened, sinking into despair. His life source was nearly extinguished, and the once mighty heart of Fengdu had crumbled under the spell of that inexplicable visage, plunging the situation into utter ruin. In light of this, he resolved that there was no turning back. Even if the entirety of the Northern Dipper were to perish, he would ensure Lu Changsheng's demise, never allowing him to become an obstacle in his father's path. A cruel smile flitted across Bloodless' lips. In the next moment, his life source obliterated, turning to ash. The gathered crowd believed the battle for Fengdu had concluded, as did Ghost Lady San. However, the very next second, boom, a colossal roar erupted, as an inexhaustible torrent of vengeful spirits converged with an unnameable deathly aura, gradually coalescing The entity grew ever larger, as if to challenge the heavens themselves. The aura of death intensified, rising in power. In an instant, it ascended to the quasi-emperor realm. But that was merely the beginning. Boom! It appeared to have broken through some form of constraint. This monstrous being, now traversing the clouds, had transcended to the level of an emperor. The endless essence of death swirled around, heralding the arrival of the Emperor of Death, the master of all deathly energies. Heavenly voices resounded, celebrating the Emperor of Death. In that instant, the entire Northern Dipper was shrouded in darkness, obscuring the sky. The denizens of the Northern Dipper were struck with terror. Even the supreme beings in the forbidden zones were left in stunned silence. An unconventional ascension to emperorship. The supreme beings were rendered speechless in shock. Without the mandate of heaven, he had become an emperor in his own right. An unconventional emperor? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes. This bloodless, even in death, was relentless, a formidable antagonist. Oh no, an emperor? Wu De, whose cheek was still being licked by the heart of Fengdu, felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the ground upon witnessing the creature radiate an emperor's aura. Why are our enemies growing stronger? First, it was a horde of quasi-emperors, and now an emperor has appeared. Does this mean a celestial from the mortal realm will show up next? Wu De was trembling in fear. He turned to Lu Changsheng, his face filled with lamentation. Brother, you've just entered the Dao Palace and already drawn the attention of an emperor. Can't we keep a low profile? Isn't it better to cultivate for 100 or 80 years in invincibility before re-emerging? Yet, no matter how vociferous Wu De's protests, the reality of the Emperor of Death's successful ascension could not be altered. Who would have thought I would witness a day of ascension? Proclaimed the Emperor of Death, unleashing an infinite wave of deathly energy, obliterating all matter in its vicinity. An emperor's assault could spell doom even for quasi-emperors. To an emperor, all beings beneath their level, even the supreme, were but ants. It was over. Faced with such an all-encompassing onslaught, Wu De despaired. However, in the next moment, a miracle occurred. Chapter 84. The manifestation of the river of the underworld. Suddenly, as Lu Changsheng prepared to unveil his ultimate card, the heavens trembled. A galaxy descended from the sky, spanning countless miles, cleaving a chasm above Fengdu. The crowd was astounded. The river of the underworld. It is indeed the river of the underworld. Has it truly manifested? The Emperor of Dead Qi was momentarily stunned before erupting in ecstasy. To think that just after my revival, I would encounter the river of the underworld. The Emperor of Dead Qi let out a roar towards the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged directly into the river of the underworld, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. The Emperor has just left like that? Wu De stammered in disbelief. He had almost given up hope. With the Emperor's intervention, how could they, mere mortals, possibly survive? Yet unexpectedly, with the sudden appearance of the river of the underworld, the Emperor had entered it, and they inexplicably found themselves alive. Wu De thought that if this happened a couple more times, he might just consider himself the destined protagonist. Their survival was utterly unfathomable, akin to a miracle, clearly capable of extinguishing him with a mere slap. Yet the Emperor of Dead Qi did not even wish to waste a moment. As if something of urgent necessity lay within the river of the underworld, and he could not afford to squander a second. The river of the underworld. King Dizong's eyes flickered. He might have grasped a fragment of the Emperor of Dead Qi's intentions. We should make our exit, Lu Changsheng remarked casually. Yes, we should leave, Wu De nodded vigorously, stepping toward Fengdu. Though separated by the river of the underworld, he yearned to distance himself from the Emperor as far as possible. He had nearly been terrified to the point of losing control. The might of the Emperor was indeed terrifying. However, he had not taken more than a couple of steps when a hand seized him, halting his advance. Wu De queried, puzzled. Are we leaving? Enter. Lu Changsheng indicated towards the river of the underworld, speaking nonchalantly. Wu De. But my brother, a great emperor, just went in there. He spoke delicately. Had he not been unable to contend with Lu Changsheng, he would have pointed at his own head and exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? A great emperor just entered. Are you seeking death by competing with him for treasures? Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, signaling to King Dizong. Understood. King Dizong comprehended immediately, stepping behind Wuda and delivering a kick to his rear. I don't want to. Wuda's protest was cut short as he was kicked into the river of the underworld, vanishing without a sound. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Lu Lixian. I will jump in myself. Lu Lixian, being perceptive, leaped into the river following Wu Da's trajectory. This bottomless river of the underworld, who knows what lies beneath? Surely, this group would not let the portly man take risks. Following the same path he fell, Lu Lixian thought quietly. The third to leap was King Dizong, the river of the underworld, a phenomenon that appears once in an era. He had long desired to explore its depths. Even the emperor was impatient, believing treasures awaited him inside. After King Dizong jumped down, only Lu Changsheng and Lung Wushuang remained. Are you afraid? Lu Changsheng asked with a slight smile. Lung Wushuang shook her head. In the face of mountains of blades and seas of fire, with you by my side, Frost fears nothing. Then, she shifted the conversation. However, Changsheng, our objective is not Fengdu, but to save our senior brother. Why the sudden change of course towards the river of the underworld? Have you heard of the Bodhi Heart? Lu Changsheng posed a seemingly unrelated question. Bodhi Heart? I have heard of it. It is said to be a relic of the Bodhi Emperor from his ascension. However, the tales of ascension are nebulous, half true and half false, Lung Wushuang replied. Indeed, he merely entered a state of meditation. The story of his ascension was a ruse. He had offended too many, and to protect his descendants after death, the tale of his ascension beneath the Bodhi tree emerged. Although the ascension is false, the Bodhi tree is real. It is said to originate from the celestial realm, and a seed of the Bodhi tree fell to the mortal world, obtained and cultivated by the young Bodhi Emperor, eventually blossoming and bearing fruit, thus igniting his extraordinary life. Our journey is to seek the Bodhi heart that bears the fruits of the Bodhi tree. When the Emperor of Fengdu entered meditation, the Bodhi Emperor gifted Fengdu a Bodhi heart, allowing the Emperor of Fengdu to host a feast in his honor. Many stories unfolded during this time. In the end, Fengdu received a Bodhi heart, and what we seek is this celestial object, capable of gathering the souls of the deceased and granting them rebirth. However, after countless ages, whether that Bodhi heart still resides in Fengdu remains an uncertainty. But if it is the river of the underworld, then surely it contains the Bodhi heart, and without a doubt, the celestial Bodhi tree is also therein. Lu Changsheng spoke earnestly, revealing all to Lung Wushuang. The celestial realm? Lung Wushuang was astonished. Although she had suspected it, hearing it affirmed was still shocking. Why are you so certain that the Bodhi tree exists within the river of the underworld? At this, Lu Changsheng smiled faintly. Because the Bodhi Emperor's sacred ground, his burial site, and his descendants lie within this river of the underworld. The Bodhi Emperor was not of the human race, but of the immortal race. Otherwise, how could he have had so many entanglements with the Emperor of Fengdu? With that, Lu Changsheng grasped Lung Wushuang's hand, and together, they leaped into the river of the underworld. Meanwhile, beyond the 33 heavens, the Supreme Ultimate gazed towards the Big Dipper. The river of the underworld had opened, and the Emperor appeared, shrouded in deathly aura, seemingly the Emperor of Dead Qi, who, after the battle in Fengdu, had directly plunged into the river of the underworld in search of something of great importance. A shadow spoke. The Emperor of Dead Qi? The Supreme Ultimate scoffed coldly. Let him be. If he seeks the same object as us, eliminate him. The Supreme Ultimate's murderous intent was palpable. Even the well-informed shadow trembled. Has Hong Ying entered the river of the underworld? The Supreme Ultimate changed the subject. Report, my lord. She entered at the first opportunity, the shadow replied. Very well. The Supreme Ultimate nodded, dismissing the shadow, then gazing once more towards the Big Dipper, holding an old, rusted puppet in hand. I will surely revive you, I swear. No one can obstruct this, the Supreme Ultimate murmured. The manifestation of the river of the underworld, with its entrance at Fengdu, sent tremors throughout the eastern wilderness, and even the distant central continent felt the stirrings, as countless imperial dynasties dispatched emissaries to investigate. The river of the underworld has long been steeped in legends of immortal beings, and merely this legend has drawn countless individuals to its shores. After all, what is the purpose of cultivation? To roam freely through the cosmos, to pursue immortality, to transcend the mortal realm. A torrent of forces surged into the river of the underworld. Even some supreme entities from forbidden zones could no longer remain idle. They either instigated dark upheavals to siphon the life essence of all beings to prolong their own lives, or entered the river of the underworld, which had not opened for an entire epoch, to gamble on a chance. Clearly, the former merely lingered in a state of survival, while the latter, if successful, could ascend to immortality. They had languished in silence for too long, their lifespans nearing their end. They had to take the plunge, turning their bicycles into motorcycles. Thus, it was not long before a myriad of guests from the Big Dipper surged into the river of the underworld. From those at the early stages of the Dao Palace to supreme emperors, a chaotic throng, a continuous stream. P.S. The new year is approaching. I wish everyone a prosperous year of the tiger, filled with good fortune. Chapter 85. The dragon's roar in the heart of heaven. Is this the interior of the underworld river? Wuda was utterly astonished by the scene before him. The sky was adorned with 10 luminous moons, casting their radiant light across the vast expanse. The Milky Way hung upside down, flowing like a river, while the stars sparkled, forming majestic mountains. A dragon's spine stretched endlessly for billions of miles, connecting boundless landscapes, transforming the very fabric of reality. It felt as if this was not merely a hidden realm, but rather a wondrous universe of its own. Wuda's golden eyes glimmered as he pierced through the illusions, seeking the source and severing the connections. To his shock, it was indeed a great tomb, a tomb stretching for billions of miles. Who could possibly be interred here? A supreme being? An ancient emperor? The very act of creation, the primordial chaos, the dawn of the cosmos. This dragon's spine, sacred mountain, originally from the northern plains, had been transmuted by the primordial ancestral dragon, seizing the essence of heaven and earth, employing unparalleled divine techniques to shift the cosmos, elevating the sacred mountain into a pseudo-immortal artifact, contending with fate, resonating the fortunes of the underworld river, safeguarding future generations, ensuring eternal prosperity. Lu Changsheng descended and spoke softly. At his words, everyone gasped in awe. A pseudo-immortal artifact? How extraordinary! It was well known that weapons associated with the term immortal made even the most formidable imperial weapons seem inconsequential. But wait, brother. I have just used my divine eye to observe. This is clearly a great tomb, Wuda remarked, perplexed. What conflict lies in a tomb becoming a pseudo-immortal artifact? Lu Changsheng tilted his head in inquiry. Wuda was momentarily speechless at the question. If one were to consider it, there was indeed no issue. In battle, wielding a tomb as a blunt weapon would be quite a sight. Suddenly, as everyone stood in awe of this pseudo-immortal artifact tomb mountain, the sky resonated with the sound of a dragon's roar, echoing for thousands of miles. Where the dragon's song passed, it was as if the celestial music purged the souls of the living, refreshing their spirits. What is this? Listening to this dragon's roar fills me with an ethereal sensation, as if I were floating in a realm of celestial maidens. Wuda was entranced, lost in a reverie, willing to remain forever in such a state of bliss. The ethereal dragon's roar cleansed the soul. Could this be the accompanying divine object of the primordial ancestral dragon? The heart of heaven's dragon's roar? Gui Sanyang, as a princess of the Ghost Clan, was clearly well-versed in such matters. Yet, recognizing it only deepened her astonishment beyond that of everyone present. The heart of heaven's dragon's roar, comparable to a pseudo-immortal artifact, was on par with this boundless tomb mountain. The existence of such a divine object within the underworld river, now emerging as if summoned, was nothing short of miraculous. Well observed. This is indeed the heart of heaven's dragon's roar. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes, then raised his hand as a small dragon flew out from the ancient coffin adorned with 9 dragon patterns. The small dragon appeared unremarkable, save for its golden 9 claws, and its cultivation was merely at the level of severing the void, yet it left Gui Sanyang and the others utterly astounded. The Dao rhythms surrounding the small dragon were beyond their comprehension. Even the likes of Ksitigarbha, a quasi-emperor and one of the 8 great Buddhas of the Western Desert, had never encountered such peculiar Dao rhythms. Though its essence was feeble compared to his imperial laws, the endless continuity of the small dragon's Dao rhythms was astonishing, as if they were eternal and boundless. Furthermore, the ancient characters and runes surrounding the small dragon were equally incomprehensible. What manner of dragon was this? Just as the crowd marveled at the existence of such a small creature nurtured by Changsheng, an astounding event unfolded. The heart of heaven's dragon's roar seemed to respond to a summons, soaring toward the small dragon at a speed surpassing light. Piercing through the endless void of the Milky Way, shattering the surrounding space, and instantly merging with the small dragon in a sublime transformation. In an instant, a faint purple aura enveloped the small dragon, exuding an ethereal presence as its realm ascended, achieving the level of a quasi-emperor, a feat beyond imagination, unheard of before. Before anyone could react, countless techniques descended from the void, obliterating endless matter, melting mountains, and evaporating rivers and seas. The small dragon exhaled a breath of murky air, transforming it into an infinite purple aura, which surged forth, causing numerous techniques to vanish into nothingness, leaving no trace. Surrender the heart of heaven's dragon's roar, or face eternal damnation in the 18 layers of hell, without a chance at reincarnation, forever deprived of rebirth. A resounding thunder echoed down, and amidst the storm, a figure resembling the embodiment of thunder appeared before all. The Supreme Being radiated a thunderous imperial law, causing everyone's breath to quicken uncontrollably. The heart of heaven's dragon's roar had even caught the attention of this exalted figure. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. The Supreme Being had relinquished their unparalleled glory to exist in the mortal realm, all for the sake of achieving immortality. The heart of heaven's dragon's roar, a pseudo-immortal artifact, might indeed contain the essence of immortality. Thunderous Supreme, the heart of heaven's dragon's roar is beyond your reach. While I am not yet inclined to eliminate you, you would do well to depart swiftly, Changsheng said nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. At this moment, the commotion had drawn countless powerful beings into the underworld river. Numerous Unity Realm and Quasi-Emperor experts gazed from afar, watching the Supreme's actions, waiting to see if other Supreme Beings would join in the fray, vying for the heart of heaven's dragon's roar. After all, they were ancient beings who had lived for eons, an era in the underworld river with a rare occurrence. And their entry into this realm was to seek the elusive chance of immortality. When a Supreme Being coveted an object, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Even at the risk of their lives, they would strive for that slender opportunity at transcendence. To gamble was to risk becoming a mere skeleton. It had also held the possibility of embarking on the path of longevity. To refrain from risking it meant certain demise, as time would eventually erode them into dust. From the outset, they had never believed that this group, alongside a dragon, could defend the heart of heaven's dragon's roar against the thunderous Supreme. Yet unexpectedly, before any other Supreme could emerge to seize it, this young man in white, merely in his 20s, audaciously commanded the Supreme to depart. Madness. This was sheer madness. Did he possess no awareness of his own realm? Even if he relied on the small dragon that had just consumed the heart of heaven's dragon's roar and ascended to the quasi-emperor level, was he not still merely a slightly stronger insect in the eyes of the Supreme Being? Why such arrogance? Did this young man in white wish for an early demise? The crowd did not consider the lineage of the small dragon. Firstly, it could effortlessly conceal its aura after merging with the heart of heaven's dragon's roar, and secondly, they believed perhaps all dragons had the right to inherit the heart of heaven's dragon's roar, as the primordial ancestral dragon had long since passed, leaving the heart as an unclaimed treasure. Moreover, they did not immediately recognize Changsheng as the bearer of destiny. Such an extraordinary individual could not possibly be merely a member of the Dao Palace. The thunderous Supreme, even more so, was accustomed to arrogance, having once dominated the world as a Supreme Being. To him, self-importance was a given. Upon hearing Changsheng's words, the thunderous supreme scoffed, raising his hand as thunder engulfed the entire battlefield. He intended to make this arrogant youth suffer in agony, forcing him to pay the eternal price for his audacious words. However, in the next moment, the thunderous supreme was left in a state of disbelief, as were all present. This was impossible. Everyone stood dumbfounded. Chapter 86. With my celestial dragon staff, I summoned the divine dragons of the myriad realms. The Supreme of Thunder unleashed a tempest of thunderous power, obliterating the endless void. As it surged toward Changsheng and his companions, Wuda, nearly paralyzed with fear, witnessed the little dragon that had devoured the dragon's heart of heaven suddenly open its jaws, transforming them into an abyssal black hole. The surrounding thunder, drawn by an irresistible force, was swiftly consumed by the little dragon. In less than 5 seconds, the thunder capable of annihilating the void and slaying quasi-emperors was entirely absorbed into the dragon's belly. The little dragon, appearing utterly unfazed, cast a disdainful glance at the Supreme of Thunder, as if to mock, "Are you really prepared to face me on an empty stomach?" The onlookers were left dumbfounded, and even the Supreme of Thunder was taken aback. Did they truly witness a mere golden dragon, recently elevated to quasi-emperor status through a pseudo-immortal artifact, consume the boundless thunder unleashed by a supreme being? How absurd! It was widely known that even the legendary Tao Tai, famed for its voracious appetite, could not match the prowess of this little dragon. The great devouring technique was beyond the capability of a quasi-emperor Tao Tai. Only an emperor or a supreme Tao Tai could digest the lethal force of a supreme attack. Yet this little dragon, despite being a quasi-emperor, rendered the supreme's assault ineffective. The crowd was baffled. This was not merely a newly ascended quasi-emperor. It was a dragon masquerading as a weakling. The Supreme of Thunder, witnessing his attacks vanish without a trace, squinted his eyes and summoned another wave of unparalleled thunder. He could not fathom how a quasi-emperor could nullify his might unless it had instantaneously mastered the power of the pseudo-immortal artifact. But how could a pseudo-immortal artifact be wielded with such immediacy? A gasp escaped him. It was the world annihilation thunder, infused with a trace of heavenly might. In a moment of desperation, the Supreme Being slashed at himself, rejected by the laws of the universe. Yet he still managed to draw upon the powers of the heavenly way. The Supreme of Thunder was extraordinarily formidable. Among the myriad paths, the Thunder Path stood prominently, especially as the most powerful thunder in existence, carrying the essence of heavenly might. Once unleashed, unless an emperor were present, who could contend with such force? The assembled crowd felt the cataclysmic aura of the world annihilation thunder, gasping in trepidation, even from a distance. The mere aura leaking from the divine thunder sent chills down their spines. This thunder was so fearsome that even a quasi-emperor would perish upon its mere touch. With no hope of survival, it was indeed terrifying. Unless an emperor appeared, this strike could compel even other supreme beings to evade its wrath. Can you withstand this? The Supreme of Thunder scoffed at the little dragon. Did it truly believe that ascending to quasi-emperor by consuming the dragon's heart of heaven would allow it to disregard him? The Supreme of Thunder sought to teach this group what it meant to be supreme. The title of supreme, the pinnacle of existence, revered by heaven and earth, the Supreme of Thunder, was unparalleled. With a thunderous roar, the world annihilation thunder surged toward the little dragon and its companions at an inconceivable speed. Wuda was rendered speechless. Was it truly necessary for the heavenly essence to be unleashed upon this motley crew? Even Gue, Sanyang, Liulixian, and Xidagarba felt a sense of despair. Changsheng was indeed formidable, but how could he possibly wield the power of an emperor at this moment? The golden little dragon was impressive, but having just consumed the dragon's heart of heaven, how could it possess the might of an emperor? They faced a certain death. The greatest regret of my life, Wuda lamented, was looking at Changsheng for a moment longer in the endless demon abyss. As death loomed, he cursed under his breath, wishing he had ignored Changsheng entirely. If he could turn back time, he would avoid him at all costs, for he had unwittingly entangled himself with a character far beyond his reckoning. Mere mortals challenging great sages, Qi practitioners confronting quasi-emperors, and Dao palace beings facing supreme entities. What about the four extremes? Were they to engage with the emperors as well? Your fearlessness does not absolve me of mine. Your absurdity does not excuse my own. Just because you're the protagonist does not mean I am shielded by your halo. Wuda was filled with regret. The others were not faring any better. Among the crowd, only Lung Wushuang remained steadfastly loyal to Lu Changsheng, unwavering in her belief. The world annihilation thunder? The little dragon narrowed its eyes. As anticipated, it could utilize the great devouring technique pilfered from the ancient Dao Emperor to consume ordinary supreme thunder. But the world annihilation thunder presented a formidable challenge, as the little dragon pondered whether it was worth the risk. For its true master was Lung Wushuang and not anyone else. Its duty was merely to ensure her safety in this perilous land. Yet, Lu Changsheng's words struck him like a thunderclap. Essence of the Celestial Emperor, manifest celestial weapons, by my command, summon the divine dragons of the world. Lu Changsheng spoke calmly. How did he know this incantation? The little dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant, a resplendent light illuminated the sky, the void erupted, and boundless purple energy surged forth. The primordial purple energy, the purest form of energy in the universe, emerged as an ethereal entity devoid of any malice. Yet it hindered the advance of the world annihilation thunder. What was happening? The crowd was perplexed, and even the Supreme Being frowned. This purple energy exuded an air of unparalleled nobility, as if it were the most exalted force in existence, impervious to violation. However, the dragon's heart of heaven likely harbored secrets of ascension, and he could not afford to relinquish it so easily. In a moment, the Supreme of Thunder aged dramatically. His skin wrinkled, and his hair turned white, transforming him into an old man. He even resorted to burning his own bloodline essence. The heavens roared, boundless blood essence ignited, and the Supreme of Thunder drew upon ever greater heavenly might, merging it into the world annihilation thunder. Break, he bellowed, and the barrier of purple energy shattered. The world annihilation thunder instantaneously obliterated the mountains and rivers where Lu Changsheng stood, extending for millions of miles. The thunder of annihilation obliterated everything, carving an infinite chasm into existence. The crowd gasped in astonishment, struck dumb by the sheer power of the Supreme Being that cleaved a chasm spanning millions of miles. How terrifying. It was over. The onlookers shook their heads in dismay. With other Supreme Beings yet to appear, the dragon's heart of heaven would undoubtedly belong to the Supreme of Thunder. As a pseudo-immortal artifact, the dragon's heart of heaven could not be extinguished by a supreme assault, but the Supreme of Thunder searched in vain for its trace. Furrowing his brow, the Supreme of Thunder wondered, gone? Yet, in the next moment, a youth clad in white, wielding the Dragon Court staff, stood resolutely not far from him. Ethereal energy radiated from him, gazing defiantly at the world. This was impossible. The pupils of the Supreme of Thunder constricted. Others, who sought to depart and seek their fortunes, were left utterly dumbfounded. The world annihilation thunder had cleaved a chasm of millions of miles, yet this white-clad youth seemed unharmed by the onslaught. Was he a celestial being? Lu Changsheng raised his staff, using the sky as a focal point, manifesting endless golden light that illuminated the vast river of the underworld. Countless beings looked up in awe at the heavens. With my celestial dragon staff, I summoned the divine dragons of the myriad realms. Lu Changsheng cried out. In that instant, the entire river of the underworld trembled as if the world were coming to an end. P.S. The roar of the tiger heralds spring. Today marks the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. Wishing everyone a joyous spring festival. Chapter 87. The Bodhi in the mortal realm before them. The great tomb mountain trembled violently, an aura of unfathomable terror enveloping the entire river of the underworld. Countless cultivators who had ventured into the river were struck with awe and fear. The laws being manifested were those of the imperial realm, and not merely one. The multitude of cultivators gazed in disbelief at the great tomb mountain, with some of the less powerful ones already prostrating themselves on the ground, overwhelmed by this supreme presence. Hundreds, if not more, were left breathless by the overwhelming force. When did the status of the quasi-emperors become so trivial? Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, as if the very sky were collapsing. Majestic dragons weaved through the clouds, soaring and strolling as if the entire expanse of the river of the underworld were their private garden. "Who calls upon me?" An ancient, weathered voice resonated, causing the dragons to retreat and all living beings to pale in fear. The voice seemed to transcend the ages, dimming everything around it and leading to a gradual decay. The pinnacle of imperial realm laws, the supreme presence. Unbelievable gasps echoed from the crowd. What transpired at the Great Tomb Mountain? Was it the emergence of celestial treasures, prompting the supreme beings to vie for possession? Speculations ran rampant among the onlookers. Only the powerful entities from sacred lands, observing the actions of the thunderous supreme, comprehended that this was not a contest for celestial treasures, but rather, those of the highest quasi-emperor cultivation levels regarded the ethereal white-clad youth before them with complex emotions. From the outset, they had dismissed this youth, never anticipating his ability to summon a supreme dragon. The illustrious seven-colored supreme dragon traversed countless layers of space, arriving before Changsheng. "Is it you who called upon me?" The rainbow dragon diminished its form, scrutinizing Changsheng, more precisely, the dragon staff in his grasp, sensing the celestial power emanating from it. "Rainbow Dragon Supreme? Is this the only one from your dragon palace?" Upon seeing the dragon's arrival, Changsheng frowned, clearly dissatisfied. This scene unfolded before the eyes of all present, leaving them in utter shock and disbelief. What did they witness? A minor cultivator at the Dao Palace realm summoning a supreme dragon, an astonishing feat. Yet this young man in white appeared unsatisfied? The art of subtlety can be most perilous. Were it not for the presence of two supreme beings, they would have rushed forth to teach Changsheng a lesson. How dare he act superior? A supreme being is beyond the reach of a mere Dao Palace cultivator. Many believe that Changsheng's fortunate summoning of the supreme dragon was largely due to the previous golden dragon that had consumed the dragon's heart, or directly because of the dragon's heart itself. Even with a summoning contract in place, a dragon of such stature, proud and haughty throughout its life, would likely disregard the contract summoned by a Dao Palace cultivator. Are you instructing a supreme being? Yet, in the next moment, the crowd was utterly astonished, caught in disarray. The rainbow dragon, after confirming something, knelt before Changsheng on one knee as a gesture of allegiance. "I've seen the ancestors," the rainbow dragon solemnly declared, its voice barely audible as it shielded the surrounding sounds. Even the thunderous supreme was unaware of what this suddenly appearing supreme dragon was discussing with the white-clad youth. However, the thunderous supreme sensed the urgency to act swiftly. This Dao Palace youth was exceedingly unusual. A delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Without hesitation, the thunderous supreme made his move once more, as silent as a hare, as swift as thunder, before anyone present could react. The thunderous supreme had already appeared before Changsheng. "Be careful!" Cold Wushuang, Go Sanyang, and others cried out in alarm. Dragon Heaven Formation. The rainbow dragon's fierce brilliance flashed as it shouted, "Anyone who disrespects the ancestors shall be slain." In an instant, hundreds of quasi-emperor dragons shifted their positions, filling the vast void with their essence, leaving no gaps. Each angle was imbued with countless imperial realm laws, numbering in the hundreds, causing all living beings to be struck with terror. Such an assault could spell doom even for a supreme being, could it not? Heavenly thunder transformation. Suddenly, amidst this life-threatening formation, the thunderous supreme roared. Countless drops of primal blood were spilled recklessly. No one could thwart his desire to obtain the dragon's heart. Countless heavenly laws empowered the thunder above, and at this moment, the thunderous supreme transcended the boundaries of these laws, returning to the realm of the Emperor. Emperor, half-step Emperor. The thunderous supreme had surprisingly reverted to the Emperor realm. The living beings gasped in disbelief, even if he had merely regained half of his stature. Half-step Emperor and Supreme Being were two entirely different entities, incomparable in nature. The thunderous Supreme raised his hand, causing countless laws to crumble into dust. Under the rules of the imperial realm, laws were but trifles. Boom! Endless laws erupted, and hundreds of quasi-emperor dragons perished, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. This thunderous Supreme, within the river of the underworld, had become invincible. Half-step Emperor? Huh! In the eyes of the dragons of my dragon palace, the supreme beings of this realm are no different from mere trifles. Faced with the shattering formation and the demise of hundreds of quasi-emperor dragons, the rainbow dragon felt not fear, but exhilaration. The dragon palace, hailing from the heavenly court, in the ancient times, was also known as the celestial court. Dragon true form, the rainbow dragon bellowed, and countless imperial realm laws descended, causing the rainbow dragon to also ascend to the half-step emperor realm. Madness! Madness! Countless beings were left speechless. In their eyes, supreme beings were the pinnacle of existence, let alone half-step emperors. All present immediately sought to escape. The clash of two supreme half-step emperors could unleash a cataclysmic aftermath that might spell their doom. Yet, just as the battle was on the verge of igniting, an unexpected change transpired. An unparalleled phantom crossed an unfathomable distance, descending upon the great tomb mountain of the river of the underworld. This phantom, seated upon a lotus, turned its back to the crowd, radiating celestial charm, causing countless beings of the underworld to breathe rapidly, unable to contain themselves. Celestial aura is this. A celestial being? Countless beings were dumbfounded. Celestials truly exist and have now appeared? But why at this moment? Did they fear that the battle between the two half-step emperors would obliterate the river of the underworld, prompting them to intervene? The crowd speculated, only to witness this celestial being, embodying Bodhi, wielding a whisk that instantly suppressed the imperial realm rules of the two half-step emperors, rendering them utterly immobile. Countless beings gasped in shock. Within the river of the underworld, the emergence of imperial realm rules was strictly forbidden. The elder with the whisk's voice resonated softly, and in an instant, the two half-step emperors were directly transported out of the river of the underworld. No! The thunderous Supreme cried out in refusal, burning his endless essence, sacrificing everything, only to find it all a fleeting dream. He could not accept it. Yet, whether the thunderous Supreme accepted it or not was now inconsequential. Having been transported away from the river of the underworld, his essence lost, he would soon face his demise. However, within the river of the underworld, the Bodhi celestial war had commenced. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. I am Bodhi, transcending the mortal realm, leaving behind the path's fruit solely to await the fated. This voice echoed throughout every corner of the river of the underworld. As beings looked up, they beheld celestial pathways manifesting before their eyes, and at the pinnacle of these pathways, in the heavens above, a celestial fruit shone brilliantly, exuding an aura of divinity. Drawing their longing gazes, Chapter 88, Theft of Heaven emerald green flourished, exuding boundless vitality as the breath of life enveloped the surface. It was the Bodhi immortal fruit. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the crowd as they collectively inhaled sharply, unable to contain their awe. The Bodhi immortal fruit had been revered since the dawn of creation, its legends echoing throughout the endless epics. It was said that those who consumed it could comprehend the path of immortality overnight and ascend to divinity. Though such tales may seem exaggerated, the ethereal aura surrounding the fruit, coupled with its intoxicating fragrance, was enough to drive countless beings into a frenzy of desire. Do not covet what belongs to me. The Bodhi immortal fruit is rightfully mine, boomed a rugged voice. The crowd turned to behold a white-haired elder, who had employed the grand void technique to instantaneously appear in the heavens above, reaching out to pluck the fruit and, astonishingly, securing it within his grasp. It was the Ji family's ancestor, Ji Wudao. To their surprise, he had entered the river of the underworld, where divine weapons were rendered useless. The Ji family's grand void technique was indeed a formidable advantage in the pursuit of treasures within the river. Recognizing Wudao, Several seasoned cultivators watched in frustration as he held the Bodhi immortal fruit, their anger palpable. They yearned to seize it. Yet Ji Wudao was not one to grant them such an opportunity. It was crucial to understand that aside from the Thunder Sovereign, other sovereigns were undoubtedly present within the river. Without hesitation, Ji Wudao raised his hand, preparing to consume the Bodhi immortal fruit. Once this divine object was tainted by the mundane world, its celestial essence would dissipate, and should he swallow it, even if he were later disemboweled by a sovereign, the fruit would vanish forever. Thus, if he acted swiftly, his peril would be significantly mitigated. However, just as the crowd believed Ji Wudao was about to succeed, the Bodhi immortal fruit in his hand abruptly vanished, as if it had evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Only a faint remnant of the imperial realm's law lingered in Ji Wudao's grasp, attesting that the Bodhi immortal fruit had indeed been in his possession. It was the art of heavenly theft, the theft technique of the heavenly thief. Those with discernment immediately recognized the residual imperial law, their astonishment palpable. The heavenly thief was renowned for his frail combat prowess. Even some veteran cultivators could defeat him with ease. He was considered the weakest among the Northern Dipper's quasi-emperors. Yet his unparalleled thieving skills had allowed him to pilfer throughout the Northern Dipper, earning him the reputation of a pariah, loathed by all. No one expected such a figure to dare enter the river of the underworld and steal the Bodhi immortal fruit right before their eyes. The most incensed among them was undoubtedly Ji Wudao. Heavenly thief, you possess audacity beyond measure. Ji Wudao bellowed, locking onto the fluctuations of the imperial law as he unleashed a formidable technique. The Grand Separation Technique, alongside the Grand Void Technique. It was one of the Ji family's foundational divine arts. Wherever the separation technique passed, all matter would be disassembled into particles and dust. Yet, just as Ji Wudao prepared to execute his move, a sudden five-colored heavenly thunder descended from the heavens. It was the heavenly punishment thunder. The onlookers were struck with dread. This thunder, said to be the punishment of the heavens for emperors, could strip even the mightiest of their layers. Even a sovereign would face dire consequences from this thunder, let alone the mere quasi-emperor Ji Wudao. No, it cannot be the heavenly punishment thunder. Ji Wudao cried in despair, realizing the thunder was aimed directly at him. His mind raced in confusion as he pondered why such divine retribution would target him. However, survival instinct compelled Ji Wudao to employ the Grand Void Technique, teleporting thousands of miles within the river of the underworld. Yet in the next moment, a resounding wail echoed through the realm, accompanied by the thunderous crash of a colossal lightning strike, scattering remnants of ancient ruins and the scent of charred earth. It was evident that Ji Wudao had been struck by the thunder, leaving him with little chance of survival. Instantly, all present trembled in fear, their anxiety palpable. They too were bewildered as to why a divine lightning meant for emperors had descended upon a quasi-emperor. But before they could contemplate further, dark clouds gathered once more in the sky, brewing another five-colored thunder. Another one. The beings trembled, none wishing to meet an untimely demise. Only a select few top-tier cultivators remained contemplative. Could this thunder be aimed at the heavenly thief? Wuda gazed skyward, fearful yet speculating. It is likely, replied Lung Wushuang, her eyes flickering. As expected, the five-colored thunder did not strike anyone else. It only targeted the heavenly thief holding the Bodhi immortal fruit. Indeed, this pathway to the heavens was no mere decoration. To obtain the Bodhi immortal fruit, one must traverse the celestial path. For any attempt to bypass it would invite the wrath of the heavenly order, or perhaps the retribution of the Bodhi immortal, who claimed to have transcended the mundane. Countless ancient sages had come to comprehend this truth. To acquire the Bodhi immortal fruit, one must adhere to the celestial path, with no alternative. Unless one possessed the power of an emperor or even greater, adherence to the rules was mandatory. And those who defied the rules, the heavenly thief, was doomed. Quickly, the crowd grasped the entirety of the situation, casting glances of schadenfreude at the heavenly thief. Among those present, while not every individual had fallen victim to his thievery, A significant number had experienced his notorious reputation firsthand, which had sullied the Northern Dipper's cultivation realm. Yet, in the next moment, something astonishing occurred. The five-colored thunder, imbued with world-destroying power, aimed to obliterate the heavenly thief. However, when the thunder hovered above his head, it abruptly halted. It circled around his skull, seemingly finding it unsuitable, and after confirming its decision, it retreated back into the clouds. A radiant beam of light shone down, clearing the sky, while the Bodhi immortal fruit vanished from the heavenly thief's grasp, reduced to a worthless husk. The Bodhi immortal fruit remained suspended in the heavens, radiant as ever. Yet the heavenly thief, having violated the rules, inexplicably survived. The crowd's pupils contracted, although they could not comprehend the fleeting moment that had transpired. The fact that the heavenly thief had emerged unscathed from the five-colored thunder, which could have stripped even an emperor, spoke volumes about his formidable nature. However, the crowd soon shifted their focus back to the Bodhi immortal fruit, still perched atop the celestial summit, presenting an opportunity for all to attain it and potentially ascend. This prospect ignited a fervor among the cultivators, driving them to pursue it relentlessly. Only Changsheng regarded the heavenly thief with narrowed eyes, astonished to encounter this lineage within the Northern Dipper, as he had anticipated discovering traces of them only on the distant star of the celestial wolf. However, the appearance of the heavenly thief was merely a minor interlude for Changsheng. This lineage might prove useful in the future. Yet the Bodhi immortal fruit was a tangible prize he was determined to secure. Rules were meant for the inept to follow. The mere celestial path and mundane immortality were not worthy of Changsheng's compliance. With a subtle lift of his foot, he stepped forward, transcending the ages, as the heavens blossomed with brilliance. Chapter 89. The myriad phenomena, divine dynasty, and the ancient Wu family as they embarked on the celestial path, their cultivation sealed. The climbers confronted the towering expanse of the heavens, while others, including a group of quasi-emperors, cautiously ascended step by step. Suddenly, a gust of eastern wind infused with purple aura swept through, tousling their hair and unsettling their resolve. Not far away, a youth clad in white, stepping upon clouds, advanced with remarkable ease, as if traversing a flat surface upon this celestial road. Such a feat was unfathomable. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Underneath this sky, on this celestial path, lay the oppressive rules of the imperial realm. Even the quasi-emperors present were rendered akin to mere mortals, unable to traverse the vast expanse without arduous climbing. Furthermore, the path was fraught with gravitational constraints and illusions. Those lacking a steadfast heart risked dire consequences. Thus, climbing the celestial road demanded utmost caution and deliberation. Yet what of that youth in white? Why was he unbound by the laws and constraints of the imperial realm? The crowd was left in astonishment. Moreover, if the enigmatic boy capable of summoning celestial dragons was mystifying, what of the portly figure of lesser cultivation? And what of the woman shouldering an ancient dragon-patterned coffin, who moved with such agility? The peculiarities only deepened their confusion. Quasi-emperors. A mere assembly of detritus. Gude, with a dismissive gesture, mocked the esteemed elders of the major holy lands, who could shake the Northern Dipper with a stomp. Typically so formidable, why were they now so subdued? The moment was ripe for Wu De to revel in his triumph. The ancient quasi-emperors recognized his extraordinary physique, their expressions darkening with discontent. These exalted beings, hailing from ancient dynasties and sacred sects, had never before encountered such brazen provocation. Yet, bound by the celestial road's restrictions, they could only glare in frustration. Wu De, with his nose held high, grew increasingly audacious, relishing the sensation of superiority, thriving on the sight of those who were more powerful yet rendered impotent. How contemptible! The other powerful beings of the unified realm longed to deliver a resounding slap to this audacious youth, hoping to teach him why the flowers bloomed red. However, on this celestial path, even the quasi-emperors were powerless to act, joining in the silent gaping. A bunch of worthless fools. Wu De, witnessing their inability to retaliate, allowed himself to fully indulge in the moment. Having recently accompanied Changsheng, he was either confronted by quasi-emperors or witnessed the supreme engaging in flirtations. He had grown weary of it all. This splendid opportunity to relieve his pent-up frustration while humiliating the once mighty quasi-emperors was not one he intended to squander. Wu De felt no fear of future retribution from these quasi-emperors for being near Changsheng, a figure likely to draw the attention of great emperors, provided him with a sense of security. After all, in the next moment, he could be struck down by an emperor emerging from nowhere, ensuring a swift end without pain. Wu De embraced this perspective, believing that life should be lived freely, aligning thoughts with actions. As he contemplated this, he felt mere mockery was insufficient. He approached a quasi-emperor. "What do you intend?" questioned Wan Haiyun, the ancient ancestor of the myriad phenomena dynasty, his brow furrowing. "Nothing much, just felt like slapping you a few times." Wu De retorted, a smirk gracing his lips. He recognized Wan Haiyun, the ancestor who had once hunted his great-grandfather, Wu Kai, leading to his demise. This vendetta must be avenged, and this was the perfect opportunity. Though he could not kill Wan Haiyun due to the restrictions on their powers, he could certainly indulge in humiliation. With a sharp crack, the sound of a slap resonated, leaving the assembled powerful beings in stunned silence. Gasps echoed as they witnessed a mere saint daring to publicly strike the ancestor of a once great dynasty, a world gone mad. "You dare strike me?" Wan Haiyun, clutching his stinging cheek, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity. Having lived for countless years, he had always been the one to deliver slaps. Never before had he faced such humiliation, especially in front of countless witnesses. Fury surged within him, a tempest of rage. Wan Haiyun's visage darkened to its depths. "Angry, are we?" Wu De sneered. Due to the constraints of the imperial realm, the quasi-emperors could not unleash even a fraction of their formidable physical prowess. In this contest upon the celestial path, Wu De, with his unique physique, could easily stride through. Was the ancestor of the divine dynasty remarkable? Were the quasi-emperors formidable? Let me tell you, encountering me, even an emperor would have to bow, and even a celestial must kneel. Wu De proclaimed with pride. He did not hesitate to raise his hand for another slap, invigorated by the astonished expressions of the powerful onlookers. "Ah, I will kill you." Wan Haiyun, witnessing the peculiar gazes of countless beings, could no longer contain his fury, teetering on the brink of madness. "Kill me? Come on. I'm right here, come bite me." Wu De taunted, relishing the moment. The crowd fell silent, contemplating how such a confrontation with a figure at the pinnacle of the pyramid could unfold. Did he not fear the wrath of the myriad phenomena dynasty once they exited the celestial path? "Are you from the Wu family?" Suddenly, Wan Haiyun's demeanor shifted, his face calming, eerily tranquil, as if heralding an impending storm. "Oh, you recognize me?" "Indeed, I am Wu De. Remember the name of the one who slapped that pig face of yours?" Wu De, oblivious to how Wan Haiyun recognized him, boldly acknowledged his identity, finding pleasure in the prospect of delivering further humiliation. The crowd listened intently. Some ancient beings realizing the bitter enmity between the ancient Wu family and the myriad phenomena dynasty following the incident involving Wu Kai. Ironically, after the 105th head of the Wu family, Wu Kai, the Wu family had languished, suppressed by the myriad phenomena dynasty, unable to raise their heads. Yet here they stood today, with a mere saint striking the ancestor of the divine dynasty. How unpredictable life could be. You could have chosen any appearance, yet you opted for a face that invites slaps. Wu De continued, delighting in the spectacle, leaving the crowd in awe. Even the likes of Lung Wushuang and the determined Ghost San Yang were left speechless. What a small world indeed. Lung Wushuang approached, intending to caution Wu De to cease his antics. After all, the celestial path had a countdown mechanism, divided into 24 layers. She speculated that when the timer reached 0, the Bodhi fruit may vanish. Although Changsheng ascended with remarkable speed, he had previously stated that having more people at the summit would enhance their chances. She could not bear the thought of Changsheng facing disappointment and returning empty-handed. However, in the next moment, as Wu De reveled in his actions, his hand poised mid-slap, it suddenly halted in mid-air. At that moment, the hourglass indicated the first layer had run out. A hand grasped Wuda, and an overwhelming fury surged throughout the realm. Gude? Chapter 90. The Fallen Angel. The 24 symbols of the primordial era as the sandglass of 24 layers drained its first layer. An overwhelming fury surged, piercing the heavens and engulfing the entire river of oblivion. In that instant, all present stared in horror at Wuda's back, their faces pale with terror. Even those of notable power, such as Wan Hyun, the venerable ancestor of the myriad manifestations divine dynasty, were equally shaken. The scene before them was terrifying beyond measure. It was not merely a fear of the events unfolding, but a visceral trembling of the soul. The moment Wu Da was touched, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A chill crept down his spine, and he sensed an immense dread emanating from his back. He turned woodenly, only to behold a being cloaked in darkness, adorned with wings, lacking facial features, but possessing a cascade of raven-black hair. This entity seemed to possess eyes, and the moment Wu Da met her gaze, he felt himself plummet into an unfathomable abyss. The fallen laws surrounding her were comparable to those of a quasi-emperor, if not more formidable. Were it not for Wu Da's extraordinary ability to pierce through illusions and discern the essence of things, he would have perished 1,000,000 times over with just that single glance. Bug detected. Initiating bug eradication protocol. Generating bug elimination plan. The dark being seized Wu Da, rendering him immobile, while uttering incomprehensible words that left the other myriad beings bewildered. Bug? What is that? Everyone was at a loss, including Wu Da. The only one who recognized the term was Lung Wushuang, whose expression shifted dramatically. Bug, a professional term from her previous life on Blue Star, commonly used in computer programming, signified hidden flaws or issues. She had not anticipated that remnants of her long-buried memories from her third life would resurface in this place, echoing a term unique to Blue Star. Could this dark being be a mechanical construct formed from a string of code? Lung Wushuang was momentarily dumbfounded. In her memories as an empress, she had never encountered or heard of such a thing. Moreover, this dark creature exuded the aura of a quasi-emperor. If it were a mechanical creation capable of conjuring a quasi-emperor with a mere gesture, how powerful must its creator be? Even an emperor could not achieve such a feat. For the laws of the Big Dipper and the will of this cosmos dictate that cultivation is arduous, akin to climbing to the heavens. Cultivation must be pursued step by step. Even if one were to ascend in a single leap, it would at most lead to immediate sanctification. Much like Liu Changsheng achieving enlightenment with a mere breath. Progressing further relies solely on one's innate talent and personal fortune. In this regard, even emperors have no sway. As for the celestial beings above the emperors, after witnessing the elusive and enigmatic Bodhi celestial, Lung Wushuang doubted their capabilities. She had perused ancient tomes that recorded the term celestial beings as merely a designation in the Big Dipper. In other unknown realms, they were referred to as terrestrial immortals. Their physical forms were nearly immortal. Yet without the cleansing of celestial energy, their souls would inevitably decay and perish. The Big Dipper does not harbor celestial energy. While their bodies may endure, their souls will ultimately die, unable to transcend the will of this cosmic expanse, thus rendering the creation of a quasi-emperor impossible. Could this be a true celestial being of heavenly immortals or above? As Lung Wushuang pondered deeply, a tempest of realization surged within her, leaving her in profound shock. On this path to ascension, could there truly be creations of celestial beings? She believed in the existence of the celestial realm, yet thought it entirely disconnected from this world, with no ties whatsoever. However, it now appeared that the celestial realm and this cosmic expanse have been intricately intertwined since time immemorial. The path to immortality was indeed not an ethereal pursuit. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lung Wushuang suddenly recalled the portal that Liu Changsheng often spoke of. Could that portal be the gateway to the celestial realm? Thus, in ancient times, this cosmic expanse was connected to the celestial realm. Yet, due to some unknown calamity, the celestial gate had become obscured or sealed, leading to the gradual transformation of the notion of ascension into a mere legend. The more she contemplated, the more her heart raced. The others present, however, lacked Lung Wushuang's insight. They merely perceived the dark being as a quasi-emperor of an unknown race. After all, the vastness of the Big Dipper star domain could indeed harbor an obscure yet immensely powerful entity. Yet why could she release the laws of the Emperor realm so unabashedly on this path, particularly the fallen laws, which ranked among the top 3,000 pathways, all while remaining unbound by the rules? This left them puzzled. The fallen laws could erode one's soul, and such a potent force caused their very souls to tremble upon their first sight of this dark being. Yet even after analyzing the circumstances, they remained baffled by the unfolding events. Only the quaking of their souls affirmed the reality of the situation. In the face of the unknown, all beings tremble in fear, and the quasi-emperors were no exception. The dark being before them wielded the laws of the Emperor realm, while they possessed only fragile mortal shells. If this dark entity were to strike, how would they respond? With this thought, everyone present grew wary, each filled with trepidation. Should an unforeseen event threaten their lives, they will be the first to leap from the path. The Bodhi celestial fruit, though enticing, was of little worth if one were not alive to enjoy it. Bug elimination plan completed. Unrecoverable garbage detected. Disintegration initiated. At that moment, the dark being once again spoke in a manner that was partially comprehensible to the crowd, then lifted its gaze, and the entire sky darkened, shrouded in impenetrable gloom. Dark clouds loomed over the city, casting shadows over the river of oblivion, where neither sun nor moon illuminated the way. A sword of fallen essence, forged from the supreme laws of the fallen Emperor realm, descended from the heavens, piercing through the defenses of all present. The dark being unfurled its arms, revealing 12 dark wings, soaring into the sky to grasp the divine sword, poised to judge all of existence from its lofty perch. I remember now, the faceless darkness, the 12 dark wings. It resembles the fallen angel of the primordial era's Buddhist sect. The image of the dark being compelled the king of the underworld to exclaim in astonishment. The Buddhist sect of the primordial era? Fallen angel? The myriad beings present were evidently unfamiliar with these terms, leaving them bewildered by the king of the underworld's outcry. Run, quickly. The 24 sandglasses represent the 24 symbols of the primordial era. Each symbol is guarded by a supreme being. The first symbol is already a quasi-emperor like this fallen angel. The further you go, the greater the challenge. You may encounter emperors or even celestial beings. This path, this Bodhi celestial fruit, is a ruse, a trap. The king of the underworld, clearly well-informed, uttered these words without regard for the crowd's response, leaping from the path and forfeiting his pursuit of the Bodhi celestial fruit. The crowd hesitated, unable to act solely on the words of this quasi-emperor. Yet Wu De harbored no doubts, for that quasi-emperor's target was none other than himself. If he did not leap now, would he simply wait for others to feast upon a banquet? Without hesitation, Wu De followed the king of the underworld and jumped from the path, only to discover that he could not descend. The path was entirely sealed. Before him, as well as before all the myriad beings, lay only two choices. Either vanquish the fallen angel before them, conquer the 24 symbols, and claim the Bodhi celestial fruit, or perish. Stunned, Wu De thought, is this hellish difficulty? Just then, the fallen angel's judgment sword, enveloped in endless fallen essence, bore down upon him with an unstoppable force. Chapter 91. The Soul of the Great Emperor. How is it that I, fat lord, am always the one who gets hurt? Wu De felt a wave of despair wash over him, as the murderous intent released by the fallen angel locked onto him. With his meager strength, escape was utterly impossible. Why was it that among so many beings present, he was the one singled out for this calamity? Why was his fate so cruel? Ever since encountering Lu Changsheng, he had either been walking the path of death or teetering on the brink of demise. Though this time, he had brought it upon himself. Wu De regretted it profoundly. If given another chance, he would have swiftly resolved the matter by directly defiling the esteemed ancestor Wan Heiyun of the Wanxiang divine dynasty, and then nonchalantly walked away without a trace. At this moment, Wu De was consumed by regret. though slapping a face as thick as a pig's skin had its satisfaction. It was clearly a fool's bargain to stake his life on such a venture. The dignity of a mere quasi-emperor could never outweigh the value of Wu De's own life. However, it was far too late to lament. The judgment sword of the fallen angel had already descended. It carried boundless murderous intent, annihilating the void, stripping matter, and disintegrating dust. There was no escape, and no way to evade this calamity. Witnessing this, the myriad beings around Wu De instinctively distanced themselves, eager to flee as far away as possible, all feeling a sense of dread. Although the murderous intent and judgment sword of the fallen angel targeted only Wu De, they could not guarantee that the fallen angel would not feel an itch and turn its attention towards them as well. If they were to perish because of this, they would enter the realm of the underworld, the nine hells, and never find peace. The situation was already dire, and with the heavenly path closed and their cultivation sealed, surviving in this perilous realm was a monumental challenge. They had but one life, and death was final. The energy waves released by the fallen angel left even the quasi-emperors of the divine dynasty in awe. The fallen angel's power rivaled their own at the peak of their strength. "Father, save me." Suddenly, the crowd heard Wu De's desperate cries. They turned to see him reaching out toward the sky, wailing for his father as if he believed there was someone up there who could shield him from the judgment sword of the fallen angel. Yet, no matter how he cried out in anguish, all he could see was the figure clad in white, ascending gracefully, never looking back, as if detached from the earthly realm, resolute in their indifference. In that moment, Wu De's heart turned cold. "Father, do you no longer love me?" This long-forgotten address and sentiment left Lung Wushuang speechless nearby. This shameless fat man was as audacious as ever. Lung Wushuang was not concerned for Wu De's life, as Lu Changsheng had already equipped them with means of escape. As for why Lu Changsheng did not intervene personally, but chose to hasten his journey, he had stated that he needed to act swiftly to obtain the Bodhi immortal fruit and unlock the hidden opportunities within it, leaving no time to play games with the likes of them. Though it stung somewhat, this only strengthened Lung Wushuang's resolve to grow stronger. Their current powers would only slow Lu Changsheng down. When the crowd heard Wu De's cries, they assumed he had lost his mind, especially Wan Heyun of the Wanxiang divine dynasty, who disregarded the reactions of others and burst into raucous laughter. "Calling for your father? Even if you were to scream for your grandfather, your great-grandfather, or the illustrious 105th generation head of the Wu family, Wu Kai, or the ancient Emperor Wu Yud of the Wu family, it would be in vain." Wan Heyun relished this moment, feeling triumphant. On this heavenly path, where cultivation was sealed and even quasi-emperors were powerless, who could possibly save him? An emperor? What a joke! Wan Heyun sneered. How could an emperor possibly appear here? This fat man was doomed. His gaze turned icy. To insult him, Wan Heyun believed, was to invite retribution. Under normal circumstances, with his immense experience spanning millions of years, he would have suppressed someone like this fat man for eons without a second thought. But now, allowing this fat man to perish was indeed a kindness. Just as he thought this, as though his words were a portent, Wan Heyun's laughter came to an abrupt halt. For before the eyes of countless beings, an old man emerged from within Wu De's body. The old man's figure was ethereal, yet his presence felt substantial, surrounded by an aura of imperial might that showcased his extraordinary essence. The crowd was taken aback. An ancestral spirit? And with such imperial presence, this person was at least a quasi-emperor. But how could a mere saint house the soul of a quasi-emperor? The crowd seemed to have stumbled upon a new revelation. Upon leaving the body, under the laws of this starry realm, a soul could not remain in the mortal world. It would either dissipate immediately or proceed to the underworld. With no third option available, souls could not inhabit other bodies unless they seized them. But such a transfer could only occur with mortals, unless this fat man had transformed into another being while still mortal. Yet, the current situation did not suggest a transfer. The fat man's body and this soul clearly had zero compatibility. The absence of compatibility ruled out any possibility of possession. What was astonishing was that this very soul, despite its ethereal form, resided within this rotund figure. After the initial shock, the crowd's eyes gleamed with undisguised greed. It wasn't that they held any inappropriate desires for Wuda's body, though they were indeed tempted to seize it for study to uncover the secrets hidden within. The primary allure lay in this soul. They recognized that this soul was unlike ordinary spirits. Even the souls of quasi-emperors, upon death, would disintegrate into particles, losing their physical form and returning to the cosmos. Yet this soul retained its pre-death strength, an unprecedented phenomenon. However, the crowd's astonishment was met with a lack of greater reaction due to their limited vision and shallow understanding. Wan Heyun of the Wanxiang Divine Dynasty, however, was different. They had been a formidable dynasty during ancient times, possessing records of every prominent figure after the ancient era, as if they were recounting their family history. If he was not mistaken, the soul emerging from Wuda's body could very well be that of a great emperor. Despite the old man's disheveled appearance and the bizarre nature of this occurrence, Wan Heyun was already 8 parts certain that this was Wu Yud, the ancestor of the Wu family. Having observed the likeness of every Wu family prodigy through the vast resources of the Wanxiang Divine Dynasty, he found an uncanny resemblance between this figure and the ancient ancestor, Wu Yud. Thinking of this, Wan Heyun was left dumbfounded. He had truly summoned a great emperor. Not only Wan Heyun, but Wuda was also left in shock. Ancestor, Wuda's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning his own reality. What on earth was happening? Why was the soul of his ancestor residing within him? Wuda was utterly bewildered. Chapter 92. The majestic emperor's soul for within Wu does being emerged a soul, casting a glance at the assembled individuals, who felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. This was a stark representation of the disparity in life stages, an expression of supreme reverence towards the powerful. This was no mere quasi-emperor, but the soul of an emperor. Only the emperor's soul could exude such imperial might, silencing countless beings with a single gaze. Who are you? Wuda asked, bewildered. How could an emperor's soul reside within him? Moreover, its appearance bore a striking resemblance to his own. Could it be that he was the reincarnation of an emperor? Surely not. Was Wuda truly so extraordinary? Unbeknownst to himself, all this time, upon realizing the truth of his situation, profound regret washed over him. He lamented his previous subservience, his years spent in humble pretense, and the squandered moments of grandeur in his youth. The most agonizing realization in life is to be oblivious to one's own greatness during the prime of existence. Are you my junior? Suddenly, as Wuda was lost in contemplation, an ancient voice resonated. He looked up to find the emperor's soul regarding him with an expression akin to that of a simpleton. The demeanor was so strikingly foolish, it nearly spoke the words aloud. "Gude está mered, junior? You are." As he gazed at the emperor's soul, who bore a 3-part resemblance to him, he felt an unsettling familiarity, as if he had seen this figure in the ancestral hall of the Wu family. Yet he struggled to recall precisely who it was. "Who am I? I am your ancestor," the emperor's soul exclaimed, startling Wuda. "What? My ancestor?" Wuda was at a loss for words, the statement sounding almost like an insult. Yet he couldn't entirely dismiss the elder's claim, given the striking resemblance. "Ancestor? How did you end up within me? You wouldn't want to?" Wuda's gaze turned apprehensive as he contemplated the implications. Could it be that the emperor's soul had taken a liking to his form, wishing to possess him? If so, could he possibly resist such a powerful entity? What are you thinking? Suddenly, the visage of the emperor's soul shifted to resemble Lu Changsheng. The abrupt change startled everyone present. What was happening? Where had the original emperor's soul gone? How had it transformed into a mere youth of Dao Palace realm? Wuda, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Lu Changsheng, could scarcely find his voice. He turned to the distant Lung Wushuang, who explained, indeed, he is an ancestor of the Wu family, but his soul possesses only the wisdom of a 10-year-old child. He emerges from the depths of your own heart. He is not your soul and will not harm you. However, he shares an intricate connection with you, akin to fate, but even more profound. Veu de vos befeld. Each word from Lung Wushuang was comprehensible, yet together they left him utterly perplexed. Are you certain you are speaking human language? Yet a 10-year-old child? Wu De turned back to the figure before him, only to find that Lu Changsheng's face had morphed into Lung Wushuang's, mimicking her cold demeanor flawlessly. Veu de vache found it. A 10-year-old child, a playful emperor's soul. Are you impressive? Wu De asked, still oblivious to the fact that the fallen angel and the sword of judgment had been suspended in the void for quite some time. Upon hearing his query, the emperor's soul tilted its head and nodded seriously. Despite Wu De's lingering doubts about the reliability of the situation, he realized that no one else present could save him. He had no other choice but to trust the self-proclaimed ancestor. Then Wu De pointed at the fallen angel, wanting to inquire about defeating it. But he froze. Cold sweat drenched his back as he belatedly recognized that the sword of judgment had remained poised above him for an extended duration without descending. How could he have been so oblivious? Wu De stared in disbelief. How was he still alive? When he looked up, he saw that the fallen angel was suspended in the void, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Did you do this? Wu De asked the emperor's soul, pointing at the fallen angel, still in a daze. The emperor's soul pondered for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. At that moment, everyone present noticed the fallen angel frozen in space, gasping in astonishment. The awe inspired by the emperor's soul had momentarily eclipsed their awareness of the fallen angel, and they attributed their distraction to the presence of the emperor's soul. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this was a manifestation of the emperor's soul's power. However, this was of little consequence. As they looked on, it became evident that the fallen angel had been immobilized the instant the emperor's soul appeared. With the sword of judgment hovering perilously close to the back of the rotund figure's head, Wu De glanced at the sword that dangled precariously above him, instinctively retracting his neck in a state of anxiety. Is this a technique left by Lu, father? Wu De inquired of the emperor's soul, uncertainty in his voice. The methods of Lu Changsheng were enigmatic. Had he intervened in Wu De's moment of peril? Had he not forsaken him, but continued to cherish him? Nevertheless, the emperor's soul seemed to misunderstand Wu De's question and chose to ignore it. Toys! The emperor's soul turned, grinning at the fallen angel, and in that instant, the stillness in the void began to collapse. The sword of judgment descended, obliterating the endless void without inflicting any casualties. Bug detected, bug detected. The fallen angel became aware of the emperor's soul's presence, echoing the very words it had previously uttered to Wu De. The emperor's soul tilted its head, seemingly pondering the meaning of the fallen angel's words, then raised its hand, summoning an overwhelming imperial pressure that rendered all present breathless. Toys should remain obedient and motionless. By heavens, a genuine emperor. During the battle in Fengdu, Wu De had had the fortune of encountering an emperor, the Death Emperor, and he could never forget the aura of an emperor throughout his life. The emperor's soul before him could unleash attacks akin to those of an emperor. Was it not said that spiritual entities were significantly weaker? The ancient texts had deceived him. The onlookers believed that this one-sided confrontation would conclude with overwhelming dominance. Yet they failed to notice that the 23rd layer of the heavenly hourglass had begun to flow. The essence of the fallen angel was gradually transforming. Chapter 93. The Emperor's Aspiration. The Emperor beckoned with his ethereal spirit, and the heavens and earth conspired to form a blade. A strike imbued with the infinite rules of imperial dominion descended, causing the cosmos to tremble. The mountains and rivers of the Nether River, spanning millions of miles, collapsed in an instant. The might of the Emperor could alter the very fabric of reality. Yet, this supreme strike, aimed at the fallen angel, merely grazed his outer shell, revealing a thick metallic armor beneath. How could this be? The myriad beings present were aghast. They knew that this was the Emperor's wrath, not the trifling moves of lesser beings. This fallen angel, seemingly of only quasi-emperor stature, had withstood the Emperor's onslaught. The crowd was at a loss for words. This utterly shattered their understanding of reality. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of dark, malevolent energy enveloped the entire Nether River, as countless ghostly flames converged, coalescing upon the fallen angel's brow. The ebony wings vanished, replaced by the ethereal wings of the Dao. The entire expanse was shrouded in the breath of the Dao. The spectators were stunned. This mechanical being not only possessed quasi-emperor prowess, but was now harnessing the power of the Dao. It was unfathomable, unprecedented. The force of the Dao, even the Emperor would regard with caution, unless one were a transcendent celestial, free from the constraints of the 5 elements and the 3 realms. Even an emperor would find themselves somewhat restrained by these Daoic rules. And so it was at that moment. The fallen angel, with the wings of the Dao unfurling, rapidly enveloped the entire celestial path, forming a closed circuit beneath the impervious feathers infused with the essence of the Dao. The emperor's spirit, caught within, felt the imperial rules coalescing around him, faintly visible, his power diminished by at least 50% under the closed circuit of the Dao's breath. However, even so, the emperor remained formidable. Despite the fallen angel's Daoic wings suppressing half of his strength, he, after all, was still only a quasi-emperor, and the emperor's spirit retained the upper hand. Yet in the next moment, the crowd was utterly confounded. The fallen angel, now armed with the wings of the Dao, saw her ghostly flames intensifying as the sands in the hourglass dwindled. The rules of the nether fire, radiant and encompassing, enveloped the entire celestial path. This was imperial rule. Wrapped in the ghostly rules, the fallen angel, at this moment, transcended her original cultivation, emerging as a veritable emperor. Instantaneously becoming an emperor, even if aided by external forces, was enough to leave the myriad beings in awe. Remarkable, exclamó utterly astonished, being closest to the fallen angel. He could keenly perceive that as the sands continued to fall, the power of the ghostly flames around her was steadily ascending. Indeed, the recently empowered fallen angel could not yet contend with the emperor's spirit, but as time progressed, when the hourglass had shed 4 layers of sand, and 20 layers had passed, it ceased to pour forth sand. At that moment, the fallen angel had completed her ultimate transformation. Gone was her darkness. She now donned a gown as pure as snow, resembling a celestial maiden. The fallen angel, no, she should be called an angel, raised her hand, and a beam of judgmental light coalesced, infused with countless imperial rules and the breath of the Dao. This angel, during the brief interlude of battle, had quietly metamorphosed into a true emperor. This was an aggregation of the emperor's rules forged by her own strength, not merely the ghostly flames. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Was this how one became an emperor? When did such ascension become so trivial? One moment, they were struggling at the quasi-emperor level for millions of years, and now, this being had effortlessly crossed into emperorhood amidst the fray. Without comparison, there can be no pain. With it, the suffering was magnified 100-fold. They, the quasi-emperors, had been stuck at this threshold for eons, not due to a lack of talent, but because of the Dao's suppression. Only those destined to bear the heavenly mandate could attain the path to emperorhood. Otherwise, no matter how extraordinary one's talents, without the divine mandate, one would never breach the threshold of the emperor. But now, this angel, lacking the divine mandate, had suddenly transformed into an emperor mid-battle, utterly overturning the understanding of all present. A glitch in the fabric of reality that must be rectified, the angel proclaimed, as the gathering judgmental light multiplied, swiftly filling the celestial path. The aura of the judgmental light emanated, causing countless beings along the celestial path to tremble, all prostrating in reverence, not daring to harbor thoughts of rebellion. This was the emperor's might. Beneath the emperor, all were but ants. Were they all to perish in this moment? The myriad beings gazed at the multitude of judgmental lights hovering above them, clearly aware that this strike was an all-encompassing, no escape assault. Under the emperor's might, none could hope to survive such an onslaught. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward the emperor's spirit, for it was the only entity present capable of countering the angel's wrath. However, in the next moment, the actions of the emperor's spirit left all in a state of shock. It seemed to recoil in fear, vanishing into Wuda's body at an imperceptible speed, as if seeking refuge. Countless onlookers were left dumbfounded. What? Wuda, still processing the situation, found the judgmental lights pivoting, locking onto him with murderous intent. Damn! Wuda exclaimed, realizing the emperor's spirit had betrayed him. This spirit is toxic. It drags me into confrontation against a formidable foe? What a curse! Despair enveloped the myriad beings, resonating with Wu De's sentiments. They were not the so-called glitches the angel had referred to, yet they bore the brunt of Wu De's misfortune. "Get a grip, you fat fool! Do something!" cried Wan Haiyun, the ancestral figure of the myriad manifestation divine dynasty. Though he had survived for 30 million years, he still yearned for life. This glutton was clearly sent by fate to be his nemesis. First, he had been publicly humiliated by this mere saint, unable to retaliate. And now he was likely to meet a gruesome end due to this fool's actions. He had merely sought a Bodhi fruit. What had he done to deserve this? The judgmental lights locked on, and beneath the emperor, none could move. Wan Haiyun transformed into a figure of lamentation, left with no choice but to await death, a truly absurd predicament. As an esteemed ancestor, a quasi-emperor, standing at the pinnacle of existence, he could only wait for his demise. How tragically pathetic. "No, I refuse to die," he cried. "Judge that fat fool, not us." This was utterly unfair. Countless voices echoed in protest, yet the angel remained unmoved. As a mechanical construct, programmed by its creator, it possessed no emotions. Thus, an immeasurable judgmental light descended, engulfing the beings in despair. All were enveloped by the light, as it judged their sins. To live was to be guilty, and the judgment would annihilate all, erasing them from the annals of history. Yet in the next instant, amidst the judgmental light, a radiance emerged, surpassing even the judgmental light itself, illuminating the scene. Countless beings gasped. They were miraculously alive. Turning to the source of the luminous beam, they were horrified to discover it emanated from none other than the fat fool they despised. At that moment, he seemed transformed, standing with an air of composure, his garments billowing, shedding his previous lewdness. Countless imperial rules swirled around him. Even the breath of the Dao appeared to cower before him. Before them stood an undeniable emperor. But how? How had the fool who nearly brought them all to doom suddenly ascended to emperorhood? Just moments ago, he was merely a saint. Now, had becoming an emperor become as commonplace as cabbages? What was this sorcery? The myriad beings were left utterly bewildered. Even seasoned quasi-emperors like the king of the underworld could not comprehend the unfolding events. What on earth was transpiring? Chapter 94. The innate emperor spirit in an instant. Wu De ascended to the status of an emperor, transcending countless realms from being a saint, without the need to bear the heavenly mandate, directly reaching the imperial realm. This extraordinary scene left countless cultivators on the celestial path utterly astounded. Even the renowned cold Wu Shuang, a former empress with vast experience, as well as Xidagarba, one of the 8 great Buddhas of the Western Desert, and the ghost princess, Gue Sanyang, were equally shocked. To ascend from a saint to an emperor without bearing the heavenly mandate marked the emergence of a novel path of his own, casting aside ancient methods and circumventing destiny. His combat prowess was undeniably far greater than that of an emperor who bore the heavenly mandate. But why? Just moments ago, the plump figure was still at the saint realm, and after the emperor's soul merged with him, his cultivation soared, achieving the status of an emperor. Could it be that the emperor's soul had usurped Wu De's body? Yet, even in the event of a usurpation, how could his cultivation synchronize seamlessly with the soul? Many were left bewildered. Could it be that he was the innate emperor spirit? At that moment, Wan Haiyun, the elder of the Wanxiang divine dynasty, uttered a term that caused everyone present to change countenance. The innate emperor spirit. What? The innate emperor spirit? The legendary being that was invincible across the heavens during the ancient era? As living beings were engulfed in shock, they began to comprehend. If he were indeed the innate emperor spirit, then all of this would make sense. The innate emperor spirit is not merely a physique, bloodline, or talent, but rather an enigmatic amalgamation of time, fate, and fortune, along with countless other inscrutable elements that are visible yet intangible. Its primary characteristic is the ability to awaken souls. You heard correctly, awaken souls, integrating dual souls, triple souls, or even multiple souls. For the innate emperor spirit, anything is possible. The awakened souls, while possessing self-awareness, exhibit limited intelligence, akin to that of a 10-year-old child, and generally obey the commands of the primary soul. The greater the compatibility between the awakened soul and the primary soul of the user, the more formidable the power unleashed. Typically, upon awakening a soul, the individual inherits the peak combat power of the soul's past life. This implies that at this moment, Wu Da has awakened the soul of his ancestor from the Wu family, whose former peak power was that of an emperor. Moreover, the bloodlines of Wu Da and his ancestor are of the same origin, resulting in a high degree of compatibility, thus enabling Wu Da to leap across the chasm of destiny and become an emperor. Previously, the emperor's soul had merely detached from him, and Wu Da had just awakened, remaining in the saint realm, unable to suppress the emperor's soul, although he still cannot suppress it now, with the emperor's soul returning to him. An innate fusion of the earthly soul's power emerged within his mind. Thus, the current spectacle unfolded. Could it be that I am the innate emperor spirit? The power of the innate emperor spirit is astonishing beyond belief. Wu Da looked incredulously at his newly attained emperor status. Feeling the overwhelming sensation of wielding the laws of the emperor realm, effortlessly commanding the elements, and perceiving the collapse of the universe at his fingertips, it was utterly exhilarating. How dare a mere fallen angel challenge me? Let me show you why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. As the judgmental light from the angel descended upon him once more, Wu Da did not succumb to the euphoria of his newfound power, but quickly mastered it, erecting a defense. After all, failure to defend would spell doom for them all. In an instant, an unassailable energy shield formed before everyone, impervious to the collapsing void wrought by the judgment light, safeguarding every being within from even the slightest harm. Incredible! The myriad beings were left speechless by such invincible strength. Despite being at the same emperor realm, the disparity was staggering. They had nowhere to flee, and the overwhelming judgment light was effortlessly countered by this plump figure. There was no mistaking it. This plump individual had undoubtedly become a genuine emperor powerhouse. Instantly, the myriad beings on the celestial path gazed upon him with envy. The innate emperor spirit, merely by awakening an emperor's soul, could transform a commoner into a phoenix, directly acquiring the power of an emperor. Such a talent was indeed worthy of envy. Oh, the innate emperor spirit? How intriguing! In a corner of the celestial path, the immortal of Bodhi Red Dust observed Wu Da's combat prowess soar from the saint to the emperor realm, a playful smile gracing his lips. It had been years since he had witnessed such a phenomenon. However, as he gazed at the swift-moving Lu Changsheng, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Completely inscrutable. In the eyes of the immortal of Bodhi Red Dust, everything about Lu Changsheng was shrouded in mystery. He yearned to delve deeper into the threads of fate, but was met with an overwhelming terror that obscured his vision. Should he dare to probe further, he would find himself in peril. This enigmatic youth could disregard my laws of the celestial path. I, Bodhi, must personally test you. Returning to the celestial path, Wu Da, now wielding the power of an emperor, was unstoppable. After swiftly countering the angel's judgment light, he launched a retaliatory strike with unyielding ferocity. Such a moment of grandeur was rare in his lifetime. He endeavored to execute everything flawlessly, leaving behind a legendary tale of the invincible plump figure. However, just as Wu Da was about to deliver the final blow to the angel, he suddenly realized that his strength was gradually waning. What should have been the most potent strike felt as if it only tickled the angel. This was inconceivable. Wu Da was bewildered. He soon discerned that it was not his emperor power diminishing, but rather the angel's strength increasing. From the initial stage of the emperor realm, she ascended to the pinnacle. Moreover, the hourglass suspended in the sky had, unbeknownst to him, leaked 4 layers since reaching the 20th, now at the 16th layer. The angel's previously vacant gaze now radiated with boundless brilliance. The angel was reincarnating, her soul merging. The myriad beings gasped in horror, their faces drained of color. Chapter 95, The World Beyond the Heavenly Path, The Rebirth of the Buddha Wu Da, having attained the cultivation of an emperor, continued to unleash boundless divine powers in attack. Yet, for the angel whose cultivation had already ascended to the peak of the emperor realm, it was akin to mere tickling. The angel raised a hand, effortlessly dispelling all of Wuda's attacks. A beam of radiant angelic energy descended, binding countless beings in its wake, with Wuda being no exception. Though both were emperors, distinctions existed. At the core, it lay in the comprehension of the rules. If Wuda's understanding of the rules could be likened to that of a proficient expert, then the angel was a madman in this domain. Having survived for countless eons, a mechanical creation, its understanding of the rules was eternally inscribed within its program, never to be forgotten or diminished. With a rise in cultivation, understanding naturally followed, and it was at the pinnacle from the very start. In contrast, although Wuda had achieved the Emperor realm, his grasp of the rules was not something that could be hastily acquired overnight. The comparison was stark, revealing the overwhelming disparity in the comprehension and application of the Emperor's rules. Boom! Countless points of light, like a judgment, pierced through the bodies of all present on the heavenly path. Their forms were gradually consumed and dissolved by the light, and their consciousness began to fade. No, I do not wish to die. The ancestors of the myriad realms' divine dynasty, Wan Haiyun and others, struggled in vain against their fate. In the face of the Emperor's peak power, the quasi-emperors were as fragile as clay chickens, easily shattered. In an instant, all were engulfed and devoured by the light. At that moment, the entire heavenly path seemed to transform into a realm of light, a kingdom of radiance. All were enveloped by the brilliance, merging with the light, save for one individual. A white-haired elder appeared at the mid-mountain of the heavenly path's firmament. This figure was none other than the immortal known as Bodhi, who claimed to be the immortal of the mortal realm. Before him stood a youth clad in white. He walked leisurely, hands behind his back, as if he were not there to claim Bodhi's heart, but rather to indulge in a leisurely mountain retreat. This white-clad youth was none other than Changsheng. To merely brush against the fringes of immortality and proclaim oneself the immortal of the mortal realm. By the measure of audacity, you surpass even the immortals, Changsheng remarked indifferently. In response, Bodhi felt no anger. At his level, he had long transcended worldly emotions, remaining unperturbed.